Her nephew was right. The real culprit was Zhuang Yundai. If it weren't for that little troublemaker, her Yugo wouldn't have to suffer such humiliation. Fu Shi ground her teeth in frustration. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Sister Fu, are you home? Fu Shi took a deep breath. Others were laughing at her family now, so she couldn't let herself be defeated and give them more reason to mock her. She shot Fu Zhifei a look that said wait here, put a smile back on her face, and went to open the door for the visitor. What brings you here? Fu Shi asked cheerfully, her eyes slightly puffy, but otherwise showing no signs of distress. A person cheerfully dropped a shocking piece of news, leaving Mrs. Fu stunned for a while. Your son Yu went to Sister Dai's house causing trouble, claiming that it's all Sister Dai's fault. Now Sister Dai has invited the village head over to discuss it publicly. Mrs. Fu took a while to regain her composure, her teeth grinding in frustration. She fought hard to control her urge to curse out Zhuang Yundai's ancestors, trying to make her smile appear less angry and concerned. Oh, Sister Dai. Why is she being so unreasonable? The visitor looked at Mrs. Fu with a hint of confusion and quickly replied, Sister Fu, that's not fair. Your son Yu is the one causing trouble over there. They had no choice but to call the village head. I was there at the time. Your son even tried to hit Sister Dai. Thankfully, the neighbor, Lu Danyu, stopped him. Otherwise, with Sister Dai's small frame, how could she withstand a hit from your son? How can you say Sister Dai is the one being unreasonable? Mrs. Fu was shaking with anger. That little brat. The visitor continued, ignoring Mrs. Fu's reaction. Sister Fu, I'm just passing on the message. You should take your nephew and go over there right away, right in front of your old house, and discuss this properly in front of the village head. After saying this, the visitor suddenly smiled and added, Of course, if you don't go, it'll look like you're guilty. I'm off now. He ran away quickly. Mrs. Fu was left standing there, gripping the doorframe, trembling with rage, wishing she could dig her nails into the wood. Finally, she gritted her teeth and rushed into the kitchen, speaking sharply. Let's go. I'm taking you to the village head right now. One thing, you must insist that this is all Zhuang Yundai's doing. Zhuang Ji sneered, and don't worry, I'll make sure Zhuang Yundai pays for this. By the time the village had arrived, many villagers had gathered to see what was happening. Zhuang Yundai borrowed a wicker chair from Lu Danyu's house and brought it out for the village head to sit on. Grandpa Village Head, you're getting older, and I'm sorry to trouble you to come here. Please sit and rest. Good child. The village head liked Zhuang Yundai more and more, nodded at her, and sat down in the chair without hesitation. He looked around and saw that aside from one of the parties involved, Zhuang Wenyu, who had a fierce expression, the rest were just villagers watching the scene. He couldn't help but frown and asked, Has that troublemaker, the eldest son of the Zhuang family, not arrived yet? Just then someone replied, He's here. It was Fu Shi with Fu Zhifei. Fu Zhifei's clothes were still a bit wet and clung to him, making him look somewhat unkempt. Fu Shi, however, had red eyes filled with tears. Once she arrived, she knelt down and said, Village chief, you must help my son Yu. The village chief had heard about this incident. He struck his cane heavily on the ground and asked, Are you saying that your nephew Fu Zhifei forced your son Yu? So, you want me to deal with Fu Zhifei? Fu Zhifei was startled and quickly said, Village chief, don't get it wrong. My aunt doesn't mean that. Yu is wronged, but I am innocent too. The village chief looked at Fu Zhifei with disapproval. First, he was not from their village, and second, Fu Zhifei had caused a scandal that would make it hard for him to hold his head high in other villages. The village chief said sternly, You claim you are innocent and Yu is wronged, but the village is saying that when they entered that shed, they clearly saw you on top of you. Yu was unconscious at the time, so what are you complaining about? By the end of his statement, the village chief looked ready to strike with his cane. Zhuang Wenyu's expression was fierce as he shouted, Village chief. I've said it, this is all the scheme of that little troublemaker Zhuang Yundai. She led me to that shed, and then knocked me out. Fu Zhifei nodded repeatedly, That's right. She knocked me out too and drugged me. I was completely out of it afterward. Fu Shi cried out in protest, village chief. Did you hear that? This is all Zhuang Yundai's scheme. She has a grudge against our family and is trying to ruin my son Yu's reputation. As she spoke, she got up from the ground and pretended to run into the wall, saying, I'm willing to hit my head against the wall to prove my point. This is definitely Zhuang Yundai's doing. At that moment, Fu Zhifei quickly tried to stop her. Aunt, don't do anything foolish. Zhuang Yundai narrowed her eyes, slightly bent her finger, and shot a small stone. It hit Fu Zhifei right on the back of his knee. Fu Zhifei bent his leg and knelt forward, so he couldn't stop Fu Shi. Fu Zhifei cried out. Ah! Fu Shi rushed to the wall without waiting for Fu Zhifei to block her. She felt something was off, and then she heard Fu Zhifei scream. Instinctively, Fu Shi quickly stopped just in front of the wall. The crowd saw that Fu Shi didn't actually hit the wall. Some sighed in relief, while others scoffed, just pretending. Zhuang Yundai, with red eyes, patted her chest and innocently said, It's good that Annie thought it through and didn't really hit the wall. Otherwise, if this matter gets investigated and there are other secrets, Auntie would have hit the wall for nothing. It was almost as if she was openly saying that Fu Shi was putting on a show. Some villagers couldn't help but laugh. Fu Shi's face turned dark, and she looked angrily at Fu Zhifei. Fu Zhifei knelt on one knee and shouted, Who threw stones at me just now? No one believed Fu Zhifei's words. Why would anyone throw stones at him for no reason? Fu Zhifei glared at Zhuang Yundai and shouted, Was it you who did this? Zhuang Yundai ignored him and pretended to be wronged, addressing the village head. Grandpa, look. You little brat. Why won't you admit it? Fu Zhifei looked very fierce. Zhuang Yundai timidly shrank her shoulders, as if she was frightened by Fu Zhifei's fierce expression. The village head angrily tapped his cane and said, You, from the Fu family, even though your aunt married into our Xiangyang village, you are not one of us. How dare you insult our village in front of me? Do you think I'm just going to let that slide? Others from Xiangyang village also glared at Fu Zhifei. At this moment, Fu Shi couldn't care about her embarrassment and quickly stepped forward, giving Fu Zhifei a hard pat on the back. You little rascal, speak properly. She turned to the village head and said, Sir, this child is just too upset and a bit anxious. I scolded him, so please don't be angry. Fu Zhifei's temples were throbbing, and he held back his anger, without saying a word. The village had looked down on Fu Shi a bit. He rubbed the handle of his cane and said slowly, You three ladies say this is all Zhuang Yundai's doing, but do you have any evidence? This question left Fu Shi a bit confused. The two of them were the ones involved, and they both pointed at Zhuang Yundai. Wasn't that enough? Zhuang Wenyu, spoiled by the Zhuang family, lost his temper and shouted when the village had asked for evidence. What more evidence do you need? I told you. She tricked me into the shed with her sweet talk and then knocked me out. It couldn't have been anyone else. Although Zhuang Wenyu was a descendant of the Zhuang family, Zhuang Lijing didn't think much of him and frowned deeply. I see you two are just talking nonsense, Zhuang Lijing said sternly. You all say it was Zhuang Yundai who did this, but look at her build compared to yours. You two men, even one of you is stronger than her. How could she possibly overpower you? Fu Zhifei opened his mouth to respond. This was something he also found hard to believe deep down. How did Zhuang Yundai manage to knock him out? Seeing Fu Zhifei at a loss for words, the Fu family grew anxious and nudged Zhuang Wenyu. You, think harder. Zhuang Wenyu shouted impatiently. What more is there to think? That little girl has been acting strangely since she got smart. How hard could it be for her to knock someone out? The villagers of Xiangyang couldn't help but laugh and point. This Yu really has no experience. Listen to what he's saying. Is it really that easy to knock someone out? We adults struggle to knock someone out without causing serious harm. How could a young girl like her have the strength to do it? Exactly. Does Yu really think knocking someone out is as easy as eating? Besides, even if she did knock him out, how could she force that boy from the Fu family to do anything to Yu? Fu Zhifei was furious and shouted, I said she drugged me. The villagers found this even harder to believe. Why would she drug you for no reason? Fu Zhifei couldn't find the words. He couldn't say that he actually intended to drug Zhuang Yundai, but ended up getting knocked out and drugged by her instead, could he? He awkwardly said, maybe she wanted to do something to me. She always flirts with me. How shameless. Look in the mirror. Chunlu couldn't hold back and pointed at Fu Zhifei, scolding him. Look at your dirty appearance. Our Yundai is only 12. What could she possibly see in you? Is it your looks or your messiness? You shameless woman. Fu Zhifei was furious at Chunliu's insults, and the villagers laughed loudly. He felt like charging at her to silence her. But standing next to Chunlu was a strong man named Lu Daniu, who was showing him his fists, saying, watch your words. Fu Zhifei almost wanted to curse. But it was her wife who insulted him first. Seeing the topic was going off track, Fu quickly redirected it and said to the village chief, since both parties have pointed fingers at Zhuang Yundai, even though I don't believe she would do something so terrible to harm her own family, shouldn't we at least ask her for an explanation? The village chief frowned and replied, I still stand by what I said. Your reasoning has many gaps. How can we trust it? We can't just take two people's word for it. We need evidence. The villagers nodded in agreement, saying, the village chief is very fair. Exactly. Last time, when Aunt Zhang's chicken went missing, there was only a pool of blood. She insisted it was my dog, claiming it with certainty. In the end, guess what? Their chicken coop had a hole, and a weasel got in. There were weasel hairs all over the hole. If we follow Fu's sister's logic, then Aunt Zhang's word would be the only truth.
Right.
People in Xiangyang village are very reasonable and value evidence, Chunlu said, glancing pointedly at Fu, emphasizing, some people just want to wrongfully accuse others with their words, but we won't allow that in our village. This praise for Xiangyang village resonated with the onlookers, who nodded in agreement. Fu shot a resentful glance at Chunlu, who boldly returned the stare. She wasn't afraid to confront the village chief. The village chief was about to speak when a voice interrupted, Grandpa Village Chief, I have something to say. Though the voice trembled slightly, it was still trying to sound calm. The village chief turned to see Zhuang Yunqi. The little one stood confidently with clenched fists. The village chief nodded, thinking to himself, was his cousin, Zhuang Laotong, blind? This second family's Qi was far better than the eldest family's Yu, who only knew how to shout and lose his temper. Yet, Zhuang Laotong showed clear favoritism towards the eldest family and held Yu in high regard. Meanwhile, he ignored the outstanding Qi, allowing the eldest family to bully them, which led the second family to feel humiliated and strongly demand to separate from the adults and live independently. Zhuangli was thinking about this and shook his head in his heart, but his attitude towards Zhuang Yunqi softened a bit. Skewer, if you have something to say, just say it. Zhuang Yunqi bit his lip, hesitantly rolled up his sleeves, revealing a small red mark on his wrist. It was clearly a mark left by being with a rope. Zhuangli raised his eyebrows. What is this? Zhuang Yunqi replied, it's from Wenyu. When I came out of the bathroom, he dragged me away, took me to the small woods, tied me up there, and even covered my mouth. Later, my older sister found me. Where would she have the time to knock out Wenyu and cousin Zhifei? Zhuang Wenyu's eyebrows twitched, and he secretly made a fist gesture towards Zhuang Yunqi. However, Zhuang Li, who suddenly turned to look, caught him in the act.
Zhuang Li fronat.
Knowing Zhuang Wenyu's reaction, he realized that Skewer was telling the truth. Even though the family was divided, why was Zhuang Wenyu still trying to bully the second branch? Zhuang Li looked at Zhuang Wenyu with a hint of reproach. You're the older brother. How can you do this? Zhuang Wenyu, used to bullying the second branch, didn't take it seriously. He even lazily replied, I was just playing a little joke on him. Zhuang Li, angry, tapped his cane and was about to scold Zhuang Wenyu when Zhuang Yundai, holding Zhuang Yunqi, pulled down his sleeves while pleading, Zhuang Wenyu. Skewer is not even 6 years old this year. What grudge do you have against him? You such a small child in the woods, and covered his mouth. If I hadn't been lucky enough to find Skewer, what if a wild animal came down from the mountain? What if someone tried to abduct him? She scolded Zhuang Wenyu with a mix of urgency and strength. Are you trying to harm Skewer? At first, the villagers thought Zhuang Wenyu was just being a bit too harsh on his cousin, but they hadn't thought deeply about it. Or perhaps they didn't want to think too badly of a child. However, Zhuang Yundai's passionate outcries stirred the villagers' emotions. They realized she was right. Their village, Xiangyang, was at the foot of the mountain. While wild animals coming down were rare, it wasn't impossible. Not to mention, just earlier, someone had said that Aunt Zhang's chickens next door were taken by a weasel. And as for abductions, wasn't it true that a child from old Lu's family in their village had been taken away? Look at how worn out the old couple from the Lu family has become. That kid is terrible. Whether he was taken by a wild animal or kidnapped, it's a serious matter. The villagers are looking at Zhuang Wenyu with anger and pointing fingers. Fu sure didn't expect things to turn out this way. She clearly came with Fu Zhifei to seek justice for her son, but now it has turned into a situation where her son is being criticized by the villagers. Zhuang Yundai stood beside Zhuang Yunqi, watching the scene coldly. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the little bird that led her to Skewer, what she said was not an exaggeration. Zhuang Wenyu usually bullies a group of kids in Xiangyang village. Although it's annoying, everyone is still somewhat tolerant of kids. Zhuang Wenyu has never been pointed at like this before. He was momentarily stunned, then shouted, "So what if I tied him up? What's the big deal? Wild animals and kidnappers? Once I get back, I'll untie him." Zhuang Yundai caught the end of Zhuang Wenyu's words. Untie him later? When is later? If you plan to untie Qi, then why did you tie him to the tree in the first place? Zhuang Wenyu became even more irritated by Zhuang Yundai's relentless questioning. He glared at her and said angrily, "I was just joking with Zhuang Yunqi. Is that so wrong?" Zhuang Yundai retorted, "You think it's a joke to play with someone's life? You even blocked his mouth to stop him from calling for help. Is that a joke? It clearly looks like you want to harm him." The villagers grew even angrier. They had just tried to reason with Zhuang Wenyu, but he not only ignored them but also didn't think his actions were wrong. This kid is truly heartless. They say you can tell a person's character by the age of 3. When he was 3, he killed my chicken with a stone. Even though his mother paid for it, a kid who dares to do that at such a young age is clearly cruel. Oh no, we need to keep an eye on our daughters. We can't let them get involved with a family like this.
Fushi panicked.
Although she didn't think highly of the village girls and had plans to find a refined girl from the county for her son, seeing her son being criticized like this made her anxious. She quickly pulled Zhuang Wenyu's arm. "You, child," joking with Qi without knowing the limits. "Hurry, apologize to Qi." Zhuang Wenyu was already furious from the whispers of the crowd, and now his mother was urging him to apologize. He suddenly swung his arm, causing Mrs. Fu to stumble back. The villagers gasped, shocked. This boy actually laid hands on his own mother. In his anger, Zhuang Wenyu shouted and ran out of the crowd without caring about anything else. Mrs. Fu was very anxious and wanted to chase after him, but she also felt reluctant. This matter in front of the village head was not settled yet. She stamped her foot in frustration. The village head raised an eyebrow and said, "Let him run if he wants. He's a grown boy, not tied to a tree or gagged. He usually runs around the village freely, so why worry?" The village head had a point. Mrs. Fu gritted her teeth and looked at Zhuang Yunqi, forcing a smile. "Chair, your cousin is being unreasonable. I apologize on his behalf." Zhuang Yunqi pressed his lips together. "Aunt, it's one thing for my cousin to bully me. It's not the first time. But my sister is an innocent girl. Are you trying to ruin her reputation?" The village head observed Zhuang Yunqi's composed demeanor and couldn't help but nod in approval. The main branch of the Zhuang family was flawed, but the second branch, at least their children seemed to be good. Mrs. Fu forced a smile. "Let's be clear, your sister is at fault in this matter." Zhuang Yundai, holding back tears, spoke up. "Aunt, I don't understand what you mean. What did I do wrong? Everyone said that as a weak girl, I couldn't take down 2 men like Fu Zhifei and Yu. You act like you didn't hear that. Fu Zhifei even claimed I drugged him. How could I, a girl who rarely leaves home, have access to such strange drugs? When Zhuang Yundai said this, others reacted with surprise, recalling something. I remember that Zhuang Wenyu's mother often interacts with that witch, Granny Zhu. Granny Zhu? The one with all those strange things? Yes, and if Fu Zhifei keeps saying he was drugged. If there really was a drug, it wouldn't have fallen on Miss Dai, right? How could a young girl drug grown men? Mrs. Fu panicked, her eyes darting around. That drug was indeed something she had bought from Granny Zhu. How did this topic come up? It's all that troublesome Zhuang Yundai's fault for stirring things up. No, I can't let them discuss this any further. Mrs. Fu, pale-faced, sharply questioned Zhuang Yundai. Do you dare say you didn't go to that forest? Zhuang Yundai, looking wronged, replied, Aunt, what do you mean by that? Wasn't it you who pointed out the forest to me? You even told me that Aki seemed to have gone there. Aunt, I just realized that Chigo was actually taken by Zhuang Wenyu and in the forest he didn't go there on his own. Did you say that on purpose to lead me to the forest? Just to frame me now? Zhuang Yundai brought up the fact that Mrs. Fu had intentionally led her to the forest at just the right moment. The villagers, already suspicious that the medicine was bought by Mrs. Fu, began to theorize wildly. I get it, one villager exclaimed, excitedly slapping his thigh. Maybe Yuga has some feelings for his cousin, so he asked his mother to buy the medicine to drug him. So, Yuga tied Chigo in the forest, lured Sister Dai over, and then could blame it all on her. Perfect. Mrs. Fu was so angry she trembled all over, feeling like she was about to choke on her words. Unfortunately, many villagers were led astray and started to think that this might really be a scheme by Mrs. Fu and Zhuang Wenyu. Mrs. Fu shouted sharply, How could my Yuga possibly have such thoughts? Don't you dare smear my Yuga with your filthy accusations. He's still a child. Don't you have any conscience saying such things? Zhuang Yundai blinked her long eyelashes and slowly replied, Aunt, don't you feel guilty when you throw dirt on me? Just because I'm not a child anymore? Mrs. Fu was so furious that she felt a lump in her throat, unable to speak. The villagers looked at Mrs. Fu with increasing disdain. Such looks made Mrs. Fu, who cared about her reputation, nearly go mad. But then Chunlu suddenly spoke up with a serious expression. Wait. I just thought of something. This might really be a conspiracy. Mrs. Fu turned to Chunlu, seeing the fire in her eyes, and felt a sudden sense of dread. She opened her mouth, wanting to change the subject. But at that moment, she didn't know what to say. Chunlu clenched her fists and continued to speak loudly. Earlier, Skewer was in the woods by Zhuang Wenyu and had his mouth covered. What does this mean? It means Zhuang Wenyu didn't want Skewer to call for help. And then, Fu Shi deliberately led Dai Jie into the woods to find Skewer. This sequence is correct, right? Fu Shi hurriedly said, That's not true, but the villagers had already lost all trust in Fu Shi. They ignored what she was saying and instead shouted louder in agreement with Chunlu. That's right, it is like that. Chunliu's fists tightened even more, and the anger in her eyes seemed ready to ignite. Everyone think about it. What is in the woods? There's Fu Zhifei and that medicine he keeps talking about. Through Chunliu's words, the villagers began to sense something. However, they were hesitant to think in that direction. It shouldn't be, right? Chunlu sneered in disdain. Everyone look at Fu Shi's attitude towards Dai Jie, then look at Zhuang Wenyu's attitude towards Skewer. What wouldn't they do? They deliberately led Dai Jie into the woods, and Fu Zhifei was waiting with the medicine in the shed. Moreover, Fu Shi even brought people to the shed on purpose. If it weren't for our Dai Jie being someone who survived a great disaster and has good fortune, and if Zhuang Wenyu had ended up in the shed by mistake, I fear what everyone would have seen there. Chunlu couldn't continue, angrily clenching her fists and cursing Fu Shi. You worthless thing. Zhuang Yundai seemed to have an epiphany. She exclaimed, No wonder, I saw so many people at the shed. It was so dark inside that I couldn't see anything clearly, and Annie just asked, Dai Jie, what are you doing? As if I was the one who harmed the person inside. At this point, she shuddered, stepping back in disbelief. Auntie, why do you think the person inside was me? Is it because you all designed it this way? The crowd gasped in shock. Fu Shi's face turned pale as she repeatedly defended herself. This is all your speculation. There's no evidence. This is slander. But no one was listening to Fu Shi's excuses anymore. Zhuang Lijing was so angry that his hand trembled on his cane. Although he didn't want to believe this was true, everything was connected, and each piece of logic fit together. Heartless. Completely heartless. Zhuang Lijing struck the ground with his cane several times in anger. Fu was still trying to explain. No, Lijing, listen to me. It's not like that. Zhuang Lijing's gaze was cold. Fine. Let's go to the government office and have them question Zhu Shunpus about who she sold the medicine to. Fu's legs weakened, and she fell to the ground, unable to say anything more. At this point, it was useless for Fu to argue any further. Seeing the situation worsening, Fu Zhifei wanted to slip away, but Zhuang Lijing's cold stare stopped him. First, hold this boy from the Fu family. Immediately, two strong villagers grabbed Fu Zhifei on either side. The villagers, who had come to watch, were shocked by the absurdity of the situation. They frowned in disgust, pointing at Fu. Fu is truly heartless. I thought she was a good person. Don't feel bad. I was fooled by her too. She can talk her way out of anything. Poor kids from the Zhuang family. They have such a terrible aunt. Yes, luckily, after Dai Jie's illness got better, she was spared from this mess. Otherwise, what would she do for the rest of her life? As they spoke, everyone realized just how malicious Fu was. She had brought so many people to catch someone in a scandal, and if Zhuang Yundai had truly been caught, her life would have been ruined. The crowd couldn't help but look at Zhuang Yundai, feeling even more pity for her. Zhuang Yundai lowered her head, as if still reeling from the. Chun Lu hugged her shoulder and glared at Fu. I really don't understand how you could push such a young child to her limits. She is already separated from her siblings to live on her own, and you still won't let her go? How can you be so cruel? Fu's face turned pale, and she remained silent. The villagers were all filled with righteous anger. Zhuang Lijing, our Xiangyang village has always been simple and honest, and we've never seen such disgusting behavior. Now that Dai Jie is living separately and has lost her elders, you must stand up for her. Zhuang Lijing nodded and pointed to a villager. You go to the Zhuang family and call everyone over. The villager replied loudly, I'll go right now. He ran off quickly. Zhuang Lao Tongsheng and Zhuang Lishi initially thought Fu Zhifei was causing trouble again, so they didn't want to see the Fu family and had no intention of coming over. But the messenger, with a fake smile, said, You'll know what it's about when you get there. He looked down on these two, who were like grandparents. If they weren't so obviously biased, could the Fu family dare to target Dai Jie like this?
Ugh.
Zhuang Laotong had always received some respect in the village and had never faced such disdain from others. He was almost unable to bear it and glared with his cloudy old eyes, wanting the man to clarify his words. But the man refused to say more, only stating, You'll find out when you get there. The village chief sent me to call you. With no other choice, Zhuang Laotong angrily followed Zhuang Lishi out the door. As they approached, many villagers gathered to watch, blocking the way. However, when they arrived, the villagers made way for them, though their gazes were not very friendly. Zhuang Laotong, who had been held in high regard for so many years, had never experienced such contempt, which made him even angrier. He looked at the village chief with a sharp tone. What is going on? Why such a big fuss? When the village chief spoke, he stunned Zhuang Laotong and Zhuang Lishi. I am going to hold a meeting to remove that wicked woman, Fu Shi, from the Zhuang family tree. Fu Shi was completely shocked. To be removed from the family tree? Was this a divorce? Zhuang Laotong, not yet understanding what was happening, frowned and said, Is it because of that incident with Fu Shi's nephew? Although it was outrageous, it shouldn't involve Fu Shi, not involve? Nonsense. The village chief shouted angrily, We have investigated. This was all planned by Fu Shi. She bought medicine from the witch to lure your daughter, Dai Jie, into the woods for her nephew to harm. Luckily, Dai Jie has good fortune and escaped this disaster. Zhuang Laotong couldn't believe it. No, cousin. What are you saying? How is this possible? He instinctively looked at Fu Shi, who was now on the ground, crying and trembling. Father, I was just caught up in a moment of weakness after a few kind words from Ji Fei. Zhuang Laodong's heart sank, and his trembling hand pointed at Fu Shi. You. Even though Fu Shi admitted it herself, Zhuang Lishi still couldn't believe it, muttering this. This can't be true. My eldest daughter-in-law is usually very filial. She would never do something like this. Chunlu sneered. Would she really not do such a thing? She admitted it herself, and yet Grandma Li still speaks for the Fu family. I truly feel sorry for our sister Dai. What kind of relatives has she ended up with? Even now, her own grandmother stands by the Fu family. Zhuang Lishi looked at Zhuang Yundai in a panic. No, Sister Dai, I didn't mean it like that. Zhuang Yundai lowered her head to hide her expression. But others were imagining that this poor child was deeply hurt by the actions of Zhuang Liatongsheng and Zhuang Lishi. Zhuang Lijing felt the weight of responsibility growing heavier. He had to seek justice for this unfortunate child. Sister Dai. Zhuang Lijing spoke solemnly. Cousin, what do you think? Zhuang Liatongsheng had also regained his composure. No wonder others looked at him that way. He gritted his teeth in anger. If this is truly the doing of the Fu family, I have no objections to expelling them from the family tree. Hearing her father-in-law say this, Fu Shi trembled all over and shook her head frantically. No. Where is Shizhong? Her husband, Zhuang Shizhong, had gone to see some distant uncles and had not returned yet. Zhuang Yundai raised her head, her eyes slightly red, and softly said, Grandpa, maybe we should wait for Uncle to come back. Although you are the head of the family, such a big matter should still be discussed with him. Zhuang Liatongsheng was enraged. Since I am the head of the family, I can make this decision on my own. He turned to Zhuang Lijing. Cousin, as you said, let's open the ancestral hall. I will divorce this wicked woman and expel her from the family tree. Fu Shi screamed and quickly knelt at Zhuang Liatongsheng's feet, clutching his clothing. Father, please, my 2 children are already so big. If you divorce me, how will they live? Thinking of the Zhuang family's good reputation built over decades, Zhuang Liatongsheng was furious that it was ruined by Fu Shi alone. He forcefully pulled his clothing away from her grip. Xiangjie is already married. It won't affect her at all. As for Yugo, with such a cruel mother, it's no wonder his character has worsened in recent years. If I divorce you, perhaps Yugo's character can improve. Zhuang Liatongsheng said coldly. Fu cried and begged Mrs. Zhuang, reaching for the hem of her dress. Mother, please help me. I promise I won't do it again. Mrs. Zhuang avoided her gaze and said, This is your father's decision. Fu seemed stunned, unable to cry anymore. She had tried so hard to please Mr. Zhuang and Mrs. Zhuang, but in the end, they still decided to cast her out. The frustration built up at her throat, and she ended up spitting blood before fainting. Even though Fu had fainted, both Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Zhuang's father were determined to hold a family meeting to remove Fu from the family tree. When Zhuang Shizhong returned with several relatives, the household was in chaos. His father was actually going to divorce Fu. Zhuang Shizhong was in shock. What on earth happened? Mr. Zhuang just smoked his pipe with a stern expression, not wanting to talk. He coldly said, You should ask your wife. Zhuang Shizhong was anxious. He wanted to ask, but his wife was still unconscious. Mrs. Zhuang, feeling worried, pulled her eldest son aside and awkwardly explained the situation. In a low voice, she said, There must be some hidden reason behind this. Fu isn't normally like this. She urged her son, You need to persuade your father. Fu embarrassed him in front of so many people, and now he is determined to divorce her. But what about our little Yugo? What will he do without a mother? And what about Xiang? She just got married, and now we are going to divorce her mother. How will her in-laws see her? How will she stand in the Zhu family? Zhuang Shizhong was silent for a long time after hearing this. Finally, he let out a deep breath. If he had briefly considered divorcing Fu to calm things down, that thought vanished after hearing his mother. She was right. Xiang had worked hard to secure such a good marriage. But if something went wrong now, wouldn't it ruin everything? Zhuang Shizhong steadied himself and said to Mr. Zhuang, "Father, Fu's actions have indeed brought shame to our family. I understand a desire to remove her from the family tree. It's for our family's reputation." Zhuang Laodong's expression softened a bit. His eldest son understood him. Since that's the case, Zhuang Laodong began to speak, but Zhuang Shizhong quickly interjected, "Father, I have a better idea." Having already been soothed by his eldest son, Zhuang Laodong was patient. When he heard his son mention a better plan, he responded with an intrigued "Oh," instead of dismissing him outright. "Then tell me what you have in mind." Zhuang Shizhong cleared his throat and shared his thoughts. After finishing, he emphasized, "Father, ending the matter with the Fu family is minor, but it could negatively affect the children. It would be better to do as I suggested earlier, which would save the Fu family, enhance our Zhuang family's reputation, and help clear Yu Ji's name, allowing him to start fresh." Zhuang Laodong thought for a long time and realized his son was right. He nodded. "All right, let's go with your suggestion." Zhuang Shizhong let out a sigh of relief, finally showing a smile. "Thank you, father." However, Zhuang Laodong shot a glance at his eldest son. "You should manage the Fu family better. Look at the trouble she has caused." Zhuang Shizhong's honest face showed a hint of a bitter smile. "Yes, I will take better care of the Fu family. But I still think that the situation with the second branch's Dai Jia was quite inappropriate. Even though we have separated, we are still family. Family matters should stay within the family. If she feels wronged, we should handle it privately instead of making it public and turning our Zhuang family into a laughingstock." Zhuang Laodong's face twitched, and a flash of anger crossed his eyes. "You're right. Ultimately, she is being very inconsiderate." At that moment, the inconsiderate Zhuang Yundai was in the small courtyard feeding Qiu and Xiao. "Today, you did a great job." Zhuang Yundai smiled as she crushed the fish meatballs she made and placed them in front of Qiu and Xiao. If Qiu hadn't suddenly appeared and taken her to find Chigo, she didn't know how long she would have been anxious. Qiu proudly chirped a few times and dove happily toward the fish meatballs, pecking at them eagerly. Xiao fluffed its wings and followed Qiu, eating with precision and speed. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't notice any injury on its wings. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong squatted nearby, watching. "I always feel like Qiu is really smart," Zhuang Yuntong murmured. Zhuang Yunqi nodded seriously. He also thought Qiu was particularly understanding. If it was a coincidence that Jiu ran off to bully the chubby kid with his sister before, then it can't be a coincidence that Jiu brought the older sister to save him this time, right? The three siblings watched closely as Jiu and Xiao ate. Jiu and Xiao seemed to really like the food made by the older sister. They aren't even eating the bugs. Zhuang Yuntong suddenly exclaimed with surprise. Indeed, there were still bugs in the bamboo cup nearby, which Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi had caught earlier, but Jiu and Xiao ignored them, focusing entirely on the fish meatballs made by Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai laughed with her hands on her hips. "That's because my cooking is delicious." The two little ones nodded vigorously. That evening, their older sister had caught several fish, removed the scales, minced the fish meat, mixed it into a filling, and made fish meatballs. These meatballs didn't need many extra ingredients. They were already incredibly tasty. Just a spoonful of broth, some blanched greens, and a pinch of salt were enough to enhance the flavor. Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi ate and drank, finishing 2 big bowls. However, Zhuang Yundai had made a lot, and since Jiu kept chirping while she cooked, she made an extra meatball for them. To her surprise, the 2 birds enjoyed the fish meatballs very much. Zhuang Yundai thought to herself, "Do birds eat fish?" Then she remembered that many water birds do eat fish. Since Jiu and Xiao were so beautiful, she didn't recognize what kind of birds they were, so eating some fish meat was no big deal. With that thought, Zhuang Yundai felt reassured. While the 3 siblings were watching, someone gently knocked on the courtyard door. It was getting late, and the moonlight was cool and clear, shining in the courtyard. Zhuang Yundai didn't light a lamp and walked toward the door. asking, "Who is it?" "It's me." Zhuang Yundai recognized the voice of Wang Tsuetsue's mother. She was a bit surprised. Why was Wang Tsuetsue's mother here at this time? Usually when there was something, it was Wang's second brother who came. Zhuang Yundai opened the door, and Wang Tsuetsue's mother was holding a small bundle. "Let's go inside and talk." As she entered the courtyard, she couldn't help but take Zhuang Yundai's hand and examined her in the moonlight. Seeing that Zhuang Yundai looked calm, Wang Tsuetsue's mother felt a little relieved. Thankfully, the child wasn't too affected by that incident. Wang Tsuetsue's mother felt fortunate. "I only just heard people talking about it and realized there was such a matter behind it," Wang Tsuetsue's mother said with some resentment. "How can someone treat their aunt like this? It's pushing people to their limits." She thought about the situation at the time and felt a bit uneasy. Mrs. Fu acted as if nothing was wrong, leading everyone into the woods. What else could it be for? Clearly, it was to ruin Zhuang Yundai's reputation. Fortunately, Zhuang Yundai is a lucky child. Thinking of this, Wang Tsuetsue's mother felt a bit relieved and held Zhuang Yundai's hand, feeling a bit sad. "Good child. Even though you're fine, you still suffered." She then looked at Zhuang Yunqi, and our Qi brother also faced unfairness. Zhuang Yundai comforted Wang Tsuetsue's mother in return. Wang Tsuetsue's mother handed the bundle she was carrying to Zhuang Yundai and smiled. "I'm good at sewing. I made a pair of shoes for each of you siblings. Try them on and see if they fit. If not, I can take them back and adjust them." At this point, Wang Tsuetsue's mother felt a bit shy. "I originally wanted to send Yin over, but I thought about it. After what happened, it wouldn't be good for him to come over now and let others gossip. He's a big man and isn't afraid, but you're a young girl without an adult to support you. It would be unfair for you to suffer like this. I wanted to come see you anyway, so I came myself. Don't mind me coming over at night." Zhuang Yundai felt very touched. Indeed, her relatives in this body were somewhat difficult and troublesome, but at the same time, perhaps heaven compensated her by sending her many kind people. "Aunt, I don't even know how to thank you," Zhuang Yundai sighed. Wang Tsuetsue's mother smiled and said, "You don't need to thank me. Come on, let Qi and Tong Tong try them on. If they don't fit, I'll take them back and fix them tonight." Zhuang Yundai didn't hesitate anymore and had her brother and sister try on the new shoes made by Wang Tsuetsue's mother. They fit perfectly, and the soles were clearly made with care, thick and durable. "These are great shoes," Zhuang Yuntong exclaimed. Wang Tsuetsue's mother quickly asked, "Do they fit well?" Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yuntong jumped up and down. The shoes stayed firmly on their feet. Zhuang Yunqi, always remembering to be steady, didn't jump but walked around in circles instead. Zhuang Yundai sincerely and warmly praised, "Aunt, you are too modest. Your skills are not just okay, they are truly amazing. It feels like walking on cotton, so comfortable. Auntie, are you a fairy from the heavens? Your hands are so skilled." "Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Auntie." The two little ones chimed in. This made Wang Tsuetsue's mother smile widely. As they were sending Wang Tsuetsue's mother off, she quietly pulled Zhuang Yundai aside. "I heard that the Fu family has been unconscious for a while, so they moved the ceremony to tomorrow to remove her from the family tree. Will you go and see?" Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, "Of course I'll go." Wang Tsuetsue's mother said angrily, "I will go too. That wicked woman is truly cruel." Zhuang Yundai paused but didn't tell Wang Tsuetsue's mother that she felt even if the ceremony happened tomorrow, the Fu family might not really be removed from the family tree. However, saying that now would spoil the mood, and it wasn't certain anyway. So, she kept it to herself and just made plans with Wang Tsuetsue's mother to go to the family temple together to watch the event. The next day was sunny. Even though it was already autumn, the weather should have been getting cooler. But today, the sun felt as hot as summer, making the skin slightly sting. Early in the morning, while the sun was still low, Zhuang Yundai went to the creek where the lotus flowers grew and picked some large lotus leaves. In addition to one leaf for each of her siblings, she also prepared one for Wang Tsuetsue and her mother, and another for sister Chunlu next door. Sister Chunlu initially dismissed it. It's fine, the sun in the fields is much harsher. Zhuang Yundai replied seriously, sister, do you know? The sun is both good and bad. Our skin ages because of something in the sunlight. While working in the fields is unavoidable, it's better to find something to shield ourselves when we can. It helps us age more slowly. If someone else had said this, Sister Chunlu might have scoffed. But coming from Zhuang Yundai, it felt very convincing. Wang Tsuetsue's mother nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Zhuang Yundai. No wonder those rich ladies in the county look so young and age slowly. They live comfortably at home and don't have to do much, and they get less sun exposure. In our village, women who work in the fields tend to age quickly. That's how it is. She happily took 2 lotus leaves from Zhuang Yundai and handed one to her daughter, Wang Tsuetsue. Tsuetsue, here, use this to shield yourself. This autumn heat can be tough. Don't get overheated. Wang Tsuetsue cheerfully replied. Chunlu looked around and said, all right, I'll grab one too. Otherwise, if I walk with all of you using lotus leaves, I'll look like the odd one out. Everyone laughed. The group held their lotus leaves for shade, chatting and laughing as they headed to the Zhuang family ancestral hall. The ancestral hall isn't actually in Xiangyang village. It's a bit to the north, technically in the territory of Longshigo. Although there are many Zhuang families in Xiangyang, they are just a branch of the Zhuang clan. The main branch lives in Longshigo. For instance, Zhuang Lizheng comes from the main branch. Opening the ancestral hall is a big deal. Early in the morning, even those who aren't Zhuang family members gathered outside the hall, making it crowded. Not only people from Xiangyang village, but also those from Longshigo knew about it. Everyone was waiting to see the spectacle. The Zhuang family's old scholar was dealing with a wicked woman today, planning to remove her from the family tree. As Zhuang Liatongsheng walked through the crowd, he felt a bit of regret thinking about his eldest son's earlier suggestion. What if it didn't work? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? But it was too late for regrets now. Inside the ancestral hall, an elder of the Zhuang family was flipping through the family tree and addressed the woman kneeling before the ancestral tablets. Fu Shi. Today, in front of our ancestors, we are removing you from the family tree and returning you to your original family. Do you have any objections? Fu Shi seemed to have aged overnight, hunched over, and looking quite pitiful. Zhuang Yundai noticed that Fu Shi had likely tried to improve her appearance, but her once clever face now showed signs of worry and sadness, which stirred sympathy in others. Zhuang Yundai overheard a few people nearby sighing and saying they felt sorry for Fu Shi. She forced a smile. It was easy to feel sympathy for Fu Shi since the situation didn't involve them directly. As the person involved, no matter how pitiful the situation made her appear, all she looked like to her was simply unpleasant to the eye. Kneeling before the ancestral tablets, she lowered her body deeply, her eyes red, and said in a hushed voice, "Dear elders of the clan, I know I made a mistake due to a moment of poor judgment. I ask you to consider the years I have devoted to serving my in-laws, managing the household, caring for my husband, and raising our children. Please allow me to bow a few times before our ancestors to apologize." The elders of the Zhuang family exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Putting aside everything else, she did seem to understand some customs. Her humble demeanor and attempts to justify herself improved the elders' impression of her. Many villagers, watching, felt a twinge of sympathy for her. Zhuang Yundai still curled her lip in disdain. However, Chunlu openly expressed her dislike for her, whispering to Zhuang Yundai, "She really knows how to put on a show, downplaying her scheming against you as just a moment of poor judgment. And what about serving her in-laws, managing the household, caring for her husband, and raising children? Uft. It's the money your father earned through hard work that supports this family." Zhuang Yundai adjusted her lotus leaf hat and quietly replied, "Sister-in-law, don't be upset. Just think of it as watching a show." The Zhuang family was like a body with a festering sore, and the most serious issue was clearly with her. If they truly wanted to improve, they would need to cut away this rotten part, which might save something. But if they hesitated to remove her, allowing the rot to spread, it would only bring trouble to the entire Zhuang family. Zhuang Yundai smiled, waiting. Seeing her current appearance, She realized the Zhuang family was likely going to protect her. After all, they were already in a messy situation together, so it made sense they would want to keep her. With that in mind, Zhuang Yundai had a long-held idea she could finally act on during this ancestral ceremony. So, she remained silent, watching her performance. Sure enough, after her emotional display, she bowed deeply several times, each bow firm enough to redden her forehead. This sight was hard for the elders to ignore. However, despite her emotions, the clan elder cleared his throat and returned to the main issue. He said, "Since you have finished bowing, there will be a document prepared by the clan to release your husband. You just need to sign it, and then this matter will be settled."
Yes, Fu replied sadly.
There was no trace of the malicious intent she once had to ruin Zhuang Yundai's life. Many onlookers outside began to feel a bit sympathetic. They thought Fu seemed somewhat pitiful. Perhaps she realized her mistakes, which is why she agreed to sign so readily. The document was essentially a divorce notice. At Fu's age, with children of her own, being sent back to her family by her husband meant there would be no good days ahead for her. Thinking this way, people's compassion was stirred again. Just then, a figure rushed in, calling Mother, and entered the ancestral hall. The stout figure, like a small mountain, suddenly knelt before Fu with a thud. Who else could it be but Zhuang Wenyu? The clan elder showed some displeasure, but since he was one of their own, he patiently said to Zhuang Wenyu, "You shouldn't barge in like this." Zhuang Wenyu replied, "Elder, my mother is about to be divorced. If I, as her son, just stand by and watch, wouldn't that be unfilial? In urgent matters, I had no choice but to break the rules. I believe our ancestors would understand, considering it's for my mother's sake." The elder thought for a moment and realized that it was natural for a son to be anxious when his mother was facing divorce. His irritation lessened a bit, and he said to Zhuang Wenyu, "You have a point. However, your mother made a mistake, and removing her from the family register is a punishment for her and a way to maintain order in the clan. After all, there must be rules." Several other clan elders nodded in agreement. Zhuang Wenyu bowed to the elder, saying, "Elder, they say a child's failure to teach their parents is a fault. Conversely, if parents are older and children cannot guide them, leading them astray, isn't that also unfilial? My mother made a mistake, and while I was unaware, I almost became an accomplice. This all falls on me." The elders were impressed by Zhuang Wenyu's sense of responsibility, as he took all the blame upon himself. Their view of him changed, and they looked at him with newfound respect. "Well said, you are a good and filial child." Even Chunlu murmured, "Isn't it? Zhuang Wenyu seems like a different person." Zhuang Yundai smiled but did not speak. People were putting in a lot of effort to save his mother. It seemed these lines were taught to him by the Zhuang family last night. It was hard to tell how many times he practiced, but he still stumbled over his words, sounding like he was reciting lines. This performance could only fool the simple, straightforward people of this ancient time. Mrs. Fu seemed deeply moved by her son, crying out, "My child, mother won't allow you to say such things about yourself. It is right for me to be punished for my mistakes." Zhuang Wenyu hesitated, as if he forgot what to say next. Fortunately, his father was standing across from him, giving him cues. He finally remembered. "Mother, I said that you made a mistake, and I did not stop you, which is my unfilial behavior." He bowed to the elders, saying, "Elders, the wise say that knowing one's mistakes and correcting them is a great virtue." He finally managed to say this, unable to hide a hint of joy, though it felt a bit out of place. "Since my mother now knows her mistake, I ask the elders to give her another chance." Although Zhuang Wenyu's performance had some flaws, in this simple countryside, people had not seen many actors. They were somewhat moved by Zhuang Wenyu's display of filial piety. They exchanged glances, feeling hesitant. "Your mother has made a mistake. You can't just say a few words and let her go," one elder said. "What if she makes a mistake again in the future?" Mrs. Fu sensed the elder's uncertainty. A flash of urgency crossed her eyes, but she dared not show it. Kneeling on the ground, she said sadly, "This foolish woman has learned her lesson and will not dare to do so again." Zhuang Wenyu spoke with conviction, I have thought it over. I want to study and remember the teachings of the wise. If my mother makes a mistake again, I can use their wisdom to advise her." When he said this, it felt like he was determined to pursue education for the sake of filial duty. This heartfelt intention greatly moved the onlookers. Many people had children of their own and couldn't help but feel envious of Zhuang Wenyu's devotion. Some even suggested, why not give this woman another chance, considering how filial the child is? If she makes a mistake again, you can just dismiss her then. This suggestion received a lot of agreement. Zhuang Yundai lowered her eyes, a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Zhuang Laotong saw that his grandson had created such a lively atmosphere, partly thanks to the profound ideas he had thought of the night before. He felt a bit proud and even had the illusion that his grandson was quite talented in studying. At that moment, the clan elders were also a bit swayed and asked Zhuang Laotong for his opinion. "Cousin, what do you think?" Zhuang Laotong straightened his chest. "Since my grandson Yuga has such ambitions as his grandfather, I cannot hold him back. Moreover, with a mother who has been cast aside, Yuga's path in the imperial examination may face even more challenges." The clan elders nodded in agreement, thinking that was indeed the case. They privately believed that supporting a scholar could almost lead to financial ruin. However, if they managed to raise one, the whole clan could benefit, as the land under his name could be exempt from certain taxes. Seeing Zhuang Wenyu speak so well, they thought he might truly be a good candidate for studying. It wouldn't be right to ruin a promising future for the sake of a woman. After a brief exchange, the clan elders cleared their throats. "In that case, let's put the matter of expelling the Fu family from the clan records on hold. But if the Fu family makes another mistake, the clan will not be lenient." "Fu family, did you hear that?" Fu family felt a surge of joy and was about to agree when a sweet voice broke through the air. "I disagree." The joy in the Fu family's eyes froze. Soon, a fierce determination took over. "Zhuang Yundai." The speaker was Zhuang Yundai. She handed the lotus leaf in her hand to Zhuang Yunqi beside her and quietly told Chun Lu and Wang Tsuetsue, "Please help me keep an eye on Tong Tong and Aki. I'll be right back." Chun Lu and Wang Tsuetsue nodded. Zhuang Yundai stepped into the ancestral hall under everyone's gaze. The clan elders, having never seen her before, were displeased and scrutinized her. "Who are you?" After all, Zhuang Yundai had previously been considered foolish, and the Zhuang family thought her presence was embarrassing. Why would they let her meet such important guests? Zhuang Yundai smiled brightly and greeted the elders. "Hello, esteemed elders. I am Zhuang Yundai from the second branch of the Zhuang family in Xiangyang village." Upon hearing this, the clan elders suddenly understood and looked at Zhuang Yundai. "So you are the one from the Zhuang family." The speaker swallowed the word fool. He cleared his throat and changed the subject. "I heard you've recovered from your illness. It seems to be true now." He cheerfully said to the old scholar, "Cousin, your family is truly blessed. Your granddaughter is healthy again, and your grandson is so talented. Good fortune is coming your way." The old scholar forced a smile. He was not fond of Zhuang Yundai at all. In his mind, she was the root of all the trouble. Since she hadn't suffered any loss, why was she still making a fuss and taking this matter to the village chief? It brought shame to their family. The old scholar looked at Zhuang Yundai with some impatience and said, "What are you doing here?" Zhuang Yundai lowered her head, looking very pitiful. "Grandpa, I thought you were sending Annie back to her family to seek justice for me." The clan elders felt a bit uncomfortable. The crowd watching suddenly remembered that the Fu family elder had mentioned a moment of carelessness leading to mistakes, and they had instinctively thought it wasn't a big deal. But seeing Zhuang Yundai standing there made them realize that the Fu family had nearly ruined this girl's life. Now, not punishing the Fu family seemed unreasonable. The old scholar couldn't help but feel angry. "What do you know, you young girl, about the clan's decisions?" But Fu Shi was secretly anxious. Why was her father-in-law still acting so proud? Was he afraid others wouldn't see how pitiful Zhuang Yundai was? Wasn't he just pushing everyone to sympathize with her? Fu Shi gritted her teeth, pinched her thigh hard, and tears fell. Dear niece, I'm sorry. It was my fault. I was blinded before. But I've realized my mistake now. Please forgive me, will you? I'll kneel for you. Saying this, Fu Shi actually began to crawl towards Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai thought to herself, Fu Shi really knows how to humble herself. But she wouldn't give in to Fu Shi's wishes. Zhuang Yundai skillfully stepped aside and said brightly, Auntie, you don't need to do that. Over the years, you've made more mistakes than just this one. Have you forgotten how we split the family before? At this, the clan elders were taken aback. Previously, it was not just a few of them who handled the division of the family for the Zhuang family. Although they were not present at the time, they had heard about it later and understood what happened. Now, when Zhuang Yundai mentioned it, they all remembered. Indeed, there was still a matter concerning the abuse of the second branch's children by the Fu family. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall became slightly tense. Zhuang Liaotongsheng, filled with anger, questioned Zhuang Yundai. Your aunt did make mistakes before, but didn't she fulfill your wish by allowing the division of the family? What more do you want? Zhuang Yundai repeated the latter part of his statement. What more do I want? Grandpa, shouldn't I be the one asking this? What more does Aunt want? Her voice slightly rose, and her originally sweet tone took on a sorrowful edge. Ever since I recovered from my illness, all I wanted was to live well with my younger siblings. Aunt doesn't let us eat or wear proper clothes, so I gritted my teeth, requested the division, and moved with my siblings to the old house. I endured all the hardships for what? Just to ensure we could live well together. But even this small wish, Aunt won't agree to. She wants to ruin my entire life. I'm only 12 years old this year. How can she be so cruel? What did I do wrong? I've already moved out of the Zhuang family, no longer bothering her, so why can't she let us go? Aunt, I truly want to ask you, what more do you want? What did I do wrong? Zhuang Yundai's words were filled with sorrow, and the atmosphere that had been created by the Zhuang family's supposed kindness was shattered by her heartfelt plea. Everyone present felt a pang of sympathy, realizing that the one holding up the second branch, Zhuang Yundai, was just a 12-year-old child. If it weren't for the unbearable situation, which 12-year-old child without parents would desperately seek to be separated from their family. To treat a child in such a cruel manner, the Fu family's wrongdoing could not simply be summed up as a moment of poor judgment. This was an attempt to make her life unbearable. What kind of deep hatred was this? The onlookers, including the elders of the Zhuang clan, fell silent. Fu's teeth were grinding in frustration. Zhuang Yundai was once again ruining her plans. Was she truly destined to be a thorn in her side? Wang Tsuetsue's mother clenched her fists, took a deep breath to hold back her tears, and said loudly, Good child, you did nothing wrong. It's your aunt's heart that is dark. Her words stirred up a wave of support for Zhuang Yundai from many people. Good child, you are not at fault. Yes. It's so pitiful. You barely escaped a great disaster, only to face such a cruel aunt. Chun Lu sneered. Earlier, the Fu family kept saying they were wrong, but before Sister Dai stepped forward, no one thought to apologize to her. Zhuang Liaotongsheng listened to the discussions around him, his aged face twitching slightly as he struggled to contain himself. He took a few deep breaths, unable to hide his disgust, and looked at Zhuang Yundai. Your aunt wanted to bow and apologize to you before. Weren't you unwilling? Even though we are separated, we are still family. From now on, your aunt won't dare. Fu insisted, nodding and gritting her teeth. Yes, I won't dare anymore. Zhuang Yundai replied calmly, Is that so? But I don't believe it. What if there's a next time? Should I gamble my life on that? If I lose the bet, your aunt's words will just be a light promise, and I could lose my life. Zhuang Liaotongsheng, angry and embarrassed, pointed at Zhuang Yundai, his hand trembling slightly, and shouted, What do you want? Zhuang Yundai did not look at Zhuang Liaotongsheng, but instead turned to the silent elders of the Zhuang clan. She said softly, Dear elders, speaking of military service, it should have been my uncle who enlisted, not my father. But my uncle was afraid of dying in battle, so my father went in his place, fought for many years, supported the whole family, and ultimately lost his life. In this regard, my father has repaid my grandparents' kindness in raising him and owes them nothing. Zhuang Liatongsheng did not expect Zhuang Yundai to bring this up. It felt like a heavy, leaving him stunned. Zhuang Lishir remembered her late son, her eyes reddening as she quickly wiped away her tears. Zhuang Yundai continued, "Now my siblings and I have separated to live on our own. We are the last bloodline of our father and just want to live well," continuing his legacy. So, regarding today's matter, my grandfather just asked what I want. I still say the same thing. I just want to live well. As long as Fu is still my aunt, she will always have an advantage over us, and the threat to my siblings and me will never disappear. The fingers of the Fu family member dug into their palm. Zhuang Laotong frowned tightly. Are you saying that the Zhuang family must divorce the Fu family member? He had softened a bit earlier, thinking of his late son, but now he hardened again. Didn't we say that Yugo intends to study? If his mother is divorced, it could affect his education. Are you trying to ruin your cousin's future? Zhuang Yundai secretly smiled. No matter how much he argued, Zhuang Laodong's heart was already biased from the start. Her life, her fate, and even the lives of the children from the second branch combined were probably not worth as much as Zhuang Wenyu's little finger. Zhuang Yundai was not sad. She just felt it was unfair for the original owner, Aki, Tong, and even the original owner's father who died in battle. She shook her head and calmly stated an alternative path she had thought of. I know Grandpa wouldn't want to divorce Aunt, and that's fine. But I already mentioned that as long as Aunt is still our aunt, the threat she poses to our second branch is much greater than anyone else. Since the Zhuang family won't divorce her, then let's ask the clan elders to separate our second branch in the family tree. When Zhuang Yundai said this, the entire ancestral hall was shocked. It should be noted that although they had separated, in the family tree, the two families were still from the same lineage. When future generations trace their roots, the kinship of their branch would always be closer than that of other clan members. However, the method Zhuang Yundai proposed would truly separate the second branch from the Zhuang family in Xiangyang village, making it an independent lineage. From now on, although Zhuang Yundai would still have to call Zhuang Laodong and the others grandparents, her relationship with the branch of Zhuang Shizhong would only be that of distant relatives. While everyone was still in shock, Chunlu clapped her hands and laughed. Great. Since the Zhuang family is unwilling to part ways with the Fu family, we can part ways with them. If you can't bear to lose the mother of the future scholar, that's fine. Let the second branch completely separate and become independent. Chunlio's smile was full of sarcasm as she glanced at the Fu family member. The expression of the Fu family member changed several times. She hadn't expected such a turn of events. In her view, completely cutting ties with the second branch was like a pie falling from the sky. The Fu family member nearly burst with joy and almost laughed out loud. She couldn't believe such good fortune existed. The Fu family practically wished that her father-in-law would agree right away. However, Mr. Zhuang clearly did not want to, and he firmly rejected it, sounding somewhat angry. What kind of talk is this? You are breaking bones, but still connected by tendons. Zhuang Yundai sneered inwardly. What kind of talk was that? When the Fu family harmed others, they never thought about breaking bones and being connected by tendons. But today, she was determined to make this happen, to completely separate herself and Aki Tong from the Zhuang family. Zhuang Yundai pretended to think deeply. Does Grandpa mean to choose the first option and divorce my aunt? She clapped her hands and laughed. That works too. If my uncle remarries someone kinder, perhaps my siblings and I will have a better life. But I wonder if Yuga's future will be affected. When Mr. Zhuang heard Zhuang Yundai's words, he hesitated. In his heart, divorcing Fu sure was not a big deal, but if it affected his grandson's future, that was unacceptable. Fu Shi's hatred grew. This little girl. Indeed, her ultimate goal was to force the Zhuang family to divorce her. No, she absolutely would not allow it. She bit her lower lip tightly, struggling to suppress her desire to tear Zhuang Yundai apart, and said sadly, Father, since I married into the Zhuang family, I have served you and mother diligently, never being lazy. It's true that I haven't treated the children of the second branch well, but with the limited family funds, if they use more, our entire family's expenses will be tight. I was truly foolish before, but I won't be anymore. Xiang Jie has already married into the Zhu family, which is quite wealthy in Pingling County. If they help our Zhuang family, wouldn't that be a good thing? As soon as Fu Shi mentioned Xiang Jie marrying into the Zhu family, Mr. Zhuang's expression changed again. Yes, he almost forgot that Fu Shi's daughter, Xiang Jie, had just married into the well-known wealthy Zhu family in Pingling County. The bond between mother and daughter was strong. If they divorced Fu Shi and angered Xiang Jie, what if she refused to help the Zhuang family in the future? This concern was shared not only by Mr. Zhuang but also by several elders of the Zhuang family. Although they felt that marrying into a wealthy family as a concubine couldn't really be considered a marriage, the possibility of receiving help was still uncertain. But there was at least a chance. After all, Sister Xiang has become successful, and her family will benefit to some extent. However, it seems that this might put Sister Dai in a difficult position. The elders of the Zhuang family exchanged glances, sensing some hesitation in each other's eyes. The leading elder cleared his throat and asked Zhuang Laodong, "Cousin, have you made up your mind about the two options Sister Dai offered? Which one will you choose?" Zhuang Laodong's expression changed several times before he finally gritted his teeth and said, "The Fu family has worked hard for the Zhuang family for decades." As she said, they have fulfilled their duties as children, spouses, and parents without any major faults. The only mistake might be that they cared too much for their own family, which led to being harsh on the children of the second branch. Given this, he struggled to continue. Not only the Zhuang elders, but also the onlookers understood the unspoken meaning in Zhuang Laodong's words. Upon hearing that Zhuang Laodong had made a choice, the elders felt relieved as it spared them from having to play the role of the bad guys, and they were content to let things unfold naturally. The leading elder cleared his throat again and asked Zhuang Yundai seriously, "Child, have you thought this through?" Zhuang Yundai forced a sad smile and replied, "I know my grandfather chose the Fu family. What can I do? I will naturally respect his choice." The Zhuang elders nodded secretly, appreciating the child's maturity. Fu family members stared intently at the Zhuang elders, not daring to relax until the leading elder noted Zhuang Yundai's branch separately with a brush. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, excitement bubbling up inside her. It worked. Not only was she not cast aside, but she also completely distanced herself from the burdens of the second branch. Fu family was overwhelmed with joy. At this moment, Zhuang Yundai felt like crying tears of joy as well. It was wonderful. She had finally led her younger siblings out of the Zhuang family's troubles and established their own path. Do not underestimate this small note. It legally represented that their relationship with Zhuang Shizhong and the Fu family was now limited to that of relatives. From now on, if the Fu family committed any offenses, it would not implicate her. How could this not bring happiness? If they weren't in the ancestral hall, Zhuang Yundai would have been beaming with joy. Although Zhuang Laodong could read, when the second branch was separated from his name, he chose to cover his eyes with his sleeve, unwilling to look any further. "Today, I trouble a few of my uncles to help with family matters," Zhuang Shizhong said thoughtfully. "I have prepared a simple feast at home and hope you can honor us with your presence." The elder members of the Zhuang family agreed. With that, the matter was completely settled. After leaving the Zhuang ancestral hall, Elder Zhuang looked at Zhuang Yundai, who was holding her younger siblings, with a complex expression and said, "Don't regret this in the future." Zhuang Yundai smiled sweetly and replied, "Don't worry, Grandpa, I won't regret it." What she really hoped was that they wouldn't regret it either. Elder Zhuang, slightly angry, waved his sleeve and left. Zhuang Yundai was so happy that she almost hummed a little tune. Chunlu handed her the lotus leaves she had been holding, smiling lightly. "Today is a good day." Wang Tsuetsue's mother thought it was a bit risky for the children to start their own branch, but then she considered that having such a great aunt made it safer for them to be independent. She couldn't help but glance at Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai was holding her younger siblings, smiling and chatting with Chunlu. Suddenly, she felt certain that the three siblings would live better and better in the future. One day, as dawn broke, Zhuang Yundai began her tasks in the dim light. She pulled up the ingredients from the well. It was early autumn, and as she lifted the basket from the cool well, a chill ran down her spine. She looked at the wooden basket she had pulled up. Inside were many ingredients she had prepared herself, such as tofu and dried tofu bought from the Li family, fish meatballs she had made for Aki and Tong Tong before, and some pork meatballs made from meat she bought from the butcher. There were also some dried goods like black fungus, kelp, and tofu skin, along with fresh vegetables she had bought yesterday. The well was cool enough to keep the ingredients fresh, and everything was still very fresh. Zhuang Yundai hummed a little tune as she skewered the prepared ingredients with bamboo sticks she had made herself from the bamboo forest, boiling them in a large pot for half an hour to ensure they were clean. After skewering the ingredients, she soaked them in the marinade used for chicken and duck, starting to cook. The marinated soup is heated and boiled once every day, and it is stored well, still tasting delicious. When the skewers are cooked in the pot, the aroma is so tempting that it makes her crave them. Zhuang Yundai didn't hold back and started eating a few skewers herself. The meatballs, which she made herself, were already excellent, but after soaking in the marinated soup, the meaty fragrance was even more irresistible. The smell was so good it could make someone forget everything else. As for the vegetables, they soaked up the flavor of the soup, and, taking a bite, released so much juice that it was hard to believe they were just ordinary vegetables. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but give herself a thumbs up. She was amazing. This time, Zhuang Yundai made nearly 200 skewers. After cooking them, she packed them into jars, adding some marinated soup to keep them fresh. Today, Sister Chunlu had something to do and couldn't go to the market in the county. She was a bit worried and wanted Brother Liu to accompany Zhuang Yundai so she wouldn't feel lost in the county. Zhuang Yundai appreciated their kindness, but politely declined. She smiled and said, "I plan to sell some snacks in the county to help with household expenses. Sister, Brother Daniu, you can't accompany me every time, right? I've already learned enough about the market from last time, so don't worry." Seeing Zhuang Yundai was determined, Liu Daniu and Chunlu exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, but agreed. Once the skewers were packed, Zhuang Yundai returned to the house. She intended to wake her younger siblings, but found her brother already dressed, helping the sleepy and confused Zhuang Yidong button her clothes. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but laugh. "I was going to wake you up, but it's just the right time. Go wash your face, eat something, and we'll head to the county market." Hearing go to the county market, Zhuang Yitong immediately perked up and sweetly responded, "Okay." Now she didn't need her brother to help with the buttons. She hurriedly finished buttoning up, slid down to put on her shoes, and urged Zhuang Yunqi, "Brother, hurry up." Zhuang Yunqi, with his good temper, replied, "Okay." Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but chuckle as she went to the kitchen to bring out breakfast. Breakfast consisted of her marinated skewers, a few sorghum pancakes, and a pot of plain porridge. While eating, Zhuang Yitong loudly praised her older sister's cooking skills, declaring that these skewers were the most delicious things she had ever eaten. Zhuang Yundai said thoughtfully, Last time we made fish meatballs, and before that, we made tofu with vegetables, and..." She counted several things on her fingers. "You always say that." Zhuang Yuntong's cheeks were puffed up as she nodded vigorously. "That's right, because they're the most delicious things I've ever eaten." This made Zhuang Yundai's heart flutter with joy. However, Zhuang Yunqi was thinking more deeply. He looked at the various skewers on the plate and only took one skewer of pork meatballs and one of seaweed before stopping, focusing on eating millet cakes with plain porridge. Zhuang Yundai felt that this couldn't possibly be due to her cooking skills.
She still had some confidence in that.
"Ah, Qi, is it not to your taste?" Zhuang Yundai asked gently. Zhuang Yunqi shook his head, looking a bit shy. "It's not that it doesn't taste good. It's very delicious, but..." He hesitated and lowered his voice. "Aren't these meant to be sold for money? Big sister, you and Tong Tong enjoy it. I'll eat less so we can sell more." Zhuang Yundai didn't expect Zhuang Yunqi to think this way. She felt a bit helpless. Chi, money is endless. Why do we earn money? It's to make our lives better. If you can't even enjoy a good meal now, what's the point of earning money? That would be missing the point. Although he was young, Zhuang Yunqi was very wise. After Zhuang Yundai explained, he thought for a moment and nodded, agreeing with her. But he still insisted quietly, "It's fine if I eat less. I want you to be able to buy pretty jewelry and nice perfumes like the other sisters in the village." Zhuang Yundai decided to directly offer him a skewer, saying, "Open your mouth." Ultimately, they were still too poor right now. Chi lacked security and didn't dare to hope for a future where he wouldn't have to skip meals to save money. What Zhuang Yundai needed to do now was to show Chi through actions that she would earn a lot of money. She urged, "Otherwise, I'm going to get upset." Zhuang Yunqi felt a bit helpless and had to open his mouth to eat the skewer. "Is it good?" Zhuang Yundai asked again. Zhuang Yunqi quietly replied, "It's good." When he said it was good, Zhuang Yundai picked up another skewer and offered it to him. "Here, if it's good, keep eating." Zhuang Yunqi. Zhuang Yuntong watched from the side, giggling happily. She also pouted to Zhuang Yundai, "Big sister, I want some too." Zhuang Yundai casually picked up a skewer and held it out to Tongtong, who happily took a bite from the end of the bamboo stick and started eating joyfully. After feeding little Tongtong, Zhuang Yundai pretended to feed Zhuang Yunqi again. Zhuang Yunqi, feeling helpless, said, "Sister, I can do it myself." Zhuang Yundai was satisfied and said with a serious face, "That's right." After breakfast, it was still early in the day. Zhuang Yundai pulled a small cart with Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Tongtong towards the lame man Zheng. This time, they weren't too early. Zheng's cart was already loaded with hay, and two villagers were chatting nearby, waiting for the ride to the county town. When Zheng saw Zhuang Yundai approaching with the cart, he smiled and said, "Hey, little girl, going to the market again?" "Oh, and this time you brought your younger siblings." Zhuang Yundai called out, "Uncle Zheng." Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Tongtong also chimed in, "Uncle Zheng." Zheng hadn't drunk today, and seeing the three children being so polite made him happy. He waved his hand and said, "All right, you three little ones can just pay 8 won." Normally, each person would pay 3 won, so Zhuang Yundai and her siblings should have paid 9 won. Zhuang Yundai smiled and thanked him. "Thank you, Uncle Zheng." The two younger ones also thanked him. "Thank you, Uncle Zheng." Zheng was cheerful and even helped Zhuang Yundai load the cart and jars onto the vehicle. "Oh, what good stuff is in this jar?" "It's sealed so tightly." Zhuang Yundai replied with a smile, "Just some snacks we made ourselves. Mainly because we don't have other ways to earn money, so we just mess around a bit." Zheng nodded in understanding. Zhuang Yundai, being the oldest, was still just a young girl, and the two younger ones were even smaller, so it wouldn't be right to make them work too hard. He hesitated for a moment and lowered his voice. "How about you pay 7 won instead?" He was also worried that the other two villagers might have something to say. Zhuang Yundai took out a small pouch and counted out 8 won to give to Zheng. "Uncle Zheng, giving us a discount of 1 won is already generous." She appreciated his kindness and didn't want to make things difficult for him. Everyone has their struggles. Zheng looked at the 8 won in his hand, smiling as he closed his fist. "All right, good kids, get ready. The cart will leave soon." "Okay." Zhuang Yundai responded cheerfully. Today, not many people went to the market. In the end, with the three siblings, Zhuang Yundai and her two younger siblings, there were only 6 people in the car. The villagers were quite curious about the 3 siblings going to the county. Since they were all from the same area, someone cheerfully asked, "Daijia, are you taking your brother and sister to have fun in the county?" Zhuang Yundai didn't hide it. She patted her bag and said, "I made some food to sell in the county." The person seemed surprised. "Selling food in the county? That might be tough. I think people there live more delicately and might not be interested in what we have from the countryside." Zhuang Yundai didn't explain much and just nodded. "That's true. Well, just trying to earn some money." The man driving the cart, a limping man named Zheng, cracked the whip and added, "It's not easy for young girls." The villagers in the cart nodded in agreement. "It really is tough." Zhuang Yundai smiled. "It's nothing. As long as we live well, things will get better." The person who spoke earlier showed some agreement. "I agree." As long as the heavens don't play tricks on us, we farmers just need to take care of our crops, and life will surely improve. Someone else chimed in, besides the heavens, those officials can be quite frightening too. Did you hear? There was a very prominent family in the capital, but when the prince fell from power, they were all exiled. Look at that mountain over there? Zhuang Yundai and the others in the cart looked in the direction he pointed. It was a small hill that looked no different from the surrounding mountains. The man continued, there's a quarry there. I heard that family is doing hard labor there now. He sighed, even those big shots from the capital can't escape the changing times. If we common folks face any turmoil, like the drought a few years ago, so many people starved. The topic became a bit heavy. Zhuang Yundai didn't know much about it and didn't respond. The people in the cart quickly changed the subject and talked about other things. When they arrived at Pingling County, Zhuang Yuntong looked a bit unwell and seemed carsick. Zhuang Yundai frowned and looked around. They hadn't yet entered the county gate, and outside was a stretch of wild land. There were many weeds growing in the wild area. Zhuang Yundai carefully picked 2 blades of grass from the weeds and handed them to Zhuang Yuntong. Chew on this. Zhuang Yuntong obediently took the grass leaf, crumpled it up, and put it in her mouth. As she chewed, her little face showed a look of bitterness. It's so bitter. Zhuang Yundai reminded her, don't spit it out yet. Chew it a bit more. Zhuang Yuntong followed her advice and continued to chew. She frowned at first, but then her expression relaxed. With something in her mouth, she spoke a bit unclearly. Elder sister, it seems like it's not so uncomfortable anymore. Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, although this grass leaf is indeed a bit bitter, it helps settle your stomach. Since you're feeling car sick, this is a good remedy. Alright, if you're feeling better, you can spit it out now. Zhuang Yuntong obediently spat out the grass leaf, and her little face lit up with a smile. Elder sister, you're amazing. I really like you. Zhuang Yundai playfully pinched Zhuang Yuntong's little nose. You have such sweet words. Wait, once I sell what's in this jar, I'll take you shopping. Zhuang Yuntong's eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly. The siblings went to the market together. By chance, Zhuang Yundai ran into the friendly stall owner from last time. The stall owner greeted her enthusiastically. Little girl, back to sell braised chicken again? He looked at Zhuang Yundai's jar with bright eyes. You know, ever since I smelled that delicious aroma from your stall last time, I couldn't even eat the braised chicken from the Gui Xiang family. How much do you have this time? I might just treat myself to one. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile. Sorry, sir, I didn't bring any braised chicken this time, just some other things. The stall owner looked a bit disappointed but still warmly invited Zhuang Yundai. Are you staying around here? Even though we don't have many stalls left, we can squeeze a bit and make room for you. The nearby stall owners remembered the customer flow Zhuang Yundai brought last time and were also very welcoming, encouraging her. Seeing that the wonton seller was nearby, Zhuang Yundai thought for a moment, then smiled and graciously accepted their kindness. The stall owners quickly gathered their stalls and made space for Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong closely followed Zhuang Yundai. It was their first time in the county town, and they felt both curious and a bit nervous. Seeing how friendly everyone was to their elder sister, they relaxed a little, standing awkwardly beside her, unsure of what to do. Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, Aki, Tong Tong, Big Sister's going to start selling things soon. Will you help Big Sister attract customers? Zhuang Yuntong's eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly yes. Zhuang Yunqi, as usual, thought a bit more than Zhuang Yuntong and hesitated. Big Sister, will others take us seriously since we are just kids? Zhuang Yundai playfully tapped Zhuang Yunqi's nose and replied, You're overthinking it. With how cute Aki and Tong Tong are, how could anyone not take you seriously? Zhuang Yunqi's face turned a bit red, and he couldn't find the words to respond. Zhuang Yuntong, however, nodded seriously, looking like she agreed with her big sister. Zhuang Yundai laughed and opened the jar. Nearby vendors instinctively stretched their necks. When they caught a whiff of that enticing aroma, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. One eager vendor couldn't resist reaching for his money pouch. It had been a while since his family had a good meal, and seeing his wife working hard at home, he thought it was time to buy some delicious food to treat her and the kids. Sister, you didn't bring the marinated chicken this time. What did you bring? The vendor decided that with such a wonderful smell, as long as the price wasn't too high, he would buy some to take home for his wife and children to try. Zhuang Yundai smiled as she took out a skewer from the jar and placed 2 lotus leaves together at the jar's opening, arranging the skewers soaked in marinade on the leaves. Looking very tempting, I brought this. However, the locals had never seen such a thing. Not only the customers, but even the nearby vendors widened their eyes in surprise. What is this? Zhuang Yundai cheerfully explained, this is called skewers, cooked with the marinade from last time. It tastes different from the marinated chicken and duck, but it's still very tasty. These vegetable skewers, like kelp, tofu, and bean curd, are 3 coins for 2 skewers. The meat skewers, like fish and pork belly, are 3 coins for 1 skewer. If you buy more, it's 5 coins for 2 skewers. The vendor hesitated. First, he had never seen this before. Second, these skewers were different from the hearty marinated chicken. They were small and might only be a couple of bites for an adult man. The price made him think twice. At that moment, the lady selling wontons asked Zhuang Yundai, Sister, are you still using the stove? Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, Annie, I just took this out of the pot, and it's still warm. I won't need it for now, but if it cools down too quickly, I might have to borrow your stove again. The aunt selling wontons was very happy and repeatedly said, Sure, sure. Just let me know if you need it later. Last time this girl came to sell things, she brought in quite a few customers. Although this new item called chuan chuan looked strange and wasn't cheap, it smelled so good that it had to be delicious. Zhuang Yundai, not shy like people from ancient times, loudly called out to customers, Come one, come all. Brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, everyone. Fresh and tasty chuan chuan, come and try. 2 veggie sticks for 3 coins, 1 meat stick for 3 coins, or 2 for 5 coins. Her calls indeed caught the attention of many people. Chuan chuan? This little thing is interesting. I wonder if it tastes good. 3 coins for 2 sticks? That's a bit pricey for such small items. Exactly, the meat is fine, but things like kelp and tofu aren't worth much. Is 3 coins for 2 sticks too expensive? But it does smell really good. While the curious crowd hesitated, Zhuang Yutong, eager to help, chimed in with a sweet voice. I had chuan chuan for breakfast today, and it was so delicious. Especially fragrant. I ate so many. She held up her hands, showing her fingers. I had 10 sticks. Zhuang Yuqing nodded seriously and added, It really is tasty. Even though it's vegetables, they soak up the meat broth, so it has a nice meaty flavor. With such adorable little promoters, people started to feel tempted. Someone clapped their thigh and said, I'll take 2 veggie sticks and 2 meat sticks. I can't resist this smell. It's too good. It's only 8 coins, right? Just because these 2 little ones say so, I believe them. He confidently handed Zhuang Yundai 8 coins. Zhuang Yundai smiled brightly and praised, You have great taste, big brother, and you're a straightforward person. Don't worry, this chuan chuan won't disappoint you. Which sticks would you like? Give me that tofu and this kelp and also 1 fish meatball and 1 pork meatball. Zhuang Yundai quickly handed them over and added an extra tofu ball with a sweet smile. Since you're my first customer, I'll give you 1 for free. Thank you for your support. The man was pleasantly surprised by this kindness, grinning from ear to ear as he took the chuan chuan and started eating right away. With just the first bite, the person widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow! Everyone around him looked at him nervously. He didn't bother to say anything else and quickly devoured the remaining skewers of seaweed in his hand, chewing and mumbling, So delicious. Really so delicious. Seeing him enjoy the food, others who had already been tempted by the aroma couldn't hold back any longer and hurriedly pulled out money, saying, Hey, I'll have 2 skewers too. Me too, I'll take 2. Some even asked, Little girl, do you still have free skewers? Zhuang Yundai smiled apologetically. I'm really sorry, sir. This is a small business, and I can't give away free food. But you just gave some away. Zhuang Yundai, with a good temper, replied, "That gentleman was the first to support my small business, so I gave him a skewer." Before he could say more, someone nearby couldn't hold back any longer. "Hey," the little girl made it clear. "If you want more, just buy a few more skewers. Why make it hard for her?" "Exactly. If you're not buying, step aside and let us through." The crowd was getting excited and the man grumbled, "I was just asking. I have money." To prove his point, he reluctantly took out 13 coins and said, "Give me 4 meat skewers and 2 vegetable ones." The skewer business was booming. Even though the aroma had mostly faded, passers-by saw the bustling activity and the nearby people enjoying a strange food, which created a kind of advertising effect, piquing their curiosity and drawing them in. Once they saw how happy everyone was and heard the compliments, most people would try buying a couple of skewers. After tasting, they couldn't stop. The stall owner quickly told Zhuang Yundai, "Sister, save me 4 skewers. Keep them warm in your pot. I'll take them home for my wife and kids to try." "Sure," Zhuang Yundai replied with a smile. Before she could finish, new customers arrived. "Little girl, give me 2 skewers." Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong watched their sister's skewer business take off, their faces filled with excitement. When curious customers asked if the skewers were good, the 2 little ones eagerly chimed in, telling everyone just how delicious they were. Everyone listened to the 2 little ones introducing their snacks in sweet voices, and seeing the nearby people enjoying their food, it was hard not to buy a few skewers. Before long, the 200 skewers that Zhuang Yundai brought were almost sold out. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" a young servant asked the young master, who was lazily lying in the carriage. The young master looked to be around 14 or 15 years old, with charming eyes and a natural charm. However, he seemed very lazy and uninterested, leaning back against the cushion in the carriage, letting the servant chatter without responding. "Sir, I heard the braised chicken from Tongwixiang in Pingling County is famous. Should I go buy one for you?" the servant asked eagerly. The young master, annoyed by the servant's chatter, finally replied with a hint of impatience, "Did you forget? At our first meal in Pingling County, Auntie served a Tongwixiang braised chicken. It was overrated and not that great." The servant sighed heavily, looking frustrated.
Oh,
"You are really hard to please. If you're so picky, you shouldn't come to a small place like this. When we go back, the old lady will see you've lost weight and blame us attendants." The young master ignored the servant and casually lifted the curtain of the carriage window. He intended to glance outside, but his gaze was drawn to something. "Sir, what are you looking at?" the servant asked, curious, and cautiously peeked out from the other side of the window. He saw a small stall at the market where a simple-looking girl was handing out some unusual items to others. Many people were buying them. A gentle breeze brought a tempting aroma into the carriage, which perked up the lazy young master a bit. He nudged the servant with his foot. "Go, buy a few skewers for me." The servant was overjoyed and quickly shouted for the carriage driver to stop, nearly tumbling out of the carriage. He dashed to the stall. "Hey, what are you selling?" Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, "These are called skewers. Vegetarian ones are 3 coins for 2, and meat ones are 3 coins for 1, or 5 coins for 2. How many would you like?" The servant checked his money pouch and confidently said, "Then I'll take 10 of each." Wow, that's a big order.
however,
Zhuang Yundai looked at the bottom of the pot and said, "I'm really sorry, there are only 4 skewers left, and they are all vegetarian." The young servant peered into the pot and exclaimed, Aren't there still some?" Zhuang Yundai replied, "Those are reserved for the vendor next door." The young servant looked a bit disappointed and said, "Well, all right, just wrap up those 4 skewers for me." He counted out 6 coins and handed them to Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai quickly wrapped the 4 skewers in a lotus leaf. The young servant took the lotus leaf and trudged back to the carriage. With a frown, he said, "Young master, there are only 4 vegetarian skewers left. Do you still want to try them?" The young master reached out and said, "Give them to me." The young servant handed them over, unable to help but mutter, "With so much meat and fish at home, why do you insist on eating this?" In the young servant's eyes, Meat and fish were the real treats. He just couldn't understand what was so special about these skewers. The young master didn't want to explain further. He peeled back the lotus leaf to reveal the 4 vegetarian skewers. He took a cloth, cushioned his hand, and pinched one end of the bamboo skewer. Some juice dripped down, and he couldn't help but frown. But as he got closer, the enticing aroma became even more pronounced. He no longer hesitated and took a bite of the tofu. Just one bite changed the young master's expression. The young servant, who had been nervously watching, noticed the young master's change in demeanor and felt his heart leap to his throat. "Young master?" The young master raised a hand, signaling him to be quiet. The young servant was too scared to say another word. The young master chewed slowly, savoring the tofu, and finally showed a hint of a smile. Not bad. He seemed to come alive, like a withered tree in spring. "What is this called?" The young servant carefully replied, "They say it's called skewers." Skewers. The young master's mood clearly brightened. In this little Pingling county, there are such delicious snacks. Not bad. Seeing his young master devouring the skewers, the young servant was thrilled and asked, "Shall I find another place that sells these and get some more for you?" The young master nodded and instructed, "By a lot." At that moment, they had no idea that these were Zhuang Yundai's exclusive secret recipe and not a specialty of Pingling County at all. There was only this one place, no other. After the carriage had gone around the small county town without finding a second place selling skewers, the young servant finally got anxious. The young master finally agreed to eat something, but why couldn't they find any? He had no choice but to get out and ask for directions from the locals about where to buy skewers. However, after asking several locals, they all looked confused. "What skewers? I haven't heard of that." The servant then realized they had just passed the only place selling them. "Young master, it's bad news. It seems the only person selling skewers in Pingling County is that young girl," the servant reported with a worried face. "I should have asked her where she usually sets up and at what time, so I could buy some for you tomorrow." The young master, peeking through the car window, asked, "Is that girl over there?" Zhuang Yundai pulled a small cart, holding over 400 coins she had just earned, leading Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong as they happily strolled through the streets. Today, she was just testing the waters. The total cost of the skewers was less than 40 coins. In total, her profit was a whopping 400 coins. This profit margin was incredible. Zhuang Yundai was overjoyed and decided to make selling skewers her first step toward building wealth. Of course, she anticipated that next time she sold, there would be many others selling skewers at the market. After all, the production cost was low, and the method seemed simple. Anyone with a bit of thought could see how profitable it was. It was easy to imagine that many would follow suit. However, Zhuang Yundai was confident. Others couldn't replicate her unique flavor. While some might sell for less and attract customers, there would still be those who stayed for the taste. Zhuang Yundai wasn't worried about sales. She turned to Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong and asked, "Is there anything you want?" She confidently added, "If you like something, tell me and I'll buy it for you." Zhuang Yuntong bounced with excitement. "Sister, I want that." She rushed to a stall selling beautiful jewelry but skipped over the lovely pieces and pointed to 2 pink ribbons in a corner, saying firmly, "Sister, I want that." Zhuang Yundai teased her. "There are so many pretty pieces next to it. Don't you like any of them?" Zhuang Yuntong hesitated, looking at her fingers, and finally said, "No, I don't like them." Zhuang Yundai laughed heartily and picked out a beautiful butterfly hairpin in addition to the 2 pink ribbons, asking, "Look, do you like this?" The hairpin is made of copper, so it's not expensive, but it's very small, delicate, and cute, especially suitable for little girls. Zhuang Yuntong had secretly looked at it several times, thinking she was being discreet, but Zhuang Yundai noticed everything. Holding the butterfly hairpin, Zhuang Yuntong looked surprised and delighted, unable to believe it, making Zhuang Yundai want to hug her and give her a good squeeze. "Big sister, this is so expensive." Zhuang Yuntong stammered, "I just want a pink ribbon." But Zhuang Yundai firmly had the vendor wrap up the hairpin and handed it to Zhuang Yuntong. "It's not expensive. It's only 50 coins." Big sister will earn more than 50 coins today, so you can spend it without worry. Zhuang Yuntong opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but Zhuang Yundai pinched her little nose. All right, if you keep refusing, do you not believe that big sister can earn it? Besides, you and Aki helped me promote today, and we sold so much thanks to you. Only then did Zhuang Yuntong smile widely, her big apricot eyes sparkling. Thank you, big sister. At first, Zhuang Yuqing was a bit shy, but with an excited little sister beside her and a big sister cheering them on, she gradually relaxed. Seeing her sister happily holding the butterfly hairpin made her smile too. Zhuang Yundai turned to Zhuang Yuqing and asked, Aki, do you want anything? Zhuang Yuqing was taken aback for a moment, then firmly replied, Big sister, I don't want anything. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but press her forehead. Her younger siblings were too good for their own good. At such a young age, they were so considerate and focused on saving money for the family. This made it difficult for her, who wanted to spend money on them. Zhuang Yundai put her hands on her hips, about to say something, when she heard a creaking sound as a carriage stopped in front of them. Zhuang Yundai instinctively protected Zhuang Yuqing and Zhuang Yuntong. The carriage curtain was lifted, and a young man dressed like a wealthy gentleman bent down to get out. Behind him was a servant who muttered, Young master is most active at times like this. The young man had charming eyes and smiled before speaking, taking a good look at Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai sensed that he meant no harm, so she confidently allowed him to observe her. Little girl, is that tanchan your family's secret recipe? The young man asked directly. Zhuang Yundai recognized the young man's servant behind him as the one who had bought her last 4 skewers. She nodded, I suppose so. Do you have something to discuss, sir? The young man tapped his fan against his hand. Your skewers are great, but it's a pity there are only 4. I still want more. How about I invite you to my house, and you can make some more? He added, 10 taels of silver. 10 taels of silver? Zhuang Yundai's eyes lit up. She still had plenty of marinade left, so making more wasn't a problem. Zhuang Yundai carefully examined the young man. Seeing her reaction to the 10 taels, he smiled inwardly. She seemed sensible and not easily swayed by money, indicating she had principles. That could work, but Zhuang Yundai replied slowly, My siblings and I are vulnerable. If you suddenly appear and offer such a large sum, what if it's a trap? The servant's eyes widened at her words. Miss, are you suggesting our young master is a bad person? The young man, with his charming eyes, slightly squinted but understood Zhuang Yundai's caution. It's wise for a young lady to be careful when out. He thought for a moment, then excitedly suggested, How about this? I'll find 2 officers to you to the Zhu residence. If anything happens, the Zhu family would be the first suspected. That way, you won't worry about me having bad intentions, right? When Zhuang Yundai heard the name Zhu, her ears perked up. It was unlikely there was only one family with that surname in the county, but it didn't matter. After considering the young man's proposal, she found it reasonable and nodded, All right, let's do it. She extended her hand to the young man, a deposit. The young man was taken aback, then laughed heartily, instructing, Jingxi, give her the money. The servant hesitated, but seeing his master so pleased, quickly pulled out a piece of silver from his pouch. Here you go, miss. Zhuang Yundai took it and weighed it in her hand, feeling delighted. This wealthy young man was quite generous. That piece of silver must weigh at least 3 taels. Zhuang Yundai, along with her siblings, followed the charming young man and 2 officers to the Zhu residence. The servant discreetly handed 2 officers a handful of coins, saying, Please enjoy some tea, brothers. The 2 officers left satisfied. The gatekeeper of the Zhu family saw the young man with charming eyes get out of the carriage and quickly approached him with enthusiasm, saying, Cousin, you have returned. The young man responded with a simple and said in a flat tone, The horse has been running all day and is tired. Please feed it some good hay. The nearby servant skillfully took out some coins from his pouch and gave the gatekeeper a handful of coins, saying, Be careful and make sure to choose dry hay for feeding. The gatekeeper nodded eagerly in agreement. Zhuang Yundai entered the large courtyard with her younger siblings. Zhuang Yuntong felt a bit scared and tightly held onto her sister's hand, staying close to her. Zhuang Yunqi tried to stay calm, suppressing her curiosity and avoiding looking around, so others wouldn't think they were inexperienced. However, Zhuang Yundai confidently looked around. This was her first visit to a wealthy family since coming to this world. It was different from the garden scenery she had imagined. It resembled a larger courtyard house. It wasn't particularly beautiful, but the carved beams and painted pillars were quite attractive. Zhuang Yundai objectively assessed the surroundings. The young man with charming eyes had been secretly observing Zhuang Yundai. Although she was looking around, it was clear that it was her first time in such a place. Yet, she was poised and her eyes were bright, showing no signs of being timid. This made the young man nod in approval, and he became even more interested in her. This young girl, dressed simply, seemed to be from an ordinary family, but the grace she displayed was intriguingly mysterious. Zhuang Wenxiang had been married to the Zhu family as a concubine for some time. Aside from the awkwardness of the intimate moments at night, her life was quite similar to what she had imagined of a wealthy lifestyle, perhaps even better. She had a maid dedicated to serving her, and her makeup box contained several sets of cosmetics. Although she didn't yet have the privilege to set up a small kitchen in her courtyard, the meals from the Zhu family's large kitchen were far superior to what she had in her farming family. Zhuang Wenxiang was very satisfied with her current life, and her only wish was for her belly to show signs of pregnancy soon. It would be best to have a son right away, but of course, it's also fine to bloom before bearing fruit. Zhuang Wenxiang was in the courtyard, instructing a maid to gather some flower petals to dye her nails. She had made up her mind. She had heard that eating bitter melon could help with conception. Tonight, the master said he would stay in her courtyard, so she planned to eat plenty of bitter melon. While she was thinking, she noticed 3 familiar figures passing along the path ahead. She suddenly looked up, but only saw their backs. The young maid was a bit surprised. "Auntie, what's wrong?" Zhuang Wenxiang, holding a handkerchief, felt both startled and suspicious. "Did I just see?" She suddenly stopped speaking. No, that couldn't be possible. Although those 3 figures looked like the 3 poor relatives from the second household, it was hard to believe they would wear new clothes. Could it be that they intentionally dressed up to come to the Zhu family to seek favors? Zhuang Wenxiang's expression changed several times. She twisted the handkerchief in her hands, almost tearing it apart, and finally made a decision. "No, I have to go take a look." However, just as she hesitated, those figures had already turned through the courtyard gate and disappeared. Zhuang Wenxiang didn't care about anything else and hurried after them. In fact, Zhuang Yundai had already spotted Zhuang Wenxiang before she noticed her. She hadn't expected it to be such a coincidence. This Zhu mansion was indeed the home of Zhu Fushan, where Zhuang Wenxiang was. However, it had nothing to do with her. No matter who she had issues with, she wouldn't have problems with 10 taels of silver. So, Zhuang Yundai just glanced at Zhuang Wenxiang, too lazy to greet her, and led her younger siblings to follow the young man with peach blossom eyes to a small courtyard in the Zhu mansion. "We're here." The young man with peach blossom eyes flicked his folding fan. "This is the courtyard where I'm temporarily staying at my aunt's house. She even set up a small kitchen for me, worried I wouldn't like the food here." He smiled at Zhuang Yundai. "Do you mind if I follow behind to take a look?" Zhuang Yundai replied cheerfully, "I don't mind, but please take care of my younger siblings." The young man clapped his hands. "That's easy. Ji Shi, go bring some tea and snacks to the room, and you stay inside with the 2 little guests." The young servant hesitated. "Young master, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen." The young man with peach blossom eyes still wore a smile, but his tone had a questioning edge. The servant immediately replied, "Young master, I understand." Zhuang Yundai saw that the arrangements made by the young man with peach blossom eyes were quite good, and she felt satisfied. She patted Zhuang Yuntong's head and said, "Tong Tong, Aki, you 2 go wait in the room. I'll prepare some skewers for this young man, and then we'll leave." Zhuang Yuntong was still a bit scared, but she knew her sister was going to do something important, and she didn't want to hold her back. The little girl tried hard to look brave and nodded, "Okay." Sister, I'll take good care of my brother. You can rest assured. Zhuang Ichi felt a bit helpless, but went along with his sister's words, saying, Sister, I will let Tong Tong take good care of me. Zhuang Yundai patted their little heads and said, So good. Go on. The young man with peach blossom eyes listened to the siblings' conversation and couldn't help but smile more. After settling her younger siblings, Zhuang Yundai rolled up her sleeves and dragged her little cart toward the kitchen. The young man followed closely behind, watching as Zhuang Yundai began to check what ingredients were in the kitchen, looking eager to get started. He asked curiously, Aren't you afraid I'll steal your skills? Zhuang Yundai, holding a knife, skillfully knocked out a fish without looking up and replied, This isn't something you can just steal. Besides, you paid 10 taels of silver, so you can look however you want. The young man was taken aback and then burst out laughing. This little girl was truly to his liking. Zhuang Wenxiang went directly to Madame Zhu with her maid. Madame Zhu was listening to a servant report that her cousin had brought 3 children back. She wondered, 3 children? What's Zijin up to this time? Before the servant could respond, they heard the voice of the new concubine. Madam, I have something to discuss with you. The voice grew closer, and as the last word was spoken, the sound of the curtain being lifted announced her entrance. Madame Zhu's maid became a bit angry, madam. But Madame Zhu raised her hand to stop the maid from speaking further. With a gentle smile, she calmly arranged her hair, waiting for the other person to approach. Madame Zhu's maid bit her tongue and fell silent. Zhuang Wenxiang hurriedly entered Madame Zhu's inner room with her maid. Madam. Zhuang Wenxiang waved her handkerchief and greeted her, then eagerly said, I saw my cousin from my mother's side has come to the residence. You don't know, she's from a poor family. I'm worried she'll come here and say foolish things, so I hurried over to inform you first. Madame Zhu covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her eyes showing a hint of a smile. But this unusual expression quickly faded, and no one noticed. After a while, Madame Zhu lowered the handkerchief, still looking warm and friendly. All right, I understand. Zhuang Wenxiang smiled broadly and sat in the chair to Madame Zhu's left, offering some light flattery. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you look even younger. Madame Zhu smiled slightly. I'm getting older, not like you young people. Madam, you're too modest, Zhuang Wenxiang laughed, covering her mouth. That flower in your hair shines so brightly, it makes you look 10 years younger. Madame Zhu raised her hand and lightly touched the flower in her hair, saying, Do you like this flower? I happen to have another one. Cui Xiang, go get it and give it to Aunt Xiang. Madam. Cui Xiang hesitated. Madame Zhu smiled lightly as if she didn't understand. What's wrong? Did you forget where you put it? Cui Xiang bit her lip, feeling a bit reluctant. I'll go get it right away. Cui Xiang turned and left. Zhuang Wenxiang continued to decline. Madam, this isn't very appropriate. But her greedy eyes revealed her true thoughts. Madame Zhu smiled faintly, still maintaining her warm demeanor. It's fine. When you help the Zhu family grow, you'll be the greatest contributor. A flower means nothing. Zhuang Wenxiang, feeling a bit proud, replied, Since you say so, I won't refuse. Cui Xiang returned with the flower, looking a bit displeased as she handed it to Zhuang Wenxiang, saying, Aunt Xiang, this was brought back for our madam by our cousin from the provincial city. Please cherish it. Seeing Cui Xiang's critical expression, Zhuang Wenxiang felt uncomfortable, especially since Cui Xiang's name also had the character for fragrance. Zhuang Wenxiang thought to herself, Madame Zhu's name has lotus in it, and there isn't a maid with lotus in her name in the household to avoid offending Madame Zhu. Why does Cui Xiang not have to avoid her name? However, since she had just received a flower from Madame Zhu, she felt it was not the right time to say anything. She took the flower and stood up, casually waving her handkerchief to salute Madame Zhu. Madam, the master will be coming to my courtyard to rest tonight, so I will go prepare. Please remember, if any relatives from my mother's side come asking for favors, don't give in to them. Madame Zhu replied calmly, without changing her expression. Only then did Zhuang Wenxiang turn and leave. As soon as Zhuang Wenxiang exited the room, Cui Xiang couldn't hold back her anger and reported to Madame Zhu, "Madam, did you see her arrogant look?" Madame Zhu glanced at Sui Xiang and said, "All right, don't be upset. She's only been acting this way for a little while." She smiled meaningfully, took a sip from her teacup, and continued, "Once she has a child with the Zhu family bloodline, regardless of whether it's a boy or a girl." Madame Zhu didn't finish her thought, but recalled that the servants had reported earlier that the cousin had brought 3 children into the house. At that moment, Zhuang Wenxiang came running in, saying that her relatives from her mother's side had come to ask for favors. Madame Zhu had a sudden realization. Could those 3 children brought back by Zijing be relatives from Zhuang Wenxiang's side? This could be quite. Madame Zhu held her forehead. "Wow, it smells so good. I really want to taste it." 2 young maids whispered to each other, staring hungrily at the courtyard of the cousin. Since earlier, a tempting aroma had been wafting from the cousin's courtyard, making it hard for anyone to move away. They were so tempted that they were almost drooling. How could it smell so good? This is amazing. In the courtyard, the cousin with charming peach blossom eyes was completely oblivious to his image, standing by the kitchen stove, fixated on the pot cooking skewers, just like the 2 maids outside, enchanted by the aroma. Zhuang Yundai was pretending to be modest, saying, "I don't have the best seasonings at the moment, so this is all I can do for now."
Please don't laugh at me.
The cousin, understanding her intent, replied, "This already smells so good. Can it get even better?" Zhuang Yundai smiled with her eyes sparkling, chuckling, "Of course." The cousin tapped his palm with a fan, clearly more enthusiastic than before. "Little girl, my surname is Fei, and my name is Zijing." "What's your name?"
Zhuang Yundai.
Fei Zijing repeated her name twice with excitement, saying, "I remember you. Since you say you don't have the best seasonings, how about you bring some next time and cook for me again?" Zhuang Yundai felt a bit troubled and reluctant. "Well, about that. I'll offer 10 taels of silver." Zhuang Yundai replied firmly, "Of course. It's a deal." At that moment, she found Fei Zijing increasingly appealing. Who wouldn't love a generous sponsor with money to spare? Zhuang Yundai happily thought that if she could find a few more sponsors like him, she could save enough money to move with her younger siblings to the county town. However, encountering one such generous sponsor was already out of luck. She couldn't even imagine finding another. First, she needed to take good care of this sponsor. With a bright smile, Zhuang Yundai picked up a ladle to start serving. "Mr. Fei. Young Master Fei, please step aside so you don't get burned." Fei Zijing. At this moment, Fei Zijing couldn't think of anything else. The delicious skewers coming out of the pot filled the air with an irresistible aroma that made his mouth water. On the stove, there was a large fish platter topped with fresh, crisp lettuce, and Zhuang Yundai placed the skewers onto the platter. Fei Zijing couldn't hold back any longer. Ignoring the heat, he grabbed a skewer. "I'll try it first." The skewer he picked was made from Zhuang Yundai's special fish meatballs. She used the freshest fish, carefully scraping and chopping the meat into a fine paste. Watching her skillfully handle the ingredients was mesmerizing to Fei Zijing. As the skewers came out, he couldn't help but think of Zhuang Yundai's sweet face as she expertly chopped the fish. He reached for the fish meatball. "Hot, hot, hot!" Fei Zijing exclaimed, gasping for air, but he couldn't let go of the skewer, eagerly chewing on the fish meatball. "Is it good?" Fei Zijing was too busy to answer. After finishing the skewer and swallowing, he finally managed to say, "Amazing." He couldn't resist glancing at the pot of broth. The broth for the skewers was made from leftover marinade that Zhuang Yundai had added water and spices to, enhancing its rich flavor. Fei Zijing wondered why the broth made everything taste so delicious. Zhuang Yundai misunderstood and said straightforwardly, "Mr. Fei. Young Master Fei gave me 10 taels of silver, which is enough to buy this soup base. You can keep the soup base for your own use." Fei Zijing was even more surprised. Anyone with common sense could see that this delicious dish was mostly related to the soup base. The soup base was the key to Zhuang Yundai making a lot of money. Did this young girl really just give it to him so easily? Was she not afraid that someone might figure something out from it? Was she too confident, or was there another reason? Zhuang Yundai blinked and looked at the suddenly silent Fei Zijin, who seemed to be deep in thought. Mr. Fei, what's wrong? Fei Zijin looked at Zhuang Yundai and suddenly burst into laughter. He smiled broadly. Little Yundai, do you know something?
What?
The chef's interest makes the food taste even better. Fei Zijin laughed heartily and, before Zhuang Yundai could respond, he took the fish plate and walked out confidently. Although Zhuang Yundai didn't quite agree, she knew that everyone has their own perspective on food, even if it's the same dish. Enjoying food is inherently subjective. But, Mr. Fei, where are you taking that plate of skewers? Zhuang Yundai asked as she noticed Fei Zijin heading outside. I've been staying with my aunt for a while, and since I have something delicious today, I naturally want to invite her to enjoy it with me, Fei Zijin said seriously. Zhuang Yundai stopped in her tracks. The aunt he mentioned was likely referring to Madame Zhu. Thinking of Madame Zhu made Zhuang Yundai frown. Forget it, she waved her hand. Mr. Fei, you go ahead. I won't join you. If you want to eat these skewers again, just send someone to find me at the market on the next market day, and I'll bring all the seasonings. Fei Zijin didn't insist and readily agreed, saying all right. He was about to leave when Zhuang Yundai called out to him again. Hey, Mr. Fei. Fei Zijin turned around without any impatience and looked at her. Zhuang Yundai was direct. Earlier, I gave a deposit, so shouldn't we settle the remaining payment now? Fei Zijin laughed heartily. Sure, just go find Jianxi. My money pouch is with him.
All right.
Zhuang Yundai smiled and waved her hand, bidding farewell to Fei Zijin. Mr. Fei, see you later. See you later. Fei Zijin increasingly found the girl named Zhuang Yundai interesting. She was efficient and did not waste any time. His smile deepened. Zhuang Yundai entered Fei Zijin's small courtyard. In the main room, Zhuang Yunqi was standing in front of a row of bookshelves, seemingly absorbed in something. Seeing Jishi looking worried while helping Zhuang Yuntong with a string game, he brightened up when he saw Zhuang Yundai. You're finally back. Zhuang Yuntong slid down from the soft couch. Elder sister. She excitedly gestured to Zhuang Yundai. I'm teaching Jishi how to play with the strings. He doesn't know much. Zhuang Yundai smiled and patted Zhuang Yuntong's little head. You're doing a great job, Tong Tong. Jishi's face twitched, and he couldn't help but glance behind Zhuang Yundai, surprised. Where's our young master? Zhuang Yundai replied with a smile. Young Master Fei took some skewers to his aunt, so I came ahead to take Aki and Tong Tong back. Jishi couldn't help but mutter. Our young master really should have asked someone to help carry them. Jishi felt restless, wanting to rush out to find their young master. But he remembered that his young master had asked him to stay and keep the two little ones company. Jishi was torn. Zhuang Yundai smiled. Thank you for your help. I've arranged with your young master for you to give me the remaining payment, and I'll be on my way. Upon hearing this, Jishi didn't hesitate and pulled out a silver ingot weighing about 7 taels from his pouch, handing it to Zhuang Yundai with a smile. Thank you so much, young lady. Our young master is usually quite lazy, but he really gets motivated when it comes to food. He bowed slightly to her. Zhuang Yundai returned the gesture, smiling brightly. No need to be so polite. I'm being paid for my work. Now, please find someone to take us out, and you can go look for your young master. Seeing Zhuang Yundai so straightforward, Jishi felt even more fond of her and quickly found a guard to Zhuang Yundai and the two siblings out. However, before the 4 of them reached the gate of the Zhu residence, a plump servant came running up, panting. Wait. You there, wait. They all stopped and turned to look at the servant. After catching his breath, the servant leaned on his knees, clearly exhausted from running. He panted slightly and asked Zhuang Yundai, Are you the girl who makes the skewers? Zhuang Yundai nodded. Yes, that's me. The servant, though tired, couldn't hide his joy. I'm so glad I caught up with you. Miss Zhuang, please don't leave the house just yet. Our lady has requested your presence. What does Madame Zhu want with her? Surely, she isn't asking for a refund? Zhuang Yundai seriously considered this possibility. As far as she was concerned, her dealings with Fei Zijin were settled, so a refund was out of the question. However, Zhuang Yundai decided to show some proper respect to Madame Zhu, given Fei Jin's generous 10 taels of silver. All right, she agreed, please lead the way. The servant, pleased with her quick response, said, Thank you, Miss Zhuang.
Please follow me.
Zhuang Yundai held Zhuang Yuntong's hand with her left and Zhuang Yunqi's hand with her right, following the servant to the main courtyard. Once inside, a maid helped announce their arrival. Soon, someone lifted the curtain and stepped out, and it was indeed Fei Zijin. With a smile on his face, Zhuang Yundai felt relieved upon seeing him. It seemed he wasn't there to discuss a refund after all. My aunt thinks your string of beads is quite nice and would like to meet you, Fei Zijin said with a smile, holding the curtain for her. Could you please make another trip? Zhuang Yundai nodded calmly, no problem. I'm here to serve the benefactor. Fei Zijin couldn't help but smile again. When he smiled, his charming eyes sparkled like a beautiful pond. Zhuang Yundai openly admired him, stealing several glances. Fei Zijin was momentarily taken aback by her straightforwardness. The young girl's gaze was pure and clear. Even when looking at him, there was no hidden meaning, just a simple appreciation of beauty. After a moment, Fei Zijin smiled even wider. Madame Zhu's warm voice came from inside. Why is Zijin laughing so happily? Fei Zijin maintained a smile and continued to hold the curtain. You can go in first. Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi followed Zhuang Yundai into the room. Zhuang Yunqi quietly said thank you, brother, to Fei Zijin, and Zhuang Yuntong quickly added in a sweet voice, thank you, brother. This made Fei Zijin very happy. Once inside the main room, Zhuang Yundai took a quick look around. In the main seat sat a woman dressed in simple yet elegant clothing made of soft, luxurious fabric. Her hair was loosely styled in a typical woman's bun, adorned with a flower hairpin, giving her a very homely appearance. But the lines at the corners of her eyes were as noticeable as the pearl flower in her hair, clearly showing that time had passed. Zhuang Yundai glanced at her and politely bowed to Madame Zhu, saying, Hello, Madame Zhu. I wonder why you called for me? Fei Zijin strolled in from the doorway and casually added, It's nothing much. My aunt thinks your skewers are unique and delicious, and she just wants to have a few words with you. Madame Zhu smiled playfully at Fei Zijin, but did not deny his words. She continued with a smile. Good child, these skewers you make are truly tasty. My Zijin is quite picky and has come from afar, so he isn't used to the food here in Pingling County. He has barely eaten well these past few days, and thanks to your skewers, I wouldn't know how to explain it to his mother otherwise. Zhuang Yundai noticed Madame Zhu's affectionate tone and smiled without responding. While speaking, Madame Zhu discreetly observed Zhuang Yundai and the two slightly shy children behind her. When she first saw Zhuang Yundai, she was a bit surprised. The little girl, though still young, had delicate features that resembled a pearl covered in dust, which would surely shine brightly in time. Looking at the two children behind her, they were clearly twins, sharing similar features, but one appeared innocent while the other was calm, yet slightly reserved. They were both very good-looking. Madame Zhu thought of her newly acquired concubine, Zhuang Wenxiang. There was indeed a slight resemblance, but the difference was quite significant. After all, even monkeys and humans share some similarities, but they are not the same, are they? Madame Zhu smirked, dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief, and asked Zhuang Yundai with a gentle smile, I heard from Zijin that your surname is Zhuang? Zhuang Yundai nodded. Madame Zhu's smile grew warmer. What a coincidence. My husband has recently taken in a new wife, also with the surname Zhuang. I remember she is. A nearby maid quietly added, from Xiangyang village. Madame Zhu nodded, yes, from Xiangyang village. Do you know Miss Zhuang? Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly and replied openly, she should be my cousin. Fei Zijin, who had been listening, felt something was off and frowned, glancing at his aunt. Fortunately, Madame Zhu seemed to only mention it briefly, smiling as she said, what a coincidence. She skipped the topic and curiously asked Zhuang Yundai if there were any special tips for making this dish. Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, if I had to say, the key is to make the broth tasty. After chatting for a bit, Mrs. Zhu noticed that Zhuang Yundai maintained a clear gaze and behaved appropriately, not shy or overly bold. She nodded to herself and finally said with a smile, "Thank you, Miss Zhuang, for keeping this old woman company." Sui Xiang brought over a tray with 2 silver hairpins and an ink stone on it. Mrs. Zhu said, "This is a small gift. Please don't refuse it, Miss Zhuang." Zhuang Yundai glanced at the items. Mrs. Zhu had good taste. The gifts were not very expensive, but were quite delicate. She smiled and said, "I appreciate it." "Thank you, Mrs. Zhu." Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong both bowed to Mrs. Zhu and thanked her. "Thank you, Mrs. Zhu." The 2 adorable little ones spoke in sweet voices, and Mrs. Zhu was touched, her expression softening. At over 30, most women would already be grandmothers. Mrs. Zhu returned to her senses, and the warm smile on her face looked more sincere. "Good children, you are truly endearing." In the end, she had Sui Xiang give Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong each a handful of candy. Fei Zijin smiled a little more. Fortunately, his aunt was behaving herself. Otherwise, he would feel embarrassed to visit Miss Zhuang for treats in the future. Just as Zhuang Yundai was about to leave, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps and a sharp voice calling out, "Madam." Zhuang Yundai raised an eyebrow.
Oh?
She quickly glanced at Mrs. Zhu. A fleeting look of disgust crossed Mrs. Zhu's face, but it quickly turned back to her usual warm smile. "That voice sounds like the new concubine." Soon, the curtain was pushed aside, and Zhuang Wenxiang rushed in. She immediately spotted Zhuang Yundai, and her expression changed.
You.
Zhuang Wenxiang gritted her teeth, but remembered this was Mrs. Zhu's room, so her expression shifted slightly. She stiffly bowed to Madame Zhu and said, "Madam, I was a bit anxious and worried that some impolite people might offend you." As she spoke, she shot a glance at the 3 siblings, Zhuang Yundai and her brothers. "Oh, so now she is directly picking on them?" Zhuang Yundai was not someone to be easily bullied. She chuckled and replied, "Aunt Xiang, your words are quite interesting. You mention impoliteness and lack of awareness, but I see you bursting in here without notice, which seems more like an introduction." Fei Zijin couldn't help but laugh at Zhuang Wenchang's expense. Madame Zhu's smile deepened. Zhuang Wenchang became furious. "Who do you think you are, coming here so arrogantly?" She turned to Madame Zhu and said, "Madam, don't take it to heart. My cousin here used to be a bit foolish, but one day she suddenly became smart, though her heart is still not right. Having relatives like this is quite embarrassing." Madame Zhu chuckled and replied slowly, "Is that so? I actually think your relative is quite nice." Zhuang Wenchang was taken aback. "Madam, don't be deceived by her. She's just here to take advantage." Madame Zhu sighed and said kindly, "Aunt Xiang, you might have some misunderstanding about Miss Zhuang. She came to prepare a dish which I really liked, and I just invited her to chat for a bit." Zhuang Wenchang was stunned and forced a laugh. "Cooking? Madam, you must be mistaken. How could she cook?" Zhuang Yundai, smiling, said, "If I couldn't cook, wouldn't I starve during these days apart?" Zhuang Yundai had something on her mind and didn't want to argue with Zhuang Wenchang anymore. She smiled slightly and added, "By the way, Aunt Xiang, you haven't been back for a while, right? I almost forgot to tell you that our branch has been separated in the family tree, so we are just ordinary relatives now. You don't need to worry about us poor relatives coming to take advantage of you. Just relax." Zhuang Wenchang was once again stunned. Zhuang Yundai didn't want to deal with her anymore and smiled at Madame Zhu, saying, "Madam, I will take my leave now." Madame Zhu smiled with a hint of apology, "Aunt Xiang is young and naive. I hope you don't mind." Fei Zijin, listening nearby, couldn't help but glance at his aunt again. Although Aunt Xiang is younger, isn't Zhuang Yundai even younger? So, her words are actually a slap in Zhuang Wenxiang's face, right? She is already married, yet she still expects a younger child to tolerate her. Zhuang Yundai smiled but said nothing, leading Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong out of the room. Fei Zijin hurriedly followed them. "I'll walk you out." Before he left, he turned back and added meaningfully, "And Perhaps I spoke out of turn, but I think Aunt Xiang's rules should be learned well. Zhuang Wenxiang frowned. You. Madame Zhu called out to Zhuang Wenxiang. Aunt Xiang, I need to speak with you. Zhuang Wenxiang had no choice but to close her mouth reluctantly, glaring at Zhuang Yundai and the others as they left. Madame Zhuang Wenxiang couldn't help but complain. Zhuang Yundai is always sharp-tongued. Don't let her deceive you. Madame Zhu looked kindly at Zhuang Wenxiang. Aunt Xiang, it was fine when there was no one at home, and you're young, so I didn't want to restrict you too much. But if guests come to our home and you behave like this, it won't be good, will it? Zhuang Wenxiang didn't expect Madame Zhu to say such things. She felt a bit flustered, but in the past. Madame Zhu maintained her gentle demeanor. The past is the past. Zhuang Wenxiang felt confused. She bit her lip and reluctantly agreed. All right, I will learn the rules properly. Madame Zhu nodded with a smile. I knew you were sensible, Aunt Xiang. After all, the future little master of the Zhu family depends on you. Learning the rules will benefit your child in the future. Her words made Zhuang Wenxiang feel flattered, and she nodded repeatedly as she swayed her hips and left. Once Zhuang Wenxiang was gone, the warm smile on Madame Zhu's face faded. Sui Xiang gritted her teeth and whispered, Madam, she is getting more and more outrageous, especially in front of the young master. Sui Xiang. Madame Zhu rarely spoke sharply. Sui Xiang knelt down, feeling a bit wronged and unfair. Sui Xiang is just speaking up for you, madam. Madame Zhu chuckled lightly, her eyes flashing with a hint of harshness, and turned to walk into the inner room. The Zhu family had no sons, and Mr. Zhu had previously refused to remarry, not out of deep affection for her. It was because Mr. Zhu found it difficult for women to conceive. A master from Xishan, known for his fortune-telling, predicted that Mr. Zhu's chances of having descendants in this lifetime, while slim, were not entirely absent. The fortune indicated that the woman's birth date closely matched Zhuang Wenxiang's. In other words, it seems that the descendants of Master Zhu are truly destined to fall into Zhuang Wenxiang's hands. However, what does it matter? Giving birth has always been a dangerous journey for women. Often, after having a child, the mother might face life-threatening complications, which is quite common, isn't it? Madame Zhu lowered her eyes and remained silent. Fei Zijin escorted them to the entrance of the Zhu residence. With a playful wink, he reminded Miss Zhuang, don't forget our agreement for the next market day. Zhuang Yundai nodded seriously. Don't worry, even if I forget you, I won't forget that 10 taels of silver. Fei Zijin couldn't help but laugh. It was only after the 3 siblings from the Zhuang family disappeared around the corner that Fei Zijin lazily turned around and told the servant, all right, let's go. Miss Zhuang left some soup, and I need to make good use of it. Zhuang Yundai brought Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong to a bookstore. Zhuang Yunqi thought they were just passing by and couldn't help but take a few extra glances inside. However, Zhuang Yundai held his hand and led him into the bookstore. Zhuang Yunqi was taken aback. Elder sister? Zhuang Yundai smiled brightly. I saw you earlier in young Master Fei's room, looking at his bookshelf for a long time. Zhuang Yunqi's face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed, and he stammered. And no, I was just looking. He stood there awkwardly, as if reading was a terrible crime. Seeing Zhuang Yunqi so flustered surprised Zhuang Yundai. She didn't force him to enter the bookstore and instead asked seriously in a small alley beside it, Aki, tell me, do you want to learn to read? Do you want to go to school? Zhuang Yunqi's eyes turned red. He wanted to say no, but the words wouldn't come out. Finally, he choked out, I want to, but studying costs a lot of money. His voice trailed off. Little Aki had once sneaked to listen to lessons at the village school, but when he was discovered, the villagers laughed at him, saying that a poor family like his could never dream of having a scholar. From their words, he realized that education was a very expensive endeavor. How could he dare to dream?
Yet.
The black characters on the pages emitted a faint ink fragrance, seemingly containing endless wisdom, which drew him in irresistibly. Though he was young, he couldn't bring himself to say no.
He wanted to.
Big sister, brother is really amazing. He even taught me the 1000-character classic. Zhuang Yuntong didn't understand her brother's silence, so she chattered excitedly to Zhuang Yundai. I still remember it. The little girl shook her head and began to recite. Heaven and earth are vast. The universe is ancient. The sun and moon wax and wane. The stars are arranged. Zhuang Yunqi quietly continued. Cold comes and heat goes. Autumn harvests and winter stores. Zhuang Yuntong's eyes lit up. Yes, yes. Brother remembers it. I forgot. Zhuang Yundai exclaimed softly. Although their grandfather was an old scholar who had failed many times, from Zhuang Yundai's observation, he would never have the leisure to teach Zhuang Yunqi. Where did the little guy learn this? Zhuang Yunqi bit his lip. Grandpa taught Wenyu brother this before. I overheard it. Overheard? Zhuang Yundai was curious. How much did you memorize? Zhuang Yunqi hesitated but replied honestly. I memorized it all. He was worried Zhuang Yundai wouldn't believe him. Big sister, if you want, I can recite it for you. No need, no need. I believe you. Zhuang Yundai nodded excitedly. Aki, you're so young, and you learned it just by listening? Our Aki is a genius. Zhuang Yundai herself had a great memory, but she knew it was because her original self had reached S-level mental strength. Excellent memory can be called genius at any time. Zhuang Yunqi looked at Zhuang Yundai with confusion. Zhuang Yundai encouraged him warmly. Aki, you love learning and have talent. That's a gift from heaven. Later, I'll take you to buy some pens and paper. Mrs. Zhu just gave you an inkstone so you can practice writing. Zhuang Yunqi was still a bit dazed. Zhuang Yuntong eagerly raised her hand. Big sister, I want to practice writing with brother too. Zhuang Yundai playfully poked Zhuang Yuntong's little nose. Silly girl, of course. You have a part in this. You can't avoid practicing. Zhuang Yuntong giggled. Let's go, Zhuang Yundai urged. We're going to the bookstore to pick out some beginner books for you. Zhuang Yunqi slowly came back to his senses. He shook himself awake and quickly ran to Zhuang Yundai, seriously promising, Big sister, I will study hard. I'll come back and make you proud. Zhuang Yundai smiled happily. Great. I'll be waiting for our Aki to bring home top honors. She would never be like those parents who suppress their children, discouraging their enthusiasm to prevent them from getting too carried away. Maybe some kids do need a little restraint, but for someone like Aki, who is overly considerate and afraid of causing any trouble at home, what he needs is definitely not suppression. Sure enough, at that moment, Zhuang Yunqi's eyes were filled with fierce determination, as if he couldn't wait to take the exam and bring back top honors for Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai smiled brightly and led Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong into the bookstore. Zhuang Yunqi was like a thirsty fish entering the ocean, his eyes shining as he looked at the countless books. In the end, Zhuang Yundai bought 2 commonly used children's books, 1000-character classic and 3-character classic, along with a stack of inexpensive rice paper and a few brushes, spending a total of 300 coins. Zhuang Yunqi's eyes widened in shock. Seeing Zhuang Yunqi, so young yet worried about money, Zhuang Yundai quickly said, Aki, while I don't want you to become a bookworm who knows nothing about daily life, I also don't want you to worry too much about money. Listen, Aki, we should each focus on what we need to do and what we want to do. My goal is to earn well so that our lives can improve. What you and Tong Tong should do is to grow up happily and healthily. Studying costs money, but I can fully support it. Learning can open your mind and help you understand the world. It's a wonderful thing, though it can be challenging. I hope both you and Tong Tong can read more. Zhuang Yuntong nodded seriously, raising her small hand to promise Zhuang Yundai, Tong Tong will learn to read well. Zhuang Yunqi slowly nodded. Sister, I understand. When they returned to Xiangyang village from the county, Zhuang Yunqi carefully washed his hands and sincerely laid the 1000-character classic on the crooked table in the room. He only recognized a few simple characters, which he had learned while secretly observing when the old teacher was teaching Zhuang Wenyu. Zhuang Wenyu had no interest in studying and would leave after a short while. Zhuang Yunqi wanted to learn, but the old teacher was somewhat impatient and scolded him. Where does the second room get the money to support your studies? If that's the case, it would be better not to learn. Zhuang Yunqi recalled the past and pressed his lips together. Zhuang Yundai's gentle voice came to his ears. Aki, how many of these characters do you recognize? Zhuang Yunqi pointed to a few, looking embarrassed. I only recognize these few. That's okay, I'll teach you. Zhuang Yundai cannot write with a brush, but she has no trouble recognizing characters. There is a school in the neighboring village of Xiangyang, and she plans to send Aki there in the next few days to start learning to read with the teacher. Zhuang Yuntong, holding her face in her hands, said absent-mindedly, Big sister is amazing. You can even recognize characters. Zhuang Yundai felt a pang in her heart and quickly added, Yes, I was a bit slow before. Then I got sick, and it was like a miracle. Suddenly, I could do it. Zhuang Yundai was actually a little worried. As for Tongtong, she was always a bit scatterbrained and didn't think too much about things. But Aki. Fortunately, Zhuang Yunqi nodded seriously and believed Zhuang Yundai's words completely. Zhuang Yundai sighed in relief. In fact, she had made quite a few mistakes lately, mainly because she was too lazy to pretend all the time. It was exhausting. Seeing Zhuang Yunqi like this, the last worry in her heart lifted, and she smiled even more. Let's go learn some characters. In the slightly worn courtyard, the sound of reading soon filled the air. A gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness, but it was quickly warmed away by the cozy atmosphere of the courtyard. That day was bright and sunny, a beautiful autumn day. The autumn heat still lingered. Zhuang Yundai drew a bucket of cold water from the well, soaked a cloth in the icy water, and wiped her face, feeling refreshed and looking much more energetic. Today was a big day, and Zhuang Yundai dressed very neatly. Zhuang Yuntong even wore the butterfly hairpin that Zhuang Yundai had bought for her earlier. Zhuang Yunqi was quite nervous, constantly adjusting his collar, sleeves, and belt. Little sister, is my collar crooked? Looks good, brother. Little sister, how about my sleeves? Also good, brother. Little sister, my belt. All good, brother. By the end, even Zhuang Yuntong, the adorable little one, couldn't take it anymore and ran away, covering her head. Brother, stop asking. Zhuang Yundai laughed and teased. If someone knows, they would say Aki is going to meet the teacher at school. If they don't, they might think Aki is getting married today. Zhuang Yunqi's face turned bright red. Zhuang Yuntong held her face and exclaimed, Brother the groom. Zhuang Yunqi blushed even more, making Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yuntong laugh uncontrollably. Laughing together, once they finished, Zhuang Yundai picked up the carefully prepared offerings and took her younger siblings to the Zhou family school in the neighboring village. The Zhou family school was originally a clan school for the Zhou family, taught by the only scholar from nearby villages who had passed the imperial examination. At first, it only accepted Zhou family students. Later, others came seeking education, and the old scholar, unable to turn them away, opened the school to all, not just the Zhou family. However, most families in the nearby villages were poor, so there were only a handful of students at the school. When Zhuang Yundai arrived at the Zhou family school with her siblings Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong, the old scholar was teaching a class. The small courtyard was filled with the sounds of children reciting their lessons. Zhuang Yunqi stood at the door with Zhuang Yundai, not wanting to interrupt, his bright eyes shining like the brightest stars in the sky. Inside, the children were reciting a classic text, and Zhuang Yunqi silently mouthed the words along with them. At first, Zhuang Yuntong could keep up, but soon she fell behind, glancing shyly at Zhuang Yundai, worried that her sister might tease her. Zhuang Yundai watched with delight and gently patted Zhuang Yuntong's head, silently comforting her. As the three siblings stood quietly at the door, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind. What are you three doing here, you poor kids? Hearing this, Zhuang Yundai frowned. She didn't want to engage, but Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong flinched and froze, clearly intimidated. Zhuang Yundai couldn't stand to see that. Calmly turning around, she pointed to the courtyard, making her point clear. They're in class. Do you really want to make noise outside their school? Fu Shi, holding Zhuang Wenyu, shot Zhuang Yundai a fierce glare and reluctantly fell silent. Zhuang Wenyu looked as if he wanted to confront Zhuang Yundai, but his mother held him back, preventing him from acting out. Zhuang Wenyu's father, Zhuang Shizhong, was also present. His expression changed, and he finally lowered his voice, as if forcing the words out. "You all come with me." Zhuang Yundai quickly thought it over and agreed, all right. Once they reached the back of the small courtyard, Zhuang Shizhong struggled to contain his anger. "What are you doing here? Is this really the place you can come to?" Zhuang Yundai chuckled. "Why can't I come?" Zhuang Shizhong smirked. "To enter the Zhou Academy, you need to pay a fee." He looked Zhuang Yundai up and down, maliciously curling his lips. "Do you have money?" Zhuang Yundai remained calm. "You don't need to worry about that." Her gaze shifted to Zhuang Wenyu, and she smiled slightly. "Instead of worrying about whether others can pay the fee, you should focus on your own son. After all, even if some can pay, it might still be a waste of money. You little brat." Zhuang Yundai's words successfully angered Fu Shi, who raised her hand to slap Zhuang Yundai, her face twisted with rage. "I think you need a lesson." Now that this girl was no longer considered her niece, no one would say she was mistreating her second brother's daughter if she hit her. A flash of cruel satisfaction crossed Fu Shi's eyes. However, before her hand could strike, they heard Zhou Fu Shi's shocked and angry voice from behind. "What are you doing?" Fu Shi quickly lowered her hand and forced a smile. "Zhou Fu Shi, my niece spoke disrespectfully to me, and I lost my temper." Zhou Fu Shi looked at Fu Shi with displeasure, still carrying some anger. "This is a school. Whatever grievances you have, handle them at home. Fighting here is unacceptable." Despite Fu Shi's bravado in front of Zhuang Yundai, she was meek in front of Zhou Fu Shi, constantly apologizing. After a while, she finally managed to calm Zhou Fu Shi's anger. Zhou Fu Shi huffed and turned to Zhuang Yundai. "What are you here for?" Zhuang Yundai cheerfully handed over a basket covered with a cloth, which looked quite full. "Hello, teacher. I visited you before and mentioned that I would bring my younger brother to enroll today. This is the fee." Before Zhou Fu Shi could take the basket, Fu Shi eagerly interrupted. "Teacher, don't accept it. You don't know, these few are poor and can't afford the fee. They're just trying to fool you." She held up her own basket, which contained a salted fish, a piece of cured meat, and some coins. "At the very least, it should be something like mine to show sincerity, right?" Fu Shi said smugly. In a rural place like Xiangyang village, the fee Zhou Fu Shi asked for was not much, only a few coins. The villagers are simple and usually give extra local products as part of the gift. The gift from the Fu family, which includes fish and meat, shows their sincerity. After saying this, Fu handed the gift basket to Mr. Zhou. He sighed as he held the basket and said, "That's not quite how it is." Fu replied, "You are right, Mr. Zhou." She was still quite pleased with herself, lowering her voice just enough for everyone to hear. "It's not that I speak harshly, but teaching so many students is tough. If some can't provide a decent gift, they shouldn't come and disturb Mr. Zhou. This is a school, not a place for just anyone." Afterward, she rolled her eyes at Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai ignored her. Seeing that Fu's gift basket was taking up Mr. Zhou's hands, Zhuang Yunqi stepped forward and took the basket from Zhuang Yundai. He raised his own gift basket slightly and asked Mr. Zhou, "Where do you live? I can help carry it back." Mr. Zhou looked at Zhuang Yunqi with satisfaction. He was composed and respectful, which was good. He pointed to his resting place over there. Seeing Mr. Zhou's pleased expression towards Zhuang Yunqi, Fu gritted her teeth and hurried over, lifting the cloth covering Zhuang Yunqi's basket. Underneath, there was a small bamboo basket filled with delicious-looking ribs, some money, and a wrapped item in lotus leaves. As soon as the cloth was lifted, a wonderful aroma filled the air, drawing everyone's attention. Not only Fu but also Zhuang Shizhong and Zhuang Wenyu were stunned. Mr. Zhou was momentarily surprised, then excitedly sniffed the air. "Wow, what kind of ribs are these?" Zhuang Yundai confidently introduced, "Mr. Zhou, this is my garlic-flavored rabbit rib. The rabbit is fresh, ensuring tender and tasty meat." She didn't say much more, just smiled and revealed the lotus leaves, showing a beautifully golden quail wrapped inside. The aroma was just as enticing as the garlic rabbit ribs. Mr. Zhou was amazed. How did you make this? Zhuang Yundai smiled brightly. Mr. Zhou, I first fried and then braised the quail. It was freshly prepared to ensure it's delicious. The marinade is my special recipe, and you won't find this flavor anywhere else. Please take some time to try it. Zhuang Yundai wasn't lying. She had previously taught the second son of the Wang family her unique bait recipe. After experimenting with it, he had been quite successful lately, often bringing some game to Zhuang Yundai's home. She couldn't refuse his gifts, especially when he got so frustrated that he would just throw the wrapped game at her door and run away. Zhuang Yundai had no choice but to prepare the game and send some back for him to taste. This back and forth had made their relationship with the Wang family very close, almost like family. The garlic rabbit chops and marinated quail were gifts from the Wang family's second son, just yesterday. Zhuang Yundai made 3 marinated quails, one for her siblings, one for the Wang family, and the last one she wrapped in lotus leaves and placed in a basket. I can't wait to try it, Mr. Zhou said with a big smile, kindly addressing Zhuang Yundai. I'm very pleased with this gift you prepared. This statement felt like a slap in the face to the Fu family, whose expressions turned a mix of green and red. Zhuang Yundai, always one to stand her ground, smiled and glanced at the Fu family, deliberately asking, earlier, this lady said my gift was just a trick. What does she think now? Since she was now on her own, Zhuang Yundai didn't even bother to call her aunt. Her words were like a whip, reminding everyone of the Fu family's earlier arrogance. Fu was filled with shock and anger, her teeth grinding so hard they almost made a sound, but she couldn't express it in front of Mr. Zhou. Don't get too proud, Fu managed to say, your gift. But she couldn't finish. She had intended to belittle it, but the aroma was too tempting to pretend it wasn't better than what her family had prepared. Fu was both furious and anxious, her face nearly turning red. Zhuang Yundai felt satisfied and didn't want to waste any more attention on the Fu family at such a crucial moment. The delicious smells of the garlic rabbit chops and marinated quail filled the air, captivating Mr. Zhou, who completely ignored the Fu family and said directly to Zhuang Yundai, you don't need to pay me for the gift. Just send me dishes like this every month. Clearly, he was very pleased with the 2 dishes Zhuang Yundai had prepared. Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, Teacher, respecting our elders and valuing education is the first lesson every student should learn. This garlic rabbit and braised quail are prepared to show my brother's gratitude for your hard work, and they are not part of the tuition. Rest assured, every month on this day, I will have Aki bring you a dish. Mr. Zhou seemed quite pleased, stroking his beard and glancing at Zhuang Yunqi, who was quietly holding a basket nearby. That's fine. But let me be clear, if your brother has any issues, I will still discipline him. I won't go easy on him just because of the food you bring. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Fu felt a bit better. She shot a sideways glance at Zhuang Yundai, wanting to regain some pride. What good were all these gifts if Mr. Zhou wouldn't think highly of Zhuang Yunqi? However, Zhuang Yundai was very happy with Mr. Zhou's straightforward words. She pulled Zhuang Yunqi to bow to Mr. Zhou. With you taking care of Aki, I feel at ease. Zhuang Yunqi followed his sister and bowed respectfully. Mr. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Just then, Mrs. Fu pushed her way over, saying, Teacher, please take a look at my son Yugo. He will be under your guidance from now on. He has always been a very smart child, and with your teaching, we feel reassured. As Mrs. Fu squeezed in, she also dragged Zhuang Wenyu in front of Mr. Zhou. Zhuang Wenyu was tall and big, and as he came over, he intentionally bumped into Zhuang Yunqi's shoulder. Zhuang Yunqi stumbled and nearly lost his balance, almost dropping the basket. Mr. Zhou widened his eyes in alarm. What are you doing? Mrs. Fu smiled apologetically. The child is a bit reckless. Please forgive him, teacher. She gently patted Zhuang Wenyu's back. Quick, apologize to the teacher. Zhuang Wenyu reluctantly said, Sorry, teacher. Mr. Zhou frowned but probably thought it wasn't right to scold a child on his first day of school. So, he just trembled his beard and held back his reprimand. Zhuang Yunqi carefully protected the basket, standing quietly without saying a word. In this comparison, even Mr. Zhou, who tried to be fair, felt his preference shift immediately. One student was reckless and thoughtless, while the other was well-behaved and considerate. It was clear which way Mr. Zhou's heart leaned. In the end, Mr. Zhou accepted both baskets of gifts. Mrs. Fu was very happy and felt that her son was a talented person who had caught the attention of Master Zhou. After all, her offerings were not as good as those of Zhuang Yundai, but even so, Master Zhou was still willing to accept her son. Wasn't that a sign of her son's abilities? With joy, Mrs. Fu pulled Zhuang Wenyu to say goodbye to Master Zhou. Master, today you have accepted my son Yuga, and we know you must have high hopes for him. Don't worry, starting tomorrow, Yuga will study hard under your guidance. Master Zhou frowned slightly. Starting tomorrow? Does that mean he won't start today? Mrs. Fu smiled. Well, today we just brought the offerings for you. Master Zhou did not respond and looked at another new student he had accepted today. Zhuang Yunqi stood calmly, and when he saw Master Zhou looking at him, he paused and asked, Master, where should I sit today? With Zhuang Wenyu, who was not very bright, in front of him, Zhuang Yunqi, who was eager to learn, made Master Zhou like him even more. Have you prepared everything for today? Master Zhou asked on purpose. Zhuang Yunqi took out a backpack he had on his back and, feeling a bit shy, pulled out a book. Master, this is the 1,000-character classic. I heard we use this for our lessons. And these rice paper sheets were bought by my sister for me to practice writing. I have also prepared the brush, ink, and inkstone. Master Zhou nodded repeatedly, his gaze falling on the 1,000-character classic in Zhuang Yunqi's hand. He had many young students, most of whom came with just a blank sheet of paper and had never learned anything before. They started from scratch with him. But Zhuang Yunqi, just looking at this 1,000-character classic, although the book looked relatively new, the pages showed signs of being read, indicating that its owner had looked at it often and took good care of it. Master Zhou became interested. Today, the Zhuang siblings brought him many surprises. He wasn't even sure what he was expecting. After some thought, he asked, Have you learned this 1,000-character classic before? Zhuang Wenyu was delighted. He finally had something to contribute. He interrupted Zhuang Yunqi loudly. Master, when my grandfather taught me, he secretly listened in. I don't know where he got the book from, pretending to be diligent. Mrs. Fu nodded repeatedly, feeling proud. Master, my father-in-law was also a student and taught Yuga at home. Mr. Zhou looked at Zhuang Wenyu, his expression slightly less serious. He stroked his beard and said, Earlier, you mentioned that your grandfather taught you. Let's see how much of the 1,000-character classic you can recite. Zhuang Wenyu's face stiffened. He didn't expect Mr. Zhou to ask him. He only said his grandfather taught him, but he never claimed he could recite it. Reciting was so boring. He didn't want to do it. Zhuang Wenyu stammered and couldn't find the words. Mr. Zhou, however, was very patient and even encouraged him. Be bold. Recite as much as you can. Go ahead. Mrs. Fu had no idea how much her son knew. She thought Zhuang Wenyu was just reluctant to recite in front of Zhuang Yunqi. She gently poked him in the side and whispered, Son, don't worry about Zhuang Yunqi. This is a great chance to impress Mr. Zhou. If you do well, he will only have eyes for you, and that little beggar Zhuang Yunqi won't matter at all. With that encouragement, Zhuang Wenyu finally made up his mind and began to stutter. Heaven. The heavens are dark and yellow. Mrs. Fu nodded with satisfaction. Look, she said her son was the best. He could recite the 1,000-character classic even before starting school. Surely, he would at least become a scholar. Maybe he would even be the top scholar. Mrs. Fu was lost in a beautiful vision of her son riding a white horse with a red ribbon, celebrating his success 10 years later. But then she realized her son was still stuck on heaven. The heavens are dark and yellow, repeating it over and over, clearly forgetting the next line. Mrs. Fu froze for a moment, then reassured herself. After all, her son hadn't started school yet. He must be too nervous. She gently patted Zhuang Wenyu's back. Seeing Zhuang Wenyu endlessly repeating the heavens are dark and yellow, Mr. Zhou, feeling a bit helpless, interrupted him. All right, I understand. Zhuang Wenyu quickly closed his mouth, feeling relieved. Mr. Zhou hadn't forgotten his earlier question about Zhuang Yunqi and looked at him encouragingly. Zhuang Yundai also looked at Zhuang Yunqi with encouraging eyes. Zhuang Yunqi took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and began to recite the entire 1,000-character classic in a soft voice, starting from "The heavens are dark and yellow" and continuing on. At first, Mrs. Fu looked somewhat dismissive, but as she heard Zhuang Yunqi reciting more and more, she started to panic. "No, this can't be right," she interjected. No one paid her any attention. Mr. Zhou's expression changed from initial approval to surprise, then to shock, and finally to disbelief. Finally, Master Zhou was overjoyed and held Zhuang Yunqi's shoulders, saying, "Good boy. You memorized so much."
How old are you? 5?
6? Zhuang Yunqi shyly replied, "Master, I will be 6 in 2 months." Master Zhou was even more shocked. "Not yet 6. He excitedly paced back and forth. "Not yet 6. And you can recite the 1,000-character classic. A child prodigy. This is a child prodigy." Seeing Master Zhou about to dance with joy, Mrs. Fu looked at him in disbelief. Who did Master Zhou call a child prodigy? This beggar like Zhuang Yunqi is a child prodigy? What a joke. However, Master Zhou was completely ignoring Mrs. Fu at this point. He eagerly hugged Zhuang Yunqi's shoulders, not caring that he was still holding a basket of offerings, and led him towards the classroom, saying, "Come on. I'll arrange a seat for you. Pay attention in class. Who knows, in a few years, this Zhou Academy might really produce a top scholar." A top scholar? That little rascal doesn't deserve it. When they got home, Mrs. Fu grew angrier and smashed a bowl. Zhuang Wenyu, who was already uninterested in school, was even less willing to go now that Zhuang Yunqi had embarrassed him in front of Master Zhou. Seeing his mother so angry, Zhuang Wenyu pouted. "Mother, that Master Zhou probably praised them just to flatter that ungrateful child." Mrs. Fu thought about it and agreed. So, what if he could recite? Anyone could memorize it with a little practice. True intelligence is like my son Yugo, so clever. With this thought, Mrs. Fu calmed down and poured herself a bowl of water. Zhuang Wenyu tentatively asked, "Mother, that Master Zhou is clearly blind. What good can he teach? Should I not go?"
Mrs. Fu immediately replied, "How can that be?"
No matter what, before leaving, she insisted on leaving the basket of offerings at Zhou Academy, believing that this meant Zhuang Wenyu was enrolled. "You go. Tomorrow, I'll bring out the new clothes I've made for you. Wear them to school and perform well in Master Zhou's class," Mrs. Fu said, holding Zhuang Wenyu's shoulders earnestly. "You must not lose to that little rascal from the second branch." Zhuang Wenyu was a bit reluctant, but Mrs. Fu quickly added, "If you study hard, I'll buy you anything you want." Zhuang Wenyu's eyes lit up. "Really?" Fu sure nodded heavily. "Of course. Don't forget, your sister married into the Zhu family. Once she settles in, we won't have to worry about anything." Zhuang Wenyu nodded reluctantly. Just then, someone knocked on the door of the Zhuang family. Fu Shi called out, "Who is it?" A voice from outside replied, "Is this the Zhuang family from Xiangyang village? A noble from the county sent me to deliver something to you." Fu Shi's face brightened, and she said to Zhuang Wenyu, "It must be your sister." She quickly walked to the door, opened it, and smiled widely. "What did my daughter send you with?" The person held a brocade box, and Fu Shi almost snatched it from their hands. Beaming with joy, she eagerly opened the box. However, inside was just a thin piece of cloth, a silver hairpin, and a bag of snacks. Fu Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this it?" She looked at the person suspiciously and said rudely, "This is my daughter's first time sending something back after marriage. How could it only be this little? Did you swap it on the way?" The messenger immediately protested. "How can you accuse me like that? If you don't believe me, you can come to the county and confront your daughter." Seeing the messenger's confident demeanor, Fu Shi felt a jolt of worry. Could it be that her daughter really only sent back this little? The messenger added indignantly, "We do this job for a small fee, and your words could ruin my reputation." Who would want to hire me again? Fu Shi murmured. But that can't be right. My daughter married into a wealthy family. Why would she send back so little? Unwilling to accept this, she asked the messenger, "What did my daughter look like?" The messenger rolled their eyes. "Your daughter was dressed very elegantly, with a jeweled flower in her hair. She looked like a wealthy man's concubine." The term concubine was said with significance, but Fu Shi was too focused on the small contents of the box to notice the implication. She even wondered if the box had a hidden compartment for more items. But after thoroughly checking the box, she couldn't find any hidden layers. She felt a tightness in her chest and wanted to rush to the county town to ask Zhuang Wenxiang what she really wanted. The person delivering the items thought for a moment and said, "Oh, your daughter asked me to tell you something." Fu Shi hurriedly replied, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The delivery person frowned. "You didn't give me a chance. You just suspected I took something from this box as soon as I arrived. What could I say?" After complaining for a while, he finally told Fu Shi, "Your daughter said to check what that little girl from the second house uses for her special sauce for skewers." Fu Shi was confused. "What is that? What skewers? What special sauce?" The delivery person didn't want to engage further with Fu Shi, saying, "All right, I've delivered the items and the message. Our business is done." With that, he turned and left. Fu Shi was left standing there, deep in thought. Zhuang Wenyu came from the yard and saw his mother holding a box at the door, looking lost in thought. He leaned in to take a look and immediately frowned. "Is this all my sister sent? It feels like charity." As he spoke, he pulled out a bag of snacks from the box and started eating them one by one. Fu Shi had to pay some attention to her younger son. "Eat slowly." While Zhuang Wenyu gobbled down the snacks, Fu Shi slowly pieced her thoughts together. She didn't know what skewers were, but the special sauce reminded her of the marinated quail she had seen earlier with Master Zhou. The aroma was so strong that even from a distance, she could smell it clearly. It was truly delightful. Could that be the special sauce? Fu Shi was puzzled. Just then, Zhuang Wenyu ate too quickly and started coughing, prompting Fu Shi to rush to get him some water, temporarily pushing her thoughts aside. It was market day again. This time, since Zhuang Yunqi had gone to study at the Zhou family school, Zhuang Yundai only took Zhuang Yuntong with her, dragging their little cart to the market. As expected, many vendors selling skewers had popped up like mushrooms after the rain. Each one was cheaper than the last, with skewers selling for just 1 coin each everywhere. Zhuang Yuntong looked worried. "Sister, there are so many people selling the same thing as us. What if our skewers don't sell?" Zhuang Yundai smiled gently. "There's no need to worry. You should know that the stir-fried dish made by a chef is very different in taste from the one made by an ordinary person, even though they are the same dish. They sell their version and we sell ours." Zhuang Yuntong nodded, somewhat understanding. Earlier, when Zhuang Yundai took Zhuang Yunqi to the Zhou Academy to deliver a gift to Master Zhou, she had privately asked if they could accept girls. Master Zhou probably understood that Zhuang Yundai wanted Zhuang Yuntong to attend school as well. Although he liked the well-behaved and cute Zhuang Yuntong, he still shook his head in regret and refused. It was not proper for girls to study alongside boys. Besides, if this got out, even though Zhuang Yuntong was young and wouldn't attract much attention, it would still not be a good reputation. Zhuang Yundai felt unhappy about this. Zhuang Yuntong was very understanding. Seeing her sister worried about her, she immediately said, "Sister, I don't really want to study that much. When brother comes back from school, he can teach me to read." Hearing such a thoughtful sister made Zhuang Yundai's heart soften. Zhuang Yunqi also promised that he would come back every day after school to teach his sister. Zhuang Yundai remained silent, determined to earn more money and hire a tutor to teach her sister at home. So this time, Zhuang Yundai brought a lot of skewers to the market, and it was natural for little Yuntong to worry. However, Zhuang Yundai didn't seem anxious at all. Even when the spot where she intended to sell skewers was taken by someone else, she didn't frown. Instead, she found a spot at the end of the market. The nearby vendors didn't recognize her, but they noticed she was a pretty girl pulling a strange little cart and looked at her a bit longer. But when Zhuang Yundai opened her container and the rich aroma of the skewers wafted out, The people around became excited. Wow, that smells really good. Little sister, what are you selling? Zhuang Yundai smiled brightly, skewers. Upon hearing this, the nearby vendors couldn't help but laugh. Little sister is selling skewers too? I don't know how it suddenly became popular. There are skewers everywhere. My child was also begging for some earlier, and my wife reluctantly bought 10 coins worth. Afterward, she regretted it, saying it was just the same flavor and not worth it. With that 10 coins, we could have bought a piece of meat. Little sister might end up losing money. The nearby vendors were chatting. Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly, pretending not to hear, and waited for customers to arrive. However, she didn't expect that the first customer would be Fei Zijin, the one who spent 10 taels of silver last time for her to make skewers for him. Fei Zijin's eyes lit up as he lifted the hem of his clothes and jumped down from the carriage, exclaiming, "You're here." The servant who hadn't gotten out of the carriage yet exclaimed, "Oh, my young master, please be careful." Zhuang Yundai greeted Fei Zijin with a smile. "Hello, young Master Fei." Since he got off the carriage, Fei Zijin's eyes had not left the skewers. When Zhuang Yundai greeted him, he only gave her a little attention, saying, "Hee, hello, Miss Zhuang." He also greeted Zhuang Yuntong, "Tong, hello to you too." Zhuang Yuntong shyly returned the greeting, "Hello, brother." Seeing that Xia was catching up, with tears of joy in her eyes, she complained to Zhuang Yundai, "Our young master got us up early today and had the coachman drive us around these streets 3 times. Miss Zhuang, you finally made it." "Hey, don't keep chatting with Miss Zhuang." Fei Zijin was a bit impatient, looking as if he wanted to dive right into the skewers. Hurry, Miss Zhuang. Please give me a few. It doesn't matter if they're meat or vegetables. I've had the kitchen make them several times these past few days, but they just don't taste like yours. Not to mention what others sell. Oh, I shouldn't even bring it up. It just makes me angry." Zhuang Yundai smiled and took out a clean lotus leaf to hold in her hand, giving Fei Zijin a few skewers. Fei Zijin eagerly started eating, finishing 3 skewers in one go, then sighed with satisfaction. "Ah, this is the taste I've been craving for days." Fei Zijin was enjoying his meal, while the nearby vendors watched in astonishment. This young master, judging by his attire, clearly came from a wealthy family, yet he looked like he hadn't eaten in days. They couldn't help but glance at the pot emitting a rich aroma. Could it be that this young lady's skewers were just too delicious? Even many passers-by were drawn in by Fei Zijin's hearty eating, and as they got closer, they discovered that the skewers really did smell amazing, making many of them feel hungry. "Little girl, how much are your skewers?" Zhuang Yundai always greeted customers with a smile. "Vegetable skewers are 3 won for 2. Meat skewers are 3 won for 1, or 5 won for 2. Her price made some of the people asking about it frown. "Why is it so expensive?" "Yeah, isn't the market price for vegetarian skewers 1 coin and for meat skewers 2 coins? This girl is not being fair. She's doubled the price." Fei Zijin, who was enjoying his food, felt unhappy when he heard this. He swallowed the skewer in his mouth, and his eyes showed some anger. "Don't compare our Dai skewers to those cheap ones from others. They don't even compare. I've eaten those so-called skewers from others these past few days, and compared to our Dais, they aren't worth anything. Even if our Dai skewers were just a few coins, I'd still want to eat them." Thinking about the skewers he had eaten recently made Fei Zijin feel quite sad. It was terrible. He quickly finished a skewer of fish, and when the delicious juice burst in his mouth, he happily squinted his eyes. Ah, this is what enjoyment is. The nearby people watched Fei Zijin's blissful expression, looking a bit stunned. "Is this for real?" Just as they hesitated, another passerby excitedly called out, "Oh, it's you, young lady." A man squeezed through the crowd, looking a bit excited. "My mother's been talking about your skewers these past few days. I bought her some from others and she was angry, saying I was ungrateful for buying her bad food. I felt wronged. I just wanted the place where you used to sell, but I saw the skewers there didn't have your flavor, so I didn't dare to buy. Good thing I walked a bit further." He excitedly pointed at the skewers in the jar, taking a deep sniff. "Ah, yes, this is the flavor. Quickly, young lady, give me 10 of each." Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, Uncle, I'm still using the same prices as last time. 3 coins for 2 vegetarian skewers and 5 coins for 2 meat skewers. The man who ordered 20 skewers of each waved his hand. All right. Young lady, hurry up and pack them. My mother is waiting at home.
Sure.
Zhuang Yundai cheerfully responded, quickly packing the skewers for him, and with a bright smile, she added an extra skewer of marinated quail eggs, saying, Uncle, since you are so filial, this skewer is a gift for you. The man was very happy, took the bundle of skewers wrapped in lotus leaves, and generously paid 40 coins. People nearby gasped, 40 coins? That's so expensive. Isn't that a bit foolish? Her prices are much higher than others. The man rolled his eyes and said loudly, What do you mean expensive? You can tell you haven't tried it. Once you do, you'll know that this girl's skewers are way tastier than anyone else's. He turned to Zhuang Yundai and smiled. Little girl, I wish you great success in your business. I'm off now. First, there was Fei Zijin, who generously shared his eating experience, and now this man, who spent 40 coins to honor his mother, made others eager to try. Some people were trying to bargain with Zhuang Yundai. Little girl, why don't you sell them for a lower price? There are so many of us, if you lower the price, we can buy some to taste. Yeah, what's that saying? Sell more for less profit. Exactly. Just as Zhuang Yundai was about to refuse, Fei Zijin, who was focused on eating, finished his seaweed and smirked. You all are dreaming. If such delicious food were to drop to the same price as the low-quality stuff, that would be a disgrace. This food is so good. It shouldn't be cheaper, and you're hoping for a discount? He waved his hand and advised Zhuang Yundai, just hold your ground. Don't lower the price. Don't worry, I'll support you. Fei Zijin was quite confident. She looked at the empty skewer in Fei Zijin's hand and had no objections to his actions. In fact, he felt quite pleased. Thanks to this girl, his master had been eating a lot of vegetables lately. When he told the old lady about it later, she would surely be delighted. This little bit of money was nothing. Zhuang Yundai smiled, cleared her throat, and addressed the crowd. Dear friends, I can confidently say that my skewers are definitely tastier than others. The marinade is a family secret made with many precious ingredients, so the cost is a bit higher. I hope you all understand. Zhuang Yundai had gained a bit of weight lately and no longer looked as pale and thin as when she first arrived. She looked sweet and charming. This sweet girl sincerely explained why her prices were higher, making it easier for the crowd to accept. They exchanged glances. How about we try a couple of skewers? Yeah, let's give it a shot. The aroma is definitely stronger than others. A few interested people spent 3 or 5 coins to buy 2 skewers. At the entrance of the skewer stall, people couldn't help but brighten up and exclaim, This flavor, it's really good. It's worth it. Definitely worth the price. Fei Zijin snorted. I said long ago that I thought she was selling it too cheap. The few customers who had tried 2 skewers immediately turned around, saying, Hey, little girl, give me a few more skewers. With these enthusiastic customers, Zhuang Yundai's stall gradually became popular. Zhuang Yundai was even a bit overwhelmed, while Zhuang Yuntong happily helped her sister by handing over skewers, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, feeling very joyful. Fei Zijin nudged Jianxi with his foot, saying, What are you standing there for? Go help out.
Jianxi replié, Ah?
Seeing his master looking at him with narrowed eyes, he quickly responded, Okay, I'm on it. Though he thought it was odd that his master, as a customer, was helping to sell, he didn't slow down and actively helped Zhuang Yundai collect money and hand out items. Thus, a curious phenomenon appeared at the market. In front of other stalls, there were hardly any customers. But at the end of the market, a small stall was packed with people buying skewers. People tend to follow the crowd. Some who passed by without intending to buy skewers couldn't help but walk over when they saw how popular it was. Plus, Zhuang Yundai's skewers were truly delicious, and many who bought a couple to try would return for more to share with their families. Soon, Zhuang Yundai had sold out of the 500 skewers she brought. Many people, reluctant to leave, asked her, Are you really out? Why not go back and get some more? Zhuang Yundai cheerfully told everyone that this time she was indeed out, but she would come again next market day. Reluctantly, they left. Zhuang Yundai took out a handkerchief to wipe Zhuang Yuntong's forehead and then weighed the full money pouch, her face lighting up with joy. Fei Zijin watched her happily packing up, a bit lost in thought. "Hey, are you the one selling skewers?" A few intimidating-looking men approached, glaring at Zhuang Yundai and asking with unfriendly expressions. It was clear they were looking for trouble. Zhuang Yundai calmly reached for her waist. She had a small sachet hanging there, which contained 2 layers, one filled with herbs to repel mosquitoes and insects, and the other with a few smooth pebbles she had collected from the riverbank. Holding a pebble in her hand, Zhuang Yundai steadied herself and was about to speak when Fei Zijin, who had eaten too much and had a round belly, spoke up first. "What's going on? Is there a problem?" Fei Zijin quickly opened his folding fan. However, his full stomach slightly spoiled his charming appearance. The few intimidating men, seeing Fei Zijin's wealthy attire, realized he was not someone to mess with, and their expressions softened a bit. They pointed at Zhuang Yundai and said, "I advise this gentleman to mind his own business. This woman stole our recipe to sell her goods. We are just here to seek justice." Zhuang Yundai, who had worked hard to create her seasoning, was taken aback. "What? Who stole the recipe?" Fei Zijin was also surprised and closed his fan. He tapped his palm and looked the men up and down. "Which family are you from?" The men puffed out their chests. "We are from Tongwixiang." The crowd of onlookers gasped at the mention of Tongwixiang. This century-old brand was well known in Pingling County. When Zhuang Yundai first started her business, selling marinated chicken and duck, a kind-hearted local had told her that the people of Pingling County only recognized Tongwixiang for marinated chicken. Zhuang Yundai remembered the name well. Initially thinking the men were deliberately provoking her, the crowd now looked at Zhuang Yundai with uncertainty. Could it be true? I thought, how could this young girl make such delicious marinated food? Did she really steal Tongwixiang's recipe? The intimidating men, hearing the murmurs around them, puffed out their chests and wore slightly arrogant smiles. However, before Zhuang Yundai could respond, Fei Zijin had already started to mock them. With a playful glint in his eyes, he said, "Tongwixiang? Huh?" He stretched out the words, then smirked and said, "Their marinated chicken is just average at best. How can they claim that Miss Zhuang stole their recipe? Anyone with taste can tell that Miss Zhuang's marinated dishes are far superior." His words made sense, and the nearby crowd nodded in agreement. I bought the marinated chicken from Tongwixiang, and to be honest, the young girl's skewers taste better than the marinated chicken. The group of fierce-looking men, led by one in a blue shirt, snorted and said loudly, "That's because she stole my family's recipe for the marinade and added some other spices herself. Naturally, it tastes richer than our old marinade. If you don't believe me, think about it. A marinade with such amazing flavor wouldn't be unknown. This girl looks plain and seems to come from a rural family. Where could she have gotten such a recipe? Coincidentally, half a month ago, we had a thief steal our marinade recipe." The man in the blue shirt spoke with confidence, and everyone looked uncertain. Fei Zijin frowned, feeling that the man was wrong. A good marinade can't just be made by adding a few random spices. It was too unreasonable for Tongwixiang to accuse the girl of stealing their recipe just because her marinade tasted good. However, Fei Zijin also felt a bit confused. If such a wonderful marinade existed before, it would surely be famous by now. But right now, this marinade and those skewers seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Zhuang Yundai suddenly burst into laughter, drawing everyone's attention. The young girl laughed so hard she shook, as if she had encountered something extremely funny. "I can't take it anymore. You're going to make me laugh to death. You Tongwixiang, this is truly a case of an empty coffin at a funeral. There's no one inside. I advise you all to reflect on yourselves when faced with confusion, and not to come out and make fools of yourselves." The man in the blue shirt scowled and shouted, "You little girl, how can you speak like that?" Fei Zijin narrowed his eyes. "Why are you being so fierce to a young girl? Can't you speak nicely?" The man in the blue shirt widened his eyes. Was this young master hard of hearing? Who was the one who started the mockery? Zhuang Yundai still had a smile on her face, her round eyes full of joy. All right, if you've lost your recipe, hurry up and report it to the county office. Don't come here to cause trouble. What do you mean she stole your recipe and added a few spices? You really have the nerve to say that. Your century-old shop is most famous for this pot of old marinade. If anyone could just add a few spices and make it taste better than yours, why would you even have a shop? You're embarrassing yourself. It would be better to just close down early. Zhuang Yundai smiled sweetly, but her words were quite rude. The faces of several strong men darkened. The leader, a man in a blue shirt, was so angry that his hands trembled as he pointed at Zhuang Yundai, unable to speak. However, the townspeople thought Zhuang Yundai made a good point. After all, the reputation of the century-old Guogui Xiang shop was not unfounded. If the foundation of your century-old shop can be easily broken like this, what's the point of running a shop at all? At that moment, a girl emerged from the side, hands on her hips, pointing at Zhuang Yundai. You're still making excuses. Half a month ago, we lost the recipe for the marinade. I remember clearly. It was right around the time you were selling marinated chicken. Zhuang Yundai looked at the girl across from her and suddenly remembered. This was the first time she had come to the market. After selling marinated chicken, she planned to buy some fabric for her siblings to make clothes, and this girl was there with her mother, who refused to buy her anything. The girl had taken her frustration out on Zhuang Yundai back then. Zhuang Yundai really didn't expect that. Even after a month, the girl would still hold a grudge. She glanced at the girl, sighed softly, and chose not to respond, looking away as if she were dealing with a petulant child. The girl, Chun Xiaolian, was furious. Chun Xiaolian shouted to one of the intimidating men, "Dad, she must have stolen the recipe. We should report her." When she mentioned reporting, Zhuang Yundai felt a slight shift inside but remained silent. The blue-shirt leader stared at Zhuang Yundai's expression and, seeing her silence, became even more certain. He turned to a companion and said, "Old Chun, your daughter is right. Let's go report her." Chun Xiaolian's father nodded and declared loudly, "My daughter can be a witness to prove that this girl was selling marinated chicken around the same time we lost our recipe." A group of people clamored to report her. Chun Xiaolian shot a smug glance at Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai simply smiled back at her. "Chun Xiaolian." Zhuang Yundai said softly, "Since you want to report me, I will go with you for the sake of my reputation. But if it turns out that my recipe has nothing to do with Guogui Xiang, what will you do then?" The blue-shirt leader paused for a moment. "If it has nothing to do with it, then it has nothing to do with it." Zhuang Yundai smiled sweetly, but her words were full of sharp sarcasm. "Oh, you really are dreaming in broad daylight, only thinking of good things." The man in the blue shirt was furious, but Zhuang Yundai remained cheerful. Compared to her, he seemed like a toy in her hands. Fei Zijin watched with amusement in his eyes, hands behind his back, one hand holding a fan, subtly gesturing for someone to stay hidden and not show themselves. Zhuang Yundai's tone was calm and steady, for no reason at all. "As a law-abiding citizen running a clean business to support my family, I am being slandered and threatened in front of everyone. Was that earlier scene meant to intimidate me? Are you really going to attack me? So, you think we law-abiding citizens can just be bullied and slandered by you? Is that how powerful you are, that you can freely bully ordinary people?" She raised her eyebrows. Although she looked sweet, there was a hint of fierceness in her demeanor. The atmosphere was tense. The man in the blue shirt was taken aback by her accusations, speechless. After a moment, he finally reacted, realizing he had been led by Zhuang Yundai, and shouted angrily, "What nonsense! You clearly stole our secret recipe. And now you're accusing us of slandering you? This isn't over. When we get to the county office, just wait for your punishment." He ominously cracked his wrist, frightening Zhuang Yuntang, who quickly hugged Zhuang Yundai's waist. A sharp glint flashed in Zhuang Yundai's eyes, but her smile remained gentle. She asked slowly, "What if it turns out you are the ones making false accusations?" The man in the blue shirt didn't expect her to cling to this point at such a moment. He assumed she was bluffing, sneering, and said, "Fine. If we wronged you, I'll beat a drum and apologize to you in the streets." Zhuang Yundai was satisfied, smiling slightly and nodding. "Okay." She gestured for them to follow, saying, "Come on, everyone. Let's head to the county office." The man in the blue shirt snorted heavily, his face dark, and stormed off toward the county office. Chen Xiaolian's father quickly followed, reminding his daughter, "Xiaolian, hurry up. You still need to testify." Chen Xiaolian responded and intentionally glanced at Zhuang Yundai with a hint of pride. However, to her disappointment, Zhuang Yundai didn't even look her way. She was quietly talking to Fei Zijin. Fei Zijin shook his head, smiling as if he was eager to see what would happen next, and cheerfully said, "No problem." "Since young Master Fei said so, I won't hold back," Zhuang Yundai replied with a sweet smile. The news about Tong Guixiang wanting to sue a country girl spread through the market like wildfire. The townspeople, who had come out to shop, rushed to the county office like a tide. Before the court session even started, the area outside the county office was already packed with people. "I heard that girl is really talented. Her skewers are delicious. Did you know?" Someone from Tong Guixiang said that the sauce she uses was stolen from them. "Of course it tastes good." "Really? Stolen? Is that true?" "Well, we don't know for sure. That's why we're here asking the county magistrate for help." The crowd outside was buzzing with discussion. A man in a blue shirt turned to the onlookers and said, "Dear folks, Tong Guixiang has been loved by everyone in Pingling County for nearly 100 years. Recently, however, our secret sauce recipe was stolen by a little thief. Our owner was furious and found out it was this girl, but she denied it and accused us of bullying the townspeople. We hope you can testify for us. Tong Guixiang has a good reputation and would never wrong anyone. As a century-old local brand, Tong Guixiang nearly monopolized the braised chicken market, and the blue-shirt man's words garnered support from many townspeople." Fei Zijin stood to one side of the court, raised an eyebrow at the scene, and tapped his folding fan in his hand. He was also a witness, able to stand in a corner of the court. Seeing the man in blue trying to sway the crowd, he couldn't help but scoff. Zhuang Yundai, however, glanced at the crowd of people outside, and even though they were supporting Tong Guixiang, she wasn't upset. Instead, she smiled brightly. Others might not know, but didn't she? The sauce was something she had carefully crafted by experimenting with various plants from the mountains to enhance the flavor, and it had nothing to do with Tong Guixiang. So, the common people who stand with Tong Guixiang will surely remember this wronged orphan even more once the truth comes out. Then, won't the advertising effect come into play? Zhuang Yundai was calculating in her mind when the voice of a clerk interrupted her thoughts. "The county magistrate has arrived." A middle-aged man in a blue official robe, wearing a dignified hat, stepped out from the back office. Although Zhuang Yundai didn't want to kneel, she had to follow the rules of this era. There was no other choice. She knelt down with the man in the blue shirt and said, "Greetings, county magistrate." The county magistrate of Pingling County, surnamed Tang, had held this position for 6 years. His performance had been excellent in the previous years, and if this year was also good, he would likely get a promotion. Magistrate Tang appeared to be around 40, with a beard that added a bit of authority to his otherwise gentle face. He sat behind the desk, tapped the wooden block, and without any small talk, asked the man in the blue shirt, who was the plaintiff, to present the case. The man stood tall and spoke loudly about the situation. Then he called Chen Xiaolian to testify, proving that the date Zhuang Yundai began selling marinated chicken was very close to when their family's seasoning recipe was stolen. This served as supporting evidence. Magistrate Tang remained noncommittal. After the man in the blue shirt had no further additions, he began to question Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai knelt before the court and introduced herself. "I am Zhuang Yundai from Xiangyang village. This marinade recipe was developed by me, and it has nothing to do with the stolen recipe from Tong Guixiang." The man in the blue shirt couldn't help but angrily retort, "How can you claim it was developed by you? It's ridiculous. How can someone so young create a marinade recipe?" Zhuang Yundai didn't give the man a glance and replied loudly, "Ambition is not determined by age, and empty words do not equate to wisdom. How can one judge right from wrong based on age?" Magistrate Tang's eyes lit up. "Well said." The man in the blue shirt looked stunned. "Sir," he said to the man in the blue shirt in a deep voice, "do you have any other evidence?" The man in the blue shirt was sweating nervously. After hesitating, he said, "Sir, you could find some food critics to taste the broth and see if it resembles ours at Tongguexiang." Zhuang Yundai chuckled and tilted her head to look at the tall man in the blue shirt. "Uncle, you seem big and strong, but why are your thoughts so petty? You should know that there are only a few types of spices, so naturally, there will be some similarities. By your logic, does that mean anyone whose flavor is similar to yours has stolen your recipe?" The tall man in the blue shirt had not received a single compliment from Zhuang Yundai today. His face turned pale, and if he weren't kneeling in court, it looked like he would want to hit her to relieve his frustration. You, I see you're just feeling guilty," he accused her harshly. Zhuang Yundai, however, smiled calmly, her cheeks dimpling like a sweet apricot. "Uncle, don't be in such a hurry. I haven't finished speaking. I mentioned under normal circumstances. Coincidentally, my braised sauce base is not a normal situation." The tall man sneered. "Of course, it's not a normal situation. That's because you stole my family's recipe." Zhuang Yundai chuckled lightly, but ignored him. She turned to the magistrate sitting in the court and spoke clearly, "Sir, although I am just a girl from a remote mountain village, I have heard of your good reputation. I believe you can easily see right from wrong. These people from Tongguexiang have no real evidence. They rashly guess that I have stolen their recipe just because my braised sauce tastes exceptional. How arrogant. I only want to run a small business to earn some money to support my younger siblings, yet I am slandered by an old shop like this. This could ruin my business. Even now, they have no evidence, but if their accusations spread, others will believe them. So, I ask you, sir, to give me a chance to prove my innocence." The magistrate looked at Zhuang Yundai with a bit more admiration.
He nodded slowly. "All right, this is your right. But—"
He paused. "How will you prove your innocence?" Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly. "By publicly sharing my ingredients with you, sir. The truth will be clear." The tall man's expression changed slightly. Every shop's braised sauce recipe is a closely guarded secret, the foundation of their business. However, the ingredients are different from the recipe. After all, a recipe specifies when and how much of each ingredient to use, while the ingredients list only includes the necessary components. Although it's a secret, many skilled tasters can guess what ingredients are in this soup. It's not really that confidential. Tongguexiang is an old shop with a history of 100 years, and they keep their recipes and ingredients tightly guarded. When Zhuang Yundai mentioned publicizing the ingredients, the big man in the blue shirt naturally changed his expression. Zhuang Yundai smiled sweetly, but her words were sharp. "What? You at Tongguexiang don't trust Master Tang?" The big man looked at Zhuang Yundai as if she were a rogue digging up his family's grave in the middle of the night. He was gritting his teeth. Could he say he didn't trust her? Especially since Master Tang was seriously assuring him, "You can rest assured, these ingredients are just for verification and will never be leaked." The big man gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "A master's joking. I am not worried. This is a serious matter, and I need to discuss it with the owner." Zhuang Yundai noticed that Master Tang was indeed reasonable. He didn't get angry or find it troublesome. Instead, he nodded. "Okay." The big man, looking pale, called over Chen Xiaolian's father and whispered a few words. Chen Xiaolian's father also looked uneasy and hurriedly ran out to consult the owner of Tongguexiang. Fortunately, news about the little girl selling skewers going to the government office spread quickly. The owner of Tongguexiang met Chen Xiaolian's father on the way, and they rushed over together. The owner of Tongguexiang, Mr. Wang, was a slightly plump middle-aged man. Believing in the idea that harmony brings wealth, he approached with a smile, bowed to Master Tang, and quickly went to write down the main and auxiliary ingredients of the old braised soup. Of course, he didn't include detailed measurements. At that moment, Zhuang Yundai also asked Fei Zijin to write down the ingredients of her braised soup. A few times, when Fei Zijin heard the names of the plants, he was so shocked he almost dropped his pen, looking at Zhuang Yundai in disbelief several times. But Zhuang Yundai remained calm. No matter how strange Fei Zijin's gaze was, she was completely composed. Just write it down like that. In the end, Fei Zijin looked at the paper filled with ingredients in shock. He even doubted that Zhuang Yundai was making things up. Some of those ingredients were toxic. Zhuang Yundai insisted. That's right. Give me the paper, and I'll take it to Master Tang. She even smiled slightly at Fei Zijin, appearing quite relaxed. Fei Zijin looked at Zhuang Yundai's calm demeanor and hesitated for a moment before handing the paper to her. Zhuang Yundai presented the paper to County Magistrate Tang. He first glanced at the ingredients from Tongguixiang, then looked at the paper with Zhuang Yundai's recipe. However, after a few quick glances, his expression changed to one of suspicion. The man in the blue shirt and Tongguixiang's plump owner exchanged pleased looks upon seeing the magistrate's reaction. Did they just get caught? After a while, County Magistrate Tang placed both papers on the table, his expression stern. From the recipes, there are significant differences between these two. It cannot be said that one copied the other. The man in the blue shirt and the plump owner grew anxious. Sir, perhaps this young girl wrote it carelessly. County Magistrate Tang turned to Zhuang Yundai. Indeed, your recipe contains several toxic ingredients. If you truly use this recipe, I may have to charge you with poisoning.
Poisoning?
The onlookers outside the courthouse gasped. The man in the blue shirt and the plump shopkeeper exchanged glances and quickly spoke up. How could this happen?
Poison mixed in?
This young girl is quite scheming despite her age. County Magistrate, you must punish her. When Fei Zijin first heard the ingredients Zhuang Yundai mentioned, he was shocked. His family owned a medical practice, and although he was a young master not required to study medicine, he still needed basic medical knowledge. He clearly understood that some of the ingredients Zhuang Yundai listed, like purple pot herb and monk's hood, were toxic. However, he quickly calmed down. For instance, purple pot herb causes diarrhea when poisoned, and monk's hood leads to frothing at the mouth and confusion. But he showed no signs of either.
Could it be
Zhuang Yundai was just writing nonsense? Fei Zijin couldn't help but fall into deep suspicion. Amidst the commotion, Zhuang Yundai remained unflustered. She smiled and said, Sir, please don't rush. Let me explain. I'll give an example. Many medicines in our pharmacy are originally very toxic, but after processing, they become effective remedies. For example, take aconite. Everyone should know that aconite is a commonly used medicinal herb. The Shinnong Benchao Jing states that it treats wind-cold cough, warms the center, heals wounds, breaks up masses, alleviates blood stagnation, and relieves cold and dampness, stiffness, and knee pain, making it hard to walk. It has great effects in reviving yang energy, boosting vitality, dispelling cold, and relieving pain. However, it is also highly toxic. If poisoned, symptoms may include a burning sensation in the mouth, numbness, vomiting, fatigue, nausea, and more. When Zhuang Yundai mentioned this, it caught the attention of County Magistrate Tang, who looked at her with interest. He stroked his beard and nodded. Indeed. Are you saying that you can handle the toxicity of plants like purple pot and aconite? Zhuang Yundai smiled. Just like toxic herbs can be processed to remove their toxicity, I wouldn't use these plants in my formulas if they weren't completely safe. The man in the blue shirt shouted, Just because you say they are safe, does that make it true? Zhuang Yundai glanced at him. If they were toxic, could this young man still be standing here? She pointed at Fei Zijin, unceremoniously using him as an example. Fei Zijin raised an eyebrow and smiled. Indeed, since Miss Zhuang started her stall, I've been standing here eating, and I'm perfectly fine. He stretched his arms and turned around to show he was fine, even adding, by the way, last time I tried your braised chicken, I noticed one of the ingredients was white apple, right? To be fair, white apple is also toxic, but if you remove the outer layer of skin, it can be used as a seasoning. That's not the same. The man in the blue shirt exclaimed angrily. White apple is a common spice. Zhuang Yundai replied, Oh? How is it not the same? I simply discovered that those plants can be used as spices after processing, even if they're not commonly used. The principle is the same. Using aconite as an example first, then white apple to argue her point, the townspeople listened and found her reasoning convincing, nodding in agreement. The man in the blue shirt glared at Zhuang Yundai several times, but couldn't find a single point to counter her. Meanwhile, the plump man named Wang, the owner of Tongwixiang, chuckled. That's true. But, young lady, it's not that I doubt you, it's just that anyone can talk. How can you prove that what you say is true? Zhuang Yundai was waiting for this moment. She smiled slightly and said in a clear voice, County Magistrate, what a coincidence. I had promised this young man that I would bring him some broth so he could enjoy the delicious skewers at home. However, the broth was too heavy to carry, so I thought of a compromise. I brought some ingredients instead, planning to prepare it fresh at his home today. She playfully patted a cloth bag hanging from her side. Isn't it lucky? I brought all the key ingredients for the broth myself. Her round, bright eyes sparkled as she looked at County Magistrate Tang. May I use the kitchen at the county office to prepare a pot of broth? In the kitchen behind the county office, everything had been cleaned up in front of the family of Tong Xiang, leaving only the ingredients Zhuang Yundai had listed and some items she had requested to be purchased. For example, an old hen and a fish, things that were difficult for her to carry. As for how to prepare the plant ingredients, Zhuang Yundai mentioned it was a business secret for now. While she was preparing, she asked the family of Tong Xiang, the county office's clerk, and a well-known doctor invited by them to turn their backs. She only showed the finished product to the three of them. Soon, the aroma filled the kitchen, tempting everyone's appetite. Wang Dong, the plump member of the Tong family, was already thinking that if Zhuang Yundai could prove those few poisonous herbs could be used as seasonings, he would need to find someone to study them further. It smelled too good. The usually friendly Wang Dong was starting to lose his composure, his expression becoming a bit fierce. The county office's clerk stretched his neck and casually chatted with Zhuang Yundai. Wow, young lady, did you really make this yourself? It smells amazing. Zhuang Yundai replied with a sigh. You see, I used to be a bit slow-witted. I was always confused until I got really sick, and then I became clear-headed. Suddenly, I seem to know so much. Everyone in my village says it's like heaven is compensating me. The clerk was taken aback, surprised that this seemingly bright young girl had such a past. He looked at Zhuang Yundai with a bit of pity and said, Many years ago, I heard about something like this. Young lady, you have survived a great ordeal, and you will surely have good fortune ahead. Zhuang Yundai nodded while stirring the pot and casually tossed in a few commonly used seasonings. She didn't avoid anyone while doing this. Wang Dong from Tongwixiang had red eyes. If you have the ability, you shouldn't avoid people when adding those key seasonings. At that moment, a soft voice came from outside. It smells so good. What is that scent? When the secretary heard the voice, he was surprised and quickly turned around. Zhuang Yundai followed the sound and saw a slightly plumped but somewhat thin beautiful woman standing at the door. The secretary, feeling a bit anxious yet respectful, greeted the woman. Madam, what brings you here? It turned out to be the county magistrate's wife. The beautiful woman had one hand on her maid's arm and waved the other gently. There's no need for such formality, Lu's secretary. She smiled. I was taking Pinger for a walk in the yard when I suddenly smelled a delicious aroma and followed it here. Curious, she looked at the stove. What are you cooking? It smells wonderful. The secretary, feeling excited, asked, Do you think it smells good? You're not feeling nauseous, are you? The county magistrate's wife nodded with a smile, looking a bit embarrassed. She gently touched her belly. This child is quite troublesome. It's been 5 months and normally I shouldn't be feeling nauseous anymore. I don't know why, but any smell makes me feel sick. The secretary, overly excited, quickly called over a young servant. Hurry, go tell our lord that the madam can finally smell something without feeling sick. The young servant ran off quickly, clearly excited. The county magistrate's wife felt a bit helpless and embarrassed. Thank you for your concern. However, Wang Dong from Tongwixiang suddenly spoke up. It's a good thing that the madam finds it fragrant. But the young lady has added several toxic plants to the braised soup, which pregnant women should avoid, right? Zhuang Yundai found it amusing and glanced at Wang Dong, whether pregnant women can eat it or not. Isn't there a doctor here? Why are you so anxious? I didn't know the owner of the braised chicken shop had turned to studying medicine. Wang Dong looked like a frustrated man who had been scolded by Zhuang Yundai for a long time, gritting his teeth in annoyance. He chuckled. The health of the county magistrate's wife is important. I'm just concerned about her well-being. The county magistrate's wife listened for a moment and caught on to something. She looked at Zhuang Yundai kindly and asked, "Young lady, what are you cooking?" Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, "I wonder if you have heard of chuan chuan? This is the broth for it." The county magistrate's wife couldn't help but laugh. Chuan chuan? Is that something new in the county these days? Zhuang Yundai nodded. Yes, that's it. Pinger, who was supporting the county magistrate's wife, couldn't help but speak up. Previously, the lady couldn't keep anything down, not even the smell. A few days ago, I went to buy chuan chuan for her and she couldn't eat it either. Zhuang Yundai said a few days ago? I understand now. Someone else made chuan chuan imitating mine. I only attended the market 3 times and chuan chuan was just sold last time. What the lady ate couldn't have been from my stall. The county magistrate's wife nodded kindly. Indeed, the smell is quite different. While they were chatting, County Magistrate Tang hurried over. He seemed quite worried about his wife's health and quickly supported her, saying, "My dear, you shouldn't be in the kitchen. It's smoky here. Are you all right?" Zhuang Yundai observed and thought that while County Magistrate Tang appeared stern in court, he was actually a caring husband, which was quite admirable. The county magistrate's wife replied gently, "Don't worry, dear. I'm feeling much better today. Is this interfering with your duties?" County Magistrate Tang shook his head. How could it? After a few exchanges, the county magistrate's wife noticed that Zhuang Yundai was likely involved in some legal matter. She glanced at Zhuang Yundai a few times before leaving with her maid, Pinger. Now it was County Magistrate Tang standing at the kitchen door, looking at the pot of broth for a while, lost in thought. Fortunately, after half an hour, Zhuang Yundai's broth was finally ready. Many curious townsfolk nearby were growing a bit impatient. However, they remained patient, not wanting to miss any exciting moments. When 2 officers from the county carried out the heavy pot, it was covered with a lid. They placed the pot in the courtroom and lifted the lid. A delicious aroma filled the air. The townsfolk were captivated by the smell, their eyes wide with anticipation. Some even exclaimed, "This smell is so good. I wouldn't mind if it were dangerous. Isn't it? Smelling this aroma, I could finish a bowl of rice. This smell is so good, it shouldn't be harmful, right?" Zhuang Yundai was very happy. Isn't this just promoting her? Wang Dong from Tongwixiang was both angry and annoyed. His usual smile faded. He forced a smile and said, "This broth does smell good, but the safety of the people is the most important. Sir, I have already brought in our county's most famous and skilled doctor, Dr. Mao. Please allow him to test for poison." County Magistrate Tang nodded. All right. To ensure fairness, County Magistrate Tang also called for the coroner to conduct a poison test. The officer served a bowl to both the coroner and Dr. Mao. Their methods for testing were quite similar, using silver needles and other tools, and they worked hard for a while. Dr. Mao even showed curiosity and carefully took a sip, revealing a look of deep appreciation. Wang Dong's face turned pale. Dr. Mao quickly realized they were in a public setting, and that this was somewhat inappropriate. He cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. This broth really does smell quite nice. Wang Dong's round face turned a shade of green. Dr. Mao, what if it is poisonous? Dr. Mao hesitated but replied, "In my opinion, this broth is not poisonous." As soon as he said this, the people seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, as if they had received a great favor. Dr. Mao says it's not poisonous. See? I told you, something that smells so good can't possibly be harmful. We can buy it with confidence now. At this moment, the coroner also reached the same conclusion. It is indeed not poisonous. After a pause, he added, in fact, I believe this broth has benefits for nourishing blood and energy. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong looked defeated, visibly losing his spirit. The tall man in the green shirt also appeared disheartened, looking quite troubled. Zhuang Yundai smiled brightly. Now, I wonder what Tong Wixiang has to say? Tong Wixiang's people could no longer find any points to question. The tall man in the green shirt twisted his face several times, growing increasingly pale, his lips trembling slightly. It seemed he wanted to say something but was unwilling. Wang Dong's face changed colors like a palette, going from white to red and then to green. In the end, he forced a smile and said, if that's the case, it seems to be a misunderstanding. Seeing that the person from Tong Guixiang had this attitude, County Magistrate Tang struck the table and announced the ruling that Zhuang Yundai's soup base had nothing to do with Tong Guixiang's recipe. Wang Dongjia, being a businessman who had previously looked quite embarrassed and had a bad argument with Zhuang Yundai, now had a big smile on his face. This lady, you must be Miss Zhuang? Truly, heroes are born young. Fei Zijin chuckled and tapped his fan against his palm. You weren't saying that earlier. Wang Dongjia pretended not to hear the sarcasm and smiled even more eagerly. Miss Zhuang, your soup base really has something special. How about we collaborate? Zhuang Yundai did not refuse outright. Instead, she raised an eyebrow, her round eyes sparkling. Oh, what kind of collaboration? Seeing Zhuang Yundai ask this, Wang Dongjia thought there was a chance and immediately replied with a smile. I'll pay to buy your soup base recipe, and you won't have to work so hard selling skewers anymore. What do you think? Zhuang Yundai maintained her smile. Is that so? I just wonder how much you, Wang Dongjia, would pay for my soup base recipe? The plump businessman raised a finger proudly and said, 10 taels of silver.
Buffed.
It was not Zhuang Yundai who couldn't hold back her laughter, but Fei Zijin. He laughed even more heartily, bending over and laughing without restraint, which made Wang Dongjia's face turn dark. While laughing, Fei Zijin patted his chest to avoid choking on his own laughter, then explained, Wang Dongjia, don't take it personally. I'm not targeting you. It's just that this is too amusing. Ha ha ha. 10 taels of silver. That's a lot. Wang Dongjia's face turned red and pale, clearly very angry. Young master, I see you're dressed in fine clothes, so you probably have plenty of money at home and might not care about 10 taels of silver, but here in Pingling County, 10 taels is a lot. Enough for a family of 4 for a year. Fei Zijin found it even funnier. So, you mean I should sell you something worth a fortune for a low price just because 10 taels is a lot for you in Pingling County? Wang Dongjia's face changed again at Fei Zijin's retort. You're just being unreasonable. Forget it, this has nothing to do with you. Wang Dongjia turned to Zhuang Yundai and forced a smile, saying, Miss Zhuang, what do you think? If you feel that 10 taels of silver is too little, I can add another 5 taels for you. Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly. Wang Dongjia, you really think highly of me. But you just said this matter has nothing to do with this young master. She pointed her chin towards Fei Zijin. Then I'm not very happy. How can it not be related? You should know that this young master Fei previously paid 10 taels of silver for a pot of soup base. Then he paid another 10 taels for me to make him a soup base this time. Wang Dongjia, look, it's not that I underestimate Tong Wixiang. Young master Fei gave me 20 taels for 2 soup bases. If you want to buy my recipe for only 15 taels, would he agree? How can this not be related to him? Upon hearing this, the nearby townsfolk chuckled. Oh, by comparing, Tong Wixiang seems a bit stingy. Isn't it an old shop? Why do they do this? Are they bullying the young girl for being so young? Honestly, when that young girl made the soup base earlier, it was amazing. It was much better than Tong Wixiang's. The onlookers were reluctant to leave, discussing among themselves. Amidst these voices, Wang Dongjia's face grew increasingly awkward. Finally, he shrugged his sleeves and turned to leave, saying, Fine, since Miss Zhuang is unwilling, I won't force you. Farewell.
Wait.
Zhuang Yundai called out to him. Wang Dongjia felt a glimmer of hope. He thought Zhuang Yundai was just putting on a show earlier, and now calling him back meant she didn't want to give up that 15 taels. Oh, have you changed your mind? Zhuang Yundai shrugged her shoulders. Wang Dongjia, did you forget something? The chubby merchant frowned. What? Zhuang Yundai's thin shoulders trembled slightly, her face filled with disbelief, looking quite pitiful. You really forgot? Your people at Tongwixiang have been loudly claiming in the market that my skewers stole your recipe, making many townsfolk think that my skewers are so delicious because I'm a thief. This seriously damages my reputation. To put it bluntly, someone with a weak heart might even feel like giving up. Now that Lord Tang has already closed the case, proving my skewers are innocent, are you just planning to walk away like this? I told this man before we came to the county office that if the county magistrate proves my innocence, you all from Tong Guixiang must apologize to me. Zhuang Yundai's voice echoed in the courtroom. The chubby merchant was left speechless. He never expected Zhuang Yundai would demand an apology. An apology? He glared at the man in the blue robe. The man in the blue robe felt guilty. He thought this matter was settled and had agreed to it. But no one expected this girl could turn the situation around. Do you think I am a helpless, lonely country girl, so it's okay to bully me? Zhuang Yundai's voice carried a hint of sadness as she sighed softly and lowered her head, as if feeling like a drifting, vulnerable to bullying. Zhuang Yuntong's sweet voice rang out, Sister, don't be sad. Tong Tong will protect you. She broke free from the hand of the person leading her and ran to Zhuang Yundai. Tong Tong. The two small girls embraced each other. This scene was truly touching. The onlookers were stirred, and they began to criticize the people from Tong Guixiang. Is this how a century-old shop bullies a young girl? At first, the chubby merchant scoffed at Zhuang Yundai's demand for an apology. What a joke. But he didn't expect that Zhuang Yundai's tearful plea would put him in a difficult position. It was as if not agreeing would make him the main culprit in harming these sisters. One can only imagine the damage it would do to Tong Guixiang's reputation. Just look at how angry the onlookers are. Wang Dongjia started to panic. For the first time, his hypocritical smile faded, and he quickly put on a bitter expression. Oh, we from Tong Guixiang are also victims. He tried to play the victim, his voice sorrowful. Our secret recipe was stolen. Zhuang Yundai looked at him with her dark, shining eyes. But your recipe wasn't stolen by me, right? Your suffering isn't caused by me either. If there's a thief, you should go find them for justice. You come here to slander me without evidence, and now that my innocence is proven, you still refuse to apologize and even feel wronged? Isn't that just bullying the weak? Zhuang Yundai addressed him with great respect, but her words were increasingly sharp, causing beads of sweat to form on Wang Dongjia's forehead. The surrounding townspeople looked at him with disapproval. If their glares could turn into objects, they would surely turn this plump merchant into a hedgehog. Wang Dongjia couldn't take it anymore. His braised chicken shop had thrived for 100 years based on its reputation among the people of Pingling County. Seeing that reputation about to be ruined, how could he not be anxious? He gritted his teeth and said, You just want an apology, right?
Fine.
Zhuang Yundai raised her hand. Wait. At the sound of her saying wait, the plump merchant felt a chill run down his spine. He nearly jumped up. What else do you want? With an innocent expression, Zhuang Yundai replied in a clear voice, Wang Dongjia, I mentioned earlier that the disturbance in your shop happened at a busy market where many people heard it. They mistakenly thought my skewers were made using Tongwixiang's recipe. You are essentially slandering me and boosting your own shop at my expense. Do you really think a simple apology will suffice for such an outrageous act? Wang Dongjia was furious. Then what do you want? Zhuang Yundai maintained her innocent look, tilting her head sweetly, appearing harmless. My request isn't excessive. In a bit, let's go to the market, find a busy spot, and you can clarify in front of the townspeople that the claim about my soup base being stolen from Tongwixiang is completely false. Then you can apologize, and this matter will be settled. Wang Dongjia was enraged. This young woman really dared to make demands. Wasn't this asking his Tongwixiang to be a stepping stone for her to gain fame? Absolutely not. Zhuang Yundai ignored his refusal and turned to the magistrate, Tang, who was sitting high above. Although he had called for the court to adjourn, he hadn't left yet. Magistrate, do you think my request is unreasonable? Magistrate Tang spoke with authority, since this matter arose from Tong Guixiang's lack of evidence and the fabrication of facts that harmed another's reputation. Helping to restore that reputation is something Tong Guixiang should do. Your request is not unreasonable. Wang Dongjia turned pale. But with the highest official in Pingling County, Magistrate Tang, already weighing in, what could he say? Magistrate Tang looked at him. What do you think? Wang Dongjia could only grit his teeth. Your honor is right. I accept. Zhuang Yundai smiled, with her eyes narrowed. Fei Zijin was momentarily stunned. It was like a spring breeze sweeping over the tips of newly sprouted grass, a gentle touch that stirred something different in his heart. Wang Dongjia had a serious expression the whole time. The lawsuit had dragged on for most of the day. Although the market had dispersed, the evening stalls were slowly increasing, and the crowd was just as busy as in the morning. Zhuang Yundai watched and felt a little excited. If she could move to this county, selling things would be much easier. This spot will do, Zhuang Yundai said, pointing to a bustling area with a smile. Wang Dongjia looked at the crowd, his face darkening. Many townspeople had followed from the county office to see what was happening, and they couldn't help but shout, "Hurry up, don't delay." Wang Dongjia was embarrassed by the situation and handed it over to the man in the blue shirt, his voice low. "You handle this." He shot a fierce glare at the man. The man in the blue shirt looked just as troubled. Zhuang Yundai, understanding the situation, said, "Uncle, just bring back the energy you had when you shouted. You stole my recipe." The man in the blue shirt wanted to ask Zhuang Yundai to be quiet. He struggled to speak. Fei Zijin suddenly pulled out a gong from somewhere and excitedly struck it a few times, the sound booming. Immediately, people nearby turned to look. The man in the blue shirt's eyes nearly popped out. Fei Zijin didn't care about him. He cleared his throat and spoke first. "Dear folks, don't miss out as you pass by." He seemed to be enjoying himself and struck the gong again. "This Tong Guixiang is well known, right?" "Yes." She, mixed in the crowd, supported his young master and led the shout of yes. With his lead, the townspeople joined in, shouting yes, yes, yes. The atmosphere was lively. Fei Zijin, with a proud smile, said, "This famous Tong Guixiang today brought a young girl to the county office for a lawsuit and lost." With just a few words, Fei Zijin piqued the curiosity of those who were unaware of the situation. They urged, "What happened next? What happened next?" Fei Zijin laughed and struck the gong a few more times. "As for what happened next, let the people from Tong Guixiang tell you." He stepped aside, welcoming the man in the blue shirt to speak. Some people recognized the man in the green shirt and whispered among themselves, "Hey, that's Luo Si from Tong Guixiang. Could it be that what that young master said is true?" Countless eyes focused on Luo Si. Luo Si felt as if he was being roasted over a fire. As for their boss, he had long since hidden in the crowd, not wanting to lose face. Luo Si could only brace himself and vaguely said, "This matter. We wronged that young girl." The townspeople were not buying it. "What matter? You need to explain clearly." Luo Si's face turned red from the pressure of the crowd. Some who had witnessed the whole event eagerly began to talk among themselves. These onlookers were mostly sympathetic toward Zhuang Yundai and, when recounting the story, were not very objective about Tong Guixiang. They spoke with righteous anger. After all, Zhuang Yundai came from a poor background, naturally aligning her with their stance. This time, Zhuang Yundai had a good recipe, but it was slandered by the century-old shop, Tong Guixiang. Fortunately, the young girl was innocent and, with the county magistrate being fair, she was able to escape this trouble. What if it happened to them next? Would they also have to struggle to prove their innocence? What if they faced a situation where they couldn't prove it? Many townspeople thought this way and grew even more disgusted with Tong Guixiang. Naturally, when they talked about today's commotion, they had nothing good to say. Wang Dong, hidden in the crowd, was turning red with anxiety, desperately signaling to Luo Si. What a self-praise. What do you mean somewhat similar? That young lady's broth is so delicious and fragrant. You Tongwixiang can't even compare. Shameless. When Jieshi spoke, the people who had gone to the county office to watch the excitement seemed to remember the enticing aroma that almost took their souls away. Just thinking about it made their mouths water. Hey, he's telling the truth. I was there, and it was really delicious. I was there too. The moment the lid was lifted, I wanted to dive right into the pot. Everyone took turns praising Zhuang Yundai's soup base. It was almost mealtime, and with the street vendors setting up for the evening market, the busy street was filled with the tempting smell of food. As everyone excitedly praised Zhuang Yundai, their minds were filled with delicious thoughts. No one said a good word for Tong Guixiang. This time, Tong Guixiang had really shot himself in the foot, and everyone looked embarrassed. Fei Zijin urged Luo Si from the side. You haven't finished speaking yet. Do you want me to help you? Luo Si couldn't help but glare at Fei Zijin. He remembered how sarcastic he had been earlier and didn't dare let Fei Zijin speak for him. He could only muster the courage to continue. Later, we went to the county office with Miss Zhuang and confirmed that it was all a misunderstanding. We, Tong Guixiang, always treat people sincerely, so we apologized to Miss Zhuang in front of everyone. We were hasty before. After saying this, Luo Si felt extremely embarrassed, as if his face was on fire. Zhuang Yundai, who usually smiled before speaking, now looked helpless and sighed, shaking her head. It's good that you realize your mistake. If it weren't for the county magistrate's keen insight, I would have had no way to defend myself today. No way to defend herself. Hearing these words, Luo Si and the others from Tong Guixiang felt like they could spit blood. How shameless. Wasn't it you who almost silenced everyone with your words earlier? But at this moment, they had no desire to argue with Zhuang Yundai anymore. After getting through the apology, they hurriedly slipped away, embarrassed and awkward. As everyone watched the Tong Guixiang group leave in such a state, they burst into laughter. Wang Dongjia from Tong Guixiang stumbled at the sound of laughter and almost fell. Luo Si reached out to help him, but he shook off Luo Si's hand and growled, "Let's go. Hurry up." The focus of the crowd shifted back to Zhuang Yundai. Someone eagerly asked her, "Miss, will you be selling skewers again tomorrow?" Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, "Originally, my family only sells these skewers during market days. However, thanks to everyone's support today, my little girl has no way to repay you. Tomorrow, I will sell some snacks on the street. If anyone wants to try, feel free to come by and buy a few skewers to see if you like the taste."
Great.
I'll definitely come to buy some tomorrow.
Me too.
I want to taste those famous skewers. Everyone cheered, creating a joyful atmosphere. Zhuang Yundai took the opportunity to promote her snacks, maximizing her advertising effect, before leaving with her sister Zhuang Yuntong and Fei Zijin. Once they were in a quieter area, she happily said, "That felt so good. Those people from Tong Guixiang were so arrogant before, and now they look so embarrassed leaving. It makes me so happy." Zhuang Yundai smiled brightly. She was in a good mood. Well, what could she do? Tong Guixiang came to offer her a stepping stone, and she could only reluctantly accept it. Fei Zijin, however, reminded her, "Don't forget, our soup base is still at the county office. Can you send someone to bring it back? Also, give the money to Miss Zhuang." Jingxi slapped his forehead. "Good thing you reminded me. I almost forgot." He took out a silver ingot from his pocket. Zhuang Yundai was about to say something, but Fei Zijin guessed her thoughts and waved his hand. "We agreed on this beforehand. You made the soup base, so don't be polite about this 10 taels of silver. I ate a lot at your stall today, so let's not count that. Consider it my reward for helping you today." Zhuang Yundai thought for a moment and nodded happily. "All right." Fei Zijin couldn't help but smile. Just as he was about to say something, a person quietly approached them. Fei Zijin noticed and looked over. Zhuang Yundai, with her keen senses, also noticed. She glanced at the person and couldn't help but say, "Oh." The person looked plain, dressed in dull servant clothing, with nothing special about him.
But
She had seen this servant at the county office before. At that time, the clerk had sent him to deliver a message to County Magistrate Tang. Was this person from County Magistrate Tang?
What could he want now?
The servant, noticing that Zhuang Yundai and Fei Zijin had spotted him, awkwardly smiled and scratched his head before stepping forward to bow. Miss Zhuang, our master has a request. The servant led Zhuang Yundai and Fei Zijin back to the county office, but this time they entered through the side door of the back office. The back office of Pingling County is not large. The servant led them into a reception room and then left. County Magistrate Tang was dressed in casual clothes, waiting for them. Without his official robes, he appeared less imposing than in the courtroom. He even managed a smile for Zhuang Yundai. Miss Zhuang, he said politely, please take a seat. He called for tea and, after a moment, sighed. Miss Zhuang, I have a favor to ask. Could you sell me that soup base you made earlier? The servant had mentioned on the way that the county magistrate's wife was 5 months pregnant, but still felt nauseous from any smell and had trouble eating, causing her to lose weight. However, today she caught a whiff of the soup base made by Zhuang Yundai and, instead of feeling sick, it sparked her appetite. Thus, County Magistrate Tang waited for Zhuang Yundai to settle her matters with Tong Guixiang before asking her to come back. Generally, when a county magistrate personally requests a meeting, the other party would eagerly agree. But Zhuang Yundai hesitated and glanced at Fei Zijin before saying to County Magistrate Tang, Sir, thanks to your fair handling today, I was able to clear my name. I should agree to your request, but I have already sold that soup base to young Master Fei. She knew how much Fei Zijin loved it. Plus, since he had helped her significantly today, she felt it was wise to maintain a good relationship with the county magistrate, but she chose to respect Fei Zijin. Fei Zijin, however, was more easygoing. He waved his hand and said, It's fine. The lady is pregnant, and I wouldn't want to compete with her for food. He winked at Zhuang Yundai. By the way, I still owe you the 10 taels of silver we agreed on, so it doesn't count as selling it to me. Fei Zijin intentionally mentioned the 10 taels of silver. County Magistrate Tang, without blinking, instructed the servant, Go get 10 taels of silver. Before Zhuang Yundai could speak, he added, As the magistrate of Pingling County, I cannot compete with the people for profit. Zhuang Yundai looked at County Magistrate Tang and realized he genuinely meant it, so she nodded, Then, I will graciously accept. Seeing this, Fei Zijin felt a bit anxious. He thought Zhuang Yundai was being too straightforward. This was a great opportunity to build a relationship with the county magistrate. Why is she so straightforward, accepting the 10 taels of silver without hesitation? It made Jieshi anxious. The servant brought the silver and handed it to Zhuang Yundai, who smiled and said, But there's one more thing. I noticed that you seem quite thin, and it looks like you haven't had a good meal in a while. I made this broth using an old hen and some fish, which is quite nourishing. I suggest you use this broth to cook some light dishes to help fill your stomach. County Magistrate Tang nodded. What Miss Zhuang says makes sense. Zhuang Yundai thought for a moment and then rolled up her sleeves. Actually, I know a few recipes suitable for pregnant women. If you don't mind, I could cook dinner for you. She winked. Consider it a bonus with the broth for the 10 taels of silver. County Magistrate Tang paused for a moment and couldn't help but smile. If that's the case, I'll trouble you, Miss Zhuang. Zhuang Yundai tied on an apron and went straight to the small kitchen in the county office. When the county magistrate's wife heard about this, she leaned on her maid's arm and stood at the kitchen door, peeking inside. Seeing Zhuang Yundai busy in the kitchen, she felt a bit guilty. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Zhuang. Zhuang Yundai looked up and smiled. You're too kind, madam. When people sell things, they usually offer after-sales service. She had effectively earned County Magistrate Tang 10 taels of silver just by cooking a few dishes, which was quite easy for her. The county magistrate's wife stood at the kitchen door and started chatting kindly with Zhuang Yundai. At first, the maid was a bit worried that the lady might be bothered by the smoke. But seeing her engaged in conversation without any signs of discomfort, she seemed to be enjoying it more and more. The maid was happy too, and quickly brought over a chair for the lady to sit at the kitchen door and chat with Zhuang Yundai. The county magistrate's wife noticed Zhuang Yuntong, who was helping with the fire. Is this your sister? Yes, her name is Tong Tong. Isn't she adorable? Zhuang Yundai proudly boasted about her sister. Zhuang Yuntong felt a bit shy, her face turning red as she added more firewood to the stove. She really is cute, the county magistrate's wife praised, her eyes filled with affection. I've only had 2 boys before and always wanted a daughter, but I never got pregnant. She sighed softly and placed a hand on her belly. I hope this baby is a girl. The county magistrate's wife was not young anymore, and this pregnancy was a delightful surprise. Originally, the county magistrate was worried that this pregnancy might harm his wife's health and hesitated to proceed. However, the magistrate's wife was determined to have a daughter and insisted on keeping the baby. This pregnancy was especially difficult. Although Zhuang Yuntong didn't understand much, she heard the magistrate's wife say she wanted a daughter. She tilted her little head and said sweetly, "Madam, I'm sure there's a little sister in your belly." The maid was overjoyed. It is often said that children have a special way of speaking that brings good luck. Some pregnant women even ask children, "Do you think my baby is a boy or a girl?" When Zhuang Yuntong said the magistrate's wife's baby was a little sister, it made the maid very happy. She knew how much the lady hoped for a daughter. The magistrate's wife was also pleased. She touched her belly and smiled. "Is that so? Thank you for your kind words." Then she remembered something and turned to the maid with a smile. "I just remembered, I have 2 little bracelets for girls in my jewelry box. Please go get them." Zhuang Yundai quickly said, "Madam, you don't have to." But the magistrate's wife interrupted her, smiling. "You don't need to decline. You helped me with dinner today, and your little Tong Tong has said that I'm having a little sister, so I appreciate both of you." Since the magistrate's wife said so, Zhuang Yundai couldn't refuse anymore. After thinking for a moment, she graciously thanked her. "Thank you, madam." The maid soon brought over the 2 small bracelets. The magistrate's wife sighed with a smile. "I bought these when I was out shopping because they looked nice. They were meant for you 2 sisters. They aren't anything precious, just for fun." Thinking it through, the magistrate's wife saw that Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yuntong were busy in the kitchen, so she had the maid place the bracelets in a small brocade box for the sisters. Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yuntong thanked her again. The magistrate's wife waved her hand and started chatting about other things. In just a few moments, Zhuang Yundai was quick and prepared a plum drink. She washed her hands, served a bowl to the magistrate's wife, and said with a smile, "Madam, this plum drink helps with digestion and quenches thirst. I only added a little brown sugar. Please give it a try." The magistrate's wife took it, sipped gently, and her expression relaxed significantly. "It's very good." The maid looked at Zhuang Yundai as if she were a savior, her excitement and gratitude clear on her face. "Miss Zhuang, you are amazing. Are you tired?" Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, "Not at all." On the stove were the fresh vegetable skewers she had prepared, ready to be cooked. As Zhuang Yundai glanced around, she noticed a water tank in the corner of the kitchen with several lively carp swimming inside, and her eyes lit up. The maid quickly said, "Miss Zhuang, Our Lady cannot stand the smell of fish." Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, "That's fine. I can make it without any fishy smell." Eating fish is good for both the lady and the baby during her pregnancy. The county magistrate's wife was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "You, a young girl, speak so knowledgeably about this." Zhuang Yundai remained calm and replied with a smile, "I heard it from the villagers." She rolled up her sleeves and carefully scooped the carp out of the tank. The fish was very fresh, struggling in her hands. "This fish is really lively," Zhuang Yundai said with a smile. The maid beamed with pride and said, "This was caught by our young master himself." Just then, a loud voice called out, "Mother!" from outside. The maid exclaimed, "The young master is back from school." The newcomer approached quickly, running with a sweat, but stopped in front of the county magistrate's wife and said with a grin, "Mother, I'm all sweaty from running. I hope I don't disturb you." The county magistrate's wife couldn't help but smile warmly. Before she could say anything else, the young boy eagerly asked, By the way, mother, are you feeling better today? Why are you in the kitchen? I was shocked when Uncle Sue told me. While speaking, he noticed the white porcelain bowl in the county magistrate's wife's hands. What is this dark stuff? With a hint of exasperation, she replied, You talk too much. This is and plum drink that Miss Zhuang made for me, the county magistrate's wife said gently to the young boy. Miss Zhuang is a special guest your father invited today. Yuan, say hello to Miss Zhuang. The young boy, Tang Tianyuan, then curiously peeked into the kitchen. He looked towards the kitchen and saw a little girl with bright eyes and a sweet smile. She greeted him, saying, Hello, second young master. My name is Zhuang Yundai. Tang Tianyan was taken aback. He had expected to see a cook, but instead found a cute little girl who looked even younger than him. Caught off guard, Tang Tianyan's face quickly turned red.
Hello, Miss Zhuang.
Zhuang Yuntong, in a soft voice, also greeted Tang Tianyan, Hello, second young master. Tang Tianyan was surprised again. Zhuang Yundai then said, This is my sister, Zhuang Yuntong. Hearing her sweet voice made Tang Tianyan's face even redder, as if it were burning. Hello, Sister Yuntong. After that, he didn't know what else to say. The atmosphere became slightly awkward for a moment. The county magistrate's wife looked at her second son with some surprise. She knew that her eldest son was more reserved and had been taking care of their grandparents at the old house. Her second son was usually lively and talkative, so it was rare to see him at a loss for words. Zhuang Yundai, understanding the situation, broke the awkward silence. She held up a struggling carp and asked Tang Tianyan with a smile, Second young master, I heard this carp was caught by you? At this, Tang Tianyan perked up. Yes, I catch fish quickly and well. None of my classmates can compare to me. But our teacher is quite strict. We are not children anymore, yet he still tells us not to go into the water to catch fish. The county magistrate's wife couldn't help but chuckle. Here we go again with her second son. Zhuang Yundai smiled and continued, School? Do you study at the county school? As she spoke, she skillfully picked up a knife and swiftly knocked the fish unconscious. Then she began to scale it. Tang Tianyan couldn't help but widen his eyes. This sister is impressive. He felt his ears getting warm but remembered to respond to Zhuang Yundai. Yes, I study at the county school, not far from the magistrate's office. Tang Tianyan, usually quite eloquent, found himself stumbling over his words this time. In contrast to Tang Tianyan's awkwardness, Zhuang Yundai was much more at ease. She smiled and said, I have a younger brother who just started school too. But he is just beginning. When my younger brother finishes his studies, I will let him come to the county school to learn, Zhuang Yundai said casually while skillfully gutting the fish. Tang Tianyan looked a bit dizzy from the sight. The county magistrate's wife found her son's reaction amusing. She thought for a moment and asked him, Zhuang girl made me some and plum drink, and I found it quite refreshing. Would you like to try some? Tang Tianyan perked up and immediately replied, Yes. Zhuang Yundai had prepared a lot, so a maid brought a clean bowl to serve Tang Tianyan some and plum drink. As he smelled the sour plum, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't like sour things. The county magistrate's wife remembered this too. Just as she was about to tell the maid to add some honey for Tang Tianyan, she saw him tilt his head back and quickly drink the entire bowl. After finishing, he extended the bowl and said to the maid, Sister, please give me another bowl. The maid smiled and went to get him another bowl. The county magistrate's wife was a bit surprised and asked, Don't you find it sour? Since Zhuang Yundai had considered her taste as a pregnant woman, there was quite a bit of sour plum in the drink. Tang Tianyan seemed to come to his senses and smacked his lips, saying, It is a bit sour, but it's quite good. He couldn't help but whisper to his mother, Mom, they say sour means a boy and spicy means a girl. I think you must be having a little brother. The county magistrate's wife chuckled and playfully patted her second son's back, saying, You always have something to say. Tong Tong said, There's a little sister in my belly. Tang Tianyan pretended to panic. Mom, I was wrong. It must be a little sister. The county magistrate's wife laughed heartily, and Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile as well. Such a harmonious and loving family atmosphere was truly heartwarming. Zhuang Yundai was very efficient in the kitchen. She pan-fried several Christian carp until golden brown before adding water to make soup. The broth turned a milky white, fragrant and delicious. The county magistrate's wife had no signs of nausea from the fish soup. The maid was delighted and exclaimed, "Zhuang girl is amazing." Zhuang Yundai smiled and prepared a mincemeat tofu soup, stir-fried yam and cucumber with pork liver, shredded chicken with baby bok choy, and of course, some skewers. The table was quite lavish. The county magistrate's wife repeatedly invited Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yuntong to dinner, but Zhuang Yundai looked at the sky, shook her head, and smiled. "There's no need. I have to return to Xiangyang village. I'm worried my younger brother will be anxious." Although she had already made plans with Zhuang Yunqi and the neighbor, Sister Chunlu, before coming to the market today, if she and Tong Tong returned late, she would ask Aki to go to Sister Chunliu's house. By now, it was getting dark, and considering the travel time, it was indeed a bit tight. Seeing this, the county magistrate's wife thought for a moment and had someone pack up some snacks, saying, "It's good to have something to eat on the way." County Magistrate Tang had a servant prepare a carriage to take the Zhuang sisters home. Zhuang Yundai declined, saying, "Sir, that's too kind. We can just rent a carriage at the livery." But County Magistrate Tang frowned and said, "You two young ladies should be careful at night. It is my duty to ensure you get home safely." Seeing that the magistrate was using formal language to tease her, Zhuang Yundai felt that refusing again would seem a bit pretentious. After all, they had already accepted 10 taels of silver. Why worry about the carriage? She smiled and said, "Then I will thank our kind magistrate." The county magistrate's wife couldn't help but laugh. Tang Tianyan felt conflicted. He looked at the delicious dishes prepared by Zhuang Yundai and then at the departing sisters. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Father, mother, how about the Zhuang sisters?" County Magistrate Tang nodded approvingly, recognizing his son's sense of responsibility. The county magistrate's wife began to remind Tang Tianyan, "Take good care of the two sisters on the way." Tang Tianyan nodded seriously. "Don't worry, mother." After a pause, he couldn't help but add shyly, "Just leave me some food." He had just learned that the delicious skewers everyone had been talking about were made by this Zhuang sister. In fact, he had secretly tasted one in the kitchen and found it incredibly delicious. Tang Tianyan thought this Zhuang sister was truly impressive. Zhuang Yundai initially wanted to say it wasn't necessary to trouble them, but seeing that the county magistrate and his wife had already arranged for their son, she accepted their kindness with a smile and thanked them again. In addition to the snacks for the journey, the county magistrate's wife also had a maid pack 2 pieces of cloth and some writing materials, placing everything in a large brocade box to be loaded onto the carriage. Zhuang Yundai only realized it after getting in the car. By this time, it was too late to refuse. She had to sit properly next to Tang Tianyan and said, "Second young master, please thank madam for me when you go back." Tang Tianyan seemed lost in thought. When he suddenly heard Zhuang Yundai speak, his face turned red. "Ah?
What?"
Oh, you mean thank my mother." He scratched his head awkwardly. "Actually, our family should really thank you. My mother hasn't been this lively in a long time. You don't know, we've been quite worried at home these days." Saying this, Tang Tianyan smiled widely at Zhuang Yundai. "Thank you, Sister Zhuang." His enthusiasm was pure. Zhuang Yundai was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but smile. "All right, let's not keep thanking each other." Tang Tianyan also started to laugh. After the laughter, the carriage fell silent again, with only the sound of Zhuang Yuntong happily eating snacks. Zhuang Yundai was thinking about tomorrow's skewer business and didn't speak. Tang Tianyan held back for a long time and finally couldn't help but ask, "Sister Zhuang, how old are you?" As soon as he asked, he felt his face heat up. It seemed a bit inappropriate to ask a young girl her age so directly. He wasn't a reckless person. Thinking of this, he worried that Zhuang Yundai might misunderstand. So he quickly explained, "I just thought you looked small, and I couldn't guess your age." He felt like he was digging himself deeper, and his ears turned red. Zhuang Yundai, however, smiled casually. Coincidentally, I just turned 13 not long ago. Tang Tianyan was stunned. 13? Oh, she was actually 13? He thought this sister Zhuang was only 11 this year. Tang Tianyan couldn't help but feel a bit happy. In 2 or 3 years, Sister Zhuang would be able to talk to others. Suddenly, he realized what he was thinking and froze. Zhuang Yundai looked confused. What's wrong? To cover up his embarrassment, Tang Tianyan stammered. And no, it's nothing. I just thought you looked small, so I thought you were only 11 or 12. That's fine. He quickly added, I just turned 14, so I'm older than you. It's not unfair for you to call me brother. Zhuang Yundai readily agreed. Brother Tianyan. The way he called her sister made Tang Tianyan very happy, and he responded several times. When they arrived at Xiangyang village, Tang Tianyan was very attentive to Zhuang Yundai, reminding her to be careful when getting off the carriage and helping her carry the brocade box. He was so busy that Zhuang Yundai was a bit surprised. She thought to herself, it seems that it's not just the county magistrate's wife who wishes for a daughter. Look at this young master. He really wants a little sister. By now, it was completely dark, and Tang Tianyan couldn't stay much longer. He helped carry the brocade box into the small courtyard, and the coachman and guards urged him to head back. Zhuang Yundai took out a jar of wild fruits she had pickled and handed it to Tang Tianyan. These are wild fruits from the mountains. They're a bit sour but sweet too, and quite tasty. I made some candied fruits. Enjoy them on your way. Tang Tianyan smiled and said, Thank you, Sister Yundai. He wanted to say more, but Zhuang Yuntong was already waving her little hand, cheerfully saying goodbye. Goodbye, Brother Tianyan. Be careful on the road. The little girl spoke sweetly, and Tang Tianyan immediately replied, Goodbye, Sister Yuntong. Come visit me in the county again. Zhuang Yuntong nodded eagerly, okay. With a bit of reluctance, Tang Tianyan got onto the carriage. As it drove away, he leaned out the window to wave goodbye to Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yuntong. Nearby, some villagers who were chatting saw Zhuang Yundai returning in the carriage and were quite curious. Sister Dai, who is that? Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, He's a kind person who brought us back since it was dark and the road is difficult. Seeing that Zhuang Yundai didn't want to say more, the villagers smiled awkwardly and didn't ask further. For the rest of the time, Zhuang Yundai was very busy. She picked up Zhuang Yunqi from Sister Chunliu's house. The little one was very well behaved and had already finished his homework on the table. She reminded Zhuang Yunqi to teach Yuntong some characters and then hurried to the Zheng family to arrange for a carriage to the county the next day. On her way back, she visited several families that grew vegetables and bought some fresh produce. The villagers of Xiangyang village were simple and kind-hearted. While holding lanterns, they helped Zhuang Yundai pick vegetables from the garden. Oh, it's quite damp now. I'll weigh a bit less for you. Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, Auntie, please don't. I feel bad for bothering you to pick vegetables for me at this late hour. There's no need to weigh less. The villager holding the lamp smiled a bit shyly and said, Oh, that won't do. You're just a young girl. It's not easy for you. As she spoke, she picked some beans from the nearby trellis and added, These beans are a bit old, but they taste good when stir-fried. Just consider it a little extra for you to take home and cook. Zhuang Yundai didn't refuse this time and smiled as she accepted the vegetables, saying, Thank you, Auntie. The villager watched Zhuang Yundai walk away with her basket of vegetables and couldn't help but sigh to her old partner, What a good child. I wonder why the Zhuang family can't see her worth and just let her go. Her partner snorted and shook his head. I think old Zhuang will regret it one day. That night, Zhuang Yundai made a lot of skewers. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong, the two little ones, helped her a lot. By the end, Zhuang Yundai had to shoo them away, saying, You two need to go to bed. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong wanted to help a bit longer, but Zhuang Yundai warned, If you don't sleep enough, you won't grow tall and will always be little. The two little ones were indeed frightened and, hesitantly, went to wash up. Before climbing onto the bed, Zhuang Yunqi worriedly said to Zhuang Yundai, Big sister, you should rest early too. Zhuang Yundai waved the bamboo skewer in her hand. Yes, I don't have many left. I'll finish, and then rest. Sleep well, Aki, and take care of Tong Tong. Zhuang Yunqi nodded, like a little adult. After scaring the kids, Zhuang Yundai continued making her skewers without any pressure, working until midnight. Early the next morning, Zhuang Yunqi got up and saw Zhuang Yundai sleeping on the bed in her clothes. He quietly got up, started a fire to cook porridge, and sliced some cured meat that his sister had prepared earlier to eat with it. After finishing his portion, he quietly put on the book bag that Zhuang Yundai had sewn for him. Last night, he heard her say that the county magistrate's wife had sent him a set of writing supplies. He looked at them under the dim light of the oil lamp. Although he didn't understand much, he could tell that the set was very good. He didn't want to use it yet, so he secretly put it away, planning to give it to Tong Tong when she learned more characters. Zhuang Yunqi glanced back at the quiet little courtyard, gently closed the door, and went to school. Not long after he left, Zhuang Yundai woke up. She had been tired from the previous day and had worked late into the night, so it was natural for her, being a child, to sleep deeply. She woke up, looked at the light outside, and then at the clay bed, where only her sister, Zhuang Yuntong, was still sleeping soundly. Zhuang Yundai realized that Aki must have quietly gone to school by herself. She went to the kitchen and saw a pot of porridge cooked and a plate of sliced cured meat on the counter. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but feel amazed. Aki, not yet 6 years old, was truly very sensible. For the sake of these two children, she needed to work hard to earn money so they could live without worries. Early in the morning, Zhuang Yundai was full of determination. She cooked the skewers she had prepared the night before and kept them warm in a jar. After finishing, she turned around to see Zhuang Yuntong rubbing her sleepy eyes and getting dressed on the bed. "Big sister, did I wake up late?" Zhuang Yuntong asked in a hushed voice.
No.
Our Tong Tong woke up just in time, Zhuang Yundai replied with a smile. Aki made porridge. I'll serve some for us, and then we'll head to the county. Mentioning the county made Zhuang Yuntong excited, and she nodded eagerly. Okay. The sisters quickly finished their breakfast and went to find the limping Zheng. Today was not a market day, so they needed Zheng to take them to the county, which meant they had to hire a cart. The round trip would cost 50 coins. Zhuang Yundai had recently made some money selling skewers, and not to mention she had earned 20 taels of silver from Fei Zijin and County Magistrate Tang, making her quite wealthy. Hiring a cart to the county was no big deal for her. However, just as they were about to leave, a woman rushed over, holding a child in her arms and looking very anxious. Brother Zheng. The woman's face was pale, and her voice trembled. Can you take me and my son Bin to the county? Zheng stopped the horse, surprised. Oh, isn't this Miss Hu? What happened? The woman was on the verge of tears. Bin has a high fever, and the doctor said we need to go to the county. Zheng was about to agree quickly, but then remembered that Zhuang Yundai had hired the cart. He hesitated and looked at Zhuang Yundai. Sister Dai, what do you think? Without a second thought, Zhuang Yundai reached out to help the woman with the child, urging her to get on the cart first. Aunt Hu, don't worry, come on, get in the cart. The woman realized something and, knowing the rules of the lame man Zheng's cart, quickly understood that this was not a market day and someone else had hired the cart. She hurriedly thanked Zhuang Yundai, handed her the child who was fainting and trembling, and quickly climbed onto the horse cart. Once on the cart, the woman held her child tightly. Her cracked lips were frighteningly pale, but she still remembered to thank Zhuang Yundai with a trembling voice. Sister Dai, thank you. This is your hired cart, right? I will pay you for the fare later. That's not urgent, Zhuang Yundai sighed. When she took the child in her arms, she could feel the child was burning up. What happened to the child? Why is he so hot? At the mention of this, the woman began to cry, her eyes filled with resentment. It's all because of that wretched. The woman's situation was quite special. Near Pingling County, there was a quarry where, besides some workers who were recruited, many were prisoners sent there for hard labor. However, Pingling County had a bit of a remote feel, and among the prisoners, some managed to get by well enough that the guards would turn a blind eye, allowing them to buy essential items in nearby villages. Aunt, who was one of the unfortunate ones. Her husband had committed a crime and was sent to work at the quarry in the mountains near Pingling County. Aunt, who had come with him. Over time, she managed to slip money to the guards, and occasionally, she could take her child to visit her husband at the quarry. Unfortunately, her husband, who had been sent there for drinking and causing trouble, got drunk again during one of these visits and caused a scene. The guards usually let things slide as long as there were no major issues. However, this disturbance severely offended the guards. They immediately whipped Aunt Who's husband several times. He calmed down, but Aunt Who was still holding her child, who was only 3 years old. After witnessing this scene, the child became frightened and developed a fever that night. Aunt Who had been busy all night, and the child's temperature did not drop. The doctor said it was very urgent and advised her to take the child to the county. There might still be a chance for survival. Aunt Who briefly explained her situation, then broke down in tears, holding her convulsing, feverish son, murmuring, "My Bina, you must hang on." Zhuang Yundai felt a bit worried. When the cart passed a mountain road, she saw something that caught her attention, and she quickly called out to the limping man, "Uncle Zheng, please stop for a moment." Uncle Zheng pulled on the reins and watched as Zhuang Yundai jumped off the cart and ran toward something. He gasped, "Hey, girl, that's a cliff. Be careful." Zhuang Yundai replied, but she cautiously leaned out. Uncle Zheng was so shocked that he broke into a sweat, wishing he could run down and grab her. Fortunately, the dangerous moment ended quickly. Zhuang Yundai returned happily with what she had found. Uncle Zheng wiped his sweat and couldn't help but scold her. "You are too reckless. If something happened while you were with me, what would happen to my business?" Zhuang Yundai knew Uncle Zheng was worried about her, so she smiled and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Zheng, I'll be careful." Seeing her confidence, Uncle Zheng sighed and muttered, "Kids these days are so bold." He turned away, not saying anything more. Zhuang Yundai handed the herbs she had gathered to Aunt Who and said, "This is called everlasting flower. Aunt, please chew it up and give it to Bin to try." Aunt Who was surprised and doubtful. Could this plain-looking plant with purple flowers really help her son Bin? But remembering Zhuang Yundai's kindness and the risky way she had gathered the herbs, Aunt Who gritted her teeth, accepted the plant, and quickly chewed it up before feeding it to her son. Zhuang Yundai reminded her, "Aunt, remember to chew it well and give him small amounts so he can swallow it." Following Zhuang Yundai's instructions, Aunt Who carefully fed the chewed everlasting flower to her son, who was having seizures and a high fever. At first, there was no change. Bin was still burning up. Aunt Who felt anxious and began to cry. "Why isn't it working?" Zhuang Yundai comforted her. "The everlasting flower is very effective for shock and fever, but it takes a little time."
Don't worry.
Aunt Who tried to calm herself, but tears kept falling. Fortunately, as they neared the county town, Aunt Who suddenly exclaimed with joy, her voice trembling, "It seems he's not so hot anymore." Zhuang Yundai reached out to touch Bin's forehead and felt relieved. Yes, the fever has gone down a bit. Aunt Who was both crying and laughing, wanting to kneel down in the cart to thank Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai quickly supported her, saying, "Please don't, Aunt. You are Bin's lifesaver." Aunt Who said with tears streaming down her face. The doctor said that if the fever went down before noon, Bin would be fine. If it didn't, even if he survived, he might be left with problems. She choked on her words. Zhuang Yundai comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, Aunt. Since the child has made it through this tough time, he should be okay now." Aunt Who held her child and kept thanking Zhuang Yundai. The limping driver, Zheng, exclaimed in surprise, "Girl, you are amazing. A single flower can save a life?" Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, "It was just a coincidence that the flower grew on the cliff. It shows that Bin is a lucky child." Hearing this, Aunt Who felt a bit more at ease and was even more grateful to Zhuang Yundai. She silently wished that if Bin could survive this ordeal, she would treat Zhuang Yundai as her benefactor for life. When they arrived at the county town, Zhuang Yundai got off near the market and asked the driver, Zheng, to take the feverish Bin directly to the clinic. Although she knew a bit about medicine, she wasn't an experienced doctor. She could use herbs in emergencies, but that didn't guarantee saving a life. Aunt Hu, holding Bin, wanted to kneel to Zhuang Yundai again. Zhuang Yundai quickly stepped back, saying, "Aunt, let's focus on getting the child treated first." Aunt Hu wiped her tears with one hand and replied, "Okay." Zhuang Yundai waved her hand and, along with Zhuang Yuntong, pushed the small cart toward the busy market. However, as soon as they turned the corner onto the bustling stone-paved street, Zhuang Yundai was startled. Normally, it wasn't a market day, so there shouldn't be too many people, just a few small vendors. But as she turned the corner, she was surprised to see many vendors setting up stalls on both sides of the street. The most common items were various colorful skewers. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but marvel at the scene. Just as she was looking around, she heard a cheerful voice call out, "Miss Zhuang."
Jianxi?
Zhuang Yundai replied in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Jianxi quickly ran over, grinning, and said, "Aren't you here to sell skewers today? Our young master brought me here early to wait for you." Zhuang Yundai blinked and asked, "Where is your young master?" Jianxi looked back and said, "Oh, it seems there are many food stalls today. Let's go check it out. Look, it's right over there." He pointed to a small stall. "The young master asked me to wait here, so I wouldn't miss you," Jianxi said eagerly. "When we arrived earlier, we saved a spot for you. Let's hurry over." Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile and thanked him. Jianxi took out a bag of candies from his pocket and handed it to Zhuang Yuntong. "I brought these for you to enjoy. Our young master said the kitchen at the Zhu residence isn't great for other dishes, but they can manage these little snacks." Zhuang Yuntong glanced at her sister, and seeing her nod, she happily accepted the candies. "Thank you, brother Jianxi." Jianxi smiled widely, then walked a few steps ahead and shouted, "Young master, Miss Zhuang is here." Fei Zijin appeared quickly from somewhere, greeting them, "Miss Zhuang." He looked Zhuang Yundai up and down, relieved to see she looked well. It was clear she hadn't been upset at the county office last night. "That's good." Not wanting to ask personal questions in public, Fei Zijin simply said, "Did you sleep well last night?" "Very well," Zhuang Yundai replied with a smile, pushing a small cart. "Shall we head to the stall?" "Sure, let's go," Fei Zijin said, tapping Jianxi on the head with his fan. "What are you waiting for? Use your eyes and help Miss Zhuang with the cart. I can do it myself." Zhuang Yundai started to refuse, but Jianxi quickly took over. "Hey, Miss Zhuang, let me handle it. Don't tire yourself out." Zhuang Yundai didn't want to argue with Jianxi in the street, so she smiled helplessly. "All right, thank you for your help." Jianxi puffed out his chest, pushing the cart ahead confidently. Fei Zijin and Zhuang Yuntong followed behind. Fei Zijin tapped his fan against his palm and spoke to Zhuang Yundai, "Miss Zhuang, I must say, I just checked out the stalls, and none can compare to yours." Zhuang Yundai laughed. "There are so many people today. Were there this many before?" Fei Zijin looked at her, his smile growing wider. "Miss Zhuang, this is all thanks to you." Zhuang Yundai understood. It seems that news about her and Tong Guixiang has spread, and now everyone knows she is here to sell skewers.
So,
Zhuang Yundai thought to herself, these businesses jumping on the bandwagon to sell skewers really have guts. Aren't they afraid of becoming a bad example? While thinking this, the vendor Jianxi stopped and kindly pointed to a spot ahead. "Our stall is right there. Our young master said this is the perfect spot. When the wind blows, the smell will spread for miles, and no one will be able to resist." Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile and thanked Fei Zijin again. "Thank you for your help." Fei Zijin waved his hand dismissively. "I'm just here for my own cravings. Come on, it's been almost 12 hours since I had skewers, and I'm really craving them." Zhuang Yundai quickly opened the jar at the stall. Just as Jianxi said, when the wind blew, the delicious smell wafted out. The expressions of nearby passers-by changed.
Wow.
"This smell. It's amazing. Is the person who bet with Tong Guixiang here? Don't mention it. I've walked back and forth through the street, thinking, can this really beat Tong Guixiang? Turns out I was wrong. The main person wasn't here before. Hey, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to buy skewers to try." Fei Zijin quickly grabbed a few skewers from the jar, and in no time, people were crowding around him to buy skewers. Hey, young lady, it's really you. I heard you were coming to sell skewers today, and I've been thinking about it. Give me 4 of each, meat and veggie. Sure. Thank you for your support. Zhuang Yundai skillfully prepared the skewers for the customer. I also heard that a young girl's skewers taste better than those from the old shop Tong Guixiang, so I got up early today just to buy some for my wife. Give me 10 meat skewers. You're such a good husband, Zhuang Yundai praised as she quickly prepared 10 meat skewers for him. And mine. Don't forget mine. The scene was bustling. When Tang Tianyan arrived, Zhuang Yundai's stall was already packed with people. He stood on his tiptoes, trying to see if it was Zhuang Yundai surrounded by the crowd, but he couldn't see anything. Tang Tianyan grew anxious. These people. He was about to push his way in. His attendant quickly tugged at his sleeve. Second young master. Don't rush. Just watch me. A young man shouted loudly. Hey, whose 10 taels of silver is this on the ground? Immediately, the crowd in front all looked down at the ground together. In the center of the crowd, Zhuang Yundai appeared. Tang Tianyan smiled brightly. Sister Yundai. Zhuang Yundai's skewers, thanks to the promotion from Tong Guixiang, sold out all 600 skewers in less than half an hour. Many people were disappointed because they couldn't buy any. They could only repeatedly tell Zhuang Yundai, next time bring more. Yes, after smelling the flavor of your skewers, I can't even look at others. Young lady, you must bring more next time. Definitely, Zhuang Yundai nodded eagerly. As the crowd slowly dispersed, Tang Tianyan finally managed to squeeze to the front of the stall. He felt a bit nervous, saying, that scene was terrifying. When we left the county school, everyone rushed out, but it wasn't this chaotic. Those who knew were there to buy food, but those who didn't might think money was being given away. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but laugh. Tang Tianyan was momentarily stunned and suddenly blushed. Fei Zijin looked at him warily, sizing up the young man who had suddenly appeared, gripping his fan a little tighter. Who are you? Tang Tianyan also eyed Fei Zijin cautiously. He had thought this person was just another customer, but now that the crowd had left and he was still lingering around his sister Yundai, Tang Tianyan found him quite annoying. Ignoring Fei Zijin's question, Tang Tianyan turned to Zhuang Yundai. Sister Yundai, you're young, so you need to learn to tell good people from bad ones. Fei Zijin laughed in disbelief. Huh? Are you saying I'm a bad person? And why do you keep calling her Sister Yundai? Are you from the Zhuang family? Tang Tianyan puffed out his chest. My last name is Tang, not Zhuang. I can call her Sister Yundai, can I? Fei Zijin coldly replied. Scoundrel. Tang Tianyan frowned. How can you, a flashy young man, call someone else a scoundrel? I'm not as flashy as you. What do you mean? What's wrong with me being like this? Zhuang Yundai felt a bit of a headache as she watched Fei Zijin and Tang Tianyan arguing. To be honest, she didn't quite understand why these two were fighting. Wasn't this their first meeting? Was this what they called bad vibes? Zhuang Yundai pressed her forehead and said, Stop arguing. The two boys continued to bicker like children, exchanging words back and forth. Zhuang Yuntong, being younger and unfamiliar with such situations, saw Fei Zijin and Tang Tianyan as good older brothers. Their heated argument, with flushed faces and raised voices, scared her. Tianyan Gij. Zijin Gij. Please stop arguing. Zhuang Yuntong was on the verge of tears. Seeing her precious little sister about to cry because of these two suddenly childish men, Zhuang Yundai became annoyed and her tone turned cold. I'm telling you both, how old are you? Arguing in public. Don't you have any sense of decency? You scared my sister. From the moment Tang Tianyan first saw Zhuang Yundai, he thought of her as a sweet girl. Especially during their conversations, she always smiled warmly, making him feel comfortable and relaxed. He enjoyed spending time with her. But now, hearing her icy tone, he was taken aback. Fei Zijin snapped back to reality, feeling a bit dazed, and realized how silly it was to argue in public. He quickly said to Zhuang Yundai, Miss Zhuang, don't be angry, I won't argue with him anymore. Zhuang Yundai's expression softened a bit as she nodded at Fei Zijin. Tang Tianyan was furious, his eyes almost blazing. This guy was so shameless. He felt dizzy with anger but didn't want to lose, so he gritted his teeth and said, "I won't stoop to his level either." Then he quickly added, "Sister Yundai, I'll listen to you about everything." Fei Zijin's anger flared up again, but when he saw Zhuang Yuntong looking scared and Zhuang Yundai comforting her, his expression darkened, and he held back his frustration. He tapped his fan against his palm, sneered, and said nothing more. Finally, the world became quiet. Zhuang Yundai looked at the two with satisfaction and hugged Zhuang Yuntong, saying, "Don't be afraid, Tong Tong. The two brothers were just playing around. See, they're not arguing anymore." Fei Zijin stepped forward and put his arm around Tang Tianyan's shoulder, smiling at Zhuang Yuntong. "That's right, Tong Tong. We were just joking. Look, we're good friends." Tang Tianyan felt frozen and instinctively wanted to shake off Fei Zijin's hand. However, when he saw the red-eyed Zhuang Yuntong and the squinting Zhuang Yundai looking at them, he immediately lost his anger and forced a smile, saying, "That's right, that's right." This was the first time the famous talkative second young master Tang of Pingling County experienced the feeling of being at a loss for words. Zhuang Yuntong choked up, asking, "Really?" Zhuang Yundai smiled, "Really?" Fei Zijin nodded decisively. Tang Tianyan reluctantly nodded in agreement. In the end, the group sat in a well-known restaurant's private room in Pingling County. Zhuang Yundai was in a great mood after making a good profit today and decided to treat Fei Zijin and Tang Tianyan to a meal. After all, she hadn't taken her friend Tong Tong out to eat yet. Thus, a scene unfolded where the waiter was listing the dishes for Zhuang Yundai, while the two young men sitting across from each other were staring at each other, each unwilling to back down. But when Zhuang Yundai looked up to ask for their opinions, they instantly changed their expressions and smiled at each other, saying, "Anything is fine. We'll go with your choice." Since they said that, Zhuang Yundai didn't hold back and ordered 7 or 8 signature dishes from the restaurant. "I won't order drinks for you two," Zhuang Yundai thought to herself. Drinking is harmful, especially in ancient times when the alcohol was not well refined and contained many impurities. It's better to drink less. If she really wanted to drink, maybe she could brew some herself? As she pondered, Tang Tianyan spoke up, "I don't drink." He provocatively glanced at Fei Zijin, saying, "It's this one who looks like he drinks often." Fei Zijin had charming eyes and indeed looked quite dashing, giving off a vibe of someone who frequented lively places. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but glance at Fei Zijin again. Although she didn't judge people by their looks, she couldn't help but smile at the thought. Fei Zijin. The atmosphere during this meal was somewhat strange. Tang Tianyan took a few bites of various dishes and said to Zhuang Yundai, "It's not as good as what you make." After he got home last night, it was already dark. However, the county magistrate's wife thought Zhuang Yundai's dishes were delicious and saved some extra for Tang Tianyan, making him so happy that he called her mom. As the conversation continued, Tang Tianyan sincerely thanked Zhuang Yundai, saying, "I really owe it to you. My mother had a bowl of rice yesterday after a long time and didn't feel sick. My father, who usually has a stern face, was smiling like a flower yesterday." Tang Tianyan's comparison made Zhuang Yundai chuckle. She thought of the serious face of the county magistrate and found it amusing. She replied it might be the and plum drink that helped. "How about this? After we finish our meal, I'll share the recipes for those dishes with you. You can write them down and take them back to your kitchen." Tang Tianyan was overjoyed and thanked her. "Thank you, Sister Yundai." The dishes Zhuang Yundai made were excellent and could be treasures in any restaurant. However, she didn't keep the recipes a secret for the sake of the county magistrate's wife, who was experiencing morning sickness. Tang Tianyan thought happily that Sister Yundai was truly kind-hearted. Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, "It's just a small effort." Fei Zijin, watching from the side, felt a bit uncomfortable. Noticing that his usually spirited young master seemed a bit down, he quickly changed the subject to divert Zhuang Yundai and Tang Tianyan's conversation. "By the way, how is your younger brother Yunqi doing in school?" he asked with a smile. When talking about her brother, Zhuang Yundai's smile softened a bit. He just started learning, so he should still be practicing characters and memorizing texts. Fei Zijin replied seriously, our young master is also very knowledgeable. Zhuang Yundai blinked and casually responded, oh, that's great. Fei Zijin smiled subtly and waved his fan again, saying, he has only received a few compliments from the teacher. Tang Tianyan suddenly interjected, excuse me, but you don't seem to be from Pingling County, do you? It's such a small place, and I don't think I've ever seen you here. If you're from somewhere else, why would you come to this remote area? Wouldn't your teacher be upset? This series of questions made Fei Zijin's expression change slightly. Zhuang Yundai had heard Fei Zijin mention before that he was visiting relatives and trying local foods. She glanced at his face and sensed there might be a story behind it. Wanting to change the subject, she was about to speak, but Fei Zijin sneered, there's no need for you to comment, young Master Tang. Today isn't a break, and you didn't go to school either. Skipping school at such a young age isn't good. Tang Tianyan's face darkened. He had taken a leave of absence, but the reason wasn't exactly honorable.
But
what does this have to do with someone named Fei? Tang Tianyan was about to glare at him when he saw the one named Fei looking at him with a strange smile, suddenly opening a folding fan and saying in a teasing tone, are you trying to say this has nothing to do with me? Then how does my matter relate to you?
Tang Tianyan.
Zhuang Yundai rubbed her forehead. Fortunately, although the two were speaking loudly, they weren't arguing, so Zhuang Yundai decided to ignore them and focused on eating. Occasionally, she helped her shy sister by adding some dishes to her plate. After finishing the meal, Zhuang Yundai borrowed paper and pen from the waiter and dictated the recipes for the dishes. Tang Tianyan wanted to impress Zhuang Yundai, so he wrote very carefully and neatly. The teacher who saw his writing would have been moved to tears. Did you just return? Fei Zijin asked Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai shook her head. I had arranged a time with someone in advance, and there's still some time left. I plan to take Tong Tong for a stroll nearby. Tang Tianyan wanted to join them, but his attendant anxiously reminded him, young master, we only took the morning off. We need to return in the afternoon. Tang Tianyan took a deep breath. All right, I understand. Reluctantly, he said to Zhuang Yundai, Sister Yundai, I'm different from some people. I have to go back to school. I won't be able to play with you today. Let's play together next time. He winked at Zhuang Yuntong. Sister Yuntong, next time, I'll teach you how to catch fish in the river. Zhuang Yuntong softly replied. Tang Tianyan then turned back several times as he said goodbye and left. Fei Zijin chuckled and opened his fan. Miss Zhuang, I know this county well. I'll show you around. Zhuang Yundai thought for a moment and smiled. Sure. However, Fei Zijin's idea of looking around was quite different from Zhuang Yundai's. Seeing Zhuang Yundai wandering aimlessly, looking at the houses in the alleys and occasionally buying snacks for her sister, he felt a bit confused. Is this how girls shop? But Zhuang Yundai didn't shop for long. She just needed to have a general idea of the place. Mr. Fei, Zhuang Yundai said with a smile. Thank you for your help. I'm ready to head back. Fei Zijin suddenly frowned, looking displeased. Miss Zhuang, isn't it unfair to treat some people better than others? Zhuang Yundai was taken aback. How is this treating some better than others? Fei Zijin looked a bit hurt and said, I knew you before Tang Tianyan, and I'm older than him. Why do you call him Brother Tianyan but me young Master Fei? Are we that distant? Zhuang Yundai thought for a moment and tentatively called out, Brother Zijin? Fei Zijin's face lit up with a smile. Ah. Zhuang Yundai felt a bit awkward, thinking she seemed like a bad sister. She had the impression that everyone would soon ask her, how many good brothers do you have? She shook her head in disbelief. Fei Zijin quickly changed his address to her. Sister Dai, you said you were leaving? Let me walk you out of the city. He cleverly called her Sister Dai, which sounded more affectionate than just Yundai. He thought to himself that if Zhuang Yundai could only have one brother in her life, it had to be him, Fei Zijin. However, Zhuang Yundai interrupted his fantasy of being the one and only good brother by saying, Oh, that's okay. The cart I rented is waiting just outside the city. It's very close, just a few steps away. Fei Zijin didn't like to force others, so he nodded when he saw Zhuang Yundai's response. Then he remembered something and took out a ceramic cat paperweight from his pocket, smiling as he handed it to Zhuang Yundai. I found this cute little thing at the market today. You can give it to your brother Yunqi to play with. Seeing that Zhuang Yundai seemed about to say something, he added, It's not worth much. Just consider it a treat for the skewers we had today. He winked playfully, Sister Dai. You're not going to make me pay you back for those skewers, are you? Zhuang Yundai laughed and shook her head, accepting the ceramic cat paperweight. All right, I'll take it. Thank you on behalf of Aki. Fei Zijin was clearly in a good mood. He stood at one end of the street, watching Zhuang Yundai as she held her sister with one hand and pulled her small cart with the other, walking over the uneven cobblestones toward the city exit. He continued to watch until the girl's figure disappeared at the end of the street. Then he closed his fan and smiled softly, lost in thought. As Zhuang Yundai left the city, the limping Zheng was already waiting at the agreed spot. Also waiting was Aunt Hu, holding a child. After a long day, Bin, who had been unconscious, had woken up but still looked a bit weak, resting on Aunt Hu's shoulder. Aunt Hu was excited to see Zhuang Yundai and quickly approached her, trying to help with a small cart she was pulling. Yundai, you're here. Zhuang Yundai wouldn't let Aunt Hu carry the child and quickly avoided her, redirecting the conversation to distract her. Aunt, how has Bin's illness? Upon hearing this, Aunt Hu immediately forgot about helping with the cart. She looked very emotional, almost wanting to kneel down. Yundai, I truly owe you so much. The doctor in the county said that if it weren't for the annual flower you gave him that helped stabilize Bin's condition, I would have been too late when I got there. As she spoke, Aunt Hu's face showed fear from the thought. The more she realized how close they had come to losing him, the more grateful she felt towards Zhuang Yundai. She had saved her son's life. At that moment, she wished she could give her heart to Zhuang Yundai. Hearing that Bin's condition had stabilized made Zhuang Yundai smile. See, Aunt? I told you. Our Bin is truly blessed. You can relax. This child is destined for great things. Aunt Hu, holding the child, laughed and cried. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you. On the way back in the cart, Aunt Hu carefully asked Zhuang Yundai, Yundai, is there anything I can help you with? She always wanted to repay Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai looked closely at Aunt Hu. Her clothes were a bit worn, with faded edges, yet she still wore them. The patched areas were neat and tightly stitched, showing that Aunt Hu was very diligent and careful. Zhuang Yundai smiled. Actually, there is something I need your help with. Aunt Hu perked up, eager to assist. Just tell me. I'll help with whatever I can. Zhuang Yundai said. You probably don't know what I'm going to the county for, do you? Aunt Hu hesitated, then guessed. Are you going to sell something? I saw that jar of yours. It looks like it has something in it. Zhuang Yundai nodded with a smile. Yes, I've been preparing some things, skewering some vegetables and meat on bamboo sticks to sell in the county. Aunt Hu was slightly surprised and opened her mouth in admiration. You can sell that? Yundai, you're truly amazing. At this moment, in Aunt Hu's mind, Zhuang Yundai was a bright and great figure. Even if Zhuang Yundai did nothing, Aunt Hu would probably say, wow, our sister Dai can even breathe. That's impressive. Zhuang Yundai smiled helplessly and explained to Aunt Hu, I call this thing skewers. I've been selling them in the city recently, and it's been going well, so I thought about opening a small shop.
But
she hesitated for a moment and shared her current plan with Aunt Hu, but I haven't decided yet. However, I have this idea. Since I will be opening a shop, I will definitely need a lot of skewers, and I doubt I can make them all by myself. Aunt Hu, would it be possible for me to hire you to help me with this at the market price? Aunt Hu's mouth dropped open in surprise. She was both shocked and excited. You want to hire me? No, I can just help. Aunt Hu was a bit flustered, but Zhuang Yundai was very firm. Aunt, hiring someone for skewers is definitely a long-term job, so we should agree on the pay from the start. She thought for a moment and offered Aunt Hu a price. How about 30 coins a day? Does that sound good? Aunt Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Dai, are you serious? 30 coins a day? That was almost what a laborer could earn in a day. Aunt Hu was trembling slightly, Are you joking with me? It was no wonder Aunt who reacted this way. Zhuang Yundai's offer was indeed very generous. Zhuang Yundai nodded firmly. How could I joke with you? This is real. Aunt, who was incredibly excited. So, when do we start? Holding her baby, Bin, she was shaking with anticipation. Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, although I'm not opening the shop yet, I still need to sell skewers. So, once your Bin is feeling better, you can come help me make them. At first, we can stick to what we agreed on, 30 coins a day. How does that sound?
What could be better than that?
It was fantastic. Aunt, who nodded repeatedly, almost speechless. She even wondered if Zhuang Yundai was a fairy sent from the heavens to help her through tough times. Bin's recent medical expenses had drained her already limited savings. Now, she was completely broke. Fortunately, as long as there was food in the countryside, they could survive for a while. But what about the future? Right now, Brother Bin is sick, and she can only find odd jobs to earn a little money once he gets better, but that's not a long-term solution. Just then, Zhuang Yundai offered her a way to survive. When they arrived at Xiangyang village, Aunt who wiped her tears and hugged her son, thanking Zhuang Yundai profusely before leaving. Crippled Zheng listened the whole time and couldn't help but sigh. That girl, Dai, really has a kind heart. Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly, paid the remaining silver to crippled Zheng, and said, Uncle Zheng, I might need to rent your cart for a few days. I'll let you know in advance. Please take it easy on the drinking during this time. Crippled Zheng patted his chest. Don't worry, I've never missed a job while driving. Zhuang Yundai held Zhuang Yuntong's hand and walked home. Since they returned early today, Zhuang Yundai was thinking about what delicious food she could make for her younger siblings to help them recover. However, before they reached the small courtyard, just around the corner, Zhuang Yundai saw a woman lingering at the door with a basket in her hand. Zhuang Yundai was taken aback at first, then her expression turned cold. She recognized the woman's silhouette. As if sensing something, the woman turned around and Zhuang Yuntong, who was happily bouncing beside her sister, froze in surprise. She instinctively called out, Mom. The woman's beautiful face broke into a smile. Tong Tong. This was Li Shi, who had quickly abandoned Zhuang Yundai and her siblings after hearing about Zhuang Shernan's death, taking the compensation money, and leaving the Zhuang family. Li Shi hurried over with the basket, and Zhuang Yuntong hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, her maternal instincts took over, and she rushed into Li Shi's arms, tears in her eyes. Mom, I miss you so much. Li Shi patted Zhuang Yuntong's hair, but kept glancing at Zhuang Yundai, either intentionally or unintentionally. Zhuang Yundai stood still, her expression cold as she allowed Li Shi to scrutinize her. Li Shi felt uncertain and forced a smile, greeting Zhuang Yundai, Dai dear. Zhuang Yuntong peeked out from Li Shi's embrace, as if she finally remembered something. She pushed Li Shi gently, stepping back a few paces, and looked up at Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai felt a pang in her heart. Tong Tong was still under 6 years old and longed for her mother, but Li Shi's earlier actions had left Tong Tong somewhat hurt. Zhuang Yundai pressed her lips together and noticed people in the village looking this way. She softly said, This isn't a good place to talk. Let's go into the yard. Li Shi saw that Zhuang Yundai spoke so calmly, clearly different from her earlier foolish demeanor. As the rumors said, her eldest daughter, who had been foolish for many years, was no longer foolish. But whether she was foolish or not, she still recognized her as her mother. Li Shi felt a bit relieved and followed Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yuntong into the yard with her basket. Once inside, Li Shi looked around. Although the old house had been repaired, it was still quite shabby. She couldn't help but frown. Seeing Zhuang Yundai heading to the kitchen, Li Shi thought she was going to boil water for her. But before she could smile, she saw Zhuang Yundai neatly place the small cart in the corner of the kitchen instead. Zhuang Yundai returned empty-handed, crossed her arms, and directly asked Li Shi, What brings you here? Li Shi was taken aback by Zhuang Yundai's attitude. Anger rose in her heart, but remembering her purpose for coming, she suppressed her feelings and tried to smile. Sister Dai, you really are not foolish anymore, just as the rumors said? Zhuang Yundai chuckled lightly. You really keep up with the news. The fact that she was no longer foolish had been known for over a month, and it was quite thoughtful of Li Shi to ask now. Li Shi could hear the sarcasm in her eldest daughter's words, which had once brought her endless shame. She almost lost her composure, her expression changing. Zhuang Yuntong sensed the awkward atmosphere and nervously called out, "Elder sister." "Mother." Seeing that Zhuang Yuntong still depended on her, Li Shi's heart softened, and she called out, "Good Tong Tong, come here and see what delicious food I brought you." Li Shi opened the basket she had been carrying, revealing several pieces of steamed red date cake. Zhuang Yuntong had already eaten plenty of good food in the county and had snacked on some pastries given to her on the way, so she wasn't as excited about the cakes as Li Shi had hoped. She politely said, "Thank you, mother."
Li Shi smila froza.
She awkwardly searched for something to say. "Tong Tong, where is your brother? I haven't seen him." When Zhuang Yuntong mentioned Zhuang Yunqi, she proudly straightened her chest. "Brother went to school." He really went to school. Li Shi felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Going to school. It's not a small amount of money. Li's attitude became more eager. She licked her dry lips and cautiously asked, "I was waiting at your door earlier. Do you have any water?" Zhuang Yundai originally didn't want to pay her any attention, but seeing Zhuang Yuntong, the silly little girl, heading to the kitchen to get water for Li, she quickly grabbed Zhuang Yuntong and sighed, "You stay here. I'll get the water." Zhuang Yuntong obediently replied, "Okay." Zhuang Yundai went to the kitchen to boil water. Seeing that Zhuang Yundai was willing to get her water, Li felt a bit more at ease and put on a motherly demeanor again. When Zhuang Yundai came out with a kettle and bowl, Li had already sent Zhuang Yuntong into the house to get some snacks that Zhuang Yundai usually made for her. Li was enjoying the pickled fruit and said to Zhuang Yundai, "You made these candied fruits quite well." Zhuang Yuntong's eyes sparkled with joy at her sister's praise. Zhuang Yundai looked at her silly little sister and sighed again in her heart. Silly sister. Li had come over this time with a face full of ulterior motives. Did this silly sister really think Li had a change of heart and was here to reconnect as mother and daughter? Seeing that Zhuang Yundai was not really responding to her, Li's smile faded, her brow furrowed slightly, and her eyes quickly filled with tears. "Dai Jie, are you blaming your mother?" She pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped her tears. Mother didn't want this to happen. Mother had her reasons. Li thought that after crying and saying this, at least Zhuang Yundai would be moved. However, Zhuang Yundai looked at her calmly, her gaze so deep that even Li, as her mother, felt a chill in her heart. She instinctively fell silent. The atmosphere became tense again. Just then, they heard Zhuang Yunqi's voice from outside. "Elder sister, Tong Tong, I'm back." Zhuang Yunqi stepped into the courtyard and was surprised to see a woman he never expected. He stood frozen for a moment, then slowly stepped into the courtyard. Li, feeling a bit excited, stood up from the stone bench and happily called out, "Chiga." She took a few steps forward, wanting to hug Zhuang Yunqi. Zhuang Yunqi pressed his lips together and avoided Li. Li's outstretched arms froze in midair. Li was truly sad this time, her voice filled with shock. "Chi, my dear." She had intended to leave with her son, but Li knew that if she left alone, the family would think it was just one less mouth to feed, and that would be it. However, if she took Zhuang Yunqi with her, the family would definitely not let it go easily. Moreover, she had asked her son at the time, and he clearly told her he wouldn't abandon his older sister and younger sister to come with her. So, Li had to leave by herself. Unexpectedly, when she secretly returned this time, her once close daughter treated her like a stranger, and her usually caring son had also grown distant, leaving only her youngest daughter still clinging to her as before. Suppressing her sadness, Li held up the basket of red date-steamed cakes and said, "Chi, look what I brought for you." Zhuang Yunqi pressed his lips together but did not take the cake. Instead, he asked, "Why did you come, mother?" Seeing her son treat her like an outsider, Li was so hurt that her hands trembled. She set down the basket of red date-steamed cakes and began to cry. "Are you all blaming me? I didn't want to leave. But at that time, your grandmother and Anne only gave us a little food. If I hadn't left, we four would have starved to death. I thought that if I left, your grandmother might treat you better since you are her grandchildren. I never expected your grandmother to be so cruel. Sister Dai was sick, and she sent her to this old house. Now she has even driven you all out of the family.
Li quería evitarle.
Zhuang Yundai looked at her coldly. Zhuang Yunqi hesitated, showing signs of inner conflict. Zhuang Yuntong seemed to be affected by Li's crying and also began to tear up, sobbing, "Mother, we all miss you so much. But why were you so heartless? At that time, sister was so sick. Brother was even willing to sell himself. I went with brother to our maternal grandfather, but he said that since father died, it's normal for you to remarry and that you didn't want us." Zhuang Yuntong spoke through her tears, her words broken. Yet, amidst Zhuang Yuntong's cries, Zhuang Yunqi's gaze became more determined. Li paused her crying and continued sorrowfully, "Good Tong Tong, you must understand, it's not that I didn't want you. It's that I couldn't keep you. You know, your maternal grandfather told your mother about that family. They wouldn't let her take you there. At that time, your mother had no choice. If she didn't marry, all four of us would starve in the village. If she marries, maybe you all will have a chance to live." Zhuang Yundai almost applauded Li Shi. How clever. Turning the truth upside down and making herself look good. What kind of thick skin does it take to say such things in front of three little kids? But Zhuang Yuntong, being young and innocent, was momentarily confused by Li Shi's words. She sniffled and asked, "Is that really true?" Seeing an opportunity, Li Shi immediately nodded. "Of course it's true. Look, as soon as your mother settled down, she came right to find you." Zhuang Yundai suddenly asked, "Does the family over at Zhuang's know you're back?" Li Shi's face stiffened. "This child." She awkwardly replied, "Well, it's not a big deal. Anyway, the second branch has already separated from the Zhuang family. They can't control me anymore." Zhuang Yundai let out a cold laugh. Li Shi almost thought she was mistaken. How could her eldest daughter have such a mocking expression in that moment? She couldn't help but look closely. It was then that she realized, while she had been thinking of how to win back the hearts of these three children, they had all changed significantly. For example, the little daughter and son, the pair of twins. They looked much healthier and plumper, like beautiful children from a fairy tale. As for the biggest change, it was her previously foolish eldest daughter. Li Shi studied Zhuang Yundai and instinctively shivered. This eldest daughter had changed too much. She used to look so thin and frail, like a walking skeleton. Now, her face was fuller, and her eyes sparkled with life, like a dusty stone revealing a priceless jade inside. For a moment, Li Shi even thought, "Is this really that foolish girl?" In the end, Li Shi didn't even know what she said, and almost fled in a panic. Zhuang Yuntong looked a bit disappointed as she watched Li Shi hurry away. Zhuang Yunqi took Zhuang Yuntong's hand and led her inside, saying, "Come on, I'll teach you the new words we learned today." Zhuang Yuntong finally snapped back to reality, looking a bit troubled. "Brother, there was a word I forgot how to write yesterday."
"I'll teach you again."
"Thank you, big brother. You're so nice." The sounds of the siblings chatting faded away. Zhuang Yundai stood in the yard, lost in thought. After a while, she heard someone calling eldest sister from inside the house. She responded loudly, closed the yard gate with a smile, and then went inside. Li hurried back to her current home. It was not too far from Xiangyang village, about 10 miles of hilly terrain. However, this yard was clearly much more impressive than the old house of the Zhuang family. With its red bricks, white walls, and a bright red door, it looked very grand. No matter where it was located, it was a nice yard. Her mother-in-law glanced at her with a forced smile and said, "Today, the eldest daughter-in-law is cooking. Tomorrow, it's your turn, so don't forget." Li replied obediently, "I remember, mother." Her mother-in-law chuckled and turned to enter the main house. The door curtain fell with a loud sound, leaving Li unsure if it was intentional. Li didn't pay much attention to that. She was still thinking about Zhuang Yundai's gaze and hurried into her own room. On the bed lay a man smoking a pipe with his feet up. Upon seeing Li enter, He placed the pipe on a small table and sat up. Did you see those little troublemakers? Lee gave the man a teasing look but wasn't angry. She sat on the edge of the bed, grabbed some sunflower seeds, and slowly said to him, "My silly daughter is no longer silly." The man shrugged, unimpressed. Didn't you already know that? Lee wasn't sure how to express her feelings to him, but it didn't really matter. She pushed her mixed thoughts aside and said, "Forget about her for now. This time I went over, those two little ones didn't treat me the same as before." The man crossed his legs and shook his head, still unconcerned. "Of course. You, as their mother, left them, so it's normal for them to feel a bit awkward. Just listen to me. Those three little troublemakers are doing well now. They managed to get out of that place, and even sent one to school. They must have money." Lee nodded in agreement. In fact, she came to visit this time because she heard that Zhuang Yunqi was going to school. The man she remarried was named Meng and, coincidentally, was also the second son in his family. The only difference with the man before her is that Meng Laonyo is very favored at home. However, he loves to gamble and can hardly save any money. His mother keeps a tight grip on the family finances, only allowing a little for daily expenses and not giving him a single coin. Lee initially was attracted to the impressive Meng family home. After enduring a hard life in the village, she was moved when the widower Meng Laonyo pursued her, leaving her 3 children behind without caring if they lived or died. After marrying Meng Laonyo, Lee discovered that he was all show and no substance, with no money to speak of. However, his sweet words charmed her, and since life with him seemed better than her previous struggles, she decided to stay and make a life with him. But living without money was truly difficult. During this time, while Meng Laonyo was out, he overheard some village children talking about a talented student at the local school who had memorized the 1,000-character classic on the first day. At first, he dismissed it, but as he walked away, he caught the name of the impressive child, Zhuang Yunqi. The name sounded familiar, and after a moment, he realized it was one of the 3 children left behind by his new wife. He was shocked to learn that those 3 children had made something of themselves. They had the courage to cut ties with the Zhuang family and were even able to support one of them in school. This clearly meant they had money. Meng Laonyo immediately started to think of ways to benefit from this. When he returned and told Lee, she was also frustrated about not having enough money to buy even a little perfume or a hairpin. They quickly agreed on a plan. Meng Laonyo embraced Lee and sweetly promised her, "Once we have money, I'll buy you the best perfume in the county. And a beautiful gold hairpin, too. I'll even get you a maid to take care of you, giving you massages and making sure you're comfortable." Lee was delighted but also puzzled about how 3 young children could earn money. Later, she heard that her eldest daughter, who was no longer foolish, was picking vegetables in the village every day and selling them in the county. She wasn't sure if it was profitable, but since she managed to send the children to school, it must be earning something. It's important to know that sending children to school costs a lot of money. In the Meng family, which had some wealth, only the most talented of the 3 sons was able to attend school. Lee was very tempted. After thinking it over, she decided to take a basket back to the old family home today. As she recalled the scene from the afternoon, she couldn't help but bite her lip. "I'll go check on them in a few days." Meng hugged Lee and sweetly coaxed her. All right. There's still half a bag of candied chestnuts in the cupboard that Mother gave me this afternoon. I didn't finish them and saved them just for you. Remember to eat them later." Lee huffed internally. Her mother-in-law treated her like a thief, sneaking things to her son when she wasn't home. But seeing Meng care for her made her heart warm, and her mood brightened. "In a couple of days, when I get some money from those 3 kids, let's go out to eat." The couple exchanged glances, and both chuckled. With the arrival of autumn rain, the weather had turned colder. The thin jacket that Zhuang Yundai bought from the county a few days ago was now useful. Chi, come try this on," Zhuang Yundai said, holding the new jacket for Zhuang Yiqi to change into. She initially wanted to help her brother put it on, but Zhuang Yiqi felt a bit shy. He frowned and said seriously, "Sister, I can do it myself." Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but laugh and turned her back, letting him change by himself. However, after a while with no sound, she couldn't resist asking, "Are you done?" Zhuang Yiqi's hesitant voice came back. "Yes, I'm done." When Zhuang Yundai turned around, she saw Zhuang Yiqi standing by the bed, looking a bit dazed. Zhuang Yundai was startled and quickly asked, "Ah Qi, what's wrong?" Zhuang Yiqi murmured, "Sister, it's so warm. This is the first time I've worn such warm clothes." He couldn't help but hug his arms. Zhuang Yundai felt a pang in her heart. This child, since birth, has had his father go to war and his mother focused on avoiding work. He and his twin sister Tong Tong learned to be independent from a young age, taking care of their simple-minded sister. They ate rice husks and wore old clothes that others had outgrown. This was his first time wearing a brand new, soft cotton coat. Zhuang Yundai stepped forward to help Zhuang Yunqi adjust the collar of his coat and smiled gently at him, saying, "There will be more new clothes in the future." Zhuang Yunqi nodded seriously, his eyes full of trust for Zhuang Yundai, replying yes. At that moment, Zhuang Yuntong, who was still sleeping on the bed, turned over. Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yunqi immediately fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Then they heard Zhuang Yuntong mumbling in her sleep, "I want to eat." Zhuang Yundai felt utterly helpless. Because it was raining outside, Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yunqi had breakfast in the kitchen. They enjoyed soft, fragrant rice porridge sprinkled with a bit of savory meat floss that Zhuang Yundai had made. On this chilly autumn morning, it felt warm and comforting. Zhuang Yunqi ate 2 bowls in a row. Zhuang Yundai smiled as she packed lunch for him in a small basket and took out a raincoat and a bamboo hat. The large raincoat covered Zhuang Yunqi completely, and he held the small basket underneath it, staying dry. "It's almost time to deliver meat dishes to your teacher. I made some sweet and sour ribs today and packed 2 portions in your basket. When you get to your teacher's kitchen, borrow some fire to heat it up. 1 for you and 1 for your teacher," Zhuang Yundai instructed. Zhuang Yunqi listened carefully and nodded. "Be careful on your way," Zhuang Yundai said with a smile as she opened an oiled paper umbrella and sent Zhuang Yunqi out the door. She watched his small figure disappear into the light rain before turning back to the yard. As the weather grew colder, Zhuang Yundai began to think about preparing another flavor of skewers. That's right, spicy skewers. In this era, chili peppers had not yet arrived, so making spicy oil seemed like a dream. However, Zhuang Yundai had researched it before and succeeded in extracting spiciness from a plant called silver needlegrass. Yesterday, with good weather, Zhuang Yundai had gone into the mountains and brought back a whole bundle of silver needlegrass. On her way back, a woman named Yang Hongxiu, who had always disliked Zhuang Yundai, happened to see her while gathering pigweed at the foot of the mountain and mocked her. Zhuang Yundai often wondered what she was thinking all day. After digging up so many things that pigs won't eat, was she too hungry to think straight? Zhuang Yundai ignored her, gave her a light glance, and went off with her silver needlegrass. Yang Hongxiu felt a bit embarrassed and decided to let it go. Today was perfect for using that silver needlegrass to make some red oil. Zhuang Yundai worked quickly, starting the fire to heat the oil. However, the spicy flavor of the ingredient was quite strong. Earlier, because of the rain, Zhuang Yundai had moved her little birds, Jiu Jiu and Xiao Xiao, into the kitchen. Now, they were eating the meat fluff she had given them, but the strong smell from the silver needlegrass was bothering them. They flapped their wings and landed on Zhuang Yundai's shoulders, chirping as if protesting. Zhuang Yundai gently patted their heads to calm them. "Just hang in there. I'll make you both sweet and sour shrimp when I earn some money." Jiu Jiu seemed to understand, chirped loudly, and jumped to the other side of Zhuang Yundai's shoulder to comfort Xiao Xiao. Zhuang Yundai hummed a little tune and continued her work with the red oil. When Aunt Hu, wearing a straw hat, knocked on the door, Zhuang Yundai had just finished making the oil. Seeing Aunt Hu in a raincoat holding Bingur, she was a bit surprised and quickly invited her inside. "Aunt, it's so cold and rainy today. Why did you come over? You could stay home and rest with Bingur." Once inside, Aunt Hu took off her raincoat and set Bingur down. She smiled at Zhuang Yundai and said, "Bingur has been doing much better these days. I was just sitting at home, so I thought I could come help you with things around the house." Bingur, wrapped in several layers like a little round ball, greeted Zhuang Yundai in a sweet voice. "Hello, Sister Dai Dai." He looked completely different from the days when he was fainting and twitching. Zhuang Yundai was delighted. She went into the side room and took out a small jar of candied mountain fruits for Bingur as a treat. It was cold outside, and Zhuang Yuntong was practicing writing on a small table in the heated room. Hearing the commotion, she smiled happily but didn't move, finishing the big character she was working on. Then she raised her little face, which had a bit of ink on it, and asked, "Is Aunt Hu and Binbin here?" Zhuang Yuntong always acted like the younger sister, but in front of the 3-year-old Binbin, she was the big sister. She loved playing with Binbin. Zhuang Yundai smiled and responded. Zhuang Yuntong, feeling happy, started to climb down from the bed. Halfway down, she remembered something and reluctantly sat back down, biting the pen and saying, "I should finish these 2 pages of big characters before playing with Binbin, so that my brother won't be sad when he comes back from school and sees I haven't finished the homework he assigned." Zhuang Yundai walked over, glanced at Zhuang Yuntong's writing, and pointed out a mistake. "Did you forget something here?" Zhuang Yuntong looked closely and realized her sister was right. She had indeed made an error. She gasped, "Then I'll write another big character." The little girl looked at her sister with some admiration. "Sister, you're amazing. You noticed it right away." Zhuang Yundai coughed lightly, feeling a bit shy about admitting that she had also been somewhat illiterate before. It was only recently, with Zhuang Qi teaching Zhuang Yuntong, that she learned how to write with a brush. After all, her mental strength was exceptional, and she learned quickly. "Practice well," Zhuang Yundai said, holding a small jar filled with candied fruits. "When you go out later, remember to wear your hat so you don't get wet." Zhuang Yuntong obediently tilted her little face and replied, "Sister, don't worry. Today, I'm wearing my new cotton coat, so I definitely won't get wet." Zhuang Yundai smiled and took out a cloth, gently wiping the ink stains off Zhuang Yuntong's cheek. The small room felt warm and cozy. Aunt Hu was simple and hardworking. In just one morning, she had strung nearly 2,000 beads, which was quite impressive. In the afternoon, Aunt Hu helped Zhuang Yundai cut bamboo to make skewers. This task was a bit harder, but Aunt Hu still worked diligently without complaint and picked it up quickly. Zhuang Yundai noticed this, and when Aunt Hu was about to dress Binbin in a raincoat, Zhuang Yundai hurriedly stopped her and gave her some items. In addition to the previously agreed payment of 30 coins a day, there was also a piece of cloth. The cloth wasn't large, but it was more than enough to make a small outfit for Binbin. Aunt Hu was taken aback and stammered, "No, this is really..." She had come to help today, so how could she accept Zhuang Yundai's money, let alone the piece of cloth? But Zhuang Yundai insisted, pushing the cloth into Aunt Hu's arms. "Aunt, this is leftover cloth from making clothes for Tong Tong and Chi. It's not anything special. If you refuse again, it will seem like you don't appreciate it." Aunt Hu was anxious, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "No, Daijia, this. Zhuang Yundai smiled as she helped Aunt Hu put on the raincoat. "Hey, Aunt, while it's still light out, you should hurry and take Bingo home. You've worked hard today, and tomorrow I'll go to the county to sell things. You should rest well at home. There will be more for you to help with in the future." Aunt Hu couldn't refuse Zhuang Yundai and accepted it. Wearing the raincoat and holding her son, she stepped into the rain. The wind and rain outside were cold, but her heart felt warm. After sending Aunt Hu off, Zhuang Yundai's smile faded, and she looked seriously at the rain outside. Something was wrong. Usually, Aki would be home by now. It was already nearly half an hour late. Why hadn't he returned yet? The rain outside was steady, neither too heavy nor too light, drizzling endlessly. Zhuang Yundai grew more anxious as she waited for Zhuang Yiqi to come back. Many worries flashed through her mind. What if he slipped on the mountain path? Or encountered a landslide? The more she thought, the more uneasy she felt. Zhuang Yuntong noticed something was off and ran over to Zhuang Yundai, whispering, "Elder sister, why hasn't brother come back yet?" Unable to wait any longer, Zhuang Yundai said to Zhuang Yuntong, "Tong Tong, stay at home. I'm going to find Aki." Zhuang Yuntang clung to the doorframe, wanting to go along, but she knew that in this weather, she would just be a burden. She could only seriously remind Zhuang Yundai, "Elder sister, please be careful on the road. Tong Tong will stay home and be good." Zhuang Yundai patted little Yuntong's head, found another raincoat at home, put it on, and donned a hat before stepping into the rain. As she reached the village entrance and was about to head up the mountain, Zhuang Yundai saw a small figure rushing through the rain. As she focused, she realized it was Zhuang Yiqi. He was soaked like a drenched chicken, without a raincoat or hat, running straight home through the rain. Zhuang Yundai's heart ached for him. Without thinking of anything else, she shouted "Aki," and pulled him over. She placed the hat on Zhuang Yiqi's head and hurriedly untied the raincoat to put it on him. Zhuang Yunqi's cold, wet little hand pressed against Zhuang Yundai's hand. His voice seemed to leak out like a whisper, No, it's okay, big sister. I'm already soaked." Zhuang Yundai, rarely firm, brushed Zhuang Yunqi's hand away and took off her raincoat to wrap it around him. Raindrops fell in streams, soaking Zhuang Yundai's clothes. She bit her lip tightly and held Zhuang Yunqi as they walked home. By the time they got home, Zhuang Yundai was completely drenched too. Zhuang Yuntang saw her brother and sister looking like drowned rats and was frightened. She quickly ran to grab a towel for them to dry off. Zhuang Yundai didn't think about herself and hurriedly stripped Zhuang Yunqi of his wet clothes, dried him off with the towel, and tucked him into bed. Zhuang Yuntang wanted to cry, but she knew it wasn't the time for tears since her sister and brother were both wet. She took a deep breath. "I'll go boil some hot water." The little girl rushed to the kitchen without bothering to grab an umbrella. Zhuang Yunqi's lips were pale, clearly very cold. Although Zhuang Yundai was also wet, it hadn't been long, and she quickly changed into dry clothes. She felt a bit chilly, but it wasn't too serious. The main concern was Zhuang Yunqi. After changing, Zhuang Yundai wrung out her hair and told Zhuang Yunqi, "Just stay in bed and rest," before rushing out to the kitchen. In the kitchen, she found little Yuntang sitting by the stove, tears in her eyes, trying to keep the fire going. When Yuntang saw Zhuang Yundai, her tears finally began to fall. Zhuang Yunqi's condition had been too alarming. His face was as pale as a ghost, and he was completely soaked. It was no wonder Yuntang was scared. Yuntang sniffled. "Big sister, are you and brother okay?" Zhuang Yundai comforted her. "We're fine. Don't worry." She quickly grabbed some, chopped it up, and added a spoonful of brown sugar to a bowl. Normally, water should be boiled on high heat first and then simmered, but she was worried about Zhuang Yunqi, so she used the hot water Yuntang had prepared and made 3 bowls of tea. "It's cold today, you should drink a bowl too," Zhuang Yundai told her sister. "I added brown sugar, so it won't taste bad." Yuntang nodded obediently. Zhuang Yundai hurriedly carried a bowl of tea into the room. However, when she entered, her heart sank. Xiao Yunqi's little face was flushed, clearly showing that she had a fever. "Be good and drink this bowl of soup first," Zhuang Yundai coaxed. Xiao Yunqi obediently climbed out of bed, her hands shaking slightly, but she held the bowl steadily and slowly drank the soup. Zhuang Yundai couldn't sit still. She went to the kitchen, blew on her own bowl of soup, drank it, and then said to Zhuang Yuntang, "Tuntong, stay here with Aki. I think Aki has a bit of a fever, so I'm going out for a bit." Zhuang Yuntang nodded seriously. Zhuang Yundai, wearing a raincoat, went to the foot of the back mountain to find some herbs to help with the cold and fever. She felt relieved that the wild mountains behind them were rich in resources. She carefully made her way back to the Zhuang family old house and brewed a bowl of medicine with the herbs. Xiao Yunqi's forehead was hot, and she seemed a bit weak, but when Zhuang Yundai called her to drink the medicine, she sat up obediently and sipped it slowly. Even while being sick, she was so understanding. Zhuang Yundai felt even more heartbroken. After Xiao Yunqi finished the medicine, her voice was a bit hoarse, trembling as she whispered to Zhuang Yundai, "Elder sister, please don't be mad at me." Zhuang Yundai felt a pang in her heart. She helped Xiao Yunqi tuck in the blankets and said, "How could I be mad at Aki? I only feel sorry for you. Aki, tell me, where are your raincoat and hat?" Xiao Yunqi didn't answer. When Zhuang Yundai looked closely, she saw that Xiao Yunqi had already fallen asleep. With a sigh of concern, Zhuang Yundai didn't ask again. That night, Xiao Yunqi didn't sleep very soundly. Zhuang Yundai changed her cloth a few times and coaxed her to drink a bowl of medicine in the middle of the night before she finally fell into a deep sleep. In the end, Zhuang Yundai fell asleep by the side of Xiao Yunqi's bed. She didn't know how long she slept. When she woke up, the sky outside was bright, and both little ones were still sleeping on the bed. Zhuang Yundai's first reaction was to touch Xiao Yunqi's head. It was warm, and she no longer had a fever. Zhuang Yundai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuang Yuntong had also been worried and didn't sleep well last night, so she was still sound asleep under the covers. Zhuang Yundai felt sore all over. When she got up, she could almost hear her bones creaking. By the second half of the night, the rain outside had already stopped. Now, the sun was shining brightly, and there was no trace of yesterday's continuous rain. It was clearly too late to go to the county town now, and Zhuang Yundai didn't mind. She was only thinking about one thing. Yesterday, her family member Aki went out wearing a raincoat and hat, but when she returned from the rain, both were missing. What happened? While she was lost in thought, a loud knocking sound came from outside. Zhuang Yundai snapped back to reality and called out, "Who is it?" "It's me, Dai Jia. My mom sent me to bring you some things." Wang Tsuetsue's cheerful voice rang out. Zhuang Yundai quickly opened the gate and saw Wang Tsuetsue bouncing in with a small bundle. "My mom made shoes for you, Dai Jia, and for Tong Tong and Chiga," Wang Tsuetsue said, her round face beaming with joy. "She had to go to my future sister-in-law's house today, so she sent me instead. Try them on and let us know if they fit. If not, my mom said we can adjust them." Wang Tsuetsue chattered excitedly. "Thanks to the bait you gave my second brother, we can catch wild game at home now. My mom took my brother to visit today and they brought back half a deer and 2 rabbits. It's impressive." Wang Tsuetsue was very happy. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile a bit too. The engagement of Wang's older brother had been delayed for some time. The girl's family was hesitant to marry her off to a family with little money, despite having initially agreed. While it was understandable to worry about their daughter's well-being, their indecision was quite frustrating. Now that there was a new opportunity, it was a good thing. Zhuang Yundai smiled as she accepted the shoes. Wang Tsuetsue looked around and asked, "Dai Jia, is Tong Tong out playing?" "I haven't seen her." Zhuang Yundai pointed to the inner room and replied, "She stayed up late last night, so she's still sleeping." Wang Tsuetsue glanced at the sky and said, "It's already this late." But she shrugged it off. "Let Tong Tong sleep a bit longer. I'll come back to play with her later. I'm going out to have fun with Jujui and Xiao Xiao." Wang Tsuetsue called out, "Jujui, Xiao Xiao." Jujui and Xiao Xiao rushed out from the kitchen, chirping happily, their colorful wings creating a beautiful arc in the bright sunlight as they circled above Wang Tsuetsue's head. Wang Tsuetsue laughed and ran out to play with the 2 birds. Zhuang Yundai also smiled, tidied herself up, and tried on the new shoes made by Wang Tsuetsue's mother. They were warm and comfortable, with a cozy feeling spreading from her feet. Zhuang Yundai decided to wear her new shoes and went to the butcher's house in the village to buy some pork ribs. After the autumn rain, many mushrooms popped up in the woods, some poisonous and some edible. Zhuang Yundai picked the edible ones and soon filled a basket. When Zhuang Yuntong woke up, rubbing her eyes sleepily, the mushroom and pork rib soup made by Zhuang Yundai was already giving off a rich aroma. Zhuang Yuntong felt a bit worried. While she was putting on her clothes, she kept glancing at her brother Zhuang Yunqi, who was sleeping nearby. Imitating Zhuang Yundai, she placed her little hand on Zhuang Yunqi's forehead. She mimicked her brother's serious expression and nodded. It's not hot anymore." When Zhuang Yundai entered and saw this scene, she couldn't help but laugh. "Big sister, why hasn't brother woken up yet?" Zhuang Yuntong asked softly. Zhuang Yundai tucked Zhuang Yunqi's blanket in and replied, "It's okay. His fever has gone down. He's just resting to help his body recover." Zhuang Yuntong nodded her little head. The sisters spoke softly. Zhuang Yundai picked up Zhuang Yuntong, who was now dressed, and sat her by the Kong. She took out the shoes that Wang Tsuetsue had sent earlier. Here, try these. Your Aunt Wang made them for you. Zhuang Yuntong felt a bit shy. Big sister, I can put them on myself. She bent down quickly and put on the shoes. When she turned around, she saw Zhuang Yunqi waking up, rubbing his eyes in confusion. Unable to hold back her excitement, Zhuang Yuntong exclaimed, Big sister, brother is awake. Zhuang Yundai approached and asked Zhuang Yunqi with concern, Aki, you're awake? How do you feel? Zhuang Yunqi lowered his hands from his eyes, feeling a bit shy and his voice still hoarse. Much better. Thank you, big sister. Seeing that Zhuang Yunqi looked normal and seemed fine, Zhuang Yundai finally relaxed. She smiled and went to pour 2 bowls of warm water, giving one to Zhuang Yuntong and one to Zhuang Yunqi. Drink some water first. Both children obediently held their bowls and drank it all. Zhuang Yuntong turned to Zhuang Yunqi and asked a series of questions. Brother, big sister said that when you came back, your raincoat and hat were gone. What happened? Did you lose them on the way? How could you be so careless? Zhuang Yunqi tightened his grip on the edge of the blanket and replied quietly, no. Zhuang Yundai was also concerned about this issue and helped Zhuang Yunqi with his clothes. What happened then? Zhuang Yunqi was silent for a long time. This was very unusual. Zhuang Yuntong looked a bit shocked. Aki? She called out softly. Zhuang Yunqi bit his lip, his lips pale, and after a while, he quietly said, It's Meng Changfei. He stole my raincoat and hat on the way and ran off. I was worried about my book getting wet, so I found a cave and left the book and basket there. I planned to come back after the rain stopped, but it kept pouring. I was afraid that my sister and Tong Tong would worry, so I ran back. His voice grew quieter. A surge of anger rose in Zhuang Yundai's heart. Meng Changfei, that was an unfamiliar name. She pressed her forehead, and before she could speak, Zhuang Yuntong was already very angry, shaking her little fists as if she wanted to hit someone, shouting, Brother, who is Meng Changfei? I want to go hit him. How mean? Didn't he bring his own? How can he steal from others? Zhuang Yunqi frowned. Sister, you can't hit people. Zhuang Yuntong pouted, looking pitiful. I'm not a bad kid who likes to hit. But he bullied my brother. Zhuang Yundai hugged the upset Zhuang Yuntong and patted her head, then turned to Zhuang Yunqi and asked, Aki, this Meng Changfei doesn't sound like a kid from our village. Is he from your school? Zhuang Yunqi hesitated for a moment, but nodded. Facing his sister's knowing gaze, the feeling of grievance he had been suppressing suddenly surged up. He lowered his eyes, sniffled, and his voice trembled. He said his uncle married our mother. If I tell anyone, he will make his uncle hit our mother. Zhuang Yunqi's voice grew even softer. Zhuang Yuntong was stunned. Zhuang Yundai was filled with anger. But she kept a calm face and first comforted Zhuang Yunqi. Aki, don't be afraid of him using this to threaten you. You're still a child, and our mother is an adult. If she remarries, that's her choice, and she has to bear the consequences. It has nothing to do with us. Zhuang Yunqi nodded with his head down. I know. He just felt a bit upset. Zhuang Yundai felt uncomfortable too. But she didn't say much more and changed the topic, pretending to be relaxed. Is Meng Changfei not as good at studying as you? Zhuang Yunqi was taken aback, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, looking a bit shy. The teacher often praises me. Meaning he doesn't often praise Meng Changfei. Zhuang Yundai had a plan in mind. She smiled and gently patted Zhuang Yunqi's little head, saying, Now I understand. That Meng Changfei is just a mean person. He can't match you in studies, so he bullies you on purpose and tries to control you with other things. Dealing with such a person is easy. Just be much better than him, and he won't stand a chance. Just think about how frustrated he will be. Zhuang Yunqi smiled slightly. All right, my dear, get up and have breakfast. I have a plan for this. Zhuang Yundai patted Zhuang Yunqi's head again. Today, you can rest at home and skip school. Tomorrow, just tell Master Zhou that you were sick today. Zhuang Yunqi nodded but felt a bit shy. Sister, I need to get dressed. The little one was not yet 6 years old, but already felt shy about changing clothes in front of her sister. Zhuang Yundai felt helpless. Just yesterday, she had put her in bed without clothes, and now she was shy again. Okay, Zhuang Yundai said, taking Zhuang Yuntong's hand as they headed to the yard. I'll take Tong Tong to wash up. Aki, remember there are new shoes by the bed that Tsuetsue's mother made for us. Try them on to see if they fit. After giving her instructions, Zhuang Yundai left the house with Zhuang Yuntong, closing the door behind them. Zhuang Yuntong seemed a bit down. She kicked a small stone on the ground and said, "Does mother know about that Meng Changfei treating brother like this?" Although Zhuang Yundai didn't like Li, she thought that Li probably didn't know about this situation. After all, Li had come over with a basket to be friendly, looking like she had plans for them. After thinking for a moment, she replied honestly to Zhuang Yuntong, "Mother probably doesn't know." Just hearing that made the little girl happy again. Zhuang Yundai sighed silently. After the 3 siblings had mushroom and pork rib soup for lunch, Zhuang Yunqi said he needed to go out. "I need to get the books from the cave." Both Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yuntong were worried about Zhuang Yunqi going out alone, so the 3 of them went together to the cave to retrieve his books. On their way home, they ran into Wang Tsuetsue and Zhu Jiao returning. Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, "Perfect timing, Tsuetsue. Can you play with Tong Tong and Aki for a bit while I step out? If it gets dark and I'm not back yet, you can take Tong Tong and Aki to your house to play." The 6.5-year-old Wang Tsuetsue felt a sense of responsibility and puffed out her chest. "Don't worry, Dai Jia." Zhuang Yundai also remembered to greet Zhu Jiao. "Zhu Jiao, please keep an eye on them for me." In response, there were 2 cheerful Zhu Jiao. "Sounds." Zhuang Yundai smiled and went home to grab a few things before heading out. By afternoon, she still had not returned. Meanwhile, 2 unexpected guests arrived in Xiangyang village. "Is this Xiangyang village?" A man with charming eyes stepped down from a carriage. Although it was already chilly autumn, he still held a folding fan in his hand. With the fan closed, it didn't seem silly. Plus, he was quite handsome, causing the young women at the village entrance to blush as they looked at him. A young servant jumped down behind him, looking pale. Young master, does Miss Zhuang live here? The mountain road is bumpy." He ran to the side to be sick. Ugh. Clearly, this master and servant were Fei Zijin and Jianqi. Fei Zijin looked around with interest and noticed many shy young women glancing at him. He smiled and quickly approached. "Hello, ladies, is this Xiangyang village?"
He bowed to them.
This made the young women blush even more. One bolder girl, smiling, asked him, "What brings you to our little place?" Fei Zijin replied, "Oh, I'm a businessman from the county, and I have a partnership with a girl named Zhuang Yundai from your village. She didn't arrive on time today, so I came to see what went wrong with the business." Fei Zijin tried to frame it as a business matter to protect Zhuang Yundai's reputation. The villagers, mostly simple folks, didn't think much of it. Seeing Fei Zijin's impressive appearance and that he was doing business with Zhuang Yundai, they were a bit surprised. A kind young woman pointed the way for Fei Zijin. "Just over there, it's easy to find." Fei Zijin smiled. "Oh, you are truly beautiful and kind." "Thank you." He bowed to the young woman, making her blush. The people around them laughed kindly. Fei Zijin and Jianqi followed the directions to the Zhuang family's old house. However, upon seeing the large lock on the door, both of them were taken aback. Jianqi scratched his head. "Miss Zhuang isn't home?" Fei Zijin frowned, staring at the big lock as if it were something very ominous. A somewhat uncertain voice came from beside them. "Brother Zijin?" It was sweet and soft, typical of a little girl. It was clearly Zhuang Yuntong. Fei Zijin turned his head to look, and sure enough, it was Zhuang Yuntong. She was holding a ball and looking at them with surprise. Fei Zijin smiled and asked, "Where is your older sister, Tong Mei?" Zhuang Yunqi also saw Fei Zijin. He had been throwing the ball with Zhuang Yuntong and Wang Tsuetsue, but upon noticing his sister was not there, he quickly took on the role of host. His little face was flushed from running, and he panted slightly as he said, "Brother Zijin, are you here to find my sister?" Fei Zijin nodded. My sister has been out for a while, Zhuang Yunqi said seriously. I don't know when she'll be back. Fei Zijin felt relieved upon hearing that there was nothing wrong, just that she was out. He smiled and said, since I have nothing to do, I will wait for your sister. Zhuang Yunqi agreed, but felt a bit shy. He said to Fei Zijin, by the way, Brother Zijin, I really liked the paperweight you gave me last time.
Thank you.
Fei Zijin couldn't help but marvel at how charming the three siblings of the Zhuang family were. How could they all be so likable? Wang Tsuetsue quickly came over. She was a bit shy and tugged at Zhuang Yuntong's sleeve, asking quietly, who is this? Zhuang Yuntong, a bit confused, replied, it's Brother Zijin. Wang Tsuetsue couldn't help but sneak a glance at Fei Zijin. She thought he looked quite handsome, and since he was so familiar with Tong Tong and Aki, he probably wasn't a bad person, right?
But
bad people wouldn't have bad person written on their faces. Besides, she couldn't read, so even if it was written, she wouldn't know. Wang Tsuetsue felt very conflicted. At that moment, Zhuang Yuntong had already taken out the copper key hanging around her neck and was preparing to open the big door. She clearly trusted Fei Zijin very much. Wang Tsuetsue thought, well, this is in the village. If these two want to do something bad, I will just shout loudly. Thinking this made Wang Tsuetsue feel a bit more at ease. Zhuang Yunqi hesitated a little, but he had heard his sister say that Brother Zijin had helped them a lot in the county. He also relaxed his guard and did not stop Zhuang Yuntong from unlocking the door. Zhuang Yuntong tiptoed and opened the lock. Fei Zijin was very curious about where Zhuang Yundai lived, and he eagerly followed Zhuang Yuntong into the courtyard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he was amazed. The yard looks a bit shabby, doesn't it? Zhuang Yunqi, acting like an adult, welcomed Fei Zijin. Brother Zijin, I'll have Tong Tong take you inside to rest while I boil water for tea. Fei Zijin quickly stopped them, saying, Hey, you two don't need to do that. Jiashi, being clever, patted his chest and said, that's right. Miss Zhuang, you and young Master Zhuang can just keep our young master company. I'll go boil the water. He confidently headed towards the room with a chimney, saying, this must be the kitchen, right? Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi hesitated for a moment but didn't stop him. Fei Zijin then noticed the well in the yard and saw something hanging down. Curious, he approached and touched the water wheel, asking, what's hanging down there? Zhuang Yuntong, knowing the answer, replied seriously, it's a chanchan. Hearing kanchan, Fei Zijin couldn't help but salivate. Zhuang Yuntong, unaware of his reaction, continued to explain, my sister said she made a new flavor. She was planning to sell it at the market today. Fei Zijin thought, Tong's sister, please stop talking. I'm afraid I'll drool. He discreetly wiped his mouth to maintain his composure in front of the kids. A new flavor, huh? Fei Zijin held back his curiosity, but eventually asked, is it good? Zhuang Yuntong nodded vigorously and proudly said, my sister's cooking is always delicious. Previously, Zhuang Yundai had made spicy snails, and although Zhuang Yuntong found it a bit too spicy, she still loved it. However, since children have sensitive stomachs, Zhuang Yundai didn't often make spicy food for them. Zhuang Yuntong often thought about it. Seeing her nodding eagerly, Fei Zijin felt his mouth watering again. He was restless, thinking, oh, when will my sister Dai come back? He had woken up early to wait for Zhuang Yundai's kanchan at the market, but after waiting all morning, she still hadn't arrived, and he felt quite disappointed. Especially when he got hungry and caught a whiff of kanchan that smelled a bit like hers, he had Jiashi buy some to try. The result? Fei Zijin was furious. It smelled good, but it lacked the essence of her cooking. Fei Zijin was so angry that he almost cried. What's going on with you today, Dai Mei Mei? Fei Zijin was both angry and worried. Jianxi, who was comforting him, said, I heard that Miss Zhuang was supposed to take the village cart on time. Maybe she missed it? Suddenly, Fei Zijin's face lit up, and he clapped his hands with excitement. That makes sense. You're right. Jianxi was relieved that his master seemed to be calmed down, but before he could relax completely, Fei Zijin ordered the driver. Let's go to Xiangyang village. Jianxi thought. You really are someone who acts on a whim, like the wind. So, Fei Zijin and Jianxi hurried. Well, they bumped along, to Xiangyang village. In the end, it wasn't too bad. At least nothing happened to Zhuang Yundai. She had just gone out. Fei Zijin waited patiently for Zhuang Yundai to return, eager for the food he had been thinking about. Perhaps luck was on his side. Moved by his sincerity for a bite to eat, he didn't have to wait long before Zhuang Yundai came back. When Zhuang Yundai saw the pair in her yard, she was momentarily stunned, almost thinking she had gone to the wrong house. Fei Zijin rushed up to her like he had seen a long-lost relative, warmly saying, "Dai Mei Mei, you finally came back." His tone sounded as if he had been waiting for a lover for ages. Zhuang Yundai. She calmly adjusted the coarse cloth in her small bag. "Where did you go?" "Oh, just taking care of some personal matters." "It's cold outside. Let's talk inside."
All right.
Meanwhile, at the Meng family, over 10 miles away, Meng Wang, the wife of the eldest Meng, looked at her son Meng Changfei, who was soaked, and gasped, "Son, what happened to you?" Though Meng Changfei was young, he had a hint of anger on his face. He was shivering from the cold. Someone had pushed him into a small stream without any explanation. Although the stream was shallow and he quickly got up, the icy water in late autumn was unbearable. He remembered that person saying in a hoarse voice, "Try experiencing the feeling of stealing someone else's raincoat and leaving them soaked and cold." It must have been that shameless woman's son seeking revenge on him. Thinking of this, he immediately said in a low voice, "Mother, it was that son of the second house." The Meng family was immediately furious. Li was someone she had never liked. A woman who had been married twice, always trying to avoid work, and yet she used her looks to charm her younger brother-in-law.
Ugh.
Now that woman's son even dared to bully her own son. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She prepared a basin of hot water for her son to take a bath, then stormed over to Meng's second son's room. Meng's second son was out playing cards, and Li was leaning on the bed, claiming she had a headache and was resting inside. With the authority of a sister-in-law, Meng confronted Li and slapped her directly. Li was stunned by the slap, her ears ringing and her vision blurred. After a while, she regained her composure and, with red eyes, exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, are you crazy? Why did you hit me for no reason?" Meng sneered and replied sharply, "Li, I've known for a long time that you're not a good person. Today, your little brat almost harmed my son, and I won't let this go." Li was confused and took a moment to react. Covering her burning cheek, she started to cry, "Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? This must be a misunderstanding. How can you just hit someone without knowing the facts?" The commotion in the second household attracted the attention of Li's mother-in-law, who hurried over and scolded Li. "What's going on? All you do is avoid work and cause trouble." Meng spoke up first. "Mother, you don't know. Just now, Chang Fei came back all wet. In this cold weather, and since Chang Fei is usually so careful, how could he get soaked? When I asked, I found out that someone pushed him into the water." Li's mother-in-law gasped. "Is that true? Is Chang Fei okay?" Meng started to cry. "Mother, you know Chang Fei is our only scholar. This person is so cruel. They want to ruin our family's future. If anything happens to Chang Fei, I don't want to live anymore." Li's mother-in-law couldn't sit still and rushed to check on Chang Fei. Meng grabbed her. "Mother, Chang Fei has already changed clothes and is probably resting, but we need to seek justice for him." Hearing that Chang Fei was not seriously hurt, Li's mother-in-law felt relieved and nodded vigorously at her daughter-in-law. "Yes, we must seek justice. We can't let Chang Fei suffer this injustice." The old woman suddenly realized, and her gaze turned fierce as it fell on Li. "So, you mean this lazy woman is responsible for it?" Meng Wang said angrily. Chang Fei said it himself. It was Li's son. The old woman's expression changed immediately. "Well, Li, you let my son go astray before, but now your little brat almost harmed my son? I'm telling you, this isn't over." Li felt a chill in her heart at Meng Wang's certainty. Could it really be Skewer who did it? She recalled the last time she returned home. The children were very different from before, and she felt uncertain. She stammered, "Mother, if it really was Skewer, I wouldn't protect him. I would have him apologize to Chong Fei."
But right now,
The old woman sneered and said angrily, "So you still won't admit it? Call that little brat here, and we can ask him." Lee hesitated.
this.
With a fierce glare from the old woman, Lee quickly changed her mind. "All right, Mother, don't be angry. I'll go get Skewer right now." Meng Wang and the old woman continued to complain in the room for a while before leaving. Lee felt a burning shame on one side of her face and was filled with resentment. How did that naughty boy Skewer turn bad too? Yesterday, Aunt Hu strung nearly 2,000 skewers, hanging them in the well to keep fresh. With the cold weather, the vegetables could stay fresh outside for a day or two. Zhuang Yundai turned the water wheel and took out some skewers to make a spicy dish for Fei Zijin, who had come from far away. A steaming bowl of spicy skewers was placed in front of Fei Zijin. Seeing the bright red skewers, Jinxi instinctively thought they might be poisonous. After all, in people's minds, overly bright things are often considered inedible. But the smell was too tempting. Jinxi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Fei Zijin was already eager to reach for them. "Be careful, it's hot." Zhuang Yundai's warning wasn't finished before Fei Zijin blew on the skewers and stuffed one into his mouth.
Then,
Hiss! The sound of him gasping made Zhuang Yundai think there might be a snake in her house. Fei Zijin, without any decorum, stuck out his tongue. "Ah, it hurts a bit, but it feels good too." Zhuang Yundai explained, "Spicy skewers are meant to be hot. As for the pain, spiciness isn't really a taste, it's more like a sensation of pain." Fei Zijin swallowed and showed a look of deep satisfaction. "Delicious." Jianxi watched his young master in shock, gasping at the spiciness while exclaiming how good it was, his hands moving so quickly they almost blurred. Before long, most of the bowl was gone. Fei Zijin's mouth was already red from the spice, but he continued to eat without noticing. Zhuang Yundai stopped him. "Even though there isn't much spice in this, I'm worried about your stomach. You should take a break." Jianxi nodded vigorously beside them. Fei Zijin wanted to say he was fine, but seeing Zhuang Yundai's determined look, he feared that if something went wrong, she wouldn't let him eat again. Reluctantly, he stopped, and Jianxi eagerly offered, "Young master, let me finish the rest." Fei Zijin was generous with Jianxi and waved his hand, indicating he could eat. Soon, the yard was filled with Jianxi's delighted comments about how good it tasted. Fei Zijin looked at Jianxi enjoying the food and couldn't help but say, "This spicy skewers are amazing. I'm feeling so warm. My appetite is huge. If it weren't for Sister Dai stopping me, I think I could eat 3 more bowls." Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly. The spice can promote blood circulation, naturally raising body temperature. Its fragrant spiciness stimulates saliva and gastric juice secretion, increasing appetite and aiding digestion. So, it was no surprise that Fei Zijin felt warm and hungry. This was also one of the reasons she chose to sell spicy skewers as the weather turned cooler. Who wouldn't want to eat a few skewers that quickly warm them up on a cold day? Fei Zijin watched Jianxi enjoy the food and couldn't help but ask, "Sister Dai, when do you plan to sell these spicy skewers?" "I was supposed to sell them today, but I woke up late," Zhuang Yundai admitted openly. "Maybe tomorrow instead, but there might be something going on. We'll see." Zhuang Yundai spoke vaguely. She was considering either tonight or tomorrow. The Meng family was always up to something. Fei Zijin eagerly suggested, "How about we sell them tonight?" Zhuang Yundai paused for a moment. "Tonight? It will be dark in about an hour." Fei Zijin patted his chest confidently. "Is that a problem? I came by carriage today. My carriage is big enough to take you, Sister Tong, Brother Aki, and the spicy skewers to the county." After finishing selling the spicy skewers in the evening, I stayed overnight at the Zhu family. Tomorrow morning, I will take you all back. Zhuang Yundai felt a slight stir in her heart and began to think seriously. Fei Zijin looked at Zhuang Yundai with urgency, waiting for her decision. "Since that's the case." Zhuang Yundai smiled gently. "I guess I'm troubling Brother Zijin." "Not a trouble at all." Fei Zijin exclaimed happily, rolling up his sleeves and eagerly saying, "Let's get ready now. Do you need help with anything?" Zhuang Yundai thought for a moment. "I need to go to the kitchen to gather some things, but I don't really need help." Fei Zijin started wandering around the yard by himself. He suddenly noticed that the two beautiful birds he had seen while eating skewers were still perched on the fence. Fei Zijin was surprised to see Zhuang Yundai busy in the kitchen, while little Aki went inside to gather things for school tomorrow, and Sister Tong was seriously organizing her hair ties. Everyone was busy. He could only stand there staring at the two birds. He had traveled to many places, but had never seen such beautiful birds before. The larger one seemed to find him a bit silly and chirped a few times before spreading its wings and flying into the kitchen. Inside, Zhuang Yundai's cheerful voice came through. "Chirp chirp, I put some pine nuts and shredded meat in your bowl. Tong Tong and Aki are going out for a bit and will be back tomorrow. You and Xiao Xiao keep an eye on the house." In response, there were several bright bird calls. Chirp chirp chirp. Fei Zijin was left speechless. Zhuang Yundai's mysterious aura in his heart grew even stronger. Fei Zijin's cart, filled with people and skewers, slowly left Xiangyang village. The villagers were amazed, wondering when Zhuang Yundai and her siblings had met such important people. No one noticed that as the sky darkened, a woman with a sneaky appearance entered Xiangyang village, heading straight for the Zhuang family's old house. The woman was Li, who had come from the Meng family. Li had already thought of how to make a strong impression to intimidate those three little rascals and get Zhuang Yiqi to apologize to Meng Changfei. She was tired of worrying about who was right or wrong. It was just an apology. However, Li never expected to be met with a large brass lock on the Zhuang family's old house. Not giving up, Li went up and knocked heavily on the door. The door of the old house was closed, but a nearby wooden door was open. Chun Lu peeked out and saw Li Shi, then spat on the ground. Li Shi quickly forced a smile and asked, "Chun Lu, have you seen my sister Dai and the others?" Chun Lu was annoyed with everyone from the Zhuang family except for Zhuang Yundai and her siblings. She sneered and replied sarcastically, "Yes, I saw them." She pointed dismissively. "They went that way." After saying this, Chun Lu shut the wooden door, not wanting to deal with Li Shi anymore. Li Shi was left standing outside, feeling rejected. She waited for a long time in front of the old house but didn't see Zhuang Yundai and the others return. Looks like they caused trouble and ran away. Li Shi cursed under her breath. Feeling helpless, she eventually left, grumbling in the cold wind. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yundai was sitting in the carriage, sensing something, so she lifted the curtain to look outside. It was already getting dark. She smiled slightly and then lowered the curtain again. When they arrived in the county town, it was indeed dark. The night market stalls were already set up, bustling with people, and the aroma of food filled the air, with vendors calling out to customers. Jin Shi, feeling a bit worried, murmured, "Are we too late?" Everyone else has already eaten. But Zhuang Yundai was not worried at all. She smiled and said, "It's fine if they're full. We can enjoy some skewers." Her sweet and lovely face shone under the lights. Fei Zijin looked away and playfully tapped Jin Shi on the head, saying, "Exactly, you talk too much." Jin Shi chuckled and eagerly helped Zhuang Yundai carry a jar. The jar was heavy, but Jin Shi was strong and lifted it with ease. Zhuang Yundai had prepared 2 jars of skewers this time. One jar was filled with the usual marinated skewers, and the other contained spicy red oil skewers. They found a spot on the street corner that was a bit off the main path, but there were still enough people passing by. Fei Zijin had somehow managed to get a simple stove and a clay pot for Zhuang Yundai to heat the food. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile and said, "Brother Zijin, you've really helped me today." Fei Zijin beamed, "I ate so many of your skewers today. I can't just eat for free. I thought it would be better to help out instead of just paying." "Well, I invited you and Jin Shi to eat with me," Zhuang Yundai added with a smile. Zhuang Yundai hadn't even started selling, yet when some previous customers who had bought her skewers recognized her and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, isn't that the girl who sells skewers? Why didn't we see you at the market this morning? I thought you weren't coming today." The man's loud voice attracted the attention of many people nearby, which saved Zhuang Yundai from having to call out herself. She smiled and said, "I'm really sorry I got held up this morning. But guess what, sir? I've created a new flavor called spicy oil skewers. Today, if you buy 10 skewers of marinated meat, you get 1 spicy oil skewer for free. Would you like to try it?" The man had clearly already eaten dinner, but he slapped his thigh and said, "A new flavor, and it's free? That sounds great. Give me 6 vegetarian skewers and 4 meat skewers." "What's that new flavor called again?" "Spicy oil skewer, right? Can I choose one myself?" "Sure." "All right, then I'll have a fish ball skewer."
Got it.
The enthusiastic man encouraged others to join in. "I'll have 10 skewers too, and don't forget my free spicy oil skewer." "Sure thing." Those who received the spicy oil skewers couldn't help but take a deep breath, saying, "Wow, this smells really strong and fragrant." The first few who took a bite were almost shocked by the spiciness, gasping in surprise. But the heat was accompanied by a rich aroma that filled their senses.
Wow.
"This flavor is amazing. Oh my, this is so delicious." The first few people who tried the spicy oil skewers couldn't stop praising them. Even those who initially planned to buy just a few skewers hesitated and ended up ordering 10, just to taste the spicy oil skewer. Almost everyone who tried the spicy oil skewer fell in love with the flavor. On a winter day, enjoying such a fragrant and spicy skewer was simply delightful. Zhuang Yundai's skewers became popular again at the night market. The other food stall owners looked on with envy and jealousy. But as the aroma of her skewers wafted through the air, it was strangely enticing. Anyone passing by couldn't help but stop and ask about them. Right now, Zhuang Yundai is becoming very popular in Pingling County. This is thanks to Tong Guixiang's selfless dedication, which has made everyone in Pingling County aware of a young girl selling skewers, whose skewers taste much better than Tong Guixiang's. What Zhuang Yundai makes is naturally seen by others as delicious food. At first, there was a promotion of buy 10, get 1 free, and later, those who tried the spicy skewers couldn't help but come back for more, just to buy the spicy skewers. What are these spicy skewers? They smell amazing. Oh wow, the flavor is incredible. It feels so good. I need to buy a few more. 1 skewer is not enough. Me too. Young lady, give me 10 more spicy skewers. I want 10 spicy skewers too. Many who were addicted to the skewers even rushed to tell their friends that Zhuang Yundai had developed a new flavor that was both exciting and delicious. The spicy skewers sparked a new craze. This time, Zhuang Yundai brought nearly 2,000 skewers, and in less than an hour, they were all sold out. Seeing this, she was amazed. Fei Zijin felt a sense of pride. "Yundai, you are amazing." By the time they finished selling, there were still many who wanted to eat but couldn't buy any, lamenting, "Wait, Miss Zhuang, are you really out?" "I haven't had enough yet." "Exactly. We haven't had enough. Next time, I'll make more." Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, "This time, we really are out." Everyone had to leave reluctantly. After packing up, Zhuang Yundai wanted to find an inn to stay in the county, but Fei Zijin quickly said, "No, Yundai, I've already sent someone to inform my aunt, and the guest room should be ready now." After a pause, he added, "Besides, Tong and Yunqi are helping out. Look at their tired faces. Finding an inn would just be a hassle." Indeed, when it came to Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi, Zhuang Yundai hesitated for a moment and then agreed, "Well,
Thank you, Zijin."
Fei Zijin was pleased and waved his fan. "It's nothing. Besides, I ate a lot of your spicy skewers, so we're even." Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile. Fei Zijin was really quite nice, trying to make them feel comfortable. The group entered the courtyard through the side door of the Zhu residence. The place they stayed was a small courtyard next to his yard. At this moment, Zhuang Yundai and the others entered, and the bedding was already changed, with hot water prepared. Everything was ready. Fei Zijin probably noticed that Zhuang Yundai wanted to thank him again. He shook his finger to indicate that she didn't need to say more. Seeing Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile, he then said, "Sister Dai, you all should rest early. I will send someone to take you back first thing tomorrow."
Okay.
Zhuang Yundai didn't hesitate to be polite with Fei Zijin. She realized that he likely liked spicy food, so she decided to prepare a small jar of spicy pickled meat as a thank you gift for him when she returned. Fei Zijin took his leave and left the guest courtyard. However, as soon as he stepped out, he saw a maid waiting at the courtyard entrance who was a personal maid of Madame Zhu. The maid curtsied to Fei Zijin and said, "Cousin, Our Lady requests your presence."
Please come with me.
Fei Zijin frowned slightly but smiled and replied, "Thank you for leading the way." Madame Zhu's place was not in the back courtyard, but in a flower hall commonly used for receiving guests. Fei Zijin was puzzled about what Madame Zhu wanted. He frowned as he entered and saw that Madame Zhu was not alone. His good uncle's concubine, Aunt Xiang, was also there, dressed in bright colors, sitting not far from Madame Zhu. Suppressing his confusion, Fei Zijin greeted Aunt. "Did you need something?" Madame Zhu smiled kindly. "Have the girls from the Zhuang family settled in?" Fei Zijin smiled slightly. "They should have." "Don't just stand. Sit down," Madame Zhu said with a smile, pointing to a seat next to her. Fei Zijin sat down as instructed. "Aunt, please don't keep me in suspense."
What is it?
Madame Zhu glanced at Aunt Xiang and said, "Aunt Xiang, you can explain." Aunt Xiang gracefully stood up and bowed to Fei Zijin. Fei Zijin couldn't help but frown. He remembered that she was Zhuang Yundai's cousin, and her manner was quite different. "Cousin, it's like this. Ever since Madame tasted the skewers from my cousin, she has been thinking about them. I was thinking of asking my cousin for the recipe to present it to Madame," Aunt Xiang said with a charming smile. "I grew up with my cousin, so I know her well. She has always been a bit slow, and just recently she got better. This recipe must have come from somewhere else, so it's not really hers. If she can make something that pleases Madame's palate, it would be her great fortune." As soon as Aunt Xiang said this, Fei Zijin's expression changed. He looked directly at Madame Zhu and asked, "Aunt, do you think the same way?" Madame Zhu smiled slightly and said, "I do miss that flavor. Since Aunt Xiang has brought it up, why not?" Noticing Fei Zijin's displeased expression, she paused and added, "Of course, I only want the cook to learn it for me. It won't interfere with her business." Fei Zijin frowned. "Aunt, please don't say that. Miss Zhuang needs that recipe for her business. If you want to taste it, I can send someone to buy it. Taking away her means of making a living is too unreasonable." Madame Zhu didn't expect Fei Zijin to oppose her so strongly. She looked surprised at Zhuang Wenxiang. Zhuang Wenxiang, holding a handkerchief, couldn't help but say, "It's just a recipe. Look at what the young master is saying." Fei Zijin was polite to Madame Zhu, but he had no patience for Zhuang Wenxiang. "Aunt Xiang, you probably haven't been out in a while and don't know how popular this dish is," Fei Zijin said coldly. "You casually suggest asking Miss Zhuang for the recipe. Have you thought about how much money you would offer her?" Zhuang Wenxiang was taken aback by Fei Zijin's cold attitude. She twisted her handkerchief and replied stubbornly, "I would give her 5 taels of silver at most." In Zhuang Wenxiang's mind, offering Zhuang Yundai 5 taels of silver was already generous. Fei Zijin scoffed and didn't want to argue further with Zhuang Wenxiang. He turned back to Madame Zhu, his tone somewhat firm. "Aunt, there's no need to discuss this anymore. If you really want that flavor, I can invite Miss Zhuang to cook a meal just for you. But asking for her recipe." He scoffed again, making his stance clear. Madame Zhu, who had been excited, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown on her due to Fei Zijin's strong attitude. Her expression turned serious. Zhuang Wenxiang noticed the change in her demeanor and felt uneasy. She had been in the house for some time, and nothing had happened regarding her situation. Especially after her recent period, she could clearly feel Madame Zhu's attitude toward her had cooled significantly. This made her very anxious. She had previously sent a message home, asking them to get Zhuang Yundai's secret recipe, but there had been no response. Now that she heard Zhuang Yundai had moved in, she couldn't hold back any longer. So she directly informed Madame Zhu that she was willing to help her get the recipe from Zhuang Yundai. In Zhuang Wenxiang's mind, it was just a recipe. When the time comes, just give Zhuang Yundai a few silver coins to settle things, right? But Zhuang Wenxiang didn't expect that before asking Zhuang Yundai, the cousin living at the Zhu residence had already refused. Zhuang Wenxiang couldn't help but sarcastically say, "Does the cousin think that the lady is not worth more than a simple recipe from a village girl?" Madame Zhu's expression changed immediately. Fei Zijin, extremely angry, forced a smile, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly realized something. His aunt, Madame Zhu, had said nothing. Fei Zijin quickly understood. His expression softened a bit. He pressed his lips together and slowly said, "Aunt, I'll leave this here. Miss Zhuang's recipe is something Aunt Xiang shouldn't even think about." After saying this, he waved his sleeve and left. Madame Zhu took a deep breath. On the way back to the guest courtyard, with no one around, Fei Zijin spoke in a voice that was neither loud nor soft. "Send 2 people to guard the entrance to Miss Zhuang's courtyard. Anyone who dares to disturb her rest should be thrown out." This was clearly not directed at Jianqi. Though the path seemed empty, a clear yes came from somewhere. Fei Zijin then returned to his own courtyard with a calm expression, but after taking a few steps, he slightly twitched his nose as if he caught a whiff of something. The maidservant in the courtyard smiled and said, "Cousin, you're back. Miss Zhuang came by earlier. I told her you were out, but she said she just needed to borrow the small kitchen. After using it, she left you 2 dishes and a bowl of porridge, saying that even though she had eaten, she was worried you might be hungry and wanted you to have something to eat." Fei Zijin looked a bit stunned. "Young master, do you want to eat? I can go get the dishes for you," the maidservant quietly asked. Fei Zijin came back to his senses and replied, "No need," as he walked toward the kitchen. In the small kitchen, he saw 2 dishes on the counter, with another plate turned upside down on top to keep them warm. When he lifted it, he found stir-fried water celery with meat and sautéed white radish. Next to them was a small bowl of sweet and fragrant millet porridge. After a moment, Fei Zijin couldn't help but smile. "She just doesn't want to owe me too much," he told himself calmly, but deep down, he couldn't help but feel a wave of warmth wash over him. The aroma of the food was tempting, different from the strong smell of marinated dishes or the spicy scent of red oil. It was a comforting smell that made one feel at peace with the world. Fei Zijin looked through the kitchen window at the cold moon and couldn't help but smile. That night, Zhuang Yundai slept well. After a good rest, she naturally woke up early. She called her siblings, Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi, who were sleeping soundly. Although Fei Zijin had offered to take them home yesterday, Zhuang Yundai felt it would be better not to trouble him again. She planned to rent a carriage from the horse station later, trying not to disturb him. However, when she opened the door, she saw a maid waiting outside with a bright smile, saying, "Miss, you're awake?
Hot water is ready.
Would you like to wash up now?" Zhuang Yundai. "All right then." After all the trouble last night, a little more wouldn't hurt. After she finished washing up, the maid kindly asked Miss Zhuang, "Would you like breakfast now?" Zhuang Yundai. "All right then." A table of steaming breakfast was served. Zhuang Yundai, along with Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi, finished eating. She felt somewhat numb, thinking that if she wanted to sneak away later, it probably wouldn't happen. Sure enough, when she led her siblings out of the courtyard, Fei Zijin was already waiting at the gate with a big smile. He was quite proper, staying at the gate to avoid any gossip about visiting a young lady's courtyard early in the morning. Seeing Fei Zijin, Zhuang Yundai smiled helplessly and decided to greet him. "Brother Zijin, have you eaten?" Fei Zijin's smile grew wider. "I have. Are you ready to go? I can take you home." Since she had been caught, Zhuang Yundai nodded generously. After a moment, she asked, "By the way, should I say goodbye to Madame Zhu?" Fei Zijin shook his head. "No need. My aunt probably isn't up yet. I'll let her know later. Let's go." Zhuang Yundai smiled and sighed. "Thank you for your trouble." However, when she got into the carriage, she was surprised to see Fei Zijin also sitting down comfortably inside. Fei Zijin explained confidently, "Since I brought you out, I should take you back safely." Zhuang Yundai. "All right then." The carriage left the Zhu residence. Zhuang Yundai didn't notice that after they left, a few people in guard uniforms quietly packed up Fei Zijin's belongings and moved them out of the Zhu house. Only some items remained in the room where Fei Zijin had stayed. Under a paperweight lay a banknote worth 200 taels, enough to cover his expenses during his time at the Zhu residence. Due to Zhuang Yundai and her friends leaving early, they arrived at Xiangyang village while it was still early in the day. Jieshi helped Zhuang Yundai unload their things. Zhuang Yundai originally wanted to say goodbye to Fei Zijin, but he didn't move. Instead, he asked Zhuang Yunqi, "Aren't you going to school, Yunqi? I can give you a ride." Zhuang Yunqi replied seriously, "Thank you, Brother Zijin, but it's not on your way." Fei Zijin couldn't help but laugh. Zhuang Yundai also smiled and said, "Brother Zijin, to be honest, there are many mountain roads near the school, and the carriage can't go through easily, so it's fine." Okay. Since that was the case, Fei Zijin didn't insist any further, but asked Zhuang Yundai with a smile, "Are you going to the county tomorrow?"
Zhuang Yundai nodded. Yes.
After thinking for a moment, she added, "Unless something unexpected happens." Fei Zijin laughed again and waved goodbye to the three siblings. Zhuang Yundai watched as Fei Zijin's carriage left, then reminded Zhuang Yuntong, "Tong, stay home and watch the house. If Aunt Hu comes over, just tell her to come for lunch." Zhuang Yuntong tilted her head, understanding that her sister was going out. She nodded and softly said, "Okay, but please come back early, big sister." Zhuang Yundai smiled and patted Zhuang Yuntong's head, then called out to Jujui. The brightly colored bird flew out from the kitchen, its feathers slightly ruffled, looking as if it had just left its nest. Jujui landed on Zhuang Yundai's shoulder, chirping in discontent. Zhuang Yundai gently stroked the bird's head and seriously instructed, "I'm going out soon, so please keep an eye on Tong at home. I'll be back in time to give you both a treat." Jujui raised its neck and chirped a few times, as if proudly saying, "With me watching, you can relax." Zhuang Yundai took Zhuang Yunqi's hand. "Let's go." Zhuang Yunqi was momentarily stunned and didn't react. Zhuang Yundai blinked. "What are you waiting for? Today, I'm taking you to school." Finally, Zhuang Yunqi reacted, his lips moved slightly, feeling a bit guilty for needing his sister to take him to school. Zhuang Yundai patted Zhuang Yunqi's head and adjusted his hairstyle, saying seriously, "Don't think too much, Aki. Did you forget? You didn't go to school yesterday, so Mr. Zhou is probably worried. As your sister, it's my responsibility to explain the situation to him. Also, I need to ask about Meng Changfei's situation, right?" Zhuang Yunqi nodded slightly, pursing her lips. Today, Zhuang Yundai wore a beautifully colored outfit that highlighted her sweet little face, giving her a somewhat delicate and pitiful appearance. She knew there was a tough challenge ahead, so just in case, she brought her small pouch filled with pebbles. When Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yunqi arrived at the Zhou Academy, it was still before class started. Mr. Zhou usually took a walk around the school before teaching, and Zhuang Yundai quickly spotted him strolling nearby. Seeing Zhuang Yunqi, Mr. Zhou looked stern but also concerned, asking, "Why didn't you come to school yesterday?" In fact, he had noticed Zhuang Yunqi's absence during class and wanted to ask, but during the lesson, a student named Zhuang Wenyu had started teasing, claiming he must have grown tired of school and gone off to play. Meng Changfei had also seriously stated that he heard Zhuang Yunqi mumbling about school being boring after class. This made Mr. Zhou quite unhappy, and he had to punish the students who were teasing by making them recite passages, which helped to calm things down. Mr. Zhou genuinely thought Zhuang Yunqi was just being childish and disinterested in school. Seeing Zhuang Yundai bringing Zhuang Yunqi today, he finally felt relieved. Zhuang Yunqi noticed the teacher seemed upset and felt a bit lost, unsure of what to say. However, when he saw his sister gently nod at him, he felt a surge of courage. He composed himself and explained to Mr. Zhou, "Sir, I had a fever the night before, so I rested at home yesterday. I came today to make up for my absence." He gave a deep bow to Mr. Zhou. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhou, who had high hopes for his student, felt relieved that Zhuang Yunqi was not disinterested in school. He then became a bit anxious and hurried to support Zhuang Yunqi, asking, "How are you today? Is your fever gone? Do you need to rest another day?" Zhuang Yunqi straightened up and quickly replied, "I'm sorry to worry you, sir. I'm feeling much better today, so I came to school right away." Mr. Zhou stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. However, before he could say anything else, someone shouted from a distance, "Mr. Zhou, you must stand up for my Changfei." Mr. Zhou turned around in surprise to see 3 women angrily dragging Meng Changfei toward them. One of them, approaching quickly, shouted, "Chiga, how could you become this kind of person? Hurry up and apologize to Changfei." Mr. Zhou was bewildered, wondering what was happening. Zhuang Yunqi stood there in a daze. The child, not yet 6 years old, usually tried hard to act like a little adult, serious and focused, but at this moment, he showed a rare expression of confusion typical of young children. The person who questioned him and demanded an apology from Meng Changfei was unexpectedly their mother, Li. Zhuang Yundai's face instantly turned cold. Seeing Li approaching Zhuang Yunqi directly, she stepped forward and pushed Li away forcefully. Li was taken by surprise and stumbled several steps before regaining her balance. She was stunned for a moment before reacting angrily. "How dare you push me?" Zhuang Yundai didn't want to appear too aggressive in front of Master Zhou, so she replied gently, "Mother, you are about to collide with Aki. I was worried you might hurt him without realizing it." Li had no way to argue against this. Even Master Zhou felt that Zhuang Yundai was right. This woman seemed to be threatening his promising student for no reason. Master Zhou turned his gaze to the other 2 women, whom he recognized. They had come before when bringing Meng Changfei for his education. If he remembered correctly. "I remember. You are Meng Changfei's grandmother, Madame Gao, and you are his mother, Madame Wang, right?" Master Zhou pointed out their identities, with a slight headache. Madame Gao was a bit surprised. "Master still remembers me?" She couldn't help but think that her grandson must be so outstanding that the master remembered them. Madame Wang thought the same, wearing a proud expression. But upon seeing Zhuang Yunqi, her anger flared up again, and she said rudely, "So, you're Zhuang Yunqi? How can you be so cruel at such a young age?" Master Zhou looked at Madame Wang in disbelief, then at Zhuang Yunqi. Zhuang Yunqi was still in shock. "What does this mean?" Master Zhou asked, displeased. "What is going on?" Meng Changfei immediately said, "Sir, yesterday Zhuang Yunqi pushed me into the water. I almost drowned." Upon hearing this, Master Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively saying, "How is that possible?" Madame Gao raised her voice, "Master Zhou, are we really slandering him?" Master Zhou turned to Zhuang Yunqi and asked, "Yunqi, did you do this?" Zhuang Yunqi looked at the situation before him, still just a child under 6, and felt a sense of injustice rising in him. He shook his head, "I didn't." He looked at Zhuang Yundai, seemingly eager to emphasize to his sister, "Sister, I really didn't do it." Zhuang Yundai gently touched Zhuang Yunqi's little head and said softly, "Sister knows you didn't." She certainly knew, because the one who pushed that mischievous boy, Meng Changfei, into the stream was her in disguise, taking away her family's Aki's raincoat and hat, forcing Aki to return home in the rain. That was fine. She wanted that mischievous boy to experience the cold weather and the feeling of being soaked. If Zhuang Yundai were to say, she had already shown mercy. The stream wouldn't drown anyone, and it was close to the village, so it wouldn't take long for him to change into dry, comfortable clothes. But her Aki had to walk a long, difficult path in the rain to get home and change. Zhuang Yundai ignored Meng Changfei and looked at Master Zhou, saying seriously, "Master, they say that 3 people can create a tiger from nothing, which can ruin a person's reputation in an instant. My brother was resting at home with a fever yesterday, yet these people came and insulted him. I ask you to be a witness. As Aki's sister, I must clarify this matter." Li was anxious and scolded Zhuang Yundai, "You have no right to speak here." She hurriedly said, "Master, this matter is indeed our Yunqi's fault." Master Zhou looked at Li, and then at Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai calmly said, "Master, you need not pay attention to her words. She is our mother, true, but she abandoned us siblings to remarry, so her words do not represent much." Li felt as if she had been slapped in the face, stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, her face turning red. Zhuang Yunqi lowered his eyes, not looking at Li again. Master Zhou nodded in understanding and said no more, Only, even if a county official is in court, there is no reason to only listen to one side. You may speak freely. Old Lady Gao and Meng Wang also said, the truth is on our side. Are we afraid of you? Meng Chongfei, however, looked a bit evasive. Zhuang Yundai nodded, holding Zhuang Yunqi's hand with a serious expression. All right, I will start. Yesterday, my brother had a fever at home, and there are witnesses. As Master can see, Mayaki is still small and quite slender, while Meng Chongfei is much taller than him. How could he have pushed Meng Chongfei into the water? Upon hearing this, Meng Chongfei relaxed his guard and said with a hint of pride, I said that before. It was someone else that Zhuang Yunqi pushed me to. That person was strong, and about this tall, Meng Chongfei gestured. Zhuang Yundai's eyes sparkled. At that time, she was wearing plain clothes that didn't show much gender, and to change her shape, she stuffed a lot of vines and branches into her clothes, making her look sturdy. With a hint of a smile, she said, all right, since you say it was someone my family's Aki instructed, then point that person out. Meng Chongfei felt provoked and a bit angry, not realizing he had fallen into Zhuang Yundai's trap. He immediately retorted, that person was wearing a mask, how can I point them out? As soon as he said this, he vaguely sensed something was off, but before he could think further, Zhuang Yundai responded, well, if they were wearing a mask, that means they were intentionally hiding their identity. How do you know it was someone my family's Aki instructed? Meng Chongfei shouted angrily. They said so themselves, they wanted me to try it too. His expression changed as he realized he had misspoken, and he stammered, unable to continue. Zhuang Yundai let out a cold laugh. Why aren't you speaking now? Why do you think it was my family's Aki who instructed them when something happened to you? Master Zhou knows well that my Aki is not someone who acts violently. Why did you immediately suspect him? Master Zhou noticed something and looked sharply at Meng Chongfei with his aged eyes. Meng Chongfei, annoyed by Zhuang Yundai's questioning, stammered, I just know. Zhuang Yundai stopped smiling, her face cold, her eyes burning with anger, her voice clear for everyone to hear. That's because you feel guilty. 2 days ago, when it was raining, you took Aki's raincoat and hat on the way, forcing Aki to get soaked and causing him to catch a high fever and miss school. So the next day, when you were pushed into the water, you suspected it was Aki getting someone to take revenge on you. Master Zhou was shocked. Meng Chongfei was just a child. He couldn't handle such fierce accusations from Zhuang Yundai. His gaze darted around, avoiding hers, and Master Zhou understood everything. Only Old Lady Gao and Meng Wangshe still didn't believe it. That's impossible. Meng Wangshe denied. My Chongfei was fine. He wasn't without rain gear. Why would he steal someone else's raincoat and hat? Exactly. Old Lady Gao nodded, glancing disdainfully at the thin Zhuang Yunqi, thinking to herself that even if her Chongfei did take the raincoat and hat, it was because the other person was in the wrong. Master Zhou frowned deeply, the wrinkles on his forehead forming a clear line. He looked at Zhuang Yunqi and asked, Yunqi, what is going on? Zhuang Yunqi lowered her eyes, pressed her thin lips together, and spoke softly. Meng Chongfei said that I like to show off in class too much. Nonsense. Master Zhou exclaimed angrily, his beard trembling with rage. You have always been serious and respectful. How can they say you like to show off? Meng Chongfei was still afraid of Master Zhou. Seeing him angry made him tremble, his face turning pale. Master Zhou, noticing this, felt both anger and disappointment. He looked at Meng Chongfei with a complicated expression. Chongfei, did you really take Yunqi's raincoat and hat? Caught by Zhuang Yunqi's words and Master Zhou's questioning, Meng Chongfei, still just a child, stammered. I just wanted to joke with him. That was an admission. Grandma Gao and Lady Meng were stunned. They couldn't say a word. Only Lady Li seemed frozen in place. Master Zhou looked at Meng Chongfei with disappointment. The autumn rain is cold, and the mountain path is steep. Taking Yunqi's raincoat and hat is no different from threatening his life. Chongfei, you are still young. Why would you act this way? I really just wanted a joke. Meng Chongfei couldn't help but defend himself. Master Zhou, however, appeared even more disappointed and asked, if you were joking, Why did you come here today with your parents, looking for trouble with Yunqi? When I asked you earlier, you didn't explain. Meng Changfei was at a loss for words, feeling embarrassed and hot. Master Zhou sighed and stopped talking to Meng Changfei. Instead, he spoke seriously to Grandma Gao and Lady Meng. A child's sincere heart is precious. While studies are important, character is the foundation of being a person. When they entered school, I told them never to lose this sincere heart. Given the situation now, I must impose a punishment. Otherwise, this bad behavior could set a precedent, and the school might turn into a battlefield. Lady Meng felt uneasy hearing this, but before she could respond, Master Zhou continued, I will return Changfei's tuition fee in full. You may take him home. Grandma Gao, Lady Meng, and Meng Changfei all turned pale. This meant he was expelled by the teacher. The old woman was the first to react. She immediately slapped her thigh and cried loudly, Teacher, my Changfei was just joking with his classmates. Is it really necessary to be like this? Teacher, you can't do this. Meng Changfei suddenly knelt down, his face pale, and said, Sir, please don't expel me. Teacher Zhou hardened his heart, turned away, and coldly replied, You all claim it was a joke, but it caused Yunqi to have a high fever and serious consequences. Yet, you only care about defending yourselves and have never apologized to Yunqi. He sighed again. I have always believed in teaching everyone, but after a year of studying with me, you are still like this. I must have failed in teaching you. Go find another teacher.
Teacher Zhou sighed.
Upon seeing his expression, Meng Changfei's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. No matter how much the old woman and Meng Wang argued, Teacher Zhou showed no signs of changing his mind. It was important to note that although the Meng family had 3 children, only Meng Changfei could attend school. He was the last hope for the family. In her despair, the old woman turned and saw Li standing nearby. Anger flared within her. It's all because of that wretched child you gave birth to. Li looked up and met the old woman's furious gaze, which startled her. Think of a way, the old woman said coldly. Li gritted her teeth and walked toward Zhuang Yunqi, reaching out her hand. Skewer. Zhuang Yunqi avoided her hand and didn't even look at her. Li was taken aback and felt hurt. Skewer you. Zhuang Yundai stood in front of Zhuang Yunqi with a cold expression. Mother, is there something you need? Li suppressed the strange panic rising within her, pressed her lips together, and forced a loving smile at Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yundai. Dai Jier, Skewer, Changfei didn't mean it. Please forgive him. Zhuang Yundai found it ironic to see Li, who was asking for forgiveness for the child who hurt Zhuang Yunqi. She couldn't help but smile mockingly. Her face was growing more beautiful and sweet, even when she smiled sarcastically, leaving others momentarily stunned. Li was still stunned by her eldest daughter's sudden display of charm when she heard her daughter's cold voice. Mother, do you know what Meng Changfei said when he tried to take Aki's raincoat? Li instinctively replied, What did he say? Zhuang Yundai across from her smiled mockingly and said, Meng Changfei said that if Aki dared to tell anyone about this, he would let his uncle hit you. Because of this, Aki came home and didn't say a word about Meng Changfei until he fainted. Li's mind was in chaos, and she couldn't help but take a step back. She glanced at Meng Changfei, who turned his head away to avoid her gaze. She realized this was true. Li could no longer speak. Zhuang Yundai's words had completely torn away the veil of shame. To the Meng family, she was nothing of importance. Even a child dared to threaten her with his uncle. Zhuang Yundai looked at Li's flushed face and couldn't help but sneer. At that moment, Li felt both shame and anger, but she had no pity for Zhuang Yiqi. She was an extremely selfish woman. Zhuang Yundai composed herself and said seriously to Master Zhou, Master, it seems it's almost time for class. Master Zhou, reminded by Zhuang Yundai, suddenly came to his senses and nodded repeatedly. You're right, I almost forgot. The old woman and Meng Wangshi wanted to cause more trouble, but when they saw Master Zhou calling over some strong young men from the Zhou family to drive them away, they finally gave up and quickly left with the crying Meng Changfei. Li hesitated, looked around, and quickly pulled out a bag of candied chestnuts from her pocket, smiling sweetly as she said, I was just misled earlier. Here, Aki, I saved these for you. However, Zhuang Ichi didn't even glance at Li and lowered his head to Zhuang Yundai, saying, Sister, I'm going to class now. Zhuang Yundai smiled and nodded. Go ahead. Zhuang Ichi hurried off to the school. Li never expected such a result. She was somewhat stunned and hurt. She even wanted to chase after Zhuang Ichi, but as soon as she moved, Zhuang Yundai stepped forward and blocked her. Li instinctively felt a bit afraid of her now smart eldest daughter and took a step back, her voice a bit dry. What are you doing? I came to find you yesterday, but you weren't home. Where did you go? Li tried to assert her position as a mother, deliberately bringing up last night's events to bolster her courage. Zhuang Yundai took a step closer to Li Shi, who froze in fear and couldn't move. Since you've chosen a new life, live it well. If you keep bothering us siblings, don't blame me for being rude, Zhuang Yundai said with a smile, leaning in closer. Her voice was sweet, but her tone was chilling. The mix of sweetness and coldness was eerie, making Li Shi's face pale and her legs weak, almost causing her to fall. Zhuang Yundai stood straight and smiled at Li Shi. A ray of sunlight illuminated her smooth face, creating a soft glow. She looked sweet and beautiful, but to Li Shi, she resembled a vengeful spirit. Do you understand? Li Shi, fighting her fear, dared not say anything more and turned to chase after the old woman and Meng Wang. Zhuang Yundai watched as Li Shi fled, letting out a sneer. With her brother's school issue resolved, Zhuang Yundai felt a sense of relief. She hummed a little tune on her way home, but before she reached the house, she noticed the courtyard gate wide open, causing her heart to skip a beat. Something was off. Zhuang Yundai quickly walked into the yard and called out tentatively, Tong Tong? No one answered. Her nerves immediately tensed. Cheap a soft bird chirp sounded. It was Xiao Xiao, fluttering its wings and circling above Zhuang Yundai before landing on her shoulder. However, Qiu Qiu was not there. Usually, Qiu Qiu and Xiao Xiao were inseparable, but now only Xiao Xiao was present. A strange thought flashed through Zhuang Yundai's mind. She cautiously asked, Is Qiu Qiu with Tong Tong? Xiao Xiao tilted its little head and chirped softly, as if answering her question. Though Qiu Qiu was a bird, Zhuang Yundai felt a bit relieved. Just then, she heard an annoying voice say, Oh, you finally came back. Turning around, she saw her aunt, Fu Shi, swaggering into the yard. Zhuang Yundai slowly looked Fu Shi up and down. Fu Shi had been feeling proud, but Zhuang Yundai's gaze made her inexplicably feel a chill from the ground up. Fu Shi steadied herself. After all, Zhuang Yuntong was in her hands, so what was there to fear? She chuckled. Don't you want to know where your sister went? Zhuang Yundai looked coldly at Fu Shi and asked, Did you take Tong Tong?
Who said that? I don't know anything.
Fu Shi snorted, feeling uneasy under Zhuang Yundai's intense gaze. She said fiercely, What are you staring at? You better behave, or I can't promise what will happen. She lowered her eyes to hide the anger within.
What do you want?
Zhuang Yundai asked softly, her eyes downcast. Fu Shi's eyes sparkled with greed as she instinctively licked her lips, feeling a tickle in her throat.
I've heard all about it.
Her tone became urgent, and her gaze was intense. That recipe you have is making a lot of money. Thinking about it made her feel like she was being cut with a knife. That little brat. She must have done it on purpose, deliberately separating from the Zhuang family and cutting off contact. This way, all the money she made would be hers. What a wicked plan. Fu Shi's eyes were filled with greed and a hint of malice. If it weren't for Sister Xiang sending her a message, she wouldn't have known that this little brat was making a fortune in the county with a recipe she got from who knows where. Even Madame Zhu wanted her recipe. This little brat sure has some luck. She thought about how the recent girls looked so vibrant and well-dressed. Turns out they made a lot of money. Fu Shi ground her teeth, her cold and greedy gaze shining with determination. I want your recipe, she added, and I want 100 taels of silver. Zhuang Yundai almost laughed out loud. 100 taels of silver? Why don't you just rob a bank? Zhuang Yundai scoffed. Do you even know what 100 taels looks like? Look at where I live. It doesn't look like I have that kind of money. Seeing Fu Shi frown, she slowly revealed the crucial part. I can give you the recipe. Fu Shi's expression softened slightly. Zhuang Yundai thought to herself, as expected. Fu Shi was mainly after the recipe. But the money can't be less. Fu Shi thought for a moment and said fiercely, You've been selling it for a while now. I don't believe you haven't made any money. Zhuang Yundai's voice trembled. But I only have, at most, less than 20 taels of silver, including what the noble gave me. Where would I get 100 taels? Zhuang Yundai looked distressed, appearing flustered by her sister's abduction and overwhelmed by Fu Shi's excessive demands for money. Seeing this, Fu smiled with satisfaction, thinking that Zhuang Yundai was still too inexperienced. It was easy for her to find out how much money she had left. 20 taels. She actually had 20 taels. Fu greedily took a deep breath. If you honestly hand over the recipe, Fu said, her eyes glinting, then those 20 taels will be yours. Zhuang Yundai gritted her teeth. Fine. I'll hand it over. She deliberately sounded a bit anxious. Should I tell you verbally now, or should I find someone to write it down? Fu, seeing Zhuang Yundai agree so readily, became suspicious. She looked Zhuang Yundai up and down and snorted, Let me tell you, don't try any tricks. You not only have to repeat the recipe, but you also need to make it right here. Zhuang Yundai pretended to show a bit of panic, as if her thoughts had been exposed. Fu felt even more pleased and said fiercely, Trying to play tricks? I'll tell you, that's not happening. Hurry up, first say it, then make it according to what you said, and prepare that soup. Zhuang Yundai deliberately showed some hesitation, as if negotiating with Fu. But I just sold some yesterday, and I used up most of the ingredients. I don't have the right ones now, and those ingredients are quite expensive, only available in the county. If I use ordinary substitutes, the taste will definitely be different. Do you think that's okay? Fu replied sharply, I think you just want to be clever.
No ingredients, eh?
Go buy some. Let me tell you, if the taste is off, your sister will get punished even more. Zhuang Yundai seemed to break down. No. Don't hit Tong Tong. I'll go buy it right now. Can you give me 2 hours? I'll go to the county to buy it. Seeing Zhuang Yundai in a panic, Fu felt very pleased. This girl was just an inexperienced young lady. A little scare made her back down. Fu felt extremely proud and continued to threaten Zhuang Yundai. I'll tell you, I'm keeping your sister hidden very well. If you try any tricks, you'll never see her again. I'll go buy it right now. Zhuang Yundai said, her face pale, and she stumbled out. Fu watched as Zhuang Yundai rushed out, almost bumping into the door, and smiled with satisfaction. 2 hours later, Zhuang Yundai hurriedly knocked on the door of the Zhuang family. Fu opened the door with a sense of pride, only to see Zhuang Yundai standing outside empty-handed. Fu stared wide-eyed. Where is it? Zhuang Yundai hesitated a bit. I couldn't buy the 2 most important ingredients. This broth can't be fully replicated, but it will taste similar. Is that okay? Fu became angry. What trick are you playing? Let me tell you, if you keep stalling, your sister will suffer, and that won't end well.
Zhuang Yundai reacted strongly. No.
You said before that if I give you the recipe and 20 taels of silver, you would return my sister to me. Let me see her first, or how can you guarantee she is okay? Are you trying to push your luck? Do you never want to see your sister again? Fu firmly refused, I tell you. The recipe and the silver. You can't take away anything. Hearing Fu's words, Zhuang Yundai suddenly broke into a big smile, completely different from her earlier panic. Fu felt a bad premonition rising in her heart. What are you doing? Before Fu could finish her sentence, officers appeared on both sides of the door, holding handcuffs. They rushed in. Fu, someone has reported you for kidnapping and extortion. Are you not going to surrender? Fu's mind went blank, and she almost exploded with shock. Her face twisted in disbelief. She never expected that Zhuang Yundai would dare to call the authorities. The entire Shenyang village was stirred up. In this usually peaceful place, 2 officers had arrived today. Villagers, curious about the commotion, flocked to the Zhuang family to see what was happening. It was no surprise. In the countryside, people usually resolve their issues among themselves, and most villagers might never encounter officers in their lives. Thus, Fu never imagined that Zhuang Yundai would actually call the officers. Where did this girl get her courage? Filled with anger towards Zhuang Yundai, Fu quickly thought of a way to defend herself, by denying everything. Hey, officers. Fu's hand trembled slightly under her sleeve as she forced a smile. It's a misunderstanding. This is my dear niece. I was just playing with her. The officers replied sternly. We heard everything clearly outside. This doesn't sound like a joke. Zhuang Lishir and Zhuang Leitongsheng heard the commotion and quickly came out, looking quite frightened when they saw the officials. Zhuang Lishir nervously asked, "What's going on?" Fu Shi immediately replied, "Mother, you tell them."
Ya is causing trouble.
She called the officials and said, "I kidnapped Tong Tong." Zhuang Lishir was extremely shocked and hurriedly explained to the officials, "Sir, this must be a misunderstanding." Fu Shi nodded vigorously, adding, "Yes. Arya is being too reckless. The officials are very busy, and she is making this mess. Isn't this just wasting your time?" Zhuang Yundai, however, sneered, her calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the earlier panic. Her voice rang out clearly in the courtyard. "Did I ever say you kidnapped Tong Tong? When the officials came to arrest you, they said you were suspected of kidnapping and extortion. You seem to be very sure it was Tong Tong?" Zhuang Lishir felt a jolt of fear and couldn't help but look at Fu Shi, eldest daughter. What is really going on? Zhuang Leitongsheng frowned, sensing something was off, but remained silent. Fu Shi was sweating nervously. She felt a bit panicked, but then remembered where she had hidden Zhuang Yuntong, which calmed her down. She forced herself to argue. "I was just saying that. Can't I say anything?" One of the officials scoffed. "Just saying? We heard you clearly threatening Miss Zhuang outside." Fu Shi's face turned pale, but she stubbornly replied, "That was just talk. You say I kidnapped Zhuang Yuntong, but do you have any proof? You need to see her alive or dead." Zhuang Yundai laughed coldly. "You want proof?" She called out, "Jiu Jiu." A loud bird call echoed from above, and a brightly colored bird flew down, landing on Zhuang Yundai's shoulder. Earlier, when Zhuang Yundai returned from the county, Jiu Jiu had already come back and was circling above her head, clearly wanting to take her somewhere. "Jiu Jiu." Zhuang Yundai gently patted the bird's head. "Do you know where Tong Tong is being held?" Jiu Jiu raised its head and chirped twice, short and high-pitched. Fu Shi found it utterly ridiculous. A bird? You actually believe a bird that just chirped twice? Jiu Jiu seemed to understand and called out twice in an unhappy tone. "Jiu Jiu." The 2 officers nearby were surprised. They could even sense a hint of anger in the bird's call. Zhuang Yundai gently patted Jiu Jiu's little head and said to everyone, "Whether it's true or not, let's go see for ourselves." Zhuang Leitongsheng, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "Ridiculous." He scolded Zhuang Yundai and then gave her a warning look. "It's just a little family dispute, and you brought it to the officials. And now you're pretending a bird can lead us? Hurry and apologize to the officers and send them home. Stop this nonsense." Zhuang Yundai found it amusing. "Grandpa, you haven't even figured out right from wrong, and you're already so eager to express your opinion? Is this how you define family? Oh, have you forgotten that our branch has already separated and is independent now? We are no longer one family." Zhuang Leitongsheng wanted to say more, but one officer suddenly spoke up. "Sir, let's find the hostage first. You can scold later if needed." With the officer saying that, Zhuang Leitongsheng found himself speechless. He could only glare angrily at Zhuang Yundai. "Fine. I want to see what you can find." Zhuang Yundai ignored him and smiled at Fu Shi. "Let's go." Fu Shi felt a bit anxious but maintained her composure, even sneering. "Let's go. Who's afraid of whom?" Zhuang Yundai took the lead and walked out. Fu Shi gritted her teeth and followed, under the watchful eyes of the two officers. Zhuang Lixi felt worried and exchanged glances with Zhuang Liatongsheng before following along. The two officers trailed behind them. As soon as they stepped outside, Zhuang Liatongsheng stumbled. The crowd of villagers outside was enormous. When has the Zhuang family ever faced such a scene? He felt both anxious and angry, unable to stop himself from glaring at Zhuang Yundai. However, Zhuang Yundai continued to stride forward, not caring about what was behind her. Zhuang Liatongsheng could only grit his teeth and follow. Fu Shi was also startled by the situation. She was sweating profusely, and if she slowed down, the two officers would eerily remind her, "Hurry up, why aren't you moving?" Fu Shi could only continue walking forward like a ghost. Especially when Zhuang Yundai turned and left the village, following the bird straight to the wild mountains behind the village. Fu Shi was already sweating nervously.
Could it be?
Could this bird really know the way? As they got closer and closer to the cave where she hid Zhuang Yuntong, Fu Shi felt her legs getting weaker and almost unable to walk. The two officers exchanged glances. It was like admitting guilt without saying a word. Throughout the journey, Zhuang Yundai's anger kept rising, and when the bird circled and chirped in front of a small cave blocked by a big rock, her fury reached its peak.
Fu Shi.
Zhuang Yundai forced herself to suppress her intense desire for revenge against Fu Shi and rushed to move the large rock blocking the cave entrance. The officers quickly stepped in to help, not allowing a young girl to move such a heavy stone. The cave entrance was small, and the rock was not very heavy, but it was covered with vines, making it hard to notice at first glance. The villagers watching from behind felt that this place was too tricky. Once the rock was moved, Zhuang Yundai's voice trembled as she called out while bending down to enter the cave. "Tong Tong?" A faint, cat-like whimper came from inside. It was clear that someone had been crying for a while. At that moment, Zhuang Yundai felt a strong urge to tear Fu Shi apart. She bent down and crawled inside, and after a few steps, she hugged a small, trembling body. In a flurry, Zhuang Yundai pulled Zhuang Yuntong out of the tiny cave. With the light of day, she noticed that her sister's thin wrists and ankles were tied with ropes, and a cloth was stuffed in her mouth. She quickly removed the cloth, and Zhuang Yuntong cried out, "Elder sister, elder sister." Her voice was hoarse and weak, clearly having cried for a long time. Zhuang Yundai felt heartbroken. She held back her tears and used her dagger to cut the ropes binding Zhuang Yuntong's hands and feet, pulling her into an embrace. "Tong Tong, are you okay? Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Zhuang Yuntong cried out in despair. "It's so dark. I'm scared. I'm so scared." Zhuang Yundai's heart ached, and she could only hold her sister tightly while gently patting her back to comfort her. "It's okay.
It's okay."
The villagers watched with sympathy. How could someone be so cruel as to tie such a small child and stuff her into such a narrow, dark cave? Zhuang Yundai comforted Ziyunting for a long time. Ziyunting had stopped crying, but when she looked up in Zhuang Yundai's arms and saw Mrs. Fu, she was so frightened that she trembled and burrowed deeper into Zhuang Yundai's embrace, crying out, "Aunt, please don't come closer." Mrs. Fu knew everything was over the moment she saw the cave. She was already in a panic, and her legs felt weak. When Ziyunting shouted, Mrs. Fu trembled slightly but tried to force a laugh, saying, "What is this child talking about?" Zhuang Yundai looked up with a dark expression, her eyes fixed on Mrs. Fu. Mrs. Fu felt as if Zhuang Yundai had transformed into a fierce beast ready to attack, and her trembling body gave way, causing her to collapse to the ground, her face pale as a ghost, unable to speak. "Is there some misunderstanding?" Zhuang Lixi clenched her hands, still in disbelief. How could Tong Tong be here? Zhuang Yundai seemed to be triggered by something, her voice rising sharply. Exactly. How could Tong Tong, who was perfectly fine, be and silenced in this cave, calling out for help with no one to respond? Zhuang Yundai's fierce demeanor left Zhuang Lixi speechless, her mind blank as she gripped her hands tightly, unable to utter a word. The villagers who had come to watch also felt the tension in the air, their hearts tightening. For a moment, the mountains were silent. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the trees could be heard, along with the intense anger in Zhuang Yundai's eyes. Finally, it was Zhuang Liatongsheng who broke the silence, asking in a low voice, "Then why did Mrs. Fu want to kidnap Tong Tong?" Zhuang Yundai sneered and replied slowly, "Why? I'm sure the two constables heard everything clearly outside. Let them explain it to grandfather." One of the constables spoke seriously. "That's right, we all heard it. The suspect used the kidnapping to demand a recipe and 20 taels of silver from Miss Zhuang." Zhuang Liatongsheng felt a bit dizzy, but pressed on to clarify. "What recipe?" Another constable casually replied, "The recipe for the skewers." Seeing Zhuang Liatongsheng's confusion, the constable was surprised but quickly understood and explained, "Miss Zhuang's skewers are incredibly delicious and hard to find in the county, selling very well. Mrs. Fu wanted to get that recipe from her." After speaking, he politely nodded to the old scholar, "Please step aside. We need to take the prisoner back to the county office for questioning." The old scholar finally understood, and his expression changed dramatically, becoming very unpleasant. He urgently said, "Second girl, are you really going to watch your aunt be taken away?" Zhuang Yundai was holding her sister Zhuang Yuntong, gently stroking her back. She didn't look up and spoke in a calm voice, like the wind or mist. "Do you really think my aunt would throw her own niece into a dark, tiny cave? I don't have that kind of aunt." The old scholar was left speechless. Zhuang Lisher couldn't help but say, "She was just confused for a moment. Besides, Tong Tong is fine, right?" Zhuang Yundai suddenly looked up, staring coldly at Zhuang Lisher. Her gaze was chilling. "Confused for a moment? Is that why my sister was here? What if there are wild beasts? What if there are poisonous snakes? Doesn't my sister feel scared in such a small, isolated cave?" She was confused for a moment. Why didn't she get confused and tie up Zhuang Wenyu instead? Zhuang Lisher's lips moved as if to argue, but she couldn't find the words. She trembled as she reached for Zhuang Yundai, pleading to second girl. Zhuang Yundai avoided Zhuang Lisher's hand. "Grandma, I previously separated from the Zhuang family so my siblings and I could survive, but Fu Shi still won't let us go. I had to take my siblings and completely break away from the Zhuang family. Yet Fu Shi still won't leave us alone. What more does she want from us? Tell me, Grandma, do we have to die for Fu Shi to let us go?" Zhuang Yundai's voice was sorrowful, and her sister in her arms was still quietly sobbing. The villagers, watching, couldn't bear it anymore. They pointed at the Zhuang family. "They're trying to drive these 3 children to death. These children from the second branch are so pitiful. Their father is dead, their mother has run away, and they rely on each other. Shouldn't the elders care for them instead of trying to take advantage of them? It's truly tragic. How can they still have the face to plead for Fu Shi?" Hearing the discussions around her, Zhuang Lisher turned pale and was left speechless. The old scholar seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Zhuang Yundai was done with words. She picked up Wang Yuntong and left without looking back. Fu Shi was taken away by the officials, her face as pale as paper, like a pile of mud. Zhuang Yundai carried Zhuang Yuntong back to the small courtyard, took a warm piece of clothing, and wrapped the sleepy Zhuang Yuntong in it. She prepared a full bowl of meat floss and a bowl of small fried meatballs for Jujui and Xiaoxiao, along with a basin of water. Jujui and Xiaoxiao were overjoyed, flying around her before diving in to eat happily. Zhuang Yundai held Zhuang Yuntong for a while, then went out to speak with Sister Chunlu next door, asking her to help take care of Aki when he returned from school. Sister Chunlu had also heard about the bad deeds of the Fu family and was shaking with anger. "Aki is with me, so don't worry," she replied immediately, but unable to contain her rage. She shouted towards the Zhuang family, "What heartless scoundrels! How can they do such a terrible thing? Don't they fear losing everything?" After venting her anger, Sister Chunlu realized and quickly said to Zhuang Yundai, "I didn't mean you." Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, "Sister, feel free to scold. You forgot, our branch has already separated from the Zhuang family. To put it bluntly, if they commit a terrible crime, it won't affect us." Sister Chunlu paused for a moment and then nodded vigorously. "You're right." Zhuang Yundai had taken the county's carriage back earlier, and this time she also returned by carriage. In the carriage, besides her and Zhuang Yuntong, there were 2 constables and Fu Shi. Fu Shi was slumped in a corner of the carriage like a pile of mud. Everyone in the village had seen how the constables had brought her over, and they were pointing and whispering. She would never forget the disgusted looks from the villagers. Fu Shi knew that she would never be able to hold her head high in this village again. As Zhuang Yundai was getting into the carriage with Zhuang Yuntong, a loud shout came from behind, panting, "Wait!" Zhuang Yundai turned to see her uncle, Zhuang Shizhong, running towards them, sweating and slightly out of breath. Zhuang Yundai looked at him coldly. After catching his breath, Zhuang Shizhong said with a heavy heart, "Arya, we had no idea about what Fu Shi did." Fu Shi in the carriage was taken aback.
"So what?"
Zhuang Yundai found it somewhat amusing and raised an eyebrow, asking. Zhuang Shizhong did not expect Zhuang Yundai to ask such a question. He was momentarily stunned, and his honest face showed some restraint. He lowered his voice. "What I mean is, if you really need to vent, just take it out on the Fu family. No matter how much you say, you're still a member of the Zhuang family. Disgracing the Zhuang family won't do you any good." However, the villagers nearby, who were watching the scene, clearly heard him and couldn't help but click their tongues. Out of some sense of propriety, they didn't say anything further. The Fu family usually ignored their wrongdoings and pressured Zhuang Yundai and her siblings not to hold grudges. Now that something serious had happened, they were talking about taking it out on the Fu family. They truly benefited from the good things while avoiding the bad. Many villagers frowned at this. Inside the carriage, the Fu family was on the verge of breaking down after hearing these words. Zhuang Shizhong, seeing that Zhuang Yundai was silent, grew anxious. "Don't you think about Chiga? No matter what he says, he is still a member of the Zhuang family. Can he hold his head high among his classmates?" Zhuang Yundai looked at Zhuang Shizhong with a half-smile. "Uncle really cares about Achi. But my brother is upright and a victim's family member. How could he not hold his head high because of a villain? Instead of worrying about Achi, you should be more concerned about Zhuang Wenyu." After saying this, Zhuang Yundai ignored Zhuang Shizhong and climbed into the carriage with Zhuang Yuntong. The Fu family, nearing a breakdown, remained in a state of panic all the way to the courthouse. Zhuang Yundai glanced at the Fu family being pushed by the officers and coldly remarked, "Pretending to be mad won't help you escape the punishment you deserve." The Fu family shuddered. Due to the clear evidence of the Fu family kidnapping Zhuang Yuntong, and with Zhuang Yundai having separated from the Zhuang family, the family connection wouldn't lessen the punishment for the Fu family. In the end, the Fu family was sentenced to 3 months in prison and 20 lashes. Once the verdict was announced, the Fu family began to cry out in protest, but no matter how much she shouted, the county magistrate simply dismissed her with a wave, and the officers dragged her away for punishment. Zhuang Yundai placed Zhuang Yuntong in the back office, asking the county magistrate's wife to take care of her. She stood aside in the courthouse, coldly watching the execution of the Fu family. The Fu family went from crying out in pain to their cries weakening until they finally fainted, blood soaking their back. Zhuang Yundai watched, her expression indifferent, neither happy nor angry, as the bloodied Fu family was dragged away. When she turned around, she saw Tang Tianyan standing there, looking somewhat stunned. It seemed that he was frightened by her cold expression. Zhuang Yundai pressed her lips together, and Tang Tianyan, coming back to his senses, took the initiative to greet her, Yundai's sister. But his gaze was slightly evasive. Zhuang Yundai replied calmly, "Brother Tianyan, is there something you need?"
Tang Tianyan stammered, No, nothing."
"Just that, Yuntong's sister has woken up." Zhuang Yundai nodded. "Could you please lead the way?" Her attitude was somewhat indifferent, and Tang Tianyan noticed this. He opened his mouth as if to say something but hesitated, scratching his head. He had always thought of Zhuang Yundai as a sweet little sister, perfectly fitting his fantasy of what a sister should be. However, after spending time together, he realized that Zhuang Yundai, while appearing gentle, actually had a strong will and could even be quite tough. especially when she had a cold smile on her lips and an icy expression, watching the execution without blinking. It truly shocked Tang Tianyan, a 14-year-old boy who had always lived under his parents' protection. He was still in shock from that moment. He knew that his earlier evasive attitude might have hurt Yundai's sister, so he couldn't blame her for being a bit distant. Feeling awkward, Tang Tianyan led Zhuang Yundai to the back room. Zhuang Yuntong was sitting on the bed in the guest room. A maid had brought her a bowl of calming soup, and she was sipping it slowly. Hearing someone enter, Zhuang Yuntong seemed startled, and her hand trembled, almost spilling the soup. Zhuang Yundai felt a pang in her heart. Yuntong was indeed frightened by the earlier events, leaving her with a psychological shadow. She quickly stepped forward and softly said, "Yuntong." Upon hearing her sister's voice, Zhuang Yuntong's eyes turned red. "Elder sister." But she didn't jump off the bed immediately. Instead, she obediently showed the empty bowl to the maid, saying, "Sister, I finished drinking." Her obedient demeanor melted the maid's heart. The maid lovingly took the empty bowl. "You did great, little sister." Only then did Zhuang Yuntong pout her lips, jump off the bed, and rush into Zhuang Yundai's arms. Zhuang Yundai felt a deep ache in her heart and hugged her sister tightly. Zhuang Yuntong's small body trembled slightly in Zhuang Yundai's embrace, her arms wrapped around Zhuang Yundai's neck, refusing to let go. Zhuang Yundai gently stroked Zhuang Yuntong's back, comforting her. Tang Tianyan hadn't expected Zhuang Yuntong to be so frightened. He could only imagine how cruel that aunt must have been. This thought flashed through his mind. Was he a bit too much towards Sister Yundai just now? Tang Tianyan felt a bit awkward. Zhuang Yundai didn't linger. She held Zhuang Yuntong and seriously thanked the county magistrate's wife before leaving. The county magistrate's wife watched them leave and sighed softly. When she looked up, she saw her younger son standing by the window, seemingly lost in thought. She called out, "Yenner?" Tang Tianyan suddenly snapped back to reality and stammered, "Mother, what's wrong?" The county magistrate's wife wanted to talk, so she sighed again. "Miss Zhuang has had a tough time. I heard her say that this isn't the first time her aunt has harmed her and her siblings. They've had a hard life." She felt a bit uneasy and sighed again. Those lovely children. How could someone be so cruel to them? After talking for a while, she noticed her son seemed to be in a daze, lost in his thoughts. She decided to stop talking. The county magistrate's wife rested for a moment, looking at her reflection in the mirror, pleased to see a bit more flesh on her face. She couldn't help but express her gratitude, touching her belly. "It's all thanks to Miss Zhuang's remedies, or your sister would have suffered in my..." Tang Tianyan remained silent, still in a daze. The county magistrate's wife thought her son was acting strangely and couldn't help but laugh. "Yenner, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so distracted?" Usually he would chatter nonstop, but today he was quiet. Tang Tianyan felt confused, but under his mother's concerned gaze, he hesitated before finally saying, "I feel like..." Sister Yundai's personality doesn't match her appearance. The county magistrate's wife looked surprised and then laughed. "Is that what's bothering you?" She sighed with a smile. "Yenner, Miss Zhuang isn't like you. She didn't grow up in a sheltered home like ours. You have an older brother, parents and grandparents, and our family is harmonious. She is beautiful but has lost her parents, and with a pair of younger siblings, her grandparents and aunt are like wolves surrounding her. If she were as sweet and innocent as she looks, without any cleverness or means, how could she protect herself and her siblings?" Tang Tianyan pondered this. The county magistrate's wife added with a smile, "Moreover, when it comes to friendships, character is what truly matters. Zhuang Degu was a person of good character and kindness, and that was enough." There was something she didn't say. If a person is kind but lacks the ability to protect themselves, she wouldn't want her son to associate with them. Tang Tianyan seemed to understand, nodding his head when a cheerful maid named Hongshan came in, lifting the curtain. "Madam." The county magistrate's wife smiled. "Hongshan, didn't you go out to rest today?" The magistrate's family treated their servants kindly, allowing them to take time off to enjoy themselves as long as they informed the household. Excited, Hongshan replied, "Madam, I saw Miss Zhuang outside. The magistrate's wife raised her eyebrows in interest, unable to help but smile. What did Miss Zhuang do to make you so excited? Hongshan laughed. Miss Zhuang hired a drum team and went to the Zhu family in Panluo Alley, saying she wanted to present her secret recipe for skewers to one of the ants there. The magistrate's wife was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter, tears of joy in her eyes. She shook her head. Miss Zhuang is truly so charming. After hearing Hongshan's words, Tang Tianyan couldn't sit still and jumped up. I'm going out to see the excitement. Hongshan laughed. Second young master, hurry. You might catch the end of it. When I came back, the drum team was still heading to the Zhu family. Tang Tianyan dashed out like a wild horse. Zhuang Yundai smiled as she walked with Zhuang Yuntong, watching the lively drum team ahead, making a joyful noise. If anyone asked what was happening, she would happily reply that she was going to present her secret skewer recipe to the fragrant aunt of Zhu Fushan's family. This certainly created a buzz. The drum team attracted a crowd, and people followed them like a long dragon, heading towards Panluo Alley. Are you tired? Amid the drum sounds, Zhuang Yundai squeezed her sister's small hand, her eyes filled with warmth. Zhuang Yuntong shook her head seriously. Originally, Zhuang Yundai wanted to carry her, but Zhuang Yuntong insisted she was a big girl almost 6 years old and didn't want to be carried, so she strongly requested to walk. Seeing that Zhuang Yuntong was still energetic since leaving the county office, Zhuang Yundai let her walk. However, she held her sister's hand tightly the whole time, not daring to let go. On the way, Zhuang Yundai encountered Fei Zijin and Jianxi, who were looking for food at a street stall. Fei Zijin was a bit surprised and asked Sister Dai, "Where are you going?" Zhuang Yundai briefly explained the situation to Fei Zijin. Fei Zijin's expression darkened, feeling anger rising within him. Zhuang Yundai bit her lip and said to Fei Zijin, "This matter might make your aunt feel embarrassed." But Fei Zijin interrupted her, saying, "It's fine, don't worry about her feelings." He scoffed, "Aunt Xiang is a concubine of the Zhu family. My aunt, as the main wife, has failed to manage things properly, allowing this concubine to conspire with others to harm people. That's her responsibility. It's just a little embarrassment." He was genuinely angry now. He had already made his stance clear by leaving the silver note behind, but his aunt didn't take it seriously. With his aunt's capabilities, he didn't believe a concubine could cause any trouble for her. Seeing that Fei Zijin understood, Zhuang Yundai felt relieved. Fei Zijin gently patted Zhuang Yuntong's head, saying, "It's just that Tong's sister has suffered." Zhuang Yundai thought that while Fu Shi wouldn't let this go, the instigator, Zhuang Wenxiang, shouldn't think she could escape either. Fu Shi admitted that the information came from her daughter, Zhuang Wenxiang, but she refused to acknowledge any involvement in the kidnapping of Zhuang Yuntong. Due to a lack of evidence, there were no penalties in the end. Zhuang Yundai understood this, so after leaving the county office, she went to find a drum team and headed straight for the Zhu family. When she met Fei Zijin, he expressed his understanding, and Zhuang Yundai felt completely at ease. The drum team quickly arrived at the Zhu residence, accompanied by a large crowd of onlookers. The doorman was startled by the commotion and came out, asking the drum team, "What are you here for?" Zhuang Yundai, holding Zhuang Yuntong's hand, smiled as she stepped out from behind the drum team and said to the doorman, "I am here to present a gift." The doorman was taken aback, asking, "What kind of gift?" Zhuang Yundai raised her hand, and the drum team's sounds suddenly stopped. She wanted to ensure that everyone present could hear her words. With a bright smile, Zhuang Yundai announced, "Thanks to the kindness of the people of Pingling County, I have recently achieved some success in making skewers. Unfortunately, fame can attract attention, and the recipe has caught the eye of the esteemed concubine of your household. It is an honor for my recipe to be noticed by you, madam. If you want this recipe, just let me know. Your family is powerful, and I am just a lonely girl with younger siblings trying to earn a little money with this recipe. I cannot fight against your family. If you had asked me earlier, I would have gladly given it to you. You wouldn't have needed to kidnap my sister to demand it from me, along with 100 taels of silver." The onlookers were shocked to hear this. They only knew that Zhuang Yundai was going to offer the recipe, but they didn't know about this other matter. Is that true?
It is.
Someone in the crowd exclaimed. The court just heard a case about this. The criminal is the aunt of this young girl. How cruel to tie up her own niece, who is not even 6 years old, just to get a recipe from her older niece. Oh no, it's true. That's terrible. Our county has always been known for its good morals, and yet such a disgraceful act has happened. It's truly shameful. Did this girl just say that the madam from the Zhu family was involved in this? That's truly heartless. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and the doorman turned pale, realizing he couldn't handle this situation. He hurriedly ran to inform others. While the crowd continued to talk, Zhuang Yundai raised her hand, and the drum team began to play lively music again, creating a strange yet festive atmosphere. Soon, Madame Zhu appeared, supported by her maid, walking briskly. She seemed a bit rushed, and for someone usually composed, she appeared slightly out of breath and a bit angry. Her gaze fell on Zhuang Yundai, who stood calmly at the front of the crowd, smiling as if she were genuinely there to offer the recipe. Seeing Madame Zhu come out, Zhuang Yundai remained unfazed and raised her hand, signaling the drum team to stop. Madame Zhu felt a slight pain in her chest from anger, but in front of everyone, she had to act as if she knew nothing. She looked surprised and confused, saying, Yundai, what are you doing? Madame Zhu spoke in a friendly tone. Zhuang Yundai respectfully bowed to her. Hello, madam. I am here to deliver the recipe to Aunt Xiang. I sincerely wish Aunt Xiang great success and a bright future with my recipe. Madame Zhu was furious, her nose nearly twitching with anger, but she couldn't show any sign of it. What exactly happened? Mrs. Zhu asked helplessly. I don't understand or hear anything. Apparently, you don't know, Zhuang Yundai said with a smile, not minding to explain again. She raised her voice and said, Your concubine, Aunt Xiang, took an interest in my recipe. I don't know how she told her family, but her mother kidnapped my sister to get the recipe. As an ordinary citizen, I can't fight back, so to avoid trouble, I willingly offered the recipe to Aunt Xiang. Mrs. Zhu took a deep breath. In the crowd, she saw her good nephew, Fei Zijin. He had left the Zhu family just to support Zhuang Yundai, leaving behind a banknote. When she heard this news in the morning, she was almost furious enough to have a heart attack. So when she learned that Zhuang Wenxiang sent someone to her family with a message, her eyes flickered with realization, but she pretended not to know and chose to ignore it. She didn't expect Zhuang Yundai to be so impressive. She had made it known to everyone. This was forcing the Zhu family to take a stand and deal with Zhuang Wenxiang. Mrs. Zhu took another deep breath, showing her anger. Is this really happening? Aunt Xiang is going too far. Zhuang Yundai took out a piece of paper from her pocket, holding it with both hands, and handed it to Mrs. Zhu. I believe Aunt Xiang can't show her face, so please help me pass this recipe to her. Mrs. Zhu was trembling with anger. She wanted that recipe. But given the current situation, whoever accepted it would be met with public outrage. If she took it, the Zhu family's reputation would be ruined. She knew this well. Likewise, she knew Zhuang Yundai understood it too. Mrs. Zhu took another deep breath. She was usually decisive and quickly made a decision. Look at what you're saying, Yundai. Mrs. Zhu feigned outrage. Aunt Xiang has just entered the household, and I had no idea she could be so malicious. You should take back the recipe. Don't worry, we cannot keep such a wicked person in our house. When I return, I will have my husband write a dismissal letter to expel her. We cannot allow her to do evil under the Zhu family's name. If that's the case, then thank you, madam, Zhuang Yundai said with a smile in her eyes, putting the paper back into her pocket. She praised the Zhu family for their righteousness and willingness to uphold justice. Madame Zhu felt her smile freeze on her face. If that's the case, let your drum team leave, she said. Zhuang Yundai had already paid them earlier. She smiled and waved her hand, signaling the drum team to go away. Then, she bowed deeply to the gathered townsfolk.
Thank you all for coming, she said.
The townspeople had enjoyed the show and the drama of a high-ranking lady dismissing her concubine. They laughed and replied, "Miss, you are too polite." Everyone was cheerful, except for the Zhu family. Zhuang Yundai held Zhuang Yuntong's hand as they were about to leave the Zhu family's door. Madame Zhu, her voice gritted with anger, called out, "Wait." Zhuang Yundai stopped but realized Madame Zhu was not calling her. Madame Zhu was looking at Fei Zijin, who was not far from her. "Zijin, now that you have what you want, you should come back, right?" Madame Zhu's tone seemed calm, but hid a hint of anger. Fei Zijin held a folding fan and bowed to Madame Zhu. "Thank you for your kindness, Aunt. I feel a bit bad for staying so long. Anyway, in a few days I will be leaving to find a new place and some fresh experiences. You can consider me already gone." Zhuang Yundai felt a slight stir in her heart as she listened to their exchange. Madame Zhu was so angry she couldn't speak. It seemed she wanted to explode but ultimately held back, forcing a strained smile.
"You shouldn't be so headstrong.
When your mother finds out you are here while I let you wander outside, she might write me 10 letters scolding me." Fei Zijin laughed. "Aunt, why say that? If neither of us mentions it, how would mother know?" He pretended to be serious and asked Ji Shi, "You wouldn't tell my mother, would you?" Ji Shi quickly replied, "Oh, young master, I wouldn't dare. I am your servant, so I must listen to you." Seeing Fei Zijin and Ji Shi joking around to brush off the situation, Madame Zhu realized he was determined not to return. She felt a lump in her throat, caught between emotions. "If you insist, then so be it," Madame Zhu said, her smile fading as she turned to enter the Zhu residence. Once inside, Fei Zijin's carefree smile seemed to carry a hint of mockery. However, he quickly returned to his usual self and smiled at Zhuang Yundai. "Sister Dai, where are you going now?" "May I you?" Zhuang Yundai looked at Fei Zijin several times. Fei Zijin instinctively touched his face and asked Jianqi, "Is there something on my face?" Jianqi was puzzled too. "Young master, your face looks as handsome as always. There's nothing on it." Zhuang Yundai was amused but, after laughing, couldn't help but ask seriously, "What your aunt said earlier. Did something happen before?" At first, Fei Zijin wanted to brush it off. "Haha, it's nothing." But Zhuang Yundai remained silent, looking at him calmly and insistently, which made Fei Zijin unable to hold back. He knew he couldn't fool Zhuang Yundai, so he cleared his throat. "Well, it's not a big deal. It's just that your cousin, Zhuang Wenxiang, urged my aunt to ask you for that recipe. I thought it was a bit unethical, so I left." Fei Zijin spoke lightly, but Zhuang Yundai sighed silently in her heart. "All right, let's not talk about that," Fei Zijin said, trying to change the subject. "Where are you going now?"
Zhuang Yundai exhaled softly, her gaze distant.
"I'm going to the rental office." Fei Zijin responded with an "oh," not thinking much of it, assuming Zhuang Yundai wanted to hire someone. After all, she was getting busier with her work and needed someone to help care for her sister, so hiring help seemed reasonable. Fei Zijin thought to himself that if needed, he could help find a suitable and capable person. But Zhuang Yundai shook her head. "I'm looking to rent a small courtyard in the county." Fei Zijin exclaimed, suddenly energized. He closed his fan and said excitedly, "Renting a place? That's my specialty. I'm not bragging, but I've traveled a lot with Jianqi these past 6 months and rented many places. I can tell the quality of a house at a glance." He pointed to his eyes. "I promise I won't let those smooth-talking landlords trick you." Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly. "All right, then I'll rely on you, Brother Zijin." Seeing that Zhuang Yundai treated him the same as before and hadn't developed any hard feelings because of the Zhu family matter, Fei Zijin finally relaxed a bit, his smile widening. "Let's go. We'll head to the rental office now." Zhuang Yundai and her group went to the rental office. Meanwhile, the Zhu family appeared calm on the surface, but hidden beneath was a brewing storm. Mr. Zhu had a social engagement at noon and fell asleep as soon as he returned. When Mrs. Zhu entered the side courtyard with a cold expression, she could even hear Mr. Zhu's snoring coming from the distant bedroom, rhythmic and steady. Mrs. Zhu showed a hint of impatience on her face and directly brought the doctor into the main hall of the side courtyard. Zhuang Wenxiang was leaning on a couch, embroidering. Upon seeing Mrs. Zhu enter, she didn't bother to get up and lazily smiled. "Madam, I just served the master to rest and am quite tired, so I won't get up to greet you." Mrs. Zhu didn't even lift her eyelids and glanced at the maid beside her. The maid understood and stepped forward, grabbing Zhuang Wenxiang by the wrist and pulling her up. Zhuang Wenxiang was completely stunned and then began to struggle fiercely. "You insolent servant! How dare you!" The maid was very strong and ignored Zhuang Wenxiang's struggles, raising her hand to give her a slap. Smack! The sound was crisp and clear. Zhuang Wenxiang was taken aback. "Be quiet," the maid warned, "or you will regret it." Zhuang Wenxiang was too shocked to respond. The maid took the opportunity to step aside. "Doctor, please come forward." The doctor brought by Mrs. Zhu stepped up and checked Zhuang Wenxiang's pulse. He shook his head at Mrs. Zhu. Nothing. Only then did Mrs. Zhu relax a bit, even showing a hint of a smile. She instructed the maid, "Please see the doctor out." The maid complied and left. The maid released Zhuang Wenxiang's arm. Finally, Zhuang Wenxiang reacted, tears welling up in her eyes as she softly said, "Madam, what are you doing?" Mrs. Zhu replied calmly, "Nothing. I just wanted to confirm with the doctor whether you are pregnant with our Zhu family's child." Zhuang Wenxiang was both angry and anxious, her voice rising. "Good thing I'm not. Or, after the shock I just had, if I lost the baby, who would be responsible? When the master wakes up, I will definitely have a good talk with him." She shot a fierce glare at the maid. Usually, when she acted this way, Mrs. Zhu would often comfort her. But this time, it greatly surprised Zhuang Wenxiang. Mrs. Zhu seemed completely unconcerned. Leaning back in her intricately carved pearwood chair, her expression was indifferent. "There's no need to wait for the master to wake up. You can call him up right now." Zhuang Wenxiang was both shocked and confused. Was Mrs. Zhu out of her mind? Since it was Madame Zhu who said this, Zhuang Wenxiang bit her lip and shot a glare at Madame Zhu before stubbornly going to push the resting old Master Zhu in the inner room. Old Master Zhu was in a deep sleep and was immediately angered when someone pushed him awake. Zhuang Wenxiang timidly said, "It was Madame who asked me to wake you, sir." Upon hearing it was Madame Zhu's request, old Master Zhu's anger subsided somewhat, but he was still a bit unhappy. He put on his clothes and came out in his slippers. Madame Zhu sat upright in the main seat of the hall. After many years of marriage, old Master Zhu saw Madame Zhu's stern expression and his remaining anger vanished instantly. "What's wrong, my lady? Who has upset you?" Old Master Zhu asked with a smile as he approached her. Madame Zhu did not even look up, speaking coldly as if she had dropped a bombshell. "Sir, you should write a letter to send Concubine Xiang back to her home." Zhuang Wenxiang's eyes widened in shock, nearly thinking she had misheard. Or perhaps Madame Zhu had made a mistake. But Madame Zhu sat firmly in her chair, her expression calm, showing no signs of error. Zhuang Wenxiang's heart raced, and she trembled as she called out, "Sir, it was truly a twist of fate." Old Master Zhu was not as shocked. He simply scratched his head. "My lady, why is that?" "Why is that?" Madame Zhu coldly laughed. "Today, our Zhu family's reputation is about to be ruined by this concubine." Zhuang Wenxiang's heart sank, but she still pretended to be unaware, crying pitifully with tears in her eyes. "Madam, what have I done wrong to earn your disdain? You can just tell me. There's no need to place such a heavy blame on me." Madame Zhu was too tired to argue with Zhuang Wenxiang. She glanced at the matron beside her, who understood and stepped forward to recount the events that had happened outside. Old Master Zhu's face turned green. Zhuang Wenxiang's face went pale. She never expected her mother to be so ineffective and that Zhuang Yundai could be so ruthless, leaving her no way out. Zhuang Wenxiang suddenly knelt before the couple. She cried like a rain-soaked flower. "Sir, madam, since I entered the household, you have seen how I behave. My cousin is just holding a grudge and deliberately slandering me. She was foolish before. How could you believe what she says?" Madame Zhu replied coldly. "Oh?" Zhuang Yundai said, These records are all in the court. Are you saying that the court's records can't be trusted? Zhuang Wenxiang was speechless, her face turning pale and red with anxiety. Madam.
No, this.
She was so flustered that she couldn't finish a complete sentence. But Madame Zhu didn't even look up. The kind demeanor she once had was completely gone. Zhuang Wenxiang immediately understood that Madame Zhu was determined to have Master Zhu send her away. Zhuang Wenxiang crawled a few steps to Master Zhu and hugged his leg. Master, please help me. I don't want to leave you. Master Zhu's expression was somewhat grim, and he hadn't spoken for a long time. Just when Zhuang Wenxiang thought she had moved him, Master Zhu slowly said, Xiang Concubine, you should thank the madam. She is kind-hearted and even let me write you a letter to leave with dignity. In my opinion, a concubine like you, if you upset the main wife, could easily be sold off. That's enough. Master Zhu patted Zhuang Wenxiang's face and said, Go thank the madam. Zhuang Wenxiang felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. But Master Zhu had already brushed her aside and headed to the writing desk, clearly to write that letter. Zhuang Wenxiang was filled with anger, anxiety, shock, and panic. All these feelings surged within her, and she fainted. Fainted? Madame Zhu glanced over. It's no big deal. Just have someone carry her to the carriage and pack up her things to send back to her family. Master Zhu found this very reasonable. The madam is truly kind. The couple chatted for a while, completely ignoring Zhuang Wenxiang lying on the ground. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yundai, in a beautifully decorated house, considered Fei Zijin's advice and chose a small courtyard that wasn't too large. The courtyard had a shop in front and a courtyard behind, with an old well that had been there for many years. The living quarters were spacious, with several rooms. Although they were a bit old, all the necessary furniture was present, even if it showed its age. However, this didn't bother Zhuang Yundai, who was still quite satisfied. But she didn't show any sign of happiness and instead looked a bit dissatisfied. Since the front has a shop, it can be used for business, but it seems a bit too remote. Indeed, this small courtyard was somewhat too isolated. If used purely as a residence, the rent also included the shop in front. If I were to open a shop, the location is really too remote. Overall, it feels quite useless. So, this courtyard has been on the market until now and hasn't sold. The landlord originally thought that since this young girl looked innocent and was a woman, he might be able to persuade her to rent it. However, the girl clearly knew the area well and seemed a bit disdainful. Seeing that he couldn't convince Zhuang Yundai, the landlord got anxious. Hey, miss, I'm not saying anything bad, but our courtyard has such a good layout and is such a nice place. If the location were better, it would cost 34 taels of silver a year. Because this location isn't great, it's only 25 taels a year. I must tell you, once you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. Zhuang Yundai shook her head. You are not honest in business. Forget it, I'll find another landlord. She acted like she was going to leave. The landlord became really anxious and even tried to grab her arm. Fei Zijin, standing nearby, tapped the landlord's hand with his fan. What are you doing? The landlord's hand hurt from the tap, but he knew he was being rude and awkwardly smiled while covering his hand. Miss, please don't just turn away when you hear the price. In business, we can negotiate, right? Zhuang Yundai nodded knowingly. I see. You want to ask for a high price, and I should offer a lower one? The landlord awkwardly laughed. You are too straightforward. Well, it's not exactly like that. The lowest for that courtyard is 20 taels. It can't be less. Zhuang Yundai nodded again and turned to leave without saying a word. The landlord was almost in despair but didn't dare to grab her again, so he shouted, 18 taels. It really can't be less. He looked like he was about to cry. Zhuang Yundai paused. 16 taels. The landlord angrily replied, Then you should find another place. Zhuang Yundai shrugged, looking unconcerned, and took Zhuang Yitong's hand to leave. It wasn't until she had walked several meters away that the landlord gritted his teeth and chased after her, saying angrily, 16 taels, fine, 16 taels it is. In the end, Zhuang Yundai rented this slightly old, remote courtyard for 16 taels of silver a year. However, she was quite satisfied with the place. It was spacious enough, and the rooms got plenty of sunlight. There was a well in the courtyard, which could be repaired and used easily for daily water needs. There is an old tree in the yard, and when the time comes, a swing will be set up. On sunny days, Aki and Tong Tong will play on the swing while she waters the flowers and tends to the garden. Just thinking about it feels very pleasant. Zhuang Yundai quickly took out some silver and signed a rental agreement with the moneylender. The process was quick, and before it got dark, everything was settled. The moneylender was so moved that he almost shed tears. However, Fei Zijin was a bit worried. He wondered if Zhuang Yundai spending 16 taels of silver would affect her life and make things tighter for her. He gently suggested, if you need more money to open the shop, you can come to me. He was afraid Zhuang Yundai might think he was being insincere and refuse, so he quickly added, it's a loan, not a gift. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but laugh and didn't refuse. All right, if I run out of silver, I'll come to you. Fei Zijin understood that she didn't plan to borrow money from him right now. He didn't press the issue but sighed quietly and perked up. Are you planning to open a shop? I'll be in Pingling County for a few more days. If you need help, just let me know. Zhuang Yundai thanked him. Fei Zijin hesitated for a moment and then said, are you heading back now? Let me take you. Before Zhuang Yundai could refuse, he added, consider it my apology on behalf of my aunt. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but look at Fei Zijin again. In the end, she smiled and agreed, all right. She took one last look at her newly rented courtyard, tied the key to a string around her neck, and happily held her sister's hand as they got onto Fei Zijin's carriage. Zhuang Yuntong was a bit confused, eating the pastries that Jianxi had given her. After a while, she finally reacted and asked Zhuang Yundai, elder sister, are we moving to the county to live? Seeing Zhuang Yuntong's worried expression, Zhuang Yundai took out a handkerchief to wipe the crumbs from her sister's mouth and gently said, do you not want to go, Tong Tong? Zhuang Yuntong thought for a moment and then shook her head. She softly replied, I do not want to go. I know you are doing this for me, elder sister. Zhuang Yundai had previously discussed with them about saving money and moving to the county after the new year. Moving now must be related to her own matters. However, she still hesitated and spoke softly. It's just that I won't be able to play with Sister Tsuetsue anymore. Zhuang Yundai comforted her. That's not true. If you miss Tsuetsue, we can go back to Xiangyang village together to see her and Sister Chunlu. Or you can come to our spacious little courtyard, where there are several empty rooms. It would be nice to invite Tsuetsue to stay for a few days. I can set up a swing for you and Tsuetsue under that old tree in the yard. Hearing this, Zhuang Yuntong became happy again, nodding vigorously with hope in her eyes. Sister, you must invite Tsuetsue then. Zhuang Yundai smiled, of course. Zhuang Yuntong happily went back to eating pastries. Zhuang Yundai watched her sister's innocent and carefree demeanor and sighed softly. Moving to the county town would help avoid the disturbances from those relatives who didn't understand boundaries and would also allow her to start her small business earlier. It would be peaceful, quiet, and she could earn more money. Her only concern was for Tong Tong and Aki. Aki had just settled into school, and now it seemed she would have to find him another school in the county. She wondered if the county school that Tang Tianyan mentioned would be an option. If not, maybe Aki could stay at the Zhou family school? But Aki was still very young, and Zhuang Yundai truly felt reluctant to do that. While she was still pondering, the carriage had already entered Xiangyang village. Fei Zijin did not get off the carriage. He quietly said to Zhuang Yundai, it's dark now, and if I get off, I don't know what rumors might affect your reputation. I won't get off. If you need anything, just come find me at Jinxiu Alley. There's a small courtyard with 2 red lanterns hanging outside and the character Fei written on it. That's where I'll be staying. Zhuang Yundai nodded, accepting Fei Zijin's kindness. Thank you, Brother Zijin. Fei Zijin then gently patted Zhuang Yuntong's head and handed her a beautiful box. Here, Tong Tong. This is for you to calm your nerves. Zhuang Yuntong pulled her hands back, hesitating to take the exquisite box. She instinctively looked at Zhuang Yundai. I've already eaten a lot. Zhuang Yundai felt a bit helpless as Fei Zijin firmly said, Tong Tong was startled today, and this is to help her feel better. It doesn't cost much. After thinking for a moment, Zhuang Yundai said, all right then. Thank you, Brother Zijin. Since her sister said it was okay, Zhuang Yuntong obediently accepted the box and smiled widely at Fei Zijin. Thank you, Brother Zijin. Fei Zijin was so charmed by Zhuang Yuntong's smile that he couldn't help but mention to Jianxi on the way back, Look, this is the sister I've always dreamed of. I should show my wild sisters at home what a real sister looks like. Hey, isn't Miss Zhuang your dream sister too? Jianxi couldn't help but tease. You sure do enjoy calling her sister. Fei Zijin paused, furrowed his brow for a moment, and then decided not to say anything more. He closed his fan and lightly tapped Jianxi on the head. You talk too much. Zhuang Yundai went straight to the Chunlu family to pick up Zhuang Yunqi. Zhuang Yunqi had already heard about Zhuang Yuntong's kidnapping. When he saw Zhuang Yundai holding Zhuang Yuntong's hand, he rushed over to her, examining her closely to check for any injuries. Zhuang Yuntong was still holding the brocade box that Fei Zijin had given her. With a silly grin, she presented the box to Zhuang Yunqi, saying, Brother, this is for you. Brother Zijin gave it to me, and the pastries are really delicious. Seeing Zhuang Yuntong looking as cheerful and lively as usual, Zhuang Yunqi felt relieved. He took the brocade box but didn't open it, instead holding it for Zhuang Yuntong. I'm glad you're okay. Chunlu came over and pulled Zhuang Yundai aside to ask about the county office. When she heard that the Fu family had received 20 lashes and was sentenced to 3 months in prison, she nearly laughed out loud. That's so satisfying. Evil gets what it deserves. She couldn't help but spit to the side. The Zhuang family is really ruthless. Zhuang Yundai asked, What's wrong? Chunlu replied with a bitter smile, You don't know? After the Fu family was taken away, the Zhuang family urgently held a meeting, claiming that the Fu family was cruel and mistreated the Zhuang descendants, and made Zhuang Shizhong divorce her in front of the ancestors. Zhuang Yundai wasn't surprised by the Zhuang family's actions. She glanced at Zhuang Yuntong, who was chattering away with her brother, and quietly told Chunlu, Sister-in-law, I'm moving tomorrow. Chunlu was shocked. Tomorrow? Why so soon? But she quickly realized, and thinking about the Zhuang family's behavior, she nodded seriously. Tomorrow it is. It will save you from more trouble with the Zhuang family later. You didn't see, but this afternoon, Zhuang Wenyu kicked your door several times. If it weren't for Danius stopping him, he would have even hit Chiga. As she spoke, she clicked her tongue and lowered her voice. Guess how he went back? His sister, Zhuang Wenxiang, had the Zhu family's carriage send him home. The servant from the Zhu family was loudly shouting from the carriage, saying that Zhuang Wenxiang was willful and disrespectful to her mistress. She claimed that Zhuang was involved in wrongdoing with her family and that the Zhu family had always upheld a good reputation, so they could not tolerate someone like her in their household. The servant even mentioned that they should have sold this concubine right away. However, their kind mistress had asked Mr. Zhu to write a release letter for the concubine, allowing her to return to her family and remarry. Zhuang Yundai simply said, Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. Chunlu shared some thoughts with Zhuang Yundai and mentioned that she would bring Daniu to help her move tomorrow. Zhuang Yundai thanked her. That evening, she cooked a dish of stir-fried green bamboo shoots with the cured meat her family had prepared and made a soup with winter melon and shrimp. She also prepared a spicy shrimp dish for Jijiao. After dinner, Zhuang Yunqi eagerly took the bowls to wash them. Once he went inside, Zhuang Yundai warmed his slightly cold hands and quietly told him about her plan to move the next day. Zhuang Yuntong was already under the covers on the Kong, her rosy little face showing that she had fallen asleep. Zhuang Yunqi's hand trembled slightly, but he remained calm. Then I need to inform the teacher tomorrow. Zhuang Yundai hesitated for a moment and asked, Aki, would you like to stay at your school? Zhuang Yunqi, trying to act like an adult, thought for a moment with a serious face, but shook his head. He hesitated again and said softly, Although the teacher treats me well, But he wanted to be with his older sister and younger sister more. Moreover, There were some things Zhuang Yunqi had never told Zhuang Yundai, and he did not plan to share them in the future. Zhuang Yunqi was much more mature than all the other children at the school. They naturally held a hostile attitude towards this newcomer who made them feel inferior, especially since he was much younger than them. Not to mention Zhuang Wenyu, who had always looked down on him. Even though the teacher had expelled Meng Changfei today, which had greatly intimidated others at the school. Zhuang Yunqi sighed like an adult and said to his sister, "Besides, I still need to teach my sister how to read and write. If I stay outside, what will I do?" Seeing Zhuang Yunqi's serious expression, Zhuang Yundai felt a wave of tenderness. "Then let's move over tomorrow, and I'll find out more about the school in the county." Zhuang Yundai quickly made a decision when she saw her brother was unwilling to stay elsewhere. Zhuang Yunqi nodded seriously. So, this matter was settled. Zhuang Yunqi climbed onto the Kong and saw Zhuang Yundai putting on a thick coat, and he paused for a moment. "Sister, are you going out?" Zhuang Yundai nodded and gently patted Zhuang Yunqi's head. "You all go to sleep. I will step out for a bit and be back soon." Zhuang Yunqi pressed her lips together, watching Zhuang Yundai take a lantern and walk into the darkness. When the door closed, a cold breeze slipped in. Zhuang Yunqi closed her eyes, silently wishing to grow up quickly, to pass the exams, so that her older sister wouldn't have to work so hard for their family anymore. Zhuang Yundai carried the lantern to Aunt Hu's house. Aunt Hu lived on the eastern edge of the village, in a somewhat run-down little courtyard that she rented. Despite its shabby condition, Aunt Hu worked hard to make a good life. She sometimes did sewing work to help with expenses and occasionally assisted with village events in exchange for food. Recently, she had helped Zhuang Yundai with some skewers, and Zhuang Yundai paid her 50 coins a day, which eased her burden. However, as Zhuang Yundai approached with the lantern, she heard some unusual noises coming from the courtyard. Feeling cautious, she blew out the lantern, picked up a few stones, and held them tightly as she moved closer to Aunt Hu's door. Inside, Aunt Hu was complaining. "I told you not to drink. You never listen." A drunken voice replied carelessly, "If I don't drink, I have no strength." "What do you know, woman? You scared Binner last time. Isn't Binner fine now?" "Ugh, stop nagging. Do you have any money? I need to get back." There was a sound like rummaging through drawers. Zhuang Yundai quickly hid in the shadows and heard the door creak open. A man stumbled out, and Aunt Hu hurried after him, handing him a thicker piece of clothing. "It's cold. Put this on." The man clumsily grabbed the clothes and waved his hand drunkenly. Okay, I got it. I'm leaving." Zhuang Yundai was close enough to smell the alcohol on him. Aunt Hu stood at the door, looking worried, and didn't return for a long time. Taking a deep breath, Zhuang Yundai stepped out of the shadows and called, "Auntie." Aunt Hu jumped in surprise. Fortunately, she recognized the voice of Zhuang Yundai, which made her gasp and smooth her chest, saying, "Ah, Sister Dai, you almost scared me to death." She set aside her earlier worries and warmly invited Zhuang Yundai into her home, saying, "Why are you here so late? Come in, it's cold outside." Zhuang Yundai did not refuse and entered the yard with the extinguished lantern. Aunt Hu, being observant, noticed the lantern was out and immediately thought of something. She smiled wryly and said, "You heard that just now, didn't you?" Zhuang Yundai nodded. Aunt Hu closed the yard gate and led Zhuang Yundai inside, saying, "I won't hide it from you. That was my husband. There seemed to be some issues at the quarry lately, and the management has been lax. He took the chance to come out and look for me." "Let's not talk about that," Aunt Hu said, changing the subject. She asked with concern, "You came over so late. Is there something going on? How is Tong Tong?" The situation with Zhuang Yuntong had caused quite a stir, and the whole village knew about it, so Aunt Hu had heard too. Zhuang Yundai nodded, saying, "Tong Tong is asleep now. I came to discuss something with you." Aunt Hu listened attentively. "Aunt, I'm moving tomorrow," Zhuang Yundai said, and Aunt Hu was taken aback. "So soon?" She quickly realized it was because of the incident with Zhuang Yuntong being kidnapped. Aunt Hu hurriedly said, "Then I'll come help you move tomorrow." But Zhuang Yundai shook her head and asked, I came to ask you something. Isn't Uncle serving 2 more years at the quarry? During these 2 years, since you'll need to rent a place anyway, would you like to live with us in the county? I rented a small yard with a storefront in front, perfect for a shop. The back has plenty of empty rooms. If you bring Bing along, I'll cover food and lodging, and I'll raise your pay to 50 won a day. You just need to help look after Tong Tong in your spare time. Aunt, who was completely stunned, unable to speak for a while. If you think anything is unsuitable, we can change it, Zhuang Yundai said sincerely. Aunt, who started to feel anxious and stammered, no, it's not unsuitable. It's too good. 50 won a day, plus food and lodging. Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, since you think it's good, then agree to it. Zhuang Yundai sighed again. My family situation is known to Aunt Hu. Tong Tong is still young, and once I leave, Aki will go to school, leaving only Tong Tong at home. After what happened before, I really can't relax. Aunt Hu was moved by this and quickly made a decision. All right, I will take Bina with you tomorrow. Once my husband finishes his sentence, we will move out. They agreed on this. Zhuang Yundai borrowed a match from Aunt Hu and lit the lantern. You should rest early, Aunt. I'm heading back now. Aunt Hu wanted to see her off, but Zhuang Yundai waved her hand. Bina is still at home, so please don't go out. She turned and walked into the night with her lantern. In the cold night, Aunt Hu felt a warm wave in her heart, making her feel cozy. The next morning, Zhuang Yundai woke up early and went to the kitchen to make some wontons filled with pork. She used the broth from boiling pork bones, added a handful of dried shrimp, and sprinkled some chopped green onions on top. A steaming bowl of fragrant wontons was ready. After preparing the meal, Zhuang Yundai called for Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi. After eating a bowl of wontons, she felt much more energized. There was a knock at the door. It was the lame man, Zheng, pulling a cart with a horse. Yundai. Zhuang Yundai hurried to open the door. Today, she was taking Zhuang Yunqi to explain the situation to Mr. Zhou. Since time was tight and they needed a cart for moving, she decided to hire a cart to go to Zhou's school. Mr. Zhou was reluctant to see Zhuang Yunqi drop out, but he understood. However, Zhuang Yunqi needed to move to the county, making it too far to continue at Zhou's school. Mr. Zhou, though saddened, did not stop him and reminded Zhuang Yunqi to never slack off in his studies and to work hard. Zhuang Yunqi solemnly agreed and bowed deeply to Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou wanted to refund Zhuang Yunqi's tuition, but Zhuang Yundai declined. Mr. Zhou had diligently taught Zhuang Yunqi and had helped him in many ways, so Zhuang Yundai respected him for life. After saying goodbye to Mr. Zhou, Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yunqi returned to their old home. Chunlu, Lu Daniu, and Aunt Hu were already there. Aunt Hu, needing to bring Binu along, couldn't carry all her luggage, so she planned to load it up at her house when they left the village. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong were small and not very strong, so they couldn't move heavy items. Zhuang Yundai let them go say goodbye to Wang Tsuetsue. Fortunately, Zhuang Yundai had packed her clothes and other things before going to bed last night. She managed to move most of her new kitchenware, leaving behind what she couldn't take. There wasn't much to move, so it went quickly. By the time Wang Tsuetsue's family arrived, Zhuang Yundai and the others had already loaded most of their belongings onto the cart. Wang Tsuetsue's mother sighed and handed Zhuang Yundai a bundle containing a few unfinished clothes. I thought with winter coming, I would make some fur coats for you siblings. These furs are from the traps my second child set in the mountains, so they aren't fancy. But I've already cut them out, so when you get to the county, you can have someone sew them for you. Aunt Hu, who was listening nearby, volunteered, I can sew too. I can do it. You don't need to worry, Wang Tsuetsue. Wang Tsuetsue's mother smiled and nodded. With Hu around, I feel at ease. They chatted for a bit longer, while the younger ones whispered about inviting Wang Tsuetsue to visit them in the county after they moved. Wang Yingyin stood by, scratching his head, and after hesitating for a while, finally spoke to Zhuang Yundai. In a few days, my older brother might get married. And I was thinking of inviting you to the wedding. Zhuang Yundai smiled. Wang urged, I'm going to the county, but I will come back. If my brother's big day isn't too busy for me, I will definitely return to celebrate. Wang Yingyin struggled to find more words but only managed to say okay. As they were about to leave, Lu Danyu helped tie up the luggage on the cart. Chunlu, feeling a bit reluctant, held Zhuang Yundai's hand. You must come back to visit us when you can. Zhuang Yundai smiled. Don't worry, didn't I tell you where my new rented courtyard is? In a few days, I will open a small shop selling food. When you have time, come with Danyu to try it out. Chunlu thought for a moment and realized that, even after moving to the county, they would still be able to see each other. She smiled brightly. It's a promise. The two little birds, Qiao and Xiao, flew up and landed on the cart, clearly planning to go with Zhuang Yundai's family to the county. With the whip, the cart slowly started to move. Zhuang Yundai waved goodbye to the villagers who were like family as they sent her off in the cart. After the cart had been moving for a while, a woman stumbled out from the mountains, looking distressed, and knocked loudly on the door of the Zhuang family's old house. Chunlu heard the noise and came out, immediately laughing. Oh, isn't that Li? Yesterday, Meng Chongfei was expelled from school, and when he returned, Li was scolded harshly by Granny Gao, who blamed her for the trouble caused by her children. Even Meng Lauer, who usually sweet-talked Li, had a dark expression this time. Chongfei is the only one from our Meng family who can study. Are your 3 kids going to ruin our family forever? Meng Lauer yelled at Li. Li was taken aback by the shouting. To be fair, her husband Zhuang Shino was a simple farmer who always worked hard in the fields and took care of the home. She often avoided work and he never scolded her. If Zhuang Shino hadn't died in battle, she wouldn't have run away with 3 kids. She used to live a carefree life. With Meng Lauer's shout, Li broke down and fought back, crying. As a woman who rarely did heavy work, she couldn't match the strength of a grown man and ended up getting beaten by Meng Lauer. Now, she stood in front of the empty Zhuang family house with a bruise on her forehead, looking quite disheveled. Chunlu could tell Li had been beaten and felt a sense of satisfaction. Li glared at Chunlu and tried to cover her bruise. I'm looking for my sister Dai, she said hoarsely. What business is it of yours? Chunlu sneered. What do you mean your sister Dai? Have some shame. When Dai was sick and near death, you didn't say a word. And when Tong Tong was taken away yesterday, you didn't remember you were a mother. Li's expression changed, her voice becoming sharp. Tong Tong was taken away? Tong Tong was the only one of her 3 children who still had some kindness and reliance on her. She was holding a cloth tiger, hoping to bond with Zhuang Yuntong later. How could she have been taken away? Chunlu didn't know what Li was thinking. Seeing her still worried about Zhuang Yuntong, Chunlu felt a bit relieved, thinking Li might still have some conscience. She snorted, Sister Dai has saved Tong Tong again. Li let out a big sigh of relief and quickly asked, where are they now? The big bronze lock still hung on the door of the Zhuang family's old house. Chunlu smiled slyly. You don't need to worry about where they are. You won't need to come here anymore. Li was taken aback. Why? Sister Dai, they have gone to the county to live a good life. Chunlu said cheerfully, watching Li's expression change color. She happily closed the door, leaving Li outside. Li's mind was filled with one thought. They have gone to the county to live a good life. What was happening? Had they really made a lot of money and moved to the county? Li felt her heart racing. She was a bit dizzy from the unexpected news. Without thinking much, she hurried home. Meng Lauer saw Li rushing back with a worried look and thought she had succeeded in her task. Did Zhuang Yunqi agree to persuade Mr. Zhou to let Chongfei return to school? Meng Lauer immediately asked. Earlier, his older brother had come by, implying that since they were family, Li's children had caused trouble, affecting their family's education, and they needed to take responsibility. Although Meng Lauer was a bit careless, he valued his nephew's education. He was waiting for his nephew to pass the exams and get a position, so he could show off as an official's relative. Li lowered her voice. They have all moved to the county. But she looked quite excited. Meng Lauer felt a vain throb on his forehead. Then he heard Li happily say, my kids are truly successful. They have really made a lot of money. They can live in the county. The houses there are so expensive. I heard some cost dozens of taels of silver a year. Meng Lair realized what was happening and got excited too, right? I knew they must have a lot of silver. If they don't honor their own mother, who will they honor? At this moment, they temporarily set aside the matter of Meng Changfei. The couple began to plan together. Zhuang Yundai's carriage arrived at her newly rented house. Zhuang Yunqi and Aunt Hu were meeting for the first time, and they were amazed to see so many courtyards in the house. Take a look and see where you want to stay, Zhuang Yundai said with a smile, feeling very happy. She hired a young helper for 10 coins to assist with moving the luggage. Can I sleep with my sister? Zhuang Yuntong asked, tilting her head in confusion. Zhuang Yundai replied, Tuntong, you're growing up and need your own room. Think about it. When Suetsue comes to visit, where will she stay? Hearing this, Zhuang Yuntong hesitated, pulling at her fingers and looking worried. But I still want to stay with my sister. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but laugh and gently patted her little sister's head. Even if you have your own room, you can still come and sleep with me whenever you want. This made Zhuang Yuntong happy, and in the end, the two little ones, Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong, chose 2 smaller rooms. Zhuang Yundai picked a room next to Zhuang Yuntong's. Now Zhuang Yuntong was delighted. She had her brother's room on one side and her sister's room on the other. Aunt Hu's room was on the west side, next to the storage room. It had an old bunk bed, which was a bit empty, but Aunt Hu was very satisfied. It was much better than the shabby old house she rented in the countryside. Aunt Hu let Binger play in the yard while she went to the well to fetch water, rolling up her sleeves to start tidying up. Zhuang Yundai also helped Aunt Hu clean the yard. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong, though young and not very tall, were working hard to help the family. One went to the kitchen to heat water, while the other took a broom taller than himself to sweep the yard. Even 3-year-old Binger followed Zhuang Yunqi, trying to help with whatever he could. Aunt Hu watched the busy and cheerful family and felt a bit dazed, her eyes slightly misty. She heard Zhuang Yundai mention preparing to open a shop in a few days, which would surely bring even more excitement. Excitement is wonderful. The family worked together, and by noon, they had already made the small courtyard look brand new. Zhuang Yundai found a few branches of osmanthus flowers from somewhere, took a bamboo tube, filled it with well water, and placed the flowers in it on the windowsill, instantly brightening up the room. The sweet scent of osmanthus filled the air, making everyone feel very cheerful. Just then, there was a knock at the small gate. I'll go open the door, Aunt Hu said, wiping her hands on her apron and quickly walking to the gate. Who is it? Aunt Hu asked cautiously as she reached the gate, not opening it right away. The voice outside hesitated and asked, Is Miss Zhuang living here? Aunt Hu recognized it was a young man's voice. She quickly turned to look at Zhuang Yundai, who had also heard, and was smiling as she walked toward the gate, nodding at Aunt Hu. Only then did Aunt Hu feel safe to open the door, revealing a young man dressed elegantly, accompanied by a servant. The young man was surprised to see Aunt Hu and was momentarily speechless. Aunt Hu awkwardly asked, Are you looking for Miss Dai? Before he could answer, Zhuang Yundai peeked out from behind Aunt Hu and said with a smile, Aunt, this is my friend. She then confidently called out to him, Brother Zijing. Fei Zijing smiled and replied, Hey. Aunt Hu quickly stepped aside to invite Fei Zijing in, saying, I'll go boil some water. You two chat. Seeing that Shiji had brought a bundle inside, Zhuang Yundai looked over and Fei Zijing immediately said, It's some spices. I wasn't sure if you'd need them, but I gathered some to congratulate you on your new place. Zhuang Yundai was taken aback. Spices were always precious, and some were worth their weight in gold. To save money, she usually extracted flavors from plants instead of buying spices, though it wasn't just about saving money. Many spices hadn't been introduced yet, like chili peppers, which were simply unavailable at this time. Looking at the bulging bundle in Shiji's hands, she could tell it contained quite a few spices.
You.
Zhuang Yundai sighed. I can't let you leave without a free meal. Fei Zijing beamed. That sounds great. Once your little shop opens, I'll come every day until I leave Pingling County. After a busy morning, everyone was tired, so Zhuang Yundai prepared a lavish lunch. Braised ribs, steamed fish, sweet and sour pork, chicken in tomato sauce, stir-fried greens, garlic vermicelli with steamed fish, and a refreshing hot and sour soup with shredded tripe, beautifully arranged on the table. Jianqi originally wanted to say that she couldn't eat at the same table as the master, but when the first dish of braised pork ribs was served by Zhuang Yundai, her stomach let out a loud growl, and she swallowed hard. Fei Zijing glanced at her with a half-smile. "Are you going to eat?" Jianqi awkwardly laughed and quickly ran to the kitchen. "I'll help Miss Zhuang serve the food." When it was time to sit at the table, Jianqi honestly took a seat next to Fei Zijing. The table was filled with delicious dishes, and everyone ate happily and comfortably. Binger had never tasted such good food before, and his little belly was completely full. In the end, Aunt Hu, both amused and concerned, took Binger away to help him digest. After lunch, Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi played in the yard for a while to help with digestion, but Zhuang Yundai soon sent them off for a nap. Zhuang Yuntong hesitated for a moment and quietly asked Zhuang Yunqi, "Brother, can Tongtong sleep with you?" Zhuang Yunqi replied seriously, "Sister, the teacher said that boys and girls should not share a bed after 6 years old. You have your own room now." Zhuang Yuntong's head drooped a bit, and she said, Then I'll sleep by myself." Zhuang Yunqi hesitated, but then took Zhuang Yuntong's hand. "Well, just this once." Zhuang Yuntong immediately brightened up and nodded vigorously. "Okay." Aunt Hu also went to helping her sleep, and the lively yard quickly became quiet. Zhuang Yundai took Fei Zijing to the front of the small courtyard. The shop was quite spacious, with a separate small kitchen at the back, indicating it was once a place for food. However, it seemed that the location was not very good, leading to losses, and it was closed and rented out. The shop had been empty for a long time, covered in a thick layer of dust. Zhuang Yundai covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve, waved away the dust in the air, and opened the windows to let in some fresh air. They moved to the front of the shop. Zhuang Yundai surveyed the small shop, calculating in her mind. It seemed possible to fit about 10 tables here. Also, she needed to buy more essential cooking utensils. She would need to purchase some vegetables and meat as well. Adding it all up, it seemed that the 6 taels of silver she had left would be nearly spent. However, Zhuang Yundai was not afraid. Money could always be earned again. She rolled up her sleeves, full of energy and determination. Fei Zijing watched from the side, noticing how the petite girl seemed to hold endless energy, as if she would never be defeated by life, always facing its challenges with positivity and resilience. Looking at her positive and uplifting demeanor, it seemed that the troubles he had encountered and avoided were no longer significant challenges. Zhuang Yundai turned her head and saw Fei Zijing deep in thought. She didn't disturb him, but instead turned back to quietly measure the approximate size of the tables and chairs, preparing to go shopping soon. When Zhuang Yundai was ready to leave, Fei Zijing seemed to have come to a realization and made a decision. He held his folding fan and said goodbye to Zhuang Yundai. "Sister Dai, I'll leave Jianqi here. If you need anything, just let him know. I need to go back and write a letter to my grandfather." Jianqi was excited to hear that his young master was going to write to the old gentleman. "Young master, you finally figured it out. Go ahead and write. Don't worry, I'll make sure Miss Zhuang doesn't have to do any heavy work." Although he didn't know why his young master suddenly changed his mind and decided to communicate well with the old gentleman, he was sure it had something to do with Miss Zhuang. Miss Zhuang. She must be a blessing from above. Jianqi almost wanted to kneel down and thank Zhuang Yundai right then and there. "You can go ahead and take care of your business," Zhuang Yundai smiled. "You don't need to leave Jianqi with me. I'll go out soon to buy some things and have them sent back." "It's no trouble," Jianqi eagerly replied, "Miss Zhuang. I can help you run errands or deliver messages." Fei Zijing quickly added, "Moving is complicated, and as a young lady, you might need help." He waved his fan at Zhuang Yundai. "It's settled then. Let Jianqi return by himself tonight." After saying that, he hurried out of the alley. Zhuang Yundai was a bit speechless, but since Fei Zijing had left and Jianqi was still eagerly looking at her, she had no choice but to say, "Then I'll trouble you to accompany me to buy some things." Jianqi patted his chest repeatedly. "Not a problem. Not a problem." At that moment, He was eager to do anything for Zhuang Yundai. The two went shopping together, and Jianxi was quite helpful, running around and assisting Zhuang Yundai with many tasks. On the way back, Zhuang Yundai planned to prepare some cured meat, and Jianxi helped her carry a whole pig leg, saving her a lot of effort. Zhuang Yundai cooked some chestnuts and shared a big bag with Jianxi. Jianxi happily returned to the small courtyard he was temporarily renting with Fei Zijin, holding the chestnuts. Fei Zijin had just finished writing a letter to his grandfather and called a guard who secretly protected him to find a way to send the letter back. When he looked up from the study, he saw Jianxi happily returning with a large bag of something. Fei Zijin crumpled the many wasted sheets of paper and walked out quickly, asking, "What is this?" Jianxi, excited, replied loudly, "Young master, this is the chestnuts that Miss Zhuang cooked for me. I just had one on the way, and it was so delicious. You should try some too." Jianxi generously invited Fei Zijin to share. Fei Zijin squinted at Jianxi and said, "You want me to try? Just a taste?" Jianxi was taken aback, thinking, "No way, young master, you can't be that selfish." But he didn't dare to say it out loud and kept his mouth shut. Fei Zijin didn't want to play games with Jianxi. He directly took the bag of chestnuts from Jianxi and grabbed a handful, placing it in Jianxi's hands. Jianxi was shocked. Seeing Fei Zijin about to take the sweet-smelling chestnuts into the house, Jianxi struggled with tears in his eyes, saying, "Young master, those are the chestnuts Miss Zhuang gave me." Fei Zijin replied insincerely, "Oh, well, now they are mine." With that, he went into the house with the chestnuts. These chestnuts are really tasty. Sister Dai is amazing. Everything she makes is delicious," Fei Zijin exclaimed from inside. Jianxi thought, "Those were my chestnuts."
Ah!
"Young master, how can you be so selfish?" Zhuang Yundai was quick and efficient, soon setting up the entrance of her shop. She had someone make a simple wooden sign that looked rustic yet charming. It featured the name San Yun Chuan Chuan, written in the childlike, wobbly handwriting of Zhuang Yuntong. The name San Yun was what she chose for her little food shop. She, Zhuang Yuntong, and Zhuang Yunqi were all part of the three clouds, right? The shop was neatly organized, and Aunt Hu worked quickly, making sure it was spotless. Zhuang Yundai felt that her skewer shop could open right away. However, Aunt Hu was a bit worried. "I went out to buy vegetables today, and this shop is really hidden. If I hadn't asked around, I almost couldn't find it. Will customers even come to such a hard-to-find place?" Zhuang Yundai was confident and reassured Aunt Hu. "They say good wine doesn't fear a deep alley."
"Don't worry, Aunt.
"These days I might be a bit busy, so I'll give you extra pay later." Aunt Hu waved her hands anxiously. "What? Extra pay? Dai Jia, you have food and lodging, and the work isn't heavy. I feel like I'm taking advantage of you by giving you 50 won a day. If I can do more work, it makes me feel better. If you raise my pay again, I might really get upset." Seeing Aunt Hu's face turn red with worry, Zhuang Yundai sighed inwardly. Aunt Hu was truly sincere. Since Aunt Hu insisted on not wanting extra pay, Zhuang Yundai thought she could just buy some things for Bin-gur later to make up for it. Zhuang Yundai said helplessly, "All right, Aunt, since you say so, I'll listen to you. But if you feel too tired or unwell, you must tell me. You need to take care of yourself, for Bin-gur." Aunt Hu nodded firmly. "You can rest assured, Dai Jia." That day, the whole family worked together and made nearly 4,000 skewers. Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi were so tired they could barely lift their arms, and even Bin-gur helped with dozens of skewers. Zhuang Yundai and Aunt Hu sorted and arranged the skewers neatly. In the 2 iron pots of the small kitchen connected to the front shop, they had prepared 2 pots of sauce. One pot was for marinating, and the other was for spicy oil. After finishing everything, Zhuang Yundai put her hands on her hips and said, "All right, everything is ready. We just need the customers to arrive." Aunt Hu nodded nervously. That day, on several main streets, people were carrying gongs, them while shouting, "The skewers even better than Tongguixiang are open." The shop is in Shimo Alley, with fresh skewers to choose from. The first 20 customers today will receive a special gift. This straightforward way of advertising made the nearby people stop and listen. Upon hearing the promotion, they immediately knew which shop it was. Indeed, the previous actions of Tong Guixiang had greatly helped Zhuang Yundai promote her skewers. Those who had eaten them praised them, while those who hadn't formed an impression, skewers even better than Tong Guixiang. Naturally, everyone was looking forward to it. Isn't that the skewer made by that young girl? Oh, I was wondering, it's been a while since I saw those skewers. I didn't expect her to open a shop in the county. Where is it? I want to be the first customer. Didn't you hear? It's in Shumo Alley. Everyone, I'm going now to check it out for you. No, I want to go too. I want to be first. A group of people rushed towards the watermill alley. At that moment, the first place they all wanted had already been taken by someone else. Fei Zijin stood at the door, admiring Zhuang Yuntong's masterpiece, clapping and calling out wonderful several times, making Zhuang Yuntong shyly lean into her sister's embrace. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but laugh as she watched Fei Zijin swagger into the small shop, seriously telling Zhuang Yundai, "Sister Dai, I'm here to claim my right to eat for free." Zhuang Yundai smiled. Great. Thank you, Brother Zijin, for your support. Fei Zijin chose a central table and sat down, not moving afterward. Zhuang Yundai felt a bit helpless and pointed to the display cabinet filled with various half-finished skewers. Brother Zijin, you should go pick some. There are bamboo baskets over there. Once you choose, put them in the basket and give it to me. I'll calculate the cost and then send it to the kitchen to prepare for you. Fei Zijin was taken aback, a bit stunned. Huh? Like this? He had never seen this kind of setup before, and after thinking it over, he became excited. That sounds great. I won't hold back. Fei Zijin approached and saw two large cabinets filled with a variety of skewers. One cabinet had meat skewers, and the other had vegetable skewers. Fei Zijin loved the various meatballs made by Zhuang Yundai, so he eagerly chose different kinds of meatballs, filling the small bamboo basket to the brim. Seeing this, she brought over another bamboo basket. Young master, would you like to pick some vegetable skewers too? Fei Zijin raised his chin slightly. Of course. Zhuang Yundai watched from the side, feeling that after a night, Fei Zijin seemed more relaxed and cheerful than usual. Fei Zijin personally carried the two bamboo baskets and asked Zhuang Yundai, "Is this enough for you?" Zhuang Yundai attached a clip to each basket, with a piece of red silk tied to it, on which she wrote numbers in a childlike hand. On Fei Zijin's two baskets, the numbers written were 1 and 2. Zhuang Yundai also gave Fei Zijin two wooden tags, with the same numbers on them. Fei Zijin flipped them over and over. Although Zhuang Yundai didn't explain, he understood that this meant he would use the wooden tags to collect his food later. Really nice, I like it. Fei Zijin appreciated the unique charm of this little shop. He couldn't help but glance at Zhuang Yundai again. This mysterious country girl indeed possesses stunning beauty, but what is most captivating about her is her unwavering positivity and determination. Zhuang Yundai carried two small bamboo baskets to the kitchen at the back. Fei Zijin's gaze wandered off, and when he came back to reality, he noticed Jianqi with her mouth wide open, looking quite surprised. Fei Zijin cleared his throat, ready to explain, but Jianqi leaned in and whispered, "Young master, your gaze at Miss Zhuang just now is very strange. People might think you're up to no good." Fei Zijin. Forget it, I'm tired. No need to explain. The diners who heard about Zhuang Yundai's advertisements had to ask around for quite some time before finally finding this watermill alley. They didn't need to search hard for the little shop. The aroma was already wafting out from one of its quaint doorways. San Yun skewers. Attracted by the advertisement, the diners took a deep breath, their faces lighting up with joy. Yes, that's the flavor. They hurried into the alley. As they approached, they saw a well-dressed young man sitting at the center table, enjoying a feast. In front of him were two large bowls, one filled with marinated skewers and the other with spicy skewers, steam rising from the broth, making it look very appetizing. Just seeing this scene made the diners' mouths water. Zhuang Yundai greeted them with a bright smile. "Would you like to try some skewers? Our shop just opened, and since you are among the first 20 customers, We will give you a small dish as a gift. The diners were excited, eagerly saying, "Give me a few skewers. I want some too." "Me too." The shop was bustling with energy. Fei Zijin looked up from his bowl and pointed to the two display cabinets showcasing the dishes. With a hint of superiority, he chuckled. "Go ahead and pick your own. The meat and vegetable cabinets are different, and so are the prices. Meat is 2 coins per skewer, and vegetables are 1 coin each." Hearing this, the diners realized that the freshly cooked skewers were even cheaper than what they had seen outside, feeling they were getting a great deal. They rushed to grab bamboo baskets to select their skewers, each filling their baskets to the brim. Zhuang Yundai was busy attending to everyone, and Fei Zijin, unable to watch any longer, nudged Jianxi with his foot and signaled with his eyes. Jianxi quickly understood and cleverly squeezed next to Zhuang Yundai. "Miss Zhuang, let me help you take these skewers to the kitchen." Zhuang Yundai was not polite with Jianxi and smiled. "Thank you then." Later, after Fei Zijin finished eating, he went to help Zhuang Yundai and said seriously, "I've eaten for free. How can I not help?" Zhuang Yundai smiled and let him assist. On the first day of the opening of Sanyun Skewers, it was extremely busy. The 10 small tables were almost always full, and customers had to share tables. First, it was deep autumn, and the steaming skewers felt like a magical remedy that made everyone feel comfortable, opening up their pores. Second, the skewers were incredibly fragrant. Those who had tried the spicy red oil skewers fell in love with the delicious and spicy flavor, even drinking the broth despite it, making their lips red. Zhuang Yundai opened the shop around noon and sold out of skewers by evening, finally closing up. When they were closing, more customers arrived, and Zhuang Yundai could only apologize and promise to prepare more the next day. The customers insisted that she must have more ready. Zhuang Yundai smiled and agreed, allowing her to close the shop smoothly. Jianxi was almost exhausted, saying, "This is too busy. I'm so tired." Fei Zijin, who had never experienced hard work, was nearly worn out. Aunt, who was tired too, but she was more excited, her voice trembling slightly. "Sister Dai, our business is really good today." Zhuang Yundai could barely lift her arms. She had thought it might be popular, but not this much. They sold nearly 4,000 skewers. Even after deducting costs, they made almost 5 taels of silver that day. What does that mean? 5 taels a day would add up to several dozen taels in a month, even if it wasn't as busy as the first day. Thinking about the earnings, Zhuang Yundai smiled contentedly. "Everyone worked hard today. I'll make something delicious." Fei Zijin stopped her. "What are you talking about? You just worked all day. Cooking again will wear you out." Zhuang Yundai was about to say she wasn't that tired, but Fei Zijin insisted, "Let's go eat at a restaurant." Zhuang Yundai thought for a moment, smiled, and began to take off her apron. "Okay, let's go. It's my treat." Fei Zijin's eyes widened. "What are you saying?" "I suggested going out to eat, so I will treat." He pretended to show off his wealth, patting his waist. Zhuang Yundai smiled lightly but firmly said, "Brother Zijin, you and Jianxi have already helped for a whole day. It's not right to ask you to pay for a meal." She smiled brightly and added, "Although I can't afford anything too fancy, I earned some money today, so I should treat you all to a meal." Fei Zijin looked at Zhuang Yundai for a moment. Jianxi thought he might get into an argument over this, but instead, he let out a long breath and smiled. "That sounds great. Tonight, I'll trouble you, Sister Dai, to treat me to dinner. But can I choose what to eat?" Zhuang Yundai widened her eyes. "That's fine, but you can't choose anything too expensive." She was straightforward, and Fei Zijin seemed amused, laughing heartily and winking at her. "Of course. Sister Dai, you know my character, right?" He then enthusiastically called out to Aunt Hu, "Aunt, come with us." Aunt Hu hesitated and wiped her hands. "No, you all go eat. I'll stay home and watch the house." But Zhuang Yundai picked up Bingur, saying, "What are you talking about, Aunt? With our door locked, no one will come by. Let's go eat together." She then called out to Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi, "Tong Tong, Aki, let's go out to eat." Aunt Hu couldn't resist Zhuang Yundai's insistence, and with Bingur in her arms, she followed along with a smile and a sigh. So, the group headed to a noodle shop. Zhuang Yundai sighed happily, knowing Fei Zijin was trying to save her money. Each person ordered a bowl of beef noodles, and fearing there wouldn't be enough meat, she ordered 2 extra plates of beef to share. The broth was delicious, and the noodles were chewy. Everyone enjoyed their meal thoroughly. After finishing, Fei Zijin offered to take Zhuang Yundai and the others home. Since Zhuang Yundai had already troubled him quite a bit today, she didn't mind asking for a little more help, gratefully accepting his offer. Ant, who held Bingur and followed behind, while Zhuang Yundai held Zhuang Yuntong with one hand and Zhuang Yunqi with the other, walking ahead with Fei Zijin. Fei Zijin asked Zhuang Yunqi about his studies. Aki, you were starting school at the Zhou Academy, right? Do you have any plans now? This was a question that Zhuang Yundai was most concerned about. She said, once things settle down in a few days, I'll find out more and look for a school nearby for Qi. Fei Zijin responded with a sound of acknowledgement, tapping his chin with his fan, and then recalled something. Speaking of this, I know an old gentleman who lives nearby. He is quite knowledgeable, but doesn't usually take in students. However, since I see how clever Qi is, perhaps that old gentleman will take an interest in him? At this point, Fei Zijin felt a bit uneasy. This old gentleman was actually a friend of his grandfather. He should have visited him long ago, but he had previously argued with his family and, after one visit, had been lectured by the old gentleman for a long time. He had then avoided visiting again. However, now that he had decided to have a serious talk with his grandfather and had already sent a letter, visiting this old friend of his grandfather should not be so awkward anymore. Thinking this, Fei Zijin looked at Zhuang Yundai, unsure of her feelings. If you're willing, I can take Qi along when I visit the old gentleman in a few days. Zhuang Yundai was naturally very excited. Really? Would that be too much trouble for you? Not at all. Fei Zijin laughed. To be honest, I hope that the old gentleman will appreciate me for bringing such a clever student like Qi and will be kinder to me. Zhuang Qi blushed. Brother Zijin, you flatter me. He then became a bit nervous, his voice lowering. What if the old gentleman doesn't like me? Fei Zijin pinched Zhuang Qi's cheek. How could he not like someone as clever as you? You're almost as talented as I was at your age. The business at the Sanyan Skewer shop was incredibly busy. Zhuang Yundai had to manage taking payments and serving dishes, which was quite overwhelming. To ease the workload, she hired 2 smart-looking helpers for 30 coins a day, which made things much lighter, allowing her to step away a bit. One day, with nice weather, Fei Zijin chose to visit the old gentleman. Zhuang Yundai brought along the gifts she had prepared and took Zhuang Qi and Zhuang Tong with her to the old gentleman's somewhat remote old house in the county to pay their respects. The old gentleman had white hair and beard, but his eyes were bright and spirited. Upon seeing Fei Zijin, he immediately put on a stern face. You actually know to come? Fei Zijin wore a flattering smile and didn't dare to wave his fan anymore. He stepped forward and began to massage the old gentleman's back and shoulders, being very attentive.
Grand-pa.
Last time I came, you almost scolded me for being ungrateful. How could I dare to come back? Old Mr. O snorted coldly and maintained a stern expression. Then why did you come this time? He paused, his gaze landing on Zhuang Yundai and the others. And you brought people with you? Zhuang Yundai stepped forward, bringing her younger siblings to greet old Mr. O. Zhuang Yundai pays respects to the old gentleman. Zhuang Yuntong, innocent and cheerful, followed her sister in greeting. Yuntong pays respects to the old gentleman. Zhuang Yunqi, knowing he was there to seek apprenticeship, felt a bit nervous, but still performed the greeting properly. Yunqi pays respects to the old gentleman. Seeing that these 3 children were all quite well-mannered and respectful, old Mr. O felt a bit more at ease compared to some other impudent youngsters. He couldn't help but feel a little fondness and nodded in acknowledgement. Fei Zijin immediately said, Grandpa O, I brought you a treasure this time. He gave Zhuang Yunqi a look. Come on, Qi, let Grandpa O take a good look at you. Zhuang Yunqi felt a bit awkward, but tried to step forward confidently. Old Mr. O furrowed his brow, realizing something. What are you up to, you little rascal? Fei Zijin clapped his hands.
Grand-pa.
My grandfather often mentions how lonely you are in your later years, with most of your students busy elsewhere. It makes me feel sad every time I hear it. Just look at Archie. Doesn't he seem like your next student? Old Mr. O widened his eyes, instinctively about to refuse Fei Zijian's suggestion, but then suddenly thought of something and squinted as he examined Zhuang Yunqi for a while. Zhuang Yunqi held back his embarrassment and allowed old Mr. O to scrutinize him. The atmosphere became a bit strange. Fei Zijian remained silent, smiling as he watched old Mr. O assess Zhuang Yunqi. He knew it would turn out this way. Old Mr. O was good at reading people and believed in the bond between teacher and student. How could he not be tempted by a talented young man like Zhuang Yunqi?